Chapter 1 The Meninthi Ancestral Hall, Insight Against Fate. The Handsome Fellows Sign in Area. The Brain Storage Station. The Bowties Image Spot. The Handsome Guy's Self-Disclosure Gate. Fanfiction and Alternate Settings Spleaser Frame from Criticism. Under Theskorchingson, The Heat Envelops Theer. Rinja Town. Inside the Ancestral Hall. With a countenance seliki a flawless Judean da graceful demeanor, Thedishingi Aumensha more clined leisurely in Artan chair, while one Kai, holding a fan, fawned over him, providing a cool breeze tolavia teth the summer heat. Brother Shin, when will he out teach me that skill? Shin Mas light lie raised his gaze, pursed his lips, and cast a glance at one Kai, noticing his spallid complexion, darkened brow, and Theomena's flicker of bloodlight above his shed. Shun momus that bloodlight overhead signifies great misfortune. It seems that Uncle Juice calamity has taken an unexpected turn. Upon seeing this, 1K immediately set down Heathen and respectfully offered oslis of watermelon from Ashen Modok thua termalin, devoringit voraciously, here marked. 1Kai, it is not the Tidenach wish to teach our author, your insight tis imply to locking, making jitek seeding difficult for automaster to this lifetime. 1K's face a reflect te distress he wisically wearethate in terms of flukes, insight, and talent, heffel short compared to show. Yet, hestil your ned to tree. After all, mastering that skill wouldn't sure a lifetime free from worries about food and drink. Moreover, it would attract admiration and affection of beautiful ladies. These ways an irresistible temptation for 1Kai. Recalling Themim Thuitness shun moritrevi ladies for grant pouch from a thief, have found a tutor lanting. When ha saw that laddie thanction Moethakis, 1K a girly attended to Mo for 3 days, hoping tolerant thought one drew skill off deaf thans. This remarkable technique in Aton Lai left Yoshin gastounded but also filled 1K with enviethid similarly astonish theirmaster, Uncle Joe. This was not a first time Shinmo's exceptional and cited left Uncle Joe, Chiosheng, and 1K na. Since Shinmo's arrival at the Ancestral Hall, the trio had been met with astonishment every 2 or 3 days, nearly becoming desensitized to the marvels. For an ordinary person to master singular extraordinary skill is already fet. Yet Uncle Jusaw at least 3 such skills in Imo. His martial prowess encompassed no less than 8. Disciplinus tha therialo of the lowest grade, had honed them to perfection. What can Dauphin cite ma stone possess to achieve such accomplishments? It is no wonder that Uncle Juan Diz Disciples felt overwhelmed shun mosinate talent twazin did extraordinary. As Uncle Ju would lament, how to deemed upbringing back such an exceptional prodigy? A thismament, shun mohad consumed buth whiter and dofty watermelon, tossing ito 1Kai, a sharam in a seat about high's initial arrival in the zombie world. Had been observing ga quarrel on the street, when suddenly a hikla struck him, rendering high unconscious upon awakening, have found himself in Rinja town. Initially, Shen Mao Asawarathe the had traversed Toth Republikov Chinera, yet was soon certain of te specific world ha hadn't, Ilheen countered Uncle Jund 1Kai heading to a western restaurant for afternoon tea. Standing beside a fishmonger's stall, has suddenly realized ha had indeed crossed in Tuffethenbiarium. At the same time, they golden finger o fat transmigrator arrived. The insight against fate system. Lacking any ostentation, it simple maxed out Shun Mo's insight. What does Makidu tinsight entail? Shun mo observed a fishmonger gutting fish your insight is extraordinary watching the fishmonger. Chinashung, you comprehend flying fish blade technique. Shun mao a vegetable vendor preparing vegetables your insight is extraordinary watching the vegetable vendor. Ludanyong, you grasp blossom finger technique. Shun mo observed a courtesana thihong courty art swaying or waist your insight is extraordinary watching the pear blossom gerlatihong courtyard. You comprehend thwillow body technique. Shunmo watched Miss Rentingting goth family applying makeup your inside is extraordinary watching Rentingting apply makeup, Yugarisp the extraordinary skill off disguise. Shunmo observed Wang Banqian, a fortune teller, calculating your inside is extraordinary watching Wang Banxian read fortunes, you comprehend the extraordinary skill off bone reading. Shinmao Hade Bigar basking in the sun your inside is extraordinary watching the Bigar, ABA, soak up Thesin, you grasp the martial art of sun gazing breathing technique. After taking gastrol through T-Market, Shenmohad comprehended date martial arts, 3 extraordinary skills, and a knee martial art technique. The 8 martial arts include death flying fish blade technique, blossom finger technique, willow body technique, little lion roar, shattering stone hand, mysterious steps, stone fist, and chain dart technique. The 3 extraordinaire skills for disguise, bone reading, and 3 immortals returning to the cave. The martially are technique was sun gazing breathing technique. Ha could have imagined that the mere stroll through streets transformed him from a student unfamiliar with physics labyrinth the basics so fly fin to 8 martial arts, and to intofinner vitality from sun gazing? On that day, Shunma traversed into the zombie world, Aravinjanrinja town, where he encountered Dunkelju and his disciples, gaining thin sight against Fate's system. That day, upon comprehending the bone-reading technique, he confidently proclaimed, a friendophile Yursha Sadarkan brow, shrouded in ominous clouds, and may facie calamity of bloodshed, thus securing his place on ancestral halissa distinguished Gistafunkelgio. 3 days prior, Shunmo accompanied one K to the market to procure since for the infamous upon witnessing thieves nechaladies for grant pouch, he age comprehended he extraordinary skill off death than sendactia justly, receiving a kiss of gratitude, solidifying Izidal's status in one K chart, leading him to Pampiridan Cataretto. Life had never been more delightful. Seeing one K's diligent efforts over the past 3 days, Shinmashukishedan decided to lend him a hand, casually imparting the method of death thanks to one Kai. As for whether one K cold learn it was likely hold not. One K's insaitan talent were imply to locking. Had no tevenful in mastered the basic technique K soft machan how could he hope to learn extraordinary arts? Itway zaken tosking gablin man 4 direction sorberowinga comb fromaming can exercise in futility. As soon as one K acquired Theskaloff death thans, the aminous bloodlight in his forehead suddenly vanished, evident lie averting tomorrow sly fan death calamity. Shunmano dead in satisfaction, having helped one K evaded lifit with asinga extraordinary skill tate was sufficient. When Kai, overwhelmed with gratitude for receiving the method of death thans, hurriedly dashed back to his room to contemplate the skill, completely unaware of the ha just answered with death. Shenimo, having casually saved one K's life, paid it no mind, continuing to recline in third chair, ice closed in feigned slumber, basking leisurely in Thesan. However, had Uncle Jubian present, he would have noticed Shinmas Radiantora, with waves of energy surging around him like the Sunity zenith. Sun-gazing breathing technique. As Thesan Rosian theist, illuminating brilliantly. There exists a method called sun-gazing, which absorbs Thesan CO of sunlight, harnesses its sheet, and gathers sits fastner geit nourish the organs, strengthen the bones, invigorate the blood, on den enhance physical prowess true marvelous. Simply put, basking in the sun enhances strength. After 3 days soft sunbathing at the ancestral hall, Shunmo had amplified the hint of inner vitality from hat data 4 strands. With these 4 strands of inner vitality, Shunma's meridians, tendons, and organs are nourished, and distinct hand vitality were elevated. Coupled with the lower grade martial arts, which include bladed techniques, body techniques, finger techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, stepping techniques, sound wave techniques, and concealed weapon techniques. Shinma's current prowess was for beyond that of Jiosheng, who had diligently practiced missions foundation all technique his 49 years. His prolonged stay at the ancestral hall was driven by 12 factors in only hand. Uncle Ju's warmo spittle disbelief that Shinmo's bone-reading technique could help avert disasters. On the other hand, Shunmo'd Sired tubes or Vuthintic Machan technique is still gain deeper insights into higher level arts. Unfortunately, over the past 3 days, Uncle Jio, Xiaosheng, and Wen K had been preoccupied with preparations for the relocation of old Master Int's grave, leaving no time for practice. With no insight Stoglian, Shunma practiced sun-gazing breathing technique during the day and Hendazit martial arts at night, making his days of more fulfilling hand during his university years. Before long, the strands of inner vitality within Yim grew to 5. Rising to stretch, the 5 strands of inner vitality flowed through his meridian Salungan and Trichatirid, and Essen felt a slight feign strength. The sensation of daylight progress was true lidlightful. At that moment, 2 faint footsteps resonate outside the ancestral hall. Shinimo, listening attentively through the courtyard wall. You're inside a extraordinary through the wall. You discern sound and position, comprehending the extraordinary skill of eavesdropping. Suddenly, a Welt Hoff memorious regarding Theskaloff eavesdropping flooded his mind. A kinto aginal breeze caressing his ears, causing the previous life and footsteps to become remarkably clear. His ears twitched, discerning the visitor's titties. Asmala graced Shanma's facius stood with hands clasped behind his back, his posture ju pry toss a sturdy pin, radiating gonoras brilliantas the sun. As Uncle Ju and Chioshinj entered the ancestral hall, they beheld Shenma standing thrillike radiansen. Bot were momentarily taken aback. Uncle Jaya thought he have true lie invite an extraordinary individual. Chioshinj remarked if I possessed of in Hofshan Mo's abilities, I would have married by no. Inside, when Kai, diligent lie studying the extraordinary skill off deaf fans, lamented, I can't learn it. It's sutterly bayin me grasp. I finally had Shin Mo's insight. How wonderful it twalb. Chapter 2 is their fragrance from Thrin families, Yumis in thinner strength realm? As Uncle Ju crossed the threshold of the ancestral hall, his expression turned serious, and decupped Hishin sin greeting Toshino, urgently stating, Dawischin, Acio predicted, Old Master Renan dieta dem answer in Aouth. The spiritual city utilized wasa to bethejum answer for himself, yet Old Master in cunningly seized it. Before Athegium passed away, Hecker said that Old Master in Wudra locate the grave 20 years later. Given Thrinfamal is declining over thy ears, it seems that the Feng Shu site must harbor some issues. Shunmonode, whether there is a problem will become evident tomorrow. Today, I utilized bone reading to examine 1K's fate and divine the thu ill facey at life and death calamity tomorrow, so he need not participate in the grave relocation. Up in hearing this, Uncle J's expression shifted dramatically. Tomorrow marks the day off the grave relocation, and when K is to confront life and death trial, could it be thought tomorrow's groundbreaking will bring great misfortune? Master Ja hastily inquired, Friendshin, if tomorrow indeed harbors great peril, should we not prepare a thorough lion dream and, Thrinfamalito take precautions? Shunmo glanced at Master Jo, shaking his head, there is no need. Upon observing Jorvis, it is earned thoughtna Tonley Wilther Benedanger tomorrow, Buttruther the Fortuno Fwelfshalgracie. Master Juicing Sai assured immediately found solace. Upon hearing Gofti auspicious financial fortune, Heffelteven Moria Shured tomorrow, a she assists Old Master and with the relocation off to grave, Hugh undoubted Lyri up the benefits. Shuma's calculations were indeed precise. Since tomorrow's grave relocation poses no danger, Marili Akalamida Forentsai, there is no need to verla concentrin family, only toadvise when kai adequately. Furthermore, the stribulation of fly fen death is a matter of fate. Yet Shinma's words dispelled all fears. Observing Shinma's demeanor, he abided no sign so fimpending misfortune instead, he appeared increasing lie radiant tan-spirited. Theartoff boner reading gond face interpretation is indeed a remarkable skill, truly profound. Master Jo, however, wasn't aware of that Shenma's fearless sada to towards Gaussian defect stemmed not from intricate soft boner reading, but rather from his status say sat transmigrator endowed with immense fortune, rendering high mimperviastothepity causal repercussins influenci. Moreover, when K Wood na they faced death tomorrow had Shimano appeared. Shinmo's actions did not so possess buttritherild results, thus share remained unperturbed be the potential backlash of Gaussian defect. This Sizok and toe strategist immersing himself in the gam, there be gaining an upper hand over destiny. At that moment, Kiasheng's sudden line interjected, Brother Imo, ku da you will take a look at my fortune? I wish to discern matter so fluff. With that crisp clap, Master Jayashin struck, as Kiasheng gazed at his master with that pitiful expression. Master, what did you hit? Master Jai retorted, you spin door days neglecting or training, consumed with thoughts of women. Are you trying to drive me to me grave? Chioshin, clutching his shed, chuckled ruefully, Master, I cannot help it my aunt insists. If I our aunt desiree out of fin to partner, schwood na thaves into autom. Master Jewish truly frustrated. Het two disciples kishin gandwin sigh. Winka needed na for the elaboration the poor child lack a talent, charm, and event the passion co face suffering soul. Were it not forth a need for caretaker at the ancestral hall, Hewed hopperished from starvation long ago. When Kune mua sacrual irony, for he embodied neither talent nor distinction, a complete misfit. When K wason effectual. Surely, Kiasheng should possess some fighting spirit. Yet, Kiasheng displayed decent martial aptitude, achieving the 60 year of strength within 4 years. However, Upon learning that the 50 heir acquired spiritual elixir san through most purity of character. Kiashin glostal motivation ta continue his training, often feigning assistance sain his hop, while secretly pursuing jung women. 3 I ear sterned in ta 3 maritanai ear spast, and he remain stagnant at the 6th year. Master Jufel de shirtened. Ni thero phys disciplis provided him with an apishav mind. Lukachinamo. In hisiath, hehadal redirachet the 4th year of pulsa nurturing. Moreover, headmaster ed to extraordinary skill sandate martial arts techniques. His disguisey technique remains undisclosed. Although teat martial arts techniques were of inferior quality, mastering them to perfection demonstrated Shen's exceptional understanding gondonate talent. iPhone lihis toi disciplis possessed half off Shim escapabilities. His master would be contented apart this world. It must be noted that, in the contemporary of spiritual cultivation, practitioners are categorized in tonentiers, with the first year being the highest and the 9th lowest. Thezan in a tier 9th year for health cultivation, 8th tier for strength refinement, 7th tier for techniques, 6th tier for strength, 5th year for internal strength, 4th year for pulsa nurturing, 3rd year for extraordinary meridians, 2nd tier for inandu, and 1st year for the complete circulation of energy. 4th year of pulsa nurturing. While nurturing the meridians, one eganerites internal nergithot continuous nourishes them. 1 set meridians reach ascertain level of cultivation, the internal energy can brain through the extraordinary 8 meridians, advancing to the 3rd tier. Subsequently, bichanelling internal nergi through to renandu meridians, only attains the 2nd year. Iphonia keeps complete a circulation of energy throughout T-body, transforming internal nergy to energy, the ascentoth pinnacle 1st year of the spiritual realm. Master Ju himself weighs a 1st year talisman practitioner, standing at the apex among the contemporary Mishandaos. Ida said that beyond the fierce yearly realms of finite, master, grandmaster, and the celestial realm beyond that. Alas, in the sagi off decline, those zuho ascento the fierce year arf wan far between, and even more ruratho suho brainai through to subsequent realm. Given shin mostalin tand potential with time, heis bound to chiva the fierce year. Should hiriach the inaterium, hekud becomi lidrophasect. One wonders what kestimid figure has nurtured an outstanding disciple. Since Shen more frained from mentioning his sect, Master Ju did not press further. Returning to them at a rod hand. Kaya Shinj implored Shen Mo, divine his romantic fate. Shen Mo, employing Isboni reading gone face interpretation skills, took a glance. At that moment, Kia Shenk's face was suffused with Theblishof spring, indicative of great joy. Regrettably, an array of shadow coiled around his brows, resembling a deep crimson hue, clear lie signifying a romantic calamity, and even worse, being entangled by malevolent spirits. Shinmo candidly warned, Chioshing, you are beset by romantic misfortune, shrouded in dark energy. In the coming days, Ida simperative to keep our distance from women, especially those of dubious nature. Ah, is that so? Kiashengsi Eastwooded in disbelief. In his prime, brimming with vigor, it was the perfectum forecourt shafau could be afflicted by romantic misfortune and be advised said, away from women? As Kiashin Guasabato inquire further. Smack. Another swift slap sent Kiashing wincing in pain. Master, what did you hit me gain? Istrik euphoria round good. What Shindea says Istru heed his counsel, keep our distance from women forna, and in see finish our duty as a thren estate, devote ourself to diligent training, striving to brain through to the internal strength real mass soon as possible. Chioshing, wearing a pained expression, acquiesced verbal abutin word litis missid advice. What meritus therein the internal strength realm? What do isita for compared to thelarif tildis datirov trin family? Absolutely nothing. Had notice arita brain through to the internal strength realm higher nedto pursue a thildis datirov trin family. If heis fateto encounter romantic calamity, why couldn't it be with Thildes' daughter? If it could engage in a passionate yet tumultuous romance with her, it would all be worth it, even Indiath. Seeing Kiasheng's sincere compliance, Shunma chose not to elaborate further. One cannot teach those see unwilling tolernazing glisten suffice for matters. In conclusion, Master Ju's trois disciples were indeed des sources of constant concern. He now awaiteth the opportunity to inspect told Master in Sphinxes tomorrow. Shunma confident lia certeth that, with his extraordinary understanding gondun parallel talent, through dedicated effort, huge surely comprehend extraordinary skillsormethods. Chapter 3. Away. Why do you refuse to heed advice? The following day, 30 miles outside Rinjia town, there lies a mountain named Baogai Mountain, renowned for its abundant treasure grass. A procession of over a dozen individuals ascended the mountain with great pomp. At the forefront stood the illustrious and wealthy merchant, Renlaoi, a figure of great renown in Rinjia town, adorned in lavish attire that exuded an air of nobility. Accompanying him was his daughter, the youthful and graceful Ran Tingting. Ran Tingting possessed an elegant demeanor, both refined and intelligent, with a delicate oval face that radiated a fair and rosy complexion under the sunlight, exuding an alluring peach hue. As she glanced around, her presence was enchanting. Casually, she caught sight of a handsome young man standing beside Jushu, exuding an effortless charm. Puzzled, she wondered when Rinjia town had gained such a striking peer. Noticing that the esteemed Jushu treated this man with utmost respect piqued her curiosity further. "Cousin, who was that man?" she inquired. "Who?" responded Away, the captain of the security team, following her gaze to see Shen Imo conversing with Jushu. Away felt an immediate tightening in his chest upon witnessing Shan Mo's striking appearance, his sense of rivalry intensifying. "He must be a beggar from the ancestral hall," he dismissed. "You needn't concern yourself with him. If he dares to trouble you, I will certainly teach him a lesson." Ren Tingting, however, remained unconvinced by Away's words. The man, with his looks and demeanor, bore no resemblance to a destitute laborer. Instead, he resembled a pampered young master of privilege. Just glancing at his complexion, even the most distinguished young lords from the provincial capital would pale in comparison. Ran Tingting, wise beyond her years, recognized that her cousin was likely disparaging the man out of jealousy. Having sensed her intrigue towards him, with a flutter of her beautiful eyes, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Her father, possessing vast connections in Rinjia town, would surely provide answers upon inquiry later. After all, it was prudent for a young lady to maintain a certain decorum in public. Meanwhile, Shen Imo, engaged in a discussion about the feng shui of Baogai Mountain with Jushu, sensed a slight movement in his earlobe. His extraordinary ability allowing him to eavesdrop on the conversation between Ran Tingting and Away, he turned his gaze toward the young lady being carried by bearers. Unlike her appearance during their encounter at the Rouge shop days prior, today Ran Tingting was not donning her elegant pink gown purchased from the provincial city. Instead, she sported twin ponytails with bangs, dressed in a floral top and trousers, complemented by white knee-high socks and round-toed shoes. Although lacking some of her previous breathtaking allure, she now radiated an even more innocent and charming presence, a dream girl for countless men. Unbeknownst to many, while they were preoccupied with watching Jushu combat zombies, they scarcely regarded this unparalleled beauty. Indeed, had Ran Tingting's attributes been placed in the past world, she would undoubtedly be classified as a white, rich, and beautiful individual. It would be implausible to assert that Shen Imo harbored no thoughts regarding her. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal trait, and the pursuit of aesthetic pleasure is one of humanity's primal drives. As a time traveler, he possessed a natural advantage in matters of romance. To neglect this advantage would be akin to squandering a rare opportunity. Yet, at present, Shen Mo's thoughts were not fixated on Ran Tingting, but rather on the grave of her grandfather, Ren Laote. While beauty was undeniably alluring, it was power that truly captivated a man's heart. Before long, the group arrived at Ren Laote's burial site. Jushu and Qiuxing directed laborers to construct an altar and arrange offerings in preparation for the excavation. Renlaoi, Ran Tingting, and Captain Away, meanwhile, sipped tea under the attentive service of maids to stave off the heat. Shen Imo observed the scene as an outsider. Previously, he had only encountered the tyrannical landlords of feudal society in novels or television dramas. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he could not help but wonder why he could not assume the role of such a landlord himself. Just as everyone despises capitalists while secretly aspiring to become one, Shen Imo mused that since he had traversed into a world of zombies, he could not afford to lead an aimless existence. He must carve out a life of freedom and adventure, creating a legendary narrative worthy of his extraordinary intellect and the very act of his transmigration. Standing before Ren Laote's grave, Shen Imo clasped his hands behind his back, feeling the flow of energy naturally surge around him, stirring a gust of wind that rustled his garments. You possess a transcendent understanding, he thought. With clarity of mind and determination, you comprehend the essence of the ethereal vision. In his mind's eye, a magnificent vision of the Kuan and Peng soaring through the heavens emerged. The Kuan, a fish of immense proportions, its size unfathomable, transforms into the Peng, whose back also spans an unmeasurable distance. As he contemplated, his spirit soared, embarking on an exhilarating journey, a sense of boundless freedom enveloping him. Shun Mo's soul grew increasingly resilient and powerful, emanating an aura of tranquility and liberation. Jushu was the first to sense the shift in energy, turning to gaze at Shun Mo, astonished, gripping his peachwood sword tightly as it creaked under pressure. He perceived a remarkably resilient spiritual force emanating from Shan Mo, its strength rivaling that of a first-tier talisman master. How could this be? He was merely a fourth-tier chi-nurturing practitioner. How could he possess such formidable spiritual tenacity? Enlightenment. It must be enlightenment, Jushu realized. He has entered a state of epiphany, his spirit having encountered a rare opportunity for growth. To achieve enlightenment as a fourth-tier practitioner was an extraordinary feat indeed. At that moment, Jushu found himself at a loss for words. Qiuxing was the second to notice, his senses heightened as a sixth-tier warrior. However, his understanding was limited. He could only perceive Shin Mo as a radiant sun, casting brilliant light, majestic yet unassuming, and at other times, as a free-spirited autumn breeze, unrestrained and carefree. Master, what is happening to Mo Gu? Shu, do not speak. He is in a state of enlightenment, as Qiuxing had heard from his master. Was a serendipitous state that practitioners could only hope to encounter. Those capable of entering such a state were blessed with tremendous fortune and insight, reaping immeasurable benefits in their cultivation. Jushu's rise to prominence as a first-tier talisman master was due to his fortunate encounter with the Maoshan Patriarch's talisman, which had propelled him from a second-tier practitioner to a first-tier. Achieving a grand completion of the celestial cycle IT was astonishing that Shen Mo, at merely a fourth tier, could enter this state of enlightenment. Jushu was bewildered, pondering how Shen Mo had found such an extraordinary opportunity amid the grave. Should the ancestors of Maoshan learn that someone had attained enlightenment at a burial site, they would likely rise from their graves to vie for him as a disciple. Jushu and Qiuxing refrained from making any movements, fearful of disturbing Shan Mo's fortuitous moment. Qiuxing gestured for the laborers to cease their activities, urging them to remain still. Time seemed to freeze. The unusual occurrence at the grave quickly drew the attention of Renleoi and others. Run Tingting examined Shin Mo with curiosity, perceiving an aura around him that radiated warmth, akin to basking in the morning sun. Renleoi furrowed his brow, instructing Awei to inquire about the situation, primarily concerned that they might miss the auspicious moment for excavation. Awei, with a feather as his command staff, strutted over with an air of arrogance, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Jushu's gesture. Awei's countenance darkened, feeling belittled, especially in front of his cousin, which stung his pride. What are you all doing? Don't think you can slack off. Get back to work. Before Awei could finish his sentence, Jushu's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the danger. Suddenly, Shun Mo trembled slightly. A force akin to a collapsing mountain erupted, sending waves of energy crashing toward the belligerent Ai in the next moment. Poof! Awei felt a rush of sweetness in his throat, blood spewing forth as he fainted. Jushu exclaimed, Alas, Awei, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Chapter 4. It turns out he truly possesses remarkable talent. Awei's sudden fainting spell from blood loss transpired in the blink of an EYE.as Renleoi, and Ren Tingting rushed forward to assess Awei's condition alongside Jushu. They finally snapped back to reality. They hurried to Awei's side, inquiring about the incident. Renleoi's expression was grim. He had invested a considerable sum to ensure the reinterment of Renlaute was handled properly, aiming to alter the family's long-standing misfortunes. Yet, before any earth had been turned, blood had already been drawn. Not a good omen. Jushu was equally exasperated, as he had paid for this task and wished for no errors. However, Awei had disregarded his warnings. At that moment, Shen Mo was absorbed in his enlightenment, which was intimately tied to his spirit, an exceptionally rare opportunity. This allowed Shan Mo's spirit to leap from the fourth-tier Qi nurturing realm to possess the resilience of a first-tier celestial realm. Awei's interruption had led to a backlash from Shan Mo's first-tier spirit. Had it not been for Awei's protective aura, he would have already perished. Even so, Awei's spirit was severely compromised. Upon awakening, it would likely be difficult for him to regain his former cleverness. But then again, Awei had never been particularly bright to begin with. His survival was already a stroke of luck. What more could he desire? Jushu proceeded to explain the situation to Renleoi and Rintingting, downplaying Awei's injuries, merely stating that his life was not in danger and that a couple of doses of medicine would suffice. Indeed, experience often proves invaluable. The words flowed effortlessly, leaving no room for rebuttal. Both Renleoi and Rintingting were left astonished, gazing at the elegant and charismatic Shinimo, as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. They had not anticipated that such a young individual would possess such profound cultivation and ability. At that moment, he stood before the tomb of the venerable elder, having an epiphany regarding the path of the soul. According to Jushu, Shan Mo's future cultivation would be as smooth as a river's current, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of Zhou Tian realm, with even the possibility of breaking through to the innate stage and becoming a rare and distinguished figure. Although Renleoi was not a member of the Ling Huan realm, he understood that cultivation is divided into 9 tiers, with the innate stage transcending them all. Those who reach the innate stage are invariably leaders of their respective sects. In essence, the future head of a sect stood right before them. This was a koi that could leap over the dragon gate. Renleoi's expression shifted from gloom to brightness, and his gaze towards Shanimo grew kinder. Why had the Ren family languished in recent years? Was it not due to the lack of support from cultivators of the Ling Huan realm? The feng shui master had clearly informed the venerable elder that this site was a rare treasure. Yet the Ren family's business had worsened with each passing day. Ultimately, it was the absence of a cultivator from the Ling Huan realm that led to their decline. In his youth, Renleoi had harbored aspirations of cultivation. But like Wen Tai, he had been unable to break through even the 9th tier of the nourishing life realm, ultimately taking over the family business. Given that the Ren family had no opportunities for cultivation, why not seek a son-in-law with great potential? Such a union would undoubtedly turn the Ren family's fortunes around, allowing them to thrive and reach new heights. With this thought, Renleoi's gaze towards Shanimo became increasingly amiable. There was no hint of reproach regarding Shanmo's injury to Awei or the disruption caused during the relocation of the tomb. On the contrary, Renleoi praised Shanimo before everyone, lauding his youthful talent and extraordinary abilities, declaring him a prodigy of the Ling Huan realm. Having just emerged from a state of meditative contemplation, Shanimo, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively sensed that something had gone awry. He had indeed injured someone, though his dismay. It turned out to be Awei. However, he felt fortunate that it was Awei, for had it been anyone else besides Jushu or Qiusheng, the outcome might have been dire. Shinimo could not help but recall the events of the day as he guarded the ancestral hall with Wen Tai. Could it be that he was Wen Tai's calamity? The intricacies of cause and effect were indeed profound. He was prepared to bear the consequences and heal Awei's wounds. Yet, surprisingly, Renleoi not only refrained from casting blame but also showered him with praise. Shinimo was almost inclined to smile. Indeed, in the face of true strength, all machinations and deceptions are but paper tigers. This moment of enlightenment not only enhanced his understanding of the carefree divine intent, but also fortified his soul, providing him with a method to cultivate it. Simultaneously, his reputation had spread beyond the ancestral hall, likely to soon echo throughout Renjia town. Renleoi, in the presence of Shenimo, Rentingting, Jushu, and Qiusheng, inquired about Shenmo's lineage and marital status. It was apparent to all that Renleoi had ulterior motives. Jushu understood without words, recognizing Renleoi's keen eye for opportunity. Rentingting, blushing, nervously hid behind her father. Unable to meet Shenmo's gaze, Qiusheng's eyes widened with envy, suddenly feeling that cultivation might not be such a bad thing after all, and he felt a newfound motivation to break through to the 5th tier of the inner strength realm. Shin-Mo saw through Renleoi's intentions. He had found himself in the zombie world, like a rootless duckweed, drifting aimlessly without ties. His lingering in the ancestral hall was partly to comprehend the teachings of Mao Shan and partly because he had nowhere else to settle. Since Renleoi extended an olive branch, Seeking to align with his fortunes, Shin Imo naturally would not feign superiority by rejecting it. Some might think of freedom as a retreat from the world, a seclusion in the mountains. Yet, to Shin Imo, the path of freedom could encompass both engagement with the world and withdrawal, entirely contingent upon one's own mindset. To act as one desires, while not overstepping boundaries, is the essence of true freedom. Here, the absence of boundaries does not imply a disregard for rules, but rather the freedom from being constrained by them. Given Shan Mo's current need for a place to rest, it would be foolish to ignore the generous offer from Ren Leoi, who was not only presenting his daughter but also providing material support. Of course, with Shan Mo's exceptional insight, he would never stoop to become a mere son-in-law to the Ren family. He intended to leverage the calamity faced by the venerable elder to descend upon the Ren family as a victor, transforming it into a foundation for his own life of comfort and indulgence. Shin Imo, I am solitary, without a marriage. The auspicious signs excited Ren Leoi, who was eager to secure this prospective son-in-law on the spot. However, it was indeed the day of the venerable elder's tomb relocation, making discussions of marriage rather inappropriate. Ren Leoi could only warmly invite Shin Imo to the Ren residence afterward and reminded his daughter, Ren Tingting, to engage more with Shin Imo to deepen their understanding of one another. Ren Tingting had not anticipated that accompanying her father to relocate her grandfather's tomb would lead her to meet someone she admired, receiving her father's enthusiastic approval. If her initial curiosity upon seeing Shin Imo had merely been a fleeting sentiment, it had since transformed into genuine affection after witnessing him injure away with a glance and hearing Jushu's words regarding his talent and future achievements. Which young woman would not be enchanted by an exceptional and powerful man? Yet, everything unfolded so swiftly that Ren Tingting felt as though she were in a dream. It was only when Shin Imo struck up a conversation with her that she awakened to the reality of the situation. As a traveler from another world, Shin Mo's skills in charming women were ahead of his time by over a century. Not to mention the art of seduction, his mere conversational prowess could make Ren Tingting's heart blossom with joy and laughter. Ren Tingting thought to herself, no wonder my father urged me to engage with Shin Imo. He truly possesses remarkable talent. Just then, Jushu had completed the preparations for the tomb relocation, and everyone began to burn incense and pay their respects, ready to commence the excavation. Chapter 5. I possess the art, capable of refining corpses and arranging formations. Jushu, the feng shui master, had mentioned that this burial ground was a rare find. Ren Leoi felt a sense of pride. After all, the Ren family had once been illustrious and prosperous, and he could not help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction when recalling those days. Only to lament, alas, indeed, this site was a treasure, known as the Dragonfly Skimming Water Site. The site measured 34 feet in length, with only 4 feet being usable. Extending 13 feet yielded only 3 feet of utility. Thus, the coffin could not be buried flat, but must be interred according to the proper rites. Ren Leoi's eyes sparkled, as Jushu's words mirrored those of the feng shui master from years past. He could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Remarkable, Jushu, master, what is a proper burial?" Without Wentai, Qiuxing curiously inquired. "A proper burial," Shin Imo interjected, "is one that is done upright." All eyes turned to Shin Imo as he spoke. As the saying goes, when ancestors are interred upright, descendants will surely thrive. Shin Gongzi, a great talent indeed. Ren Leoi seized every opportunity to extol Shin Mo's virtues. But is it effective? Shin Imo countered, leaving Ren Leoi looking troubled. Every family knows its own affairs. The Ren family's business had declined for 2 decades, and no matter how diligently he toiled, he could not reverse the trend. It was clear that even on the night the venerable elder became a zombie and attacked, Ren Leoi was still meticulously balancing the books, showcasing his dedication to the family business. Unfortunately, they had offended the feng shui master back in the day, leading to their current plight, and no amount of effort could overcome the constraints imposed by fate. At this moment, Jushu stepped forward, curiosity piqued. "Does Shin Daoyu also understand feng shui?" "I know a thing or two," Shin Imo replied. Just moments ago, he had comprehended the secrets of the Dragonfly Skimming Water Site, grasping the profound principles of the 16-character yin-yang feng shui technique. Seek the dragon, divide the gold, observe the entanglements of mountains. Each layer of entanglement holds its own challenges. If the gates have 8 layers of peril, they will not emerge from the shapes of yin and yang. The wealth of feng shui secrets flooded Xianmo's mind, enabling him to master this extraordinary skill in an instant. Thus, he could articulate the proper burial method before Jiushu. Ren Leoi's admiration for Xianmo soared upon learning of his knowledge in feng shui. Shengongzi, to be candid, the Ren family's business has indeed suffered in recent years. The feng shui master instructed us to wait 20 years before exhuming and relocating the remains. It is said this would benefit the Ren family. Is that so? Xianmo shook his head, then turned to Jiushu. What do you think, Jiushu? Jiushu, grateful for Xianmo's insights, began to explain to Ren Leoi. Ren Leoi, the dragonfly skimming water site should be covered with snowflakes on top. If you cover the entire site with concrete, how can it skim water? The feng shui master had some conscience. He harmed you in your first half of life but spared you in the latter. He harmed your generation but not your descendants. Oh? Ren Leoi's face turned ashen, thoughts racing through his mind, transforming into a torrent of resentment. No wonder the Ren family had languished in despair for so long. No matter how hard he worked, it was all in vain. It turned out that the mischief of the feng shui master from years ago was to blame. Ren Fa could only lament his past gullibility in trusting the feng shui master's words. Now, all he could do was find a way to remedy the situation. Jiushu, Shengongzi, what should we do? Before Xianmo and Jiushu could respond, the laborers had already unearthed the coffin of the venerable elder. Jiushu said, let us first take a look at the venerable elder before discussing further. Silence and Uncle Jiao exchanged a knowing glance, both fully aware in their hearts. The dragonfly waterhole had been transformed into a malevolent sight, and the remains of the late Lord Ren buried within were likely to become a vengeful corpse. Should it undergo a transformation, the consequences would be unfathomable. While Uncle Jiao was more concerned about the emergence of a zombie wreaking havoc upon the Ren family town, Silence was filled with curiosity, pondering whether observing the malevolent corpse might grant him some insights. Light the incense. Raise the nails, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks the resurrection of Lord Renwei Yong. Anyone aged 36, 22, 35, or 48, particularly those born in the years of the rooster or the ox, please turn away. Once the avoidance was complete, everyone adjusted their attire and opened the coffin. Uncle Ji's voice fell, crows cried mournfully, and a chilling wind swept through, releasing waves of corpse malice from the coffin. Silence furrowed his brow. At that moment, his spirit was as formidable as Uncle Jiao, who was already at the pinnacle of the Zhou Tian realm. Both of them keenly sensed the accumulation of 20 years of malevolent energy within the coffin. As the coffin opened, the malevolent energy was illuminated by the flames, instantly transforming into a swirling black mist. Remarkably, Lord Ren's corpse had remained undecayed for 2 decades. That body had long since become a sinister entity, poised to transform into a zombie at any moment. Uncle Ji's expression changed drastically, his heart tightening as he realized Silence's calculations were indeed accurate. This was his calamity. Should Lord Ren transform into a zombie? He would start at the level of a jumping zombie. Zombies are classified from low to high as white zombie, black zombie, jumping zombie, flying zombie, and bada. A jumping zombie possesses a body as tough as bronze and iron, impervious to blades and bullets, and moves with remarkable agility, leaping as if flying. If it were to be further provoked by the blood of its kin, it could mutate into a rare breed of blood zombie. Even Uncle Jiao, a first-rate talisman master, would be powerless against it. Only one thought occupied Uncle Jiao's mind: burn it immediately. In contrast to Uncle Jiao's sense of impending doom, Silence felt a surge of excitement. At the moment he laid eyes on Lord Ren, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. You possess extraordinary insight. By observing the malevolent energy nurturing the corpse, you have comprehended the secret art of the 9-yin corpse refining technique. Disaster extinguished by 9-yin, fortune bestowed upon all directions. The utmost darkness of 9-yin, the corpse is illuminated. The 9-yin corpse refining technique is a secret art that utilizes 9-yin malevolent energy to refine and control zombies. The malevolent energy condensed at the dragonfly waterhole is a form of earthly malevolence from the 9-yin. If this dragonfly waterhole could still be utilized, Silence could harness the earthly malevolence to refine it into an earthly malevolent corpse from the 9-yin, possessing the ability to burrow underground. Unfortunately, this dragonfly waterhole was evidently no longer viable. Uncle Jiao intended to incinerate it, while Silence sought to find a suitable location to refine further. with a resounding thud. Lord Renfe, kneeling on the ground with his daughter Rentingting, sought a new auspicious site to renter Lord Run, hoping to restore the family's fortunes. If a malevolent site could lead to the Ran family's decline, surely discovering a true auspicious site could revitalize their business. Point 3 individuals, 3 thoughts, each with its advantages and disadvantages. Uncle Gio, can this site still be used? It certainly cannot be used anymore. Then what shall we do? I suggest immediate cremation. No. My father feared fire in life. It is absolutely out of the question. Lord Ren, not cremating will lead to complications. Whatever happens, it must not be cremated. Think of another solution. Lord Run was unwilling to consent to Uncle Gio's cremation proposal, as he hoped to leverage Lord Ren's corpse to alter the family's fortunes. He had expended considerable resources to enlist Uncle Gio's help to resolve this predicament. Just as Uncle Gio was at an impasse, Silence stepped forward and declared, "I have a plan." Instantly, all eyes turned to Silence, brimming with curiosity about his proposed solution. "I possess a technique known as the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret art, which can locate dragons and divide gold, finding a treasure site for Lord Ren." Uncle Gio immediately opposed. "Friend Shun, this is not merely a matter of finding a treasure site. It concerns this corpse." Uncle Gio implied that Lord Ren's corpse was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Once that occurred, no treasure site would matter, and it would only enhance the zombie's malevolence, leading to even greater troubles. Silence nodded in understanding and continued, "I also possess a method called the 9-in corpse refining technique, which can alleviate this calamity." Although this statement was directed at Uncle Gio, Lord Ren grasped its significance as well. Was not Lord Ren the calamity of the Ren family? Chapter 6. What do you wish to build? A royal tomb. Corpse refining techniques are not considered taboo among the Maoshan practitioners. On the contrary, Maoshan has produced an ancestor who perfected the art of corpse refining, crafting a zombie that approached the state of a Ba, which, when combined with the 12 flying zombies, formed a great array of malevolence, astonishing the entire spirit realm. For instance, Uncle Gio's fellow disciple, Taoist Simu, was exceptionally skilled in the path of corpse refining. What Maoshan forbids is the act of refining corpses for the sake of it, using the guise of corpse refining to massacre the innocent and harm living beings. A corpse like Lord Ren's, nurtured by the malevolent energy of the site for 20 years and on the verge of transformation, would surely provoke a ravenous response from Taoist Simu. Were Zhuge Kongming from Zhuge town to learn of this, he would undoubtedly rush over with a coffin to collect the remains. Yet, since Lord Ren belonged to the Ren family, without Lord Ren's consent, Uncle Gio would hardly dare to propose refining the corpse. Only Silence had the audacity to speak of it. Upon hearing the term corpse refining, Lord Ren's expression darkened, and he shook his head repeatedly. How could he agree to transforming his father into a zombie? Could a zombie still be used to alter the Ren family's fortunes? Silence pressed on, "Lord Ren, both Uncle Gio and I have perceived that this corpse is on the verge of becoming a zombie. Once that happens, even if we find a treasure site, it will be of no use. Moreover, zombies instinctively hunt their closest kin, and you and your daughter will inevitably become their prey. Since transformation is inevitable and you are unwilling to resort to cremation, why not take advantage of the situation, refine the corpse into a zombie, and thereby alter the Ren family's feng shui? What do you all think?" Silence posed the question to Lord Ren and Uncle Gio. After some contemplation, Lord Ren deemed it feasible. As long as it could alter the family's fortunes, he was willing to consider it. Seeing Lord Ren's agreement, Uncle Gio had no grounds to oppose any longer. His only concern was that if something were to go awry post-transformation, how they would handle it. The greatest drawback of corpse refining is the potential for zombie backlash. This is also why most practitioners of corpse techniques hesitate to refine malevolent corpses. This corpse had been nurtured by 20 years of earthly malevolence, and by entering the fray, it would bear the burdens of the feng shui fate, making it highly likely to evolve into a powerful variant of a zombie. At that point, it would be even more formidable than a blood zombie that had consumed the blood of its kin. Uncle Gio feared that Silence might suffer from the zombie's backlash, causing great calamity and endangering the area. Logically, with Silence's talents and potential, he need not resort to corpse refining. With diligent cultivation, he could certainly reach the pinnacle of Zhou Tian or even glimpse the innate realm, becoming a prominent figure. This move held significant implications for averting disaster and altering the Ren family's fortunes. Uncle Gio felt gratitude swelling within him and clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you. Friend Shun, if that is the case, I am willing to lend you my assistance. Ha ha. With both of your aid, my Ren family shall surely regain its former glory. In just a few exchanges, Silence had resolved the Ren family's zombie calamity while simultaneously acquiring what could be deemed a superb material for corpse refining. Furthermore, he had garnered an olive branch from Lord Ren in the favor of Ren Tingting. Along with the 2 secret techniques, the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui technique and the 9-Yin corpse refining technique. The most significant gain, however, was the visualization technique, the carefree divine intent diagram, paving the way for oneself to step into the realm of the elite. Not only lays a solid foundation for future ascension, but also unveils the unparalleled path to refining one's essence. The expedition to Baogai Mountain has indeed proven to be an extraordinary success for Shanamo, returning laden with treasures. With a decision made, it is time to act upon it. The body of Old Master Ren shall be temporarily housed in the mortuary until Shanamo locates the auspicious burial site and establishes the appropriate feng shui for the corpse. Marking the day of fortune's renewal for the Ren family, Uncle Gio instructed the laborers to transport the body along with the coffin to the mortuary. He then reminded Qiusheng to offer incense at each grave, for this disturbance of the earth would inevitably disturb the neighbors. Lighting a stick of incense serves as a gesture of courtesy. As for the lotus incense array for divining fortune, Uncle Gio refrained from issuing such orders. For with Shanamo present, there was no need for such predictions. Old Master Ren warmly invited Shanamo and Uncle Gio to a small gathering at Hongyun Tower. Shanamo recalled that this invitation was not originally planned by Old Master Ren, suspecting that it was the fluttering of his butterfly wings that had altered the course of fate. Just as Shanamo intended to discuss the matters of feng shui and auspicious burial sites with Old Master Ren, the timing of this meal was indeed fortuitous. Meanwhile, the security captain Away was carried home by his subordinates, and Uncle Gio provided him with several prescriptions for calming his spirit, thereafter leaving him to his own devices. At Hongyun Tower, a renowned establishment in Renjia Town, frequented by the affluent and influential, this was not Uncle Gio's first visit, but it was indeed the first time being personally invited by Old Master Ren, a privilege granted solely due to Shun Mo's influence. During the Baogai Mountain expedition, Shanamo had unveiled 2 secret techniques, the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui and the 9-Yin corpse refining art, astonishing Uncle Gio with his brilliance. Yet, compared to the epiphany Shanamo experienced before the tomb, this astonishment paled in significance. The enlightenment connected to the spirit left Uncle Gio envious, yearning for a similar opportunity that might propel him beyond his current limits. It had been hinted by several elders of Maoshan that the key to transcending one's innate limitations lay within the spirit. This is precisely why Uncle Gio confidently asserted that Shanamo was destined to reach the pinnacle of his potential. Returning to the matter at hand, as the trio, Shanamo, Uncle Gio, and Old Master Ren, engaged in lively conversation over a feast, after the dishes had been savored and the wine poured thrice, Shanamo finally broached the subject of importance. Old Master Ren, for this endeavor in seeking an auspicious burial site and establishing a feng shui arrangement, I will require 10,000 silver dollars. Old Master Ren was taken aback, but it was Uncle Gio who, in his astonishment, nearly spat out the wine he had just sipped. He stared incredulously at Shanamo, pondering, 10,000 silver dollars. What are you planning to erect? A royal mausoleum? Old Master Ren's expression mirrored his disbelief. His lips twitching in surprise. It is worth noting that the cost of a standard Sihiyuan is merely 3,000 silver dollars. Shanmo's demand for 10,000 silver dollars was indeed several times beyond the ordinary budget. To put it into perspective, Old Master Ren had only compensated Uncle Gio 30 silver dollars for relocating the grave. Shanmo's request of 10,000 silver dollars was utterly beyond the realm of expectation for both Old Master Ren and Uncle Gio. Yet, the seasoned merchant and Old Master Ren quickly regained his composure after a moment's shock. Young Master Shun, money is no object. I am willing to pay any amount to alter the fortunes of the Ren family. However, with Uncle Gio present, I must be informed of your arrangements. Shanamo nodded in agreement. Of course, in truth, locating the gold and determining the burial site is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in how to establish the arrangement with the corpse and transform it into a feng shui configuration that benefits the Ren family's fortunes. My plan is to create a dual residence, one for the yin, to nurture the corpse, and one for the yang, to consolidate fortune. By harmonizing yin and yang and augmenting it with a feng shui arrangement, we can indeed alter fortunes and bring prosperity. Uncle Ju listened intently, becoming increasingly astonished by Shun Mo's expertise in feng shui and corpse refining. He had contemplated Shun Mo's exceptional intellect, yet he had not anticipated that Shun Mo's mastery in these arts would rival that of the Maoshan practitioners specialized in this domain. The notion of a dual residence arrangement that combines feng shui with corpse refining, establishing a grand formation of yin and yang harmonization to reverse misfortune, was nothing short of remarkable. If it truly involved a dual residence, then the 10,000 silver dollar price tag was not exorbitant by any means. Although Old Master Ren lacked knowledge in feng shui and corpse refining, the look on Uncle Ju's face made it clear that Shun Mo's plans were not unfounded and could genuinely bring about a transformation for the Ren family. With Uncle Ju's endorsement, Old Master Ren promptly agreed, not for 10,000, but for 15,000 silver dollars. This decision clearly illustrated Old Master Ren's unwavering determination. After their sumptuous meal, Old Master Ren instructed his men to arrange a carriage to send Shinamo and Uncle Joe back to the mortuary. The funds and subsequent arrangements would await Shun Mo's identification of a suitable feng shui treasure site. Until then, Shinamo needed to conduct a ritualistic refining of the corpse within the coffin. Chapter 7. 9 In Corpse Refining. The earthly corpse. Before determining the dragon and securing the gold, the body must first undergo a ritualistic refinement. Otherwise, if the dual residence is not yet established and the corpse emerges as a zombie, it would pose a grave threat to Old Master Ren, resulting in losses far exceeding 15,000 silver dollars, along with the impending lifestyle of a grand figure. If the dual residence merely served to refine the earthly corpse and alter the fortunes of the Ren family, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. Shun Mo's ulterior motive in this endeavor was to create a residence for himself. The yang residence would house living beings, while the yin residence would be utilized for corpse refining. Eventually, he could hire a few beautiful maids and attract some lovely servants to cater to his every whim, thus arranging a life befitting a feudal lord. A perfect blend of cultivation and enjoyment. Utilizing others' funds to facilitate his own pursuits only fueled his motivation. In summary, Shinamo was resolute in avoiding any endeavors that would result in a loss. Upon arriving at the mortuary, Shinamo and Uncle Joe found themselves in a rather comical predicament upon encountering Old Master Ren's coffin. Originally, Old Master Ren might have emerged from the coffin due to the negligence of Qiuxing and Wang Kai, leading to an unexpected reunion with Old Master Ren, resulting in a rather unceremonious encounter. However, thanks to Shin Mo's intervention, Qiuxing and Wang Kai recognized the imminent threat of Old Master Ren's corpse transformation and, fearing for their lives, had tightly bound the coffin with a line of inked thread, rendering it virtually impenetrable. It was no easy task for even Shinamo to open the coffin. Uncle Ju looked at his two inept disciples, feeling utterly helpless. They could not even handle the primary tasks and yet continued to create trouble. Qiuxing had some utility, but as for Wang Kai, it was perhaps better left unsaid, as not mentioning him might extend his life by 3 years. With the inked thread unbound, Qiuxing and Wang Kai, under Shenmo's command, once again opened the coffin. As anticipated, the corpse had begun to decompose, with blackened nails regrowing like cold iron, a clear sign of imminent transformation. Uncle Jia's expression turned grave. Shindagyu, what shall we do next? Since Shinamo intended to incorporate the zombie into the arrangement, he must have a plan. Uncle Jia's inquiry was a desire to witness how Shinamo would refine a corpse suitable for the feng shui arrangement. Instantly, Shinamo directed Qiuxing and Wang Kai to prepare paper, brush, ink, knife, and sword. Qiuxing and Wang Kai exchanged bewildered glances. What do you mean by paper, brush, ink, knife, and sword? Uncle Jio, exasperated, clarified, yellow paper, brush, ink line, kitchen knife, wooden sword. These two disciples lacked even the most basic knowledge of spiritual cultivation, despite his repeated admonitions to study diligently. Yet, one was preoccupied with thoughts of women, while the other merely sought to laze about and sleep. Nevertheless, Qiuxing and Wang Kai were quick on their feet and soon gathered the items Shinamo required. Observing the array of ritual implements laid out on the altar, Uncle Jio grew increasingly curious about Shun Mo's forthcoming actions. For while these items could be labeled as ritual implements, they were merely ordinary supplies purchased from the village's paper shop, yellow paper, brushes, ink lines, and the kitchen knife used at home. The only genuine ritual implement was the century-old peachwood sword, which was a low-grade item at best. Were Uncle Joe to operate with these items, he would merely create a makeshift ink line to temporarily subdue the zombie, awaiting the arrival of his fellow disciple, the four-eyed Taoist, who specialized in corpse refining for a more refined approach. However, in Shen Mo's hands, these mundane items acquired the power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Not due to the items themselves, but because of Shen Mo's exceptional 9-in corpse refining art. 9-in, extreme darkness, summon the corpse with brilliance. Under the gaze of Uncle Jiu, Qiuxing, and Wang Kai, Shen Mo executed the 9-in corpse refining art. Waves of energy surged around him like the wind, rippling in layers, while the century-old peachwood sword danced in his hands like a dragon, accompanied by profound incantations that conjured strands of earthly-in energy, causing the room's temperature to drop. Qiuxing and Wang Kai could not help but shiver. Uncle Jiu, however, stood speechless, his mind reeling. What was he witnessing? He was witnessing Shen Mo summon earthly-in energy, forming an extraordinarily intricate earthly soul imprint. This imprint surpassed the mastery of the corpse control seal seen in Mao Shan's corpse refining techniques by countless magnitudes. At the moment of infusion into the zombie, the frigid earthly-in energy not only failed to provoke the zombie's ferocity, but instead acted as sustenance, rejuvenating the corpse that had begun to decompose and restoring its former semblance. Simultaneously, a soul energy akin to Shen Mo's spiritual prowess emanated from the zombie, enveloping it in a delicate mist. As Shen Mo continued to manipulate the incantations, that soul energy ultimately integrated into the zombie's brow, transforming into a mountain-like soul imprint. 9-in corpse refining, earthly energy condensing the soul. Success. Within the morning hall, the atmosphere pulsated with energy, a sinister aura permeating the air. Yet the temperature gradually warmed. The zombie, once a fearsome sight in the eyes of Jiu, Qiushang, and Wen Kai, now bore an air of formidable dignity, evoking a sense of awe. Shen Mo clearly sensed a profound and enigmatic connection between himself and the earthbound corpse. He found himself capable of commanding the zombie at will. Should he direct it westward, it would comply. Should he command it to slay a chicken, it would oblige. As for the potential backlash from the earthbound corpse, as long as Shen Mo's spiritual power was sufficiently robust to suppress its ferocity, he would remain unscathed. Theo put it plainly, as long as Shen Mo's cultivation surpassed that of the earthbound corpse, he had no reason to fear any retaliation. Presently, Shen Mo was at the 4th tier of the nourishing vessel realm, with the spiritual strength of a 1st-tier celestial cycle realm practitioner. The earthbound corpse, still newly formed, was approximately at the initial stage of the jumping corpse, akin to a 3rd-tier extraordinary channel realm, and until it advanced to the later stage of the jumping corpse, there was no cause for concern regarding any backlash. This exemplified the formidable nature of the 9-in corpse refining technique, which employed the cultivation of spiritual power to connect and suppress zombies. It achieved a remarkable effect akin to using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. A singular force capable of subduing myriad foes, far surpassing the Miao Mountain's method of using one's own blood essence to suppress the corpse's spirit. As the process concluded, Jiu gazed in astonishment at the obedient earthbound corpse within the coffin. Resembling a loyal hound, rendered speechless for a moment, Qiushang and Wen Kai, lacking the same discernment, observed as Shen Mo brandished the peachwood sword, transforming the zombie within the coffin back to its initial state. Marveling at the enchantment of it all, unbeknownst to them, the earthbound corpse had been successfully formed, granting Shen Mo a companion with a cultivation level comparable to a 3rd-tier extraordinary channel realm. Possessing resilience akin to a 2nd-tier Ren and Du realm practitioner, with skin as tough as iron and impervious to blades. Jiu, filled with envy, acknowledged that despite not practicing corpse techniques himself, he had heard countless tales from his junior, Taoist Simu, regarding the potency and rarity of various types of zombies over the years. Within Jiu's room lay a rare tome penned by Taoist Simu, detailing various zombies, including the blood zombie that drinks the blood of kin, the spirited spiritual zombie, and the earthbound corpse recently refined by Shen Mo. According to the discussions in the book, the earthbound corpse ranked among the 10 most fearsome zombies, possessing the ability to burrow underground. Should Taoist Simu catch sight of it, he would likely be overwhelmed with admiration. Yet, Shin Mo regarded the acquisition of the earthbound corpse with indifference. The 9-in corpse refining technique detailed 9 varieties of sinister zombies, with the earthbound corpse being merely the weakest, hardly worthy of boasting. He aspired to gather all 9 formidable corpses in the future to form the grand 9-in corpse array, a feat that would pose a challenge even to legendary immortals, thus truly showcasing his prowess. Presently, his thoughts were consumed with the quest for a suitable location to establish a dual residence of yin and yang, confident that with the esoteric principles of the 16-character yin-yang feng shui technique, this endeavor would not prove overly difficult. On the 8th day, under the blazing sun, Shin Mo traversed the desolate mountains for an entire day, lamenting the absence of any auspicious feng shui sites. Not even a solitary wandering spirit or mountain creature graced his path. Indeed, nothing worthwhile comes easily in this world. Shin Mo regretted the loss of the $15,000 from the previous day. For not only had he failed to locate a feng shui treasure, but he had also squandered a day of training. With such splendid sunlight, had he reclined on a lounge chair at the ancestral hall, practicing his sun-gazing breathing technique, he would surely have gained an additional measure of inner energy from the sun. Thus, he returned to the ancestral hall, feeling somewhat disheartened. The following day, he enlisted the help of the idol Wenkai. On the 3rd day, he sought out Old Master Ren to provide bearers, who then bore Shin Mo across the mountains, exhausting 12 bearers in the process. On the 4th day, persistence bore fruit as he finally discovered a feng shui treasure. The tiger roar and crane call site. Should an ancestor be interred here, their descendants could rise as great generals in times of war or attain high office in times of peace. Alas, Old Master Ren sought wealth instead, leaving the tiger roar and crane call site for a more fortunate soul. On the 5th day, Ren Tingting accompanied him to appreciate the scenery, while Shin Mo indulged in leisurely exploration. The 6th day revealed a grand tomb during their quest for gold, though it had already been plundered by predecessors at last. On the 7th day, Shin Mo uncovered the ideal site for constructing a dual residence of yin and yang, the yin ditch. More precisely, the yin ditch was a perilously sinister feng shui site, flanked by mountains on either side, with malevolent winds coursing through, the yin energy thick and unyielding, a veritable dead zone. Should an ancestor be buried here, their descendants would all perish, leaving no heirs behind. Yet, in Shin Mo's eyes, with slight modifications, this place could serve as the optimal location for a dual residence of yin and yang. As he prepared to conduct a thorough examination, a sudden gust of malevolent wind surged forth, carrying with it a putrid, sinister aura. Shin Mo furrowed his brow, activating his extraordinary hearing to discern the sound of metal clashing against rock echoing within the yin ditch. He commanded Wenkai and the others to retreat swiftly while he leaped onto a 100-year-old tree, gazing intently to discern the source of the disturbance. Before him appeared a colossal, pitch-black wind centipede, its girth as wide as a man's embrace, measuring 6 zhang and 3 feet, racing through the yin ditch with a fluid grace, akin to flowing black iron. The wind centipede. Your perception defies the heavens. For you have witnessed this century-old monstrosity and grasped the extraordinary technique of wind manipulation. With a mighty breath, Shin Mo was enveloped in a whirlwind, lifting his entire being as he stood atop the ancient tree, surveying the entirety of the yin ditch with an air of celestial detachment. Wind manipulation. It is a lower-tier magical technique of the 72 earthly fiends, capable of riding the wind and traversing the void. To Shin Mo's astonishment, the one who imparted the wondrous skill of wind manipulation to him was none other than a 100-year-old demon beast. Shin Mo was indeed taken aback. He had heard from Uncle Ju that during the Final Law era, the spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, making it profoundly challenging for human cultivators to progress, and the same held true for the demon race, who fared even worse. This was primarily because the demons, lacking in intelligence, relied solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their cultivation. The scarcity of spiritual energy in the Final Law era had effectively severed their foundation for cultivation. Thus, the transformation of beasts into demons had become exceptionally arduous. Even if a beast were to fortuitously consume rare treasures and undergo metamorphosis, its subsequent cultivation would be fraught with difficulties. In the realm of Linghuan, demons were scarcely seen, and those of 100 years of cultivation were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, even more so than first-rate Joseon realm human cultivators. However, as the ancient saying goes, the way has its peculiarities. This wind demon was indeed a special case. There is a saying, the dragon moves like a dragon, the fox worships the moon, and the yellow wolf seeks its seal. This conveys the deeper mysteries of furthering the path of demons. The dragon can transform when it moves like a dragon. The fox can solidify its tail by worshipping the moon. The yellow wolf can ascend to immortality by seeking its seal. All of these are secret techniques left behind by great demons for their bloodlines. Similarly, the wind demon possessed its own cultivation secret, which is to tread upon the wind. This wine demon occupied the Ingu Canyon, absorbing its malevolent winds, not only successfully transforming into a demon but also awakening the secret technique of wind manipulation inherent in its bloodline, achieving the level of 100-year demon through relentless cultivation. 100-year demon in the era of immortals and mortals typically served as a guardian or soldier. Yet now, it was a being that even Uncle Joe would tremble at the sight of, particularly because this wind demon had established its dominion over the terrain, awakening its racial talent of wind manipulation, granting it the ability to command the malevolent winds. Removing it would be more challenging than drinking the blood of one's closest kin to reach maximum power. Although Shunimo had currently comprehended 7 extraordinary skills, 8 martial arts, and 2 secret techniques, when scrutinized, his abilities for combat were nearly non-existent. The 9 corpse refining technique could indeed control the earthly fiend corpses to slay foes. However, the strength of the earthly fiend corpses was clearly no match for this 100-year-old wind demon. Shunimo was in urgent need of a martial art, extraordinary skill, or secret technique for combat. After pondering for a moment, he descended with the wind and returned to Ranjia town with Wan Kai and the others. He first informed Lord Ren of the discovery of the Feng Shui treasure site, while also elucidating the existence of the wind demon. To occupy this treasure site, it was imperative to first eliminate this 100-year wind demon. Shunmo's intention was for Lord Ren to invite Uncle Jio to take action again. He did not seek Uncle Jio's actual capability to slay the wind demon, but hoped that Uncle Jio could employ his Maoshan techniques, allowing him the opportunity to comprehend more profound methods and discover a possibility to vanquish the wind demon. Lord Ren immediately set off for the ancestral hall, offering a substantial reward to once again solicit Uncle Jio's assistance. Upon learning that a 100-year wind demon was entrenched in Ingu Canyon, and that it had awakened its racial talent of wind manipulation, Uncle Jio was genuinely taken aback. Such a powerful demon, he felt, was beyond his capacity to slay. If only he could enlist the help of his senior brother, Shi Jian, whose lightning-quick thunder fist could bring forth a storm, combined with favorable timing and conditions. There would be an 80% chance of defeating this demon. However, for him, a mere talisman practitioner, to confront the demon without summoning a purple lightning talisman would likely result in dire consequences. Yet acquiring a purple talisman was no simple task. Talisman levels are categorized into gold, silver, purple, blue, and yellow. Most talismans used in daily life are yellow, the lowest tier. The highest that Uncle Jio could forge were blue talismans. Purple talismans could only be crafted by those at the innate level. Gold and silver talismans could only be made by masters or even immortals. Presently, Maoshan possessed only a single gold talisman, regarded as the treasure of the mountain. Uncle Jio did not believe he had the standing to request the mountain's treasure, for seeking a purple talisman from the innate elders within the sect or asking senior brother Shi Jian for assistance. That was utterly impossible. If Maoshan or senior brother Shi Jian were to be alerted, Shinmo's quest for the treasure site would be uncovered, and neither Maoshan nor senior brother Shi Jian would allow such an endeavor to succeed. Not only would the issue remain unresolved, but it would also become increasingly complicated. After much deliberation, Uncle Jio could only seek alternative methods. He spent an entire night in his room, poring over various texts, and indeed discovered a peculiar remedy. Chapter 9. The Star Needle of the Rising Sun. Undying yet not alive Uncle Jio, are you certain this chicken can kill the 100-year-old wind demon? Shinimo inquired, observing the resplendent rooster with its red crown and colorful feathers. Although he was aware that centipedes and roosters were natural enemies, he never imagined that a rooster could contend with a 100-year wind demon. Uncle Jio, however, spoke with considerable confidence. Do not underestimate it, my friend. It is a 10-year-old rooster. The average lifespan of a rooster is between 5 and 8 years, and one that lives to 10 has surpassed its natural limits. Such a rooster possesses the ability to counteract poisons. Of course, it alone cannot eliminate the 100-year wind demon. I have calculated that a thunderstorm will occur in 3 days. At that time, I will set up the 3 talents Thunderfire Array, leveraging favorable timing, material benefits, and human synergy, thereby achieving a 70% chance of slaying the wind demon. Shinemo nodded and asked about the details of the 3 talents Thunderfire Array, but ultimately dismissed Uncle Joe's plan. This was not due to excessive caution, as he felt that a 70% chance was effectively negligible. Rather, the 3 talents Thunderfire Array would summon heavenly thunder and invoke the earth's fire, causing irreversible damage to the feng shui of Yinggu Canyon. Even if they managed to kill the 100-year wind demon, this treasure site could very well be rendered useless. Thus, eliminating the wind demon would be in vain. It should be noted that since the wind demon had transformed, it had remained within Yinggu Canyon, having had little impact on the surrounding life due to the sparse spiritual energy. It had merely thrived in this treacherous place. If it weren't for this treasure site, who would provoke it without cause? Nevertheless, Shinemo did not leave empty-handed. Just as Uncle Gio was expounding on the wonders of the 10-year-old rooster, a familiar notification tone echoed in his mind. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the 10-year-old rooster's brilliance, you have grasped the secret technique. Star Needle of the Rising Sun. The Star Needle of the Rising Sun is a technique that condenses the light of the rising sun into a needle. Hidden within the divine in terms of quality, it surpasses Mao Shan's lightning-based technique, Thunder Fist, and is classified as a master-level secret technique. Generally speaking, a mere first-rate Zhou Tian realm soul with a fourth-rate nurturing pulse strength would be incapable of learning such a technique. Yet, due to his extraordinary comprehension, Shinemo had derived this master-level technique from a 10-year-old rooster. Not only had he comprehended it, but he had also mastered it. The essence of the Star Lord of the Rising Sun was indeed a highly cultivated rooster. In the journey to the west, it was the Star Lord who eliminated the scorpion demon that even the Buddha found troublesome. The technique, which draws upon the light of the rising sun, naturally possesses the power to counteract all poisons. This secret technique was specifically realized to slay the 100-year wind demon. Naturally, Shinemo felt immense joy at acquiring such a lethal technique. That night, under the brilliance of the stars, he began to cultivate the Star Needle of the Rising Sun. The Star Lord is situated in the western White Tiger's 7 constellations, ruled by the White Tiger, symbolizing the deity of slaughter. Shinemo gazed at the White Tiger's 7 constellations, absorbing the light of the rising sun, and activated the secret technique within his eyes. He felt golden light swirling within his gaze, shining brilliantly, coalescing into a star needle, imbued with a fierce murderous intent. Merely one night's cultivation was insufficient to vanquish the 100-year wind demon. Shinemo diligently absorbed the light of the rising sun for 7 consecutive nights before he was able to coalesce enough power to slay the wind demon. On this night, the stars shone brilliantly, and the moonlight was as clear as water. Shinemo ventured alone to Yinggu Canyon with the 10-year-old rooster. His decision to bring the rooster along to slay the 100-year wind demon stemmed from his confidence in the Star Needle of the Rising Sun, as well as his desire to keep his trump card hidden from Uncle Gio. After all, the Star Needle of the Rising Sun was a master-level technique, and for him, a mere fourth-rate nurturing pulse practitioner. To wield such a technique would indeed shock Uncle Gio. Moreover, with the entire Mao Shan sect behind Uncle Gio, Shinemo was keen to avoid drawing the attention of the old monsters within Mao Shan before he had fully developed his own abilities. While he would not be treated as an alien specimen for research, trouble would inevitably arise. Shinemo had always preferred to steer clear of trouble. Kunkin, tonight it all depends on you. The 10-year-old rooster, trained for a decade, clucked in response. If roosters could speak human language, it would surely be cursing quite colorfully. It is well known that both roosters and hens have poor eyesight, especially at night, rendering them nearly blind. Shinemo chose to approach Yinggu Canyon under the cover of darkness, rather than during the day. Was he relying on the rooster to kill the wind demon? It was evident he intended to use Kunkin as bait to lure the 100-year wind demon out. Upon arrival at Yinggu Canyon, the rooster flitted about like a headless fly, seemingly sensing the presence of the wind demon, becoming increasingly agitated and crowing loudly. It was terrified. However, Shinimo found Kunkin's performance commendable. He resolved to reward it with extra feed upon his return. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept from a concealed cave, accompanied by the familiar sound of clashing metal. Shinimo exclaimed, "It's here!" Whoosh! A torrent of black iron light erupted violently from the pitch-black cave, rushing forth with an astonishing swiftness, accompanied by a foul and chilling wind, aimed directly at the great rooster. Instinctively sensing the imminent threat to its life, the rooster flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to flee. However, the black iron light was evidently swifter, reaching its front in the blink of an eye. The centenarian wind centipede, clad in armor as dark as iron, emanated a sinister chill beneath the starlight, its crimson compound eyes bursting forth with murderous intent, while its sharp appendages oozed with foul, viscous saliva. The rooster and the centipede were natural enemies. Upon their first encounter, their ferocious instincts ignited, leading to a deadly confrontation where one must perish. Yet, the decade-old rooster stood no chance against the century-old wind centipede. With a sudden lunge, the wind centipede pounced upon the rooster. At that moment, the celestial starlight surged dramatically, revealing a proud figure standing against the winds. Bathed in the supreme radiance of the stars' eye in those eyes, starlight swirled, pure and flawless, exuding an unmatched sharpness akin to golden brilliance, coalescing into visible, piercing star needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The celestial star needles. The multitude of star needles descended like a torrential downpour, swiftly engulfing the century-old wind centipede. However, upon striking the centipede, the needles left not a single mark, dissipating like fine rain. Nevertheless, the centipede writhed in agony, its massive body convulsing and stirring up dirt and stones in tumultuous waves. Within merely 3 breaths, the centipede fell silent. Its monstrous form appeared unscathed, merely coated in some debris. Yet, its demonic soul had been utterly ravaged by the onslaught of the celestial star needles, crumbling to dust at the slightest breath of wind. Vanishing into the void. The celestial star needles, rightfully deemed a secret technique of the Grandmaster realm, this technique fundamentally targeted the soul. While the physical form of the century-old wind centipede was indeed formidable, its soul was remarkably frail, possessing resilience greater than that of a first-rate celestial realm cultivator's spirit. Yet, when faced with the celestial star needles, which specifically countered souls, it was utterly defenseless. Observing the demonic form of the wind centipede, silence slowly descended from the sky. The celestial star monarch truly lived up to his reputation as a pest exterminator in the world of Journey to the West, and the associated techniques were equally formidable. Turning his attention to the decade-old rooster, it lay unconscious on the ground from sheer fright until Silent lifted its leg, performing an inversion technique, prompting the rooster to wake with a startled crow. "Kurin Kuin, well done. When we return, let Wenkai give you extra feed.as for the demonic form of the wind centipede." The saying goes, a centipede, though dead, does not stiffen, originally indicating that a severed centipede can still move. Later used to describe a powerful person or organization that, despite decline, retains its prestige. According to the records of the 9 corpse refining technique, there exists a special corpse that requires a centipede to refine, possessing quality, potential, and ferocity several grades above the earthly corpse. Silent mused, "Isn't the material for the second corpse already here?" Chapter 10. Uncle Gio believed this without doubt. A centipede, though dead, does not stiffen. The wind centipede's massive form, which required a person to embrace, was dragged by Silent to the domain of evil spirits. Witnessing the nearly 20-meter-long, over-ton behemoth being dragged 100 meters, leaving deep furrows in the ground, Silent was astonished at the extent of his own strength, which had reached such a level due to the enhancement from the sun observation chi. The augmentation it provided to his strength was indeed terrifying. He had barely trained, merely basked in the sun and practiced his punches, yet had acquired such might. If he were to comprehend a profound technique for strength, his combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The opportunity for such profound understanding was right at hand. Qiuxing, being at the 6th-tier strength realm, should regularly hone his strength and condition his muscles. Unfortunately, the lad was preoccupied with thoughts of women and had not practiced for a long time. "Qiuxing, you need to pull yourself together. Otherwise, it will hinder my cultivation speed." After a mental pep talk, Silent began the process of refining the centipede's demonic body. Drawing on his previous experience from refining the earthly corpse, Silent swiftly condensed a soul imprint and infused it into the centipede's body. Unlike the earthly corpse that had been nurtured by earthly energy for 20 years, the wind centipede's form was still warm. Once the soul imprint from the 9-ene corpse refining technique entered the demonic body, Silent could not control the centipede. Rather, he needed to entomb it in the domain of evil spirits, relying on the malevolent energy to transform it into a corpse. This was no minor undertaking, far more complex than refining the earthly corpse. Fortunately, the gloomy ravine was inherently a place of malevolence, and its resonance with the wind centipede's bloodline technique significantly accelerated its transformation into a corpse. Even so, Silent estimated it would take a full 81 days for it to completely transition. Only then could he employ the secret methods within the 9-ene corpse refining technique to refine it into a special undead. This sensation was akin to playing a nurturing game in his past life, and Silent found himself quite enjoying the process. After considerable effort, he buried the centipede's demonic body in the domain of evil spirits and marked the spot to prevent any disruptions to his layout. After all, his objective in slaying the centipede was to construct a dual abode of yin and yang. Now that he had slain it, the project could naturally proceed. After a thorough investigation and design, Silent approached Old Master Ran once more to begin the transformation of the gloomy ravine. He first instructed the relocation of a century-old willow tree to the western side of the ravine, intending to channel the malevolent wind and direct it toward the area where the centipede lay, hastening its transformation. This successfully reduced the time required from 81 days to 49. Merely relocating this century-old willow cost Old Master Ran $1,000. Silent felt no remorse, for after planting the willow, the feng shui of the gloomy ravine drastically changed. What was once a treacherous dead zone suddenly transformed into a land of prosperity, surrounded by mountains. With water vapor lingering, it became a place of wealth. The century-old willow, now a malevolent willow due to its role in channeling the evil winds, became the ideal site for constructing the yin abode and refining the earthly corpse. That very night, Silent moved the earthly corpse from the charity cemetery to beneath the malevolent willowed. At this moment, Uncle Ju learned of the century-old wind centipede's demise. The expression on Uncle Ju's face was so rich it could be made into a series of emojis. From initial shock to disbelief, then deep astonishment, and finally, a serene acceptance of the fact. Uncle Ju's myriad expressions and extraordinary acting prompted Silent to sincerely give him a thumbs up as for how the centipede met its end. Silent chose not to disclose, and Uncle Ju did not dare to inquire. He could only stare at the deep trench stretching 100 meters and the high mound of malevolent energy. Lost in thought, Uncle Ju mused, if it weren't for Silent's upright character and his inner energy being as radiant as the sun, I would genuinely fear that one day he might refine me while I sleep. The illusory realm was not devoid of malevolent cultivators who slaughtered entire families to refine certain demonic artifacts, or even performed blood sacrifices on entire villages. Had it not been for Silent's cultivation technique, the sun observation breathing method, which radiated righteous energy like a blazing sun, Uncle Ju would have considered him a malevolent cultivator solely based on the peculiarities of the 9-ene corpse refining technique. Even if he were not a malevolent cultivator, Uncle Ju worried that if Silent continued down this path, he would inevitably be backlashed by the corpses, leading to calamity. But for Silent, the notion of being backlashed by corpses was utterly unfathomable. It is a matter of disbelief that the century-old wind serpent met its mysterious demise. How could a zombie possibly defy the silence, unless it were a Ba? Yet, it has been many years since a Ba has emerged in the spirit world. Uncle Ju could only conclude that Shan Imo truly is a once-in-a-century prodigy. Despite the potential to ascend to greatness through his innate talent, he chooses instead to delve into the macabre art of corpse refinement. Nevertheless, his future accomplishments are undoubtedly limitless, a notion Uncle Ju holds with unwavering conviction. The construction of the yin-yang dual residence commenced swiftly following the death of the century-old wind serpent. Shun Mo's design entails situating the yang residence at a locus of financial fortune. While the yin residence is enveloped by the malevolent willow, the two dwellings resonate with one another, creating a harmonious arrangement that promises a reversal of fortunes. The feng shui configuration of the yin-yang dual residence can alter the fortunes of the Ren family through the bloodline ties of the earthly fiend corpse. Simultaneously, the earthly fiend corpse can continuously refine itself by harnessing the malevolent energy of the willow, thus enhancing its cultivation. This is indeed a win-win scenario. Once this arrangement was established, Uncle Joe was left in awe, marveling at the ingenuity. Such a transformative strategy, capable of seizing the essence of heaven and earth, would be a formidable challenge even for a practitioner of feng shui from Maoshan. The secret technique of the 16-character yin-yang feng shui, alongside the 9 yin corpse refinement method that Shinamo practices, is undoubtedly on par with the esteemed legacies of Maoshan. Coupled with the peculiar demise of the century-old wind serpent, Uncle Joe's curiosity about Shanmo's origins and lineage deepened. What sort of reclusive family could cultivate such an extraordinary talent? Regrettably, Shinmo remained tight-lipped on the matter, leaving Uncle Joe hesitant to inquire further, harboring a wish that Shinmo were a disciple of Maoshan. As the earthly fiend corpse became involved, even before the complete establishment of the yin-yang dual residence, Lord Ren had already discerned a marked improvement in the family's business, a transformation that was palpably evident. As the saying goes, when fortune arrives, the heavens align. When luck departs, heroes find themselves shackled. With fortune on their side, the Run family's business began to flourish visibly. Lord Ren's trust in Shanmo reached a zenith. As he became increasingly anxious about the construction of the dual residence, even more so than Shanmo himself, he appointed a steward to assist Shinmo wholeheartedly in the endeavor. Thus, the construction of the yin-yang dual residence proceeded apace under Lord Ren's meticulous arrangements. With completion anticipated before the onset of winter, during this period, Shinmo only needed to occasionally check on the progress and offer a few reminders, while devoting the remainder of his time to his own pursuits. This was not due to the steward's exceptional capabilities, but rather because Uncle Joe volunteered to oversee the construction for Shinmo, out of gratitude for Shanmo's assistance in alleviating his zombie predicament. Shinmo, without pretense, permitted Uncle Joe to monitor the progress while he withdrew to focus on his own endeavors. He either practiced the sun-gazing breathing technique at the ancestral hall or accompanied Ran Tingting on leisurely boat rides across the lake, absorbing the essence of nature, exploring the picturesque landscapes surrounding Ren Family Town, and indulging in the diverse culinary delights of the area. His relationship with Ran Tingting grew ever closer, as a fair-skinned beauty with progressive thoughts and an understanding nature. She readily approached him, and what man would choose to decline such attention? Unless he were a eunuch. The relationship between Shanmo and Ran Tingting became widely known throughout the Ren household, with everyone already viewing Shanmo as a prospective son-in-law. Uncle Joe was also convinced that the union between Shanmo and Ran Tingting was imminent. He awaited the completion of the yin-yang dual residence, which would solidify the Ren family's fortunes, marking the day of double happiness. On one particular day, Shinmo rose early, eager to welcome the radiant sun and practice the sun-gazing breathing technique. However, he found that Qiuxing had risen even earlier, practicing the Maoshan introductory martial arts in the courtyard to cultivate his strength. Since the day Lord Ren's grandfather relocated the family grave, Qiuxing's attitude towards cultivation had shifted. This transformation stemmed from Lord Ren's association with Shanmo, Ran Tingting's fondness for him, and Uncle Joe's esteem for Shanmo. All of these factors weighed heavily on Qiuxing's mind, compelling him to strive for improvement. Unfortunately, after merely one round of punches, Qiuxing found himself breathless and drained, appearing as if his vitality had been utterly depleted. Using his bone-reading and face-reading techniques, Shinmo clearly perceived the dark energy coiling around Qiuxing's forehead, taking on a hue reminiscent of a red skull. A peach blossom calamity, and a ghostly one at that. Qiuxing, alas, was heedless of the warnings. The previous individual who ignored such counsel away, despite having recovered physically, had sustained spiritual damage. Even though he remained the captain of the security team in Ren Family Town, he had become increasingly dull-witted. Tio put it frankly, he had lost a vital spark. Were it not for Ren Fei's standing in Ren Family Town, Awei would have long been dismissed from his position and returned to farming sweet potatoes. As for Qiuxing, his situation was no better. After a decade of arduous training, little remained of his former strength, nearly all of it siphoned away by that ghostly woman. Qiuxing was indeed sacrificing much. If he continued on this path, he might forever remain far from the 5th level of inner strength, as he would inevitably perish at the hands of the ghostly woman. During this time, Uncle Gio was preoccupied with overseeing Shan Mo's project, residing mostly in the construction site and lacking the time to attend to his two underperforming disciples, who began to indulge themselves. Qiusheng, enchanted by the ghost, was nearing the point of becoming a mere shell of a man. Meanwhile, Wang Kai spent his days engrossed in the book Shinamo had given him, the mysterious hand of emptiness, endlessly flipping through its pages without grasping its essence. Unwilling to accept the truth of his own lack of talent and comprehension, as if trapped in a dream. One was entranced by a ghost, the other lost in a dream. Shin Imo shook his head, lamenting Uncle Jia's misfortune in having such disciples. Exhaling a long breath of exasperation, Shin Imo decided not to pursue the sun-gazing breathing technique any longer. Instead, he walked into the courtyard and, under Qiusheng's astonished gaze, began to practice his punches, for after Qiusheng's brief bout with the Maoshan introductory martial arts, Shin Imo had gained new insights. With unparalleled comprehension, he observed the Maoshan introductory martial arts, the Little Thunder Sound Fist, and deciphered the secret technique of the Lightning Thunder Fist. The Lightning Thunder Fist is a secret technique of the Thunder Division of Maoshan, wielding the might of thunder itself. The contemporary Maoshan elder brother, Shi Jian, has established his position as the foremost figure of a new generation through this very technique, with rumors suggesting that his strength has reached the brink of the innate realm, making him a strong contender for the next leader of Maoshan. Shin Imo, merely observing the Maoshan introductory martial arts, was able to grasp the secret technique of the Thunder Division. He could only commend himself for his brilliance. With a resounding boom, his punches unleashed like a torrential storm, the lightning crackling with ferocity akin to a wild beast. Qiusheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Shin Imo, surrounded by blinding lightning, each punch resonating with thunderous energy, obliterating a dragon's blood tree in the courtyard, leaving only charred remnants. Shin Imo remarked, "Indeed, the lightning thunder palm of the Thunder King Shi Jian is formidable." Qiusheng stammered, "Is this the legendary palm thunder? No, wait, is it fist thunder?" Given Qiusheng's limited discernment, it was no surprise he could not even recognize his own lightning thunder fist. After all, he did not even know Shi Jian. How could he hope to recognize the lightning thunder fist? Wang Kai, hearing the commotion, poked his head out from the room, curious, and asked, "What is going on? Is it thunder and rain?" Shin Imo cast a glance at Wang Kai, gesturing towards the charred remains by the dragon's blood tree. "Wang Kai, it's time to clean up." Wang Kai, if Qiusheng were to assign him any task, he would rather perish than comply, and would certainly engage in a verbal sparring match with Qiusheng. Yet, when Shinma spoke, Wang Kai promptly tucked away his secrets of effortless mastery and scampered outside without a moment's hesitation, neglecting to inquire about the reason. He seized a broom and dustpan, commencing his cleaning endeavors. However, soon realizing his efforts were in vain, he fetched a bucket of water to wash and scrub, and in no time, the place was spotless. This scene left Qiusheng utterly astonished. His notoriously indolent junior, Wang Kai, had transformed into a diligent worker. Moreover, Wang Kai had been lurking in the house for some time, shrouded in secrecy, leaving Qiusheng to ponder what mischief he could be up to. Coupled with Wang Kai's recent displays of deference towards Shinma, Qiusheng harbored grave suspicions that Wang Kai had acquired some esoteric knowledge from Shinma. Cunning as Qiusheng was, he awaited a moment when Wang Kai was alone to extract information from him. Yet Wang Kai held his secrets of effortless mastery in higher regard than his own life, refusing to divulge even a sliver of information, regardless of Qiusheng's entreaties. Frustrated by Wang Kai's obstinacy, Qiusheng stormed off. Feeling slighted that Wang Kai did not regard him as a senior brother, however, he dared not approach Shinma for answers, nor request any secrets from him, especially after witnessing Shinma's thunderous fists that charred even a dragon's blood tree. Qiusheng felt both intimidated and guilty, particularly due to Shinma's prior admonition to keep his distance from women. Rather than heeding this wise counsel, Qiusheng had become utterly infatuated, spending his nights with Dong Xiaoyu, leaving him fatigued and drained. This was precisely why Qiusheng had decided to practice boxing today, hoping to rejuvenate his strength in anticipation of rekindling his former vigor by nightfall. Unfortunately, after a mere round of punches, he found himself utterly exhausted, having also endured Shinma's brutal counterattacks and Wang Kai's dismissive attitude. Qiuxing felt stifled within the ancestral hall. Glancing at the sky, he noted he still had ample time before meeting Xiaoyu, and thus rode his bicycle to his Aunt's Rouge shop to procure a box of fine makeup to win her favor. Meanwhile, Shenma had already reclined in a wicker chair, practicing the sun-gazing breathing technique. Despite the impressive display of the thunderous fist, it had taken a considerable toll on his energy, depleting his 28 strands of inner vitality. Shenma felt as drained as Qiuxing. In truth, the thunderous fist differed significantly from the star-piercing needle. Though both were secret techniques, the latter involved harnessing the celestial light of the star Aldebaran, forming the star-piercing needle within one's gaze. On nights of abundant starlight, Shenma could gather the celestial energy to cultivate this technique, ready to unleash it at will. Conversely, the thunderous fist required at least a first-tier celestial realm to practice. This energy must transform into true qi, elevating its quality significantly to wield this thunderous secret art. Furthermore, one must possess innate talent and the requisite attributes to even entertain the hope of mastering it. Individuals like Shi Jian, the elder brother from Mao Shan, were rare prodigies, appearing only once in a century. Ordinary inner energy theoretically could not even trigger the thunderous fist. Shenma, however, could deploy it at the fourth-tier nourishing vein stage due to the exceptional quality of the inner energy cultivated through the sun-gazing breathing technique and the strength of his spirit, which surpassed that of typical first-tier celestial realm practitioners. Had Uncle Jiu witnessed this, he would surely be astonished. If Shi Jian were to see it, he might even question the meaning of life itself. After all, Shi Jian, at the age of reason, had expended significant effort and resources to master this technique. Shenma, lacking the authentic teachings of Mao Shan and having no mentor to guide him, astonishingly achieved the thunderous fist at just over 20 years of age. In light of this, Shi Jian would not only question his existence, but might even feel shame to the point of challenging Shenma to a duel that, of course, Shi Jian's motivations would stem from envy rather than a fear of the Mao Shan secrets being leaked. Shenma himself did not particularly favor the thunderous fist. Tio put it bluntly, it was merely a thunder-based skill, powerful yet excessively draining. With his current reserves of inner energy, he could only manage a single strike before feeling depleted. He considered it a minor trump card, far less satisfying than the star-piercing needle, which was his major ace. Who had ever seen a skilled player reveal their ultimate technique right at the start? In reflection, Shenma realized he still lacked a practical and effective martial art or secret technique for offensive maneuvers. Qiuxing, you truly are of no use. Chapter 12. The weight of the lightness spell. By the time Shenma concluded his practice of the sun-gazing breathing technique, it was already evening. The inner energy he had expended earlier had not only been replenished but had surged to 35 strands, an impressive increase of 7 strands. Upon reflection, Shenma surmised that the high quality of the thunderous fist had played a significant role in this enhancement. His insights and the activation of his potential had seemingly loosened the previously blocked meridians within him. It was worth noting that Shenma had surpassed the optimal period for foundation building, and his meridians had already solidified, making the path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. Yet, through his prodigious comprehension and continuous mastery of various martial arts, techniques, and secret methods, he was rapidly compensating for the delays in his training at an astonishing pace. Shenma was uncertain of how far he could progress, but he relished the journey of cultivation and eagerly anticipated the heights he might reach and the vistas he would behold. With aspirations soaring, he savored the homely meal prepared by Wang Kai, followed by some delightful desserts sent by Ren Tingting's maid. With a spring in his step, he exited the ancestral hall, heading towards the Gully Gorge. Upon arriving at the Gully Gorge, night had already enveloped the landscape. He quickly found Uncle Jiu, who was dining in a makeshift sheltered. As Shenma's supervisor, Uncle Jiu oversaw the construction of the feng shui layout, and his meals were of a vastly superior quality compared to those of the laborers, featuring not only white rice but also meat dishes, fine wine, and fruits. Had it not been for Uncle Jiu's disinterest in women, the steward would have surely arranged for him some female company. Tonight's meat dish was braised pork. Its vibrant red hue and enticing aroma suggested the use of premium pork, rich yet not greasy, lean yet not dry, paired with fragrant rice that could easily tempt one into a 3-bowl serving. Shenma did not hesitate to request a portion for himself from Chef Liu, along with a flask of fine wine from Hongyun Liu. And soon he and Uncle Jiu were indulging in a hearty feast. Once satiated, they turned their attention to more pressing matters. The construction of the yin-yang dual residence was progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. Despite being deep in the mountains, the timeline had not suffered any delays, largely thanks to the auspices of Lord Ran and Uncle Jia's presence in the spirit realm, ensuring a seamless operation. During this period, a few reckless mountain spirits had dared to intrude, drawn by the malevolent energy emanating from the willow tree. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, these beings were desperate for resources to cultivate. The feng shui layout Shenma had established had attracted a significant amount of malevolent energy, and the death of the century-old wind spirit had diminished the fear these creatures once held. Soon, some bold ones ventured forth to test their luck. As for the outcome of their probing, Uncle Gio merely drank and smiled, offering no commentary. From Uncle Gio's evident progress in true qi, Shenma surmised the results were favorable. The practice of talisman crafting involves inscribing talismans to harness the earthly energies captured during their creation. Ordinary yellow talismans are inscribed using vermilion, but using the essence of mountain spirit's blood to inscribe talismans undoubtedly yields far greater spiritual energy. Uncle Jia's notable advancement was clearly a testament to this method. After discussing the yin-yang residence, Shenma broached the subject of his visit. Uncle Jio, your home has been burgled. Indeed, that was the case, but such a statement could not be made outright. After all, Uncle Jio had taken on the role of supervisor in the Gully Gorge for Shenma's benefit, which had left Xiuxing and Wang Kai unattended, leading to this unfortunate predicament. To speak the unvarnished truth would wound feelings, necessitating a more tactful approach. This is the art of conversation. Uncle Gio, I appreciate your hard work these past few days. After exchanging pleasantries, Shenma delved into the crux of the matter. Recently, Wang Kai sought the method of effortless mastery from me. I initially believed he might retreat upon realizing its challenges, yet he has become utterly engrossed, isolating himself in his room day in and day out. Should this continue, I fear it may lead to dire consequences. Uncle Jio's brows furrowed with concern as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Taoist Shen, for your thoughtfulness. My disciple is indeed. Sigh. Uncle Jio refrained from further words, yet he firmly etched this matter into his memory. After all, Shan Mo's silence had granted Wang Kai a remarkable skill. Though it could be deemed a mere auxiliary technique, it was indeed a unique ability worthy of inheritance. This grace was something Wang Kai could not fully appreciate, and as his mentor, Uncle Jiu had to bear this in mind. Logically, Wang Sai's acquisition of such a gift was a significant opportunity for him. However, given Wang Sai's comprehension and talent, such a grand opportunity was beyond his grasp. At this juncture, it fell upon his master to enlighten Wang Kai. Otherwise, this great opportunity would ultimately metamorphose into a dire calamity. The truth of the matter is that some individuals possess shallow fortunes. Even when presented with tremendous opportunities, their fates may not withstand them, thus leading to misfortune. Wang Kai was evidently one of those cases. If left to his own devices, Wang Sai's life would likely come to a disastrous end. Uncle Jiu intended to settle the affairs of Inga Gorge and return in a couple of days to rouse Wang Kai from his stupor. However, Shun Mo's subsequent words tightened Uncle Jiu's heart, foreboding that matters could no longer be delayed. Uncle Jiu, do you recall when Xiuxing sought my fortune-telling? I mentioned he would encounter a romantic calamity, and that calamity pertains to ghostly love. Crack! The wine cup in Uncle Jiu's hand was crushed into two halves, the fine liquor cascading down his palm and dripping onto the floor. Good, good, good. I have truly taken on two excellent disciples. Uncle Jiu shook his head repeatedly, his expression darkening considerably. He had thought Wang Sai's situation was outrageous enough, yet he had not anticipated that Xiuxing's antics would be even more absurd. Having been preoccupied with women was one thing, but now he was entangled with a female ghost. If word of this reached the practitioners in the spiritual realm, where would Lin Fengjiao's face be placed? During his time with Uncle Jiu, Shinamo had come to understand that Uncle Jiu was a man who valued his reputation immensely. Wang Sai's despondency stemmed from his own lack of insight and talent, and Uncle Jiu did not blame him. A good thrashing would suffice. Xiuxing, however, had committed a grave taboo against Uncle Jiu and the entire spiritual realm. Humans and ghosts are meant to walk separate paths. A union between the living and the dead is utterly forbidden. If Xiuxing continued down this reckless path, he would inevitably meet his demise at the hands of the female ghost. Uncle Jio's inebriation evaporated instantly, and he promptly gathered his talismans and weapons, preparing to impart a stern lesson to Qiusheng. "Shindaoyu, where is Qiusheng now?" Shinimo replied, "I did not see Qiusheng when I left the righteous estate." "All right, I understand." Uncle Jiu reached into his pouch, retrieving a piece of yellow paper, which he held between his fingers. With his other hand, he began to draw a talisman in the air, channeling his true qi into the yellow paper, forming a tracking talisman. True qi transformation. This was the extraordinary ability possessed by a first-rate talisman master after their internal energy, transformed into true qi.it, exemplified the fundamental superiority of first-rate cultivators over the other 8 tiers. Shinimo could distinctly perceive the true qi swirling between Uncle Joe's fingers, observing how it coalesced and manifested, and contrasting the differences between true qi and internal energy. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have comprehended the true qi talisman, gaining insight into the celestial talisman of heaven, in an instant. Countless techniques and knowledge related to talismans flooded Shanmo's mind. He swiftly identified the tracking talisman of the spirit crane that Uncle Gio had inscribed. It required a personal item or birth date of the person to be tracked to condense the crane and establish a location. Shin-Imo restrained his urge to casually create a talisman. Watching as Uncle Gio inscribed Qiusheng's birth date and then activated the spirit crane tracking talisman, a true qi spirit crane, approximately the size of a palm, emerged in a blaze of talismanic fire. After circling Shin-Imo and Uncle Gio once, it hastily darted towards Ranjia town. Uncle Gio's face turned stern as he rolled up his pant leg, reciting a lightness incantation rapidly, propelling himself forward like a cheetah. "Qiusheng, look at how you have vexed Uncle Gio. Even his lightness incantation is nearly smoking." Shin-Imo immediately employed his unique technique of wind control, floating gracefully behind Uncle Gio as they sped toward Ranjia town. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 13. A peaceful slumber. The spirit crane flew unsteadily into a courtyard, then dissipated into talismanic flames. Clearly, Qiusheng was currently ensnared in a relentless entanglement with the female ghost within this residence. Uncle Jia's brow furrowed, his anger prompting him to unsheathe his century-old peachwood sword, affixing a soul-restraining yellow talisman, ready to charge in and vanquish the demon, intending to deliver a severe thrashing to Qiusheng. However, Shin-Imo swiftly intervened to stop Uncle Gio. "Hold on, Uncle Gio. Though the situation appears nearly certain, it is wise to confirm it once more." He urged Uncle Gio to remain calm, primarily to observe Uncle Gio's perception and to utilize the Moonlight Copper Coin Sword to forge the Moonlight Slaughter technique. If Uncle Gio were to charge in and slay the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu with a single strike, where would he find the opportunity for comprehension? Upon hearing Shan Mo's words, Uncle Gio took a moment to collect himself. Nodding in agreement as he stowed away the peachwood sword and found a shorter wall to scale, Shin-Imo glanced at the waist-high wall, easily capable of leaping over it with his willow technique. Yet he chose not to employ it. Instead, he activated his wind control technique, a gust of wind swirling beneath his feet, lifting him into the air, floating over the wall like an ethereal being. As Uncle Ju landed, preparing to approach for a closer look, he noticed Shan-Imo descending with the wind. His brow slightly creased, he stared in astonishment at the swirling winds beneath Shan-Mo's feet. Another unique technique? How many techniques does he possess? Is there truly someone in this world who can master myriad arts with such ease? They say that too much blood cannot be chewed. Yet it seemed this adage did not apply to Shin-Imo. Uncle Gio was no longer astonished. After all, he had grown accustomed to Shin-Imo unveiling new techniques or secret arts at regular intervals. Just as Shin-Imo touched down in the courtyard, a familiar notification chimed in his mind once more. "Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have observed the ghostly mist technique, gaining insight into the cloud mist illusion formation." In an instant, the opulent courtyard was enveloped in layers of ghostly mist, through which one could faintly discern the overgrown weeds and spiderwebs suffocating the desolate abode. Shin-Imo understood why the courtyard had only revealed its true nature after Dong Xiaoyu fled. It turned out that Dong Xiaoyu possessed knowledge of the ghostly mist technique, which could shroud things in illusion through ghostly energy, effectively blinding the gaze of the living. Through the mist technique, Shin-Imo had grasped an even more advanced cloud mist illusion formation. Once established, this formation could conceal itself in clouds and mist, subjecting any intruder to illusionary attacks, a highly effective protective formation. This cloud mist illusion formation is perfectly suited for the yin-yang dual abode, especially for the yin residence, where the energy of malevolence was most concentrated. Should an ordinary person intrude, inhaling excessive malevolent energy could lead to severe illness or, in the worst cases, death, with the risk of becoming a ghostly zombie. Therefore, it was essential to establish a cloud mist illusion formation to prevent ordinary people from inadvertently wandering in, should a cultivator or malevolent being dare to breach the yin residence. They would also be ensnared by the cloud mist illusion formation, leaving Shinamo to manipulate at will. Shinamo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This endeavor to apprehend to capture Qiuxing, had already yielded a unique technique and a formation from the outset. The celestial talisman had instantly elevated Shinamo to the status of a talisman master, while the coveted talismans of various sects were scattered like mere beans. The cloud mist illusion formation was highly practical and had arrived at the perfect moment. They had yet to encounter the main character. Upon meeting the protagonist Dong Xiaoyu, he wondered what other remarkable techniques or secret arts he might glean. As he pondered, Shinamo had already followed Uncle Jiu to the entrance of Dong Xiaoyu's chamber. The two could clearly see a figure within, engaged in solitary entanglement, resembling a one-man show, which appeared somewhat ludicrous. Threads of ghostly energy emanated from within, pungent and accompanied by a foul, decaying stench. Shinamo could not help but frown. Calling out to Qiuxing within, "You really have a knack for this. No wonder you're the ghostly knight." Upon seeing Qiuxing's silhouette and detecting the acrid ghostly energy, Uncle Jiu was nearly certain of the situation. Yet he still retrieved willow leaves from his pouch to open his celestial eye, not forgetting to offer Shinamo 2 leaves as well. Shinamo accepted with a smile, feeling a sense of familiarity. Lo and behold, these were indeed leaves from the malevolent willow. Uncle Jiu was truly adept at making use of resources. Holding the willow leaves, Shinamo did not rush to open his celestial eye, but instead focused intently on Uncle Jiu's gaze. As Uncle Jiu's eyes glimmered with golden light while sweeping over the willow leaves, Shunmo's own eyes glowed with golden radiance, swirling like yin and yang fish. The two nearly simultaneously beheld the true form of the female ghost entangled with Qiuxing. Hiss! What a sight! Uncle Jiu nearly spewed out the red braised meat he had just consumed. Even though Shinamo had been prepared for it, he was still utterly repulsed. The true form of ghostly beings was not universally grotesque. Yet most were far from pleasant. Dong Xiaoyu's appearance was evidently retained from the moment of her death, having perished in a horrific manner, her ghostly visage a terrifying sight that was deeply unsettling. Given such a countenance, Qiuxing clearly had little discernment. It could only be said that without diligent cultivation, one could easily be deceived while venturing out for amusement. Uncle Jiu suppressed the upheaval in his stomach and turned to Shinamo, noticing he had not used the willow leaves to open his celestial eye, and hastily shook his head to stop him. No need to look any further. It's confirmed. It is indeed a female ghost. Shinamo nodded. Then let us eliminate her. The two individuals remained silent, yet their gazes conveyed their thoughts with profound clarity. Uncle Jiu retrieved a copper coin sword from his talisman bag, returned to the courtyard, and took out a bagua mirror, harnessing the power of moonlight to sharpen its edge. Silent observed intently, witnessing the once unremarkable copper sword burst forth with a dazzling golden light after being bathed in the moon's radiance. This act resonated with the insights he had gleaned from the Sirius star needle. However, while the Sirius star needle harnessed the light of the Sirius star within one's gaze, the copper sword drew upon the moonlight strength to refine its blade. The power of moonlight inherently belonged to the realm of yin and greatly benefited the cultivation of spirits. Yet, through the inversion of yin and yang by the bagua mirror, combined with the vitality of the people coalescing on the copper sword, it transformed into an unparalleled weapon against malevolent spirits. Silent's mind began to illuminate with understanding. You possess an extraordinary comprehension, observing the bagua copper coin sword and discerning the secret technique of the moonlit coin. Secret technique. Moonlit coin, to be precise. This is a method of artifact refinement that requires the coin mother from the 5 emperors' coins to be used in a ritual under the moonlight, gathering the moon's strength to refine for 49 days before one can forge the moonlit coin. Uncle Jiu's copper sword was merely a low-grade magical artifact, yet after being tempered by the bagua mirror and the moonlight, it barely attained the power of a mid-grade artifact. In contrast, the moonlit coin, once forged, becomes a superior magical artifact, its might far surpassing that of an ordinary copper sword. Unfortunately, this secret technique is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the coin mother is not easily obtained. Silent quickly grasped the concept and dismissed it from his thoughts. Throughout history, those who refine artifacts are often affluent. He was currently in dire straits and could hardly afford to practice. Just as Silent lamented his poverty, Uncle Joe emerged from the room wielding the copper sword, signaling once more with his eyes, "I shall deal with the female ghost. I kindly ask my friend to rescue Chiu Shang." Silent nodded in agreement. This arrangement suited him perfectly. Uncle Joe's battle with the female ghost would undoubtedly provide him with new insights. Just as Silent and Uncle Joe entered the haunted residence, Dong Xiaoyu sensed their presence through her illusory mist technique. However, in order to avoid alarming Chiu Shang, she remained hidden until she had just incapacitated him before preparing to confront the two intruders. Regrettably, Dong Xiaoyu had evidently underestimated the prowess of Silent and Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe was a first-rate Zhou Tian realm talisman practitioner, and with a temporarily mid-grade artifact copper sword capable of countering malevolent spirits. How could Dong Xiaoyu, a mere ghost soldier, possibly stand against him? The hierarchy of spirits is divided into lonely souls, ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost immortals. The lowest tier, lonely wild ghosts, would shy away from even an ordinary person full of vitality. Upon reaching the ghost soldier realm, one could coalesce a ghostly form and master various ghostly techniques, making it quite troublesome for lower-tier practitioners without specialized means or artifacts to contend with them. This was also why Chiu Shang, a 6th-tier strength practitioner, had fallen victim to ghostly enchantment. Chiu Shang had not yet truly entered the fold. Only upon reaching the 4th-tier nurturing pulse realm could he generate inner energy and qualify to practice the true arts of Maoshan. He was still far from that point. A first-rate talisman practitioner like Uncle Joe combating a ghost soldier was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Silent watched as Uncle Joe effortlessly dominated Dong Xiaoyu. After several exchanges, Uncle Joe remained unscathed, while Dong Xiaoyu was battered, her ghostly form trembling, tormented by the scorching moonlight and the vitality of the people. Perceiving Uncle Joe's intent to kill her, Dong Xiaoyu panicked. Intending to employ her enchanting technique to manipulate Chiu Shang against Uncle Joe. After all, Chiu Shang, despite being a 6th-tier strength practitioner, was young and vigorous, capable of confusing the older, blood-weakened Uncle Joe with a flurry of chaotic punches. This was the essence of youthful strength. However, if Uncle Joe could break through to the innate realm, he would not only extend his life to 150 years but also restore his vigor and return to his youthful prime. Of course, achieving such a breakthrough was no simple feat. Not everyone possessed Silent's extraordinary comprehension. A 4th-tier nurturing pulse practitioner would require a significant epiphany related to the soul to pave a smooth path toward the first-rate realm, while the innate realm also presented its own challenges. Yet, as Silent observed the clash between Uncle Joe and Dong Xiaoyu, he failed to glean any martial or secret techniques until Dong Xiaoyu attempted to cast her enchanting spell on Chiu Shang. At which point a familiar prompt resonated once more. You possess an extraordinary comprehension, observing the enchanting technique, and have discerned the secret technique of heart bewitchment. Secret technique, heart bewitchment. This is a method of beguiling the heart. Far superior to Dong Xiaoyu's enchanting technique, capable of silently ensnaring an enemy in a state of confusion. In essence, it resembles a powerful control skill. Having gained this insight, Silent immediately ceased to be a mere spectator, soaring into the air and transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rushed towards the recently awakened Chiu Shang. Before Chiu Shang could collect himself, he vaguely perceived an enormous hand growing larger. Slap! Chiu Shang fell asleep once more, and this time, he slumbered in utter tranquility. Chapter 14. A knife above the word desire, souls vanish beneath the pomegranate skirt. Uncle Joe, realizing that the female ghost was no match for him, was on the verge of employing his enchanting technique to manipulate Chiu Shang, feeling an urgent concern for his disciple's safety, as well as the dread of Chiu Shang and the ghost joining forces against him. While he could easily overpower the female ghost, he could also subdue Chiu Shang. However, if they united, the situation would become rather complicated. Fortunately, Silent acted swiftly, reaching Chiu Shang before him and delivering a resounding slap that knocked the dazed Chiu Shang unconscious. Hiss! The sight alone caused Uncle Joe to gasp in shock. It looked painful, yet the strike was undeniably effective. Uncle Joe had intended to give Chiu Sheng a good thrashing on the way there. This young man had truly provoked his ire. Despite possessing talent far superior to that of his peers, he squandered it, his mind clouded with thoughts of women, and now he had been bewitched by a ghost. Losing his soul, years of arduous training had been nearly depleted, and without spiritual medicine to replenish him, his path of cultivation would likely be severed. To forsake one's path for a mere female ghost was a tragic fate indeed. Silent Slap had avenged Uncle Joe's grievances. Dong Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was utterly terrified by Silent's blow. Although Chiu Sheng was a 6th-tier strength practitioner and currently in a weakened state, he still belonged to that tier. Yet, facing Silent, he was knocked down with a single strike. Looking at the radiant inner energy emanating from Silent, akin to the sun, and the terrifying spiritual pressure surpassing even that of the Taoist, Dong Xiaoyu trembled in fear, her heart racing. How terrifying! That Taoist was already formidable, but this young man was absurdly powerful. Who were these two? Dong Xiaoyu dared not dwell on it and prepared to flee like a ghostly shadow. Uncle Joe, however, would not grant her an opportunity to escape. He swiftly produced a soul-collecting bag from his waist, which he had long prepared, and activated it with his true energy, unleashing a powerful that drew the injured Dong Xiaoyu inside. Only then did Silent notice the talisman bag at Uncle Joe's waist. It appeared to be an ordinary bag, yet he had repeatedly extracted several magical artifacts and items from it, clearly exceeding its capacity. A storage artifact, it was evident that Uncle Joe's talisman bag possessed storage capabilities. Such items are invaluable treasures in a world where all power is derived from oneself. Silent had previously pondered whether storage artifacts existed in the world of zombies, only to find one right before his eyes. However, judging by Uncle Joe's attitude towards the talisman bag, its rarity was far greater than he had anticipated. Indeed, it was a Maoshan talisman bag, a superior magical artifact. Only first-rate Zhou Tian realm practitioners were qualified to possess one. Uncle Joe had only this single piece. He certainly would not part with it easily. In Uncle Joe's view, Silent likely would not find his Maoshan talisman bag appealing. Despite its considerable value, it paled in comparison to the myriad of extraordinary skills and secret techniques Silent possessed. A family with such a wealth of techniques and secrets would surely not lack storage artifacts, and perhaps even possess exceedingly rare storage rings. Although Uncle Joe had never witnessed Silent utilizing a storage artifact, it did not alter his judgment of Silent's affluent background and family lineage. The reality, however, was that Silent envied it deeply. He longed to acquire a storage artifact for himself. He gazed at the Maoshan talisman bag for quite some time, yet found no insight, realizing that he would not be able to comprehend its crafting method. Thus, he could only wait for an opportunity to obtain a storage artifact through other means. Returning to the matter at hand, Uncle Joe had subdued the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu. However, the issue with Chiu Sheng was far from resolved. Uncle Joe approached Chiu Sheng and delivered a forceful kick to his rear, causing the pained Chiu Sheng to awaken with a shout. He looked in astonishment at his master and the serious-faced Silent, only to find no sign of his beloved Dong Xiaoyu, which filled him with foreboding. "Master, brother-in-law, why are you both here? Where is Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu?" Uncle Joe angrily seized Chiu Sheng by the ear, exclaiming in exasperation, "Are you still oblivious to the truth? Open your eyes and see what this is." With Dong Xiaoyu subdued, the illusory mist technique she had cast also dissipated, as it had not been triggered. The spell did not explode. The once luxurious and elegant boudoir visibly deteriorated into a desolate ruin. If Chiu Sheng still failed to grasp the situation, he would surely meet a tragic fate. "Master, I was wronged. I never expected Xiaoyu to be a female ghost." Chiu Sheng spoke thus, yet deep within his heart, he harbored suspicions regarding Xiaoyu's true identity. Alas, he was ensnared by the enchanting allure of the female ghost, rendering him unable to extricate himself from her tender grasp, and he chose to willfully ignore the doubts that plagued him. One can only say, the allure of beauty can be perilous, and one may lose their soul beneath the flowing skirts of a pomegranate dress. Uncle Joe merely hoped that through this tribulation, Chiu Sheng might attain some enlightenment. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. However, Qiu Shang's gaze was fixated on the soul-collecting bag in Uncle Joe's hand, his demeanor betraying a reluctance to speak, which both Shenemo and Uncle Joe discerned as lingering feelings for Dong Xiaoyu. Shenemo inquired, "Uncle Joe, how do you intend to deal with this female ghost?" Uncle Joe shot a glare at Qiu Shang and commanded, "Heat the oil in the pot." Shenemo blurted out, "Fry the ghost?" "No." Qiu Shang hastily interjected, "Master, if you fry her, she will never attain rebirth. I implore you, spare her." "Spare her?" Uncle Joe responded earnestly, "If I spare her, will she spare you? Humans and ghosts are destined to walk separate paths. Continuing this entanglement will only lead to your ruin." Qiu Shang, with a heavy heart, lowered his head and said, "Master, I understand. I beseech you. I have never asked you for anything before. Please let her go. I swear from this day forth I shall devote myself to my cultivation." Alas, Uncle Ju sighed, his heart aching for his disciple, and ultimately handed the soul-collecting bag to Qiu Shang. Elated, Qiu Shang accepted the bag, opened the soul rope, and released Dong Xiaoyu. As Dong Xiaoyu manifested amidst the gathering yin energy. She clearly heard their conversation, fully aware that should she persist in her entanglement, Qiu Shang's master would undoubtedly strike her down, particularly the one whom Qiu Shang referred to as Shanemo, despite saying little, exuded a pressure more terrifying than facing Uncle Jiu. She felt utterly outmatched. As a mere ghost, how could she contend with such a formidable cultivator? Moreover, in recent days, Dong Xiaoyu had absorbed considerable yang energy from Qiu Shang, significantly enhancing her own cultivation, and she had reaped numerous benefits. It was wise to withdraw now. Immediately, Dong Xiaoyu bowed deeply, casting one last lingering glance at Qiu Shang before transforming into a ghostly shadow and vanishing into the distance. Shenemo, Uncle Jiu, and Qiu Shang each contemplated the departing figure of Dong Xiaoyu with their own thoughts. Shenemo, who had merely been observing, found himself enriched by the experience, acquiring the celestial talisman. Yin-yang eyes, moon-gazing gold coin, bewitching heart spell, and knowledge of storage artifacts, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Whether Dong Xiaoyu lived or died was of little concern to him. He had no immediate plans to raise or control ghosts. After all, he possessed a unique skill in corpse refining and was currently focused on that, leaving the control of souls for another time when he had the corresponding secret techniques or extraordinary skills. Uncle Jiu, on the other hand, silently noted Dong Xiaoyu's aura, resolving that should she ever return to siphon yang energy and threaten the realm, he would certainly subdue her. As for Qiu Shang, he was left reminiscing about the charms of Dong Xiaoyu. This ordeal had not led to any significant growth in his character. Rather, it had undone a decade of diligent cultivation. Such is the nature of calamity. Uncle Jiu, having heeded counsel during his own trials, not only emerged unscathed from his zombie tribulation, but also advanced his cultivation in feng shui. In contrast, Qiu Shang, having disregarded advice, found himself reduced to such a state, leading one to conclude that those who are pitiable often harbor their own faults. Fate governs all, and not a fraction is within our control. With matters concluded, they set off for home. Uncle Jiu remarked, "Ah, there's still one at home," Shinemo quipped when Kai, "Are you ready to face the storm?" Chapter 15, Daoist Shun. I have gained enlightenment. Howl, howl, howl. The cries emanating from the mortuary echoed incessantly, startling stray cats into a panicked flight. Those in the know recognized it as Uncle Jiu disciplining his apprentice, while others might mistakenly believe it was the slaughter of pigs. Qiu Shang observed from the sidelines, harboring no intention of intervening, and instead felt a sense of satisfaction, lamenting that when Kai had not shared the wondrous skill of empty hands with him. Such a remarkable technique, and yet when Kai had chosen to keep it a secret from him. Now, witnessing when Kai's chastisement, Qiu Shang could not help but revel in his misfortune. Uncle Jiu's intention was merely to deliver a few strikes to rouse Wen Kai from his stupor. After all, compared to the errors committed by Qiu Shang, Wen Kai was merely lost along the way. Yet, after striking for quite some time without intervention from Qiu Shang, Uncle Jiu's irritation grew, and his ire turned toward Qiu Shang, who found himself on the receiving end of a whipped within the confines of the room. Shen Mo gazed at the resplendent starlight. He had initially intended to practice the sun needle technique, but upon hearing the anguished cries of Wen Kai followed by the lamentations of Qiu Shang, he found himself distracted. Shen Mo smiled knowingly. it was high time that his two disciples received a lesson. As the saying goes, if you don't discipline them for a day, they'll start to think they can climb the walls. Qiuxing was in dire need of a reprimand, while Wen Kai required a severe beating to awaken him to reality. The adage of a stick makes a dutiful child and a ruler makes a diligent disciple held its merit. As for the idea of spectating their altercations, Shen Mo had little interest. What was there to behold in disciplining disciples? He dismissed the cacophony of distractions and, seizing the moment of abundant starlight, began to cultivate the sun needle technique. As the night waned, he shifted his focus to contemplating the illusory Taoist intent. During this period, he had engaged in this contemplation almost daily, yielding remarkable insights. He could distinctly sense that his spiritual strength had surpassed that of his esteemed master, the first-rate Zhou Tian realm talisman master. In fact, Shen Mo's spiritual strength was subtly transitioning from the acquired to the innate. For an ordinary person, the journey from acquired to innate is fraught with challenges. However, with the aid of the illusory Taoist intent, Shen Mo was pleasantly surprised to discover that he faced no bottleneck in this transformation. By merely elevating his spiritual strength to its acquired limit, he could seamlessly break through to the innate realm of spiritual essence. This underscored the profound nature of the illusory Taoist intent. After a night of cultivation, Shen Mo felt not fatigue, but rather a sense of fulfillment and vigor, exuding an air of carefree confidence. As he rose early to practice in the courtyard, he noticed that Qiuxing and Wen Kai had already arrived, accompanied by their master, Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu was guiding Wen Kai in the practice of the Maoshan Health Preservation Fist. While Qiuxing engaged in the Shaolin Fist to restore his strength, Uncle Jiu, a first-rate Zhou Tian realm talisman master, contrasted sharply with Qiuxing, a sixth-rate strength realm practitioner, and Wen Kai, a ninth-rate health preservation practitioner. The disparity stemmed not only from the fact that both Qiuxing and Wen Kai had taken up their studies later in life, but also from their varying levels of comprehension and talent. Qiuxing's aptitude was passable, yet his disposition was lacking. Wen Kai, on the other hand, not only had poor talent but also an abysmal work ethic. Were it not for one-size pitiable circumstances, being orphaned and utterly alone, Uncle Jiu would never have taken him under his wing. Nonetheless, had Qiuxing and Wen Kai been diligent and tenacious, it would have been no challenge for them to achieve some level of mastery under Uncle Jiu's first-rate Zhou Tian realm guidance. Ultimately, the onus lay with them to strive for excellence. However, Qiuxing was preoccupied with thoughts of women, and Wen Kai was notoriously indolent, exhibiting a clear aversion to effort, truly a case of gluttony and laziness. Nevertheless, after last night's severe chastisement, it remained to be seen whether they had truly altered their dispositions. At the very least, they seemed to be earnest in their practice now. Shen Mo, rather than hastening to gather the morning sun's energy, observed intently from the sidelines. Previously, he had gleaned insights into the Maoshan Thunder Department's secret technique, the Lightning Thunder Fist, while watching Qiuxing practice the Shaolin Fist. Now, with Uncle Jiu instructing Wen Kai in the Maoshan Health Preservation Fist, he naturally sought to gain further understanding. The Maoshan Health Preservation Fist served as a foundational practice for disciples. Though its movements appeared simple, each posture concealed profound significance. One-size execution resembled that of an uncoordinated student performing calisthenics. In contrast, Uncle Jiu's first-rate Zhou Tian realm prowess lent an extraordinary grace to each of his movements. As Shen Mo's comprehension soared, he perceived the essence of the Health Preservation Fist, unlocking the profound martial art known as the evergreen pine skill. This technique, inspired by the resilience and tenacity of the evergreen pine, emerged as a remarkable martial art. Encompassed the intricacies of all 9 ranks of health preservation, 8 ranks of strength refinement, 7 ranks of techniques, 6 ranks of vigor, 5 ranks of internal fortification, 4 ranks of meridian nurturing, 3 ranks of extraordinary channels, 2 ranks of the 8 meridians, and 1 rank of Zhou Tian's methodologies, techniques, and secret arts. It even provided detailed and explicit methods for breaking through to the innate realm. Simply put, this was a martial art capable of propelling one directly to the innate realm. In terms of quality, it surpassed Shen Mo's previous understanding of the sun-gazing breathing technique, which had merely been a 4-rank method derived from the experiences of a beggar. While it served well to make up for past deficiencies, it paled in comparison to the evergreen pine skill. After all, The former was akin to a flower encountering a ferocious tiger. Both may bear markings, but their combat prowess was worlds apart. Determined, Shin Imo resolved to utilize this evergreen pine skill to rectify his earlier shortcomings. It was not that he could not practice the sun-gazing breathing technique, but rather that the evergreen pine skill offered superior value. One was a method of gradually refining internal energy through the 4-rank health preservation realm, while the other was a complete martial art capable of directly reaching the innate realm. It was evident what course of action he should take. Eagerly, Shin Imo commenced practicing the 9-rank health preservation secret method, the evergreen pine stance. Having already cultivated internal energy through the sun-gazing breathing technique, his transition to training in the 9-rank health preservation stance felt like a turbocharged engine propelling a cart forward. The results would undoubtedly be far more rapid than the gradual accumulation through the sun-gazing breathing technique. Each martial art possessed its unique stance. The stance of the Maoshan health preservation fist bore a striking resemblance to the horse stance commonly seen in Shin Mo's previous life, emphasizing health preservation. Conversely, the stance of the evergreen pine skill straddled the line between the horse stance and standing meditation, resembling a resilient evergreen pine growing from a cliffside, unyielding and indefatigable, simply standing in place. Shin Mo felt his body undulate like the evergreen, as if every muscle in his being was undergoing a rigorous workout and nurturing. The sensation was more invigorating than practicing the sun-gazing breathing technique. Almost euphoric, both Uncle Jiao and the disciples, Wang Kai and Qiuxing, turned their gazes toward Shin Imo while Qiuxing and Wang Kai could not discern the underlying significance. They merely observed Shin Imo swaying and undulating in a rather comical display. However, in Uncle Jiao's eyes, he perceived Shin Imo as a steadfast evergreen pine, having stood resolute against the elements for a century. Through countless trials of wind, rain, and bitter cold, it remained unbowed, unwavering, and thriving. Uncle Jiao found himself momentarily entranced. He recognized that Shin Imo was in the 4-rank health preservation realm, and with internal energy circulating within him, he no longer required the 9-rank health preservation stance to temper his body. Yet, Shin Imo chose to practice it openly before them. In that instant, Uncle Jiao comprehended the profound meaning behind Shin Mo's actions. He discerned a certain state of enlightenment that stirred his spirit, causing the bottleneck of his first-rate Zhou Tian realm to subtly shift. The gateway to the innate realm seemed to creak open, if only slightly. Uncle Jiao exclaimed, "Daoist Shun, I have attained an understanding." Chapter 16. Qiuxing, Wang Kai, have you taken the wrong medicine? What Uncle Jiao had comprehended remained a mystery to Shin Imo nevertheless. His initial practice of the 9-rank health preservation evergreen pine stance proved immensely rewarding. Previously, Shin Imo had relied on the internal energy derived from the sun-gazing technique to compensate for the deficiencies of the health preservation realm, a slow and arduous process. In contrast, the evergreen pine stance was expressly designed for nurturing the body, fortifying the spirit, and honing one's will, yielding extraordinary results. Merely after a morning's practice, Shin Imo had already rectified his deficits in the 9-rank health preservation realm. Even he found the rapid progress astonishing. Upon reflection, he realized that the extraordinary nature of the evergreen pine skill and the efficacy of the sun-gazing internal energy, akin to a miraculous tonic for body refinement, combined to create remarkable outcomes. Thus, a single day's practice in health preservation had sufficed. While Wang Kai had languished for 7 years in the 9-rank health preservation realm without a breakthrough, Shin Imo had accomplished in a single morning what others struggled with for years. Advancing into the 8-rank strength refinement realm, just as Shin Imo prepared to conclude his practice of the evergreen pine stance and capitalize on his momentum to address the 8-rank strength refinement, he discovered that Uncle Jiao had vanished without a trace. The courtyard now held only Wang Kai, who continued to practice the health preservation fist, and Qiuxing, who was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he refined his strength. Shin Imo stretched his limbs, dismissing the matter from his mind, and approached the stone lock to commence his strength training. Evergreen strength. This was a secret method of the 8-rank strength refinement recorded within the evergreen pine skill. Its essence was drawn from the tenacity of the evergreen pine, which grows resiliently from the cliffs, continuously hammering its muscles through external training to augment strength. During this process, one was also required to consume the secret medicine, evergreen blood circulation pills, to accelerate muscle recovery and enhance resilience. Shin Imo hoisted the 100-pound stone lock, employing the principles of evergreen strength to forge his muscles and amplify his power. At this moment, Qiusheng recognized the activity. Wasn't this strength training? How had Shinimo, a practitioner of the four-rank health preservation realm, suddenly taken to strength training today? In the realm of nurturing the pulse, the vital energy arises spontaneously, harmonizing with strength, thus rendering the need for mere external cultivation largely unnecessary. By augmenting internal energy, one can significantly enhance physical power, with the force imbued with internal energy far surpassing that of mere physical strength. Consequently, it is rare for cultivators at the pulse nurturing stage and beyond to persist in strength training. The meager increase in strength is hardly worth the effort compared to the potential gains from nurturing a few more strands of internal energy. Qiusheng found himself perplexed by Shinma's actions. Perhaps it was a fleeting whim to recapture a sense of the past. This illustrates the disparity between individuals. Jusu observed Shinma practicing the green pine stance and gleaned some insights. Qiusheng, however, only felt nostalgia when witnessing the green pine strength, while Shinma, after refining the green pine strength, swiftly realized his physical power was gradually increasing. On that day, he had dragged the 1-ton wind centipede corpse for 100 meters, primarily relying on the enhancement of the energy from the observation of the sun. In truth, his strength was not particularly formidable, remaining in a compensatory state of the observation of the sun. Now, through the deliberate honing of the green pine strength, the acceleration of his power growth far exceeded that of the passive compensation from the observation of the sun. However, in comparison to the compensation speed of the nurturing stage, the increase in strength appeared considerably slower. This is fundamentally a gradual process. Moreover, Shinma discovered that his observation of the sun energy could indeed substitute for the green pine revitalizing pill, effectively aiding in the recovery of muscular injuries, thus sparing him the effort of concocting the green pine revitalizing pill. Shinma realized that to transcend the 8th stream of strength cultivation, he merely needed to cultivate patiently and steadily. He understood the importance of a solid foundation. Hence he was in no rush, especially as one who had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation. Establishing a firm base was even more crucial. After diligently refining his strength, Shinma resumed practicing the observation of the sun breathing technique. He chose not to pursue the green pine cloud dew technique of the 4th stream nurturing stage, as the observation of the sun breathing technique could adequately replace the green pine revitalizing pill, requiring only sunlight for enhancement, while the green pine cloud dew technique necessitated the gathering of cloud dew energy, which was evidently more arduous, involving forest and mountain treks. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that he needed to continue refining the observation of the sun technique. Furthermore, the observation of the sun energy possessed a natural advantage in combating malevolent forces and spirits, making it far more suitable for confrontations than the green pine energy. Theo put it plainly. The observation of the sun energy was resilient and formidable, easy to cultivate, and could serve as a potent remedy. In contrast, the green pine energy primarily focused on longevity, a pursuit for the later stages of cultivation. Thus, Shinma had no urgency to practice the green pine cloud dew technique, opting instead to further refine the observation of the sun technique. However, he would inevitably practice the green pine cloud dew technique in due time. For his visualization method was the carefree divine intent. The notion of eternal youth embodied in the green pine technique aligned more harmoniously with the carefree divine intent than the observation of the sun technique. Should the observation of the sun breathing technique reach a higher level or be perfected, he would not hesitate to practice both techniques simultaneously, given that his visualization method was the carefree divine intent, which uniquely encompassed the strengths of myriad paths. As the sun reached its zenith, Shinma concluded his morning practice, his observation of the sun energy having attained 48 strands, now as thick as a little finger, with a slight increase in strength that instilled in him an illusion of boundless energy, a perfectly normal phenomenon, which he would adapt to by practicing martial arts in the evening. After refreshing himself, changing into clean attire, and enjoying the meal prepared by Wantai, he intended to visit the Ren mansion to find Ren Tingting and update Lord Ren on the progress of the Yinyang dual residence. However, before Shinma could exit the mortuary, a surge of righteous energy suddenly emanated from Jusu's room. Shinma gazed over in astonishment, his face revealing a look of understanding. Half-step innate. Jusu had actually made a breakthrough. Indeed, great calamities often lead to great opportunities, truly a cause for celebration. Shunma felt no urgency to depart, instead waiting outside with Chiosing and Wentai for Ju-su. Approximately half an hour later, Ju-su emerged from his room, visibly transformed. The previously graying strands at his temples had regained their dark hue, the wrinkles on his face had diminished significantly, and a potent righteous energy coursed through his eyes. The innate realm could extend one's lifespan to 150 years. Thus, a half-step innate also bore signs of rejuvenation. The crux of Ju-su's breakthrough lay in the nurturing of his spirit, which had opened the gateway to the innate realm. The key to advancing from the first stream of the celestial cycle realm to the innate realm resided in the strength of the spirit. This morning, as Ju-su observed Shinma's green pine stance, he perceived the essence of eternal youth, leading to a profound comprehension of his own path to exorcise demons and uphold righteousness. Under the refinement of this righteous intent, his spirit underwent transformation and enhancement, enabling him to step into the half-step innate realm. Such an opportunity was a rarity that many first-stream celestial cycle cultivators could only dream of. Shinma immediately clasped his hands in congratulations, expressing his joy at his friend's ascension to the half-step innate realm. Chiosing and Wentai, upon witnessing this, hastily offered their congratulations to their master for entering the half-step innate realm. Ju-su quickly bowed in gratitude to Shinma, thanking him for illuminating his path. Shinma? Did he truly assist Ju-su in finding his way? It seemed unlikely. If anything could be said, it was the green pine stance from the morning. Shinma mused, it appears Ju-su has gleaned insights from the green pine stance. This was indeed surprising. Realizing the underlying truth, Shinma smiled and remarked, your achievements today are solely the result of your own efforts. Opportunities and fortuity. I merely provided a touch of embellishment. You are overly modest, dear friend. The profound gratitude I owe you is beyond words, and I shall remember it always. Shinma did not dwell on this matter, for he indeed had not deliberately guided Ju-su's cultivation. It was entirely Ju-su's own epiphany. Yet Ju-su perceived it differently, interpreting Shinma's words as humility. Following this event, Shinma's standing within the mortuary rose even further. Upon learning that Shinma had assisted their master in breaking through to the half-step innate realm, Chiosing and Wentai finally understood Shinma's purpose in practicing stances and refining strength, realizing his noble character and towering presence. They felt their own shortcomings, perceiving themselves as coarse and dim-witted for failing to grasp Shinma's deeper intentions and goodwill. The trio of master and disciples felt immense gratitude towards Shinma. Ju-su continued to oversee the construction site for Shinma. Chiosing busied himself, showering compliments, while Wentai exhibited even greater eagerness, volunteering for every menial task, even insisting on washing undergarments, which Shinma decisively declined. Wentai also ceased his obsession with peculiar skills and returned to cultivation, hoping to break through to the nurturing realm and enter the realm of strength. The atmosphere of cultivation within the mortuary became invigorated. This sudden change astonished the four-eyed Taoist passing by. What was this? Chiosing and Wentai, have you taken some medication? Chapter 17. The four-eyed Taoist saw by the time the four-eyed Taoist arrived at the mortuary, it was already past 9 in the evening. Typically, at this hour, Ju-su would have retired for the night, leaving either Chiosing or Wentai to keep watch and attend to him and his clients. However, upon his arrival, the four-eyed Taoist discovered that his senior brother was absent, and both Chiosing and Wentai were wide awake, engaged in practice. Was the sun rising in the west? The usually lethargic Chiosing and Wentai were practicing at night. Could it be they had erred and were being punished by their senior brother? Yet, the four-eyed Taoist learned from Chiosing and Wentai that their senior brother had gone to Inko Ravine to assist Shinma in overseeing the construction site. Upon hearing this, the four-eyed Taoist was left dumbfounded. Unable to regain his composure for quite some time, it was only when Chiosing and Wentai began to help him escort the clients into the mortuary that the four-eyed Taoist, astonished, began to inquire further. His senior brother, who stood as resolute as steel, had indeed gone to assist someone with the construction site. He was the most prominent figure in Maoshan, second only to the senior brother Shijian. Had he no regard for his own reputation? Furthermore, who was this Shinma, possessing such influence that could compel his senior brother to oversee a construction site for him? The four-eyed Taoist racked his brains, unable to recall any notable officials or gentry in Renjiazan by the name of Shinma. Could it be that a passing dragon would be alighting in Renjiazan? The The four-eyed Taoist was filled with confusion and curiosity. Xiaoxing and Wentai then began to regale their uncle, the four-eyed Taoist, with tales. The two of them spoke in tandem, weaving a narrative that lasted the duration of 2 incense sticks, painting a picture that was nothing short of fantastic. Eventually, the four-eyed Taoist pieced the story together. Not long after his last corpse fetching, Jusu had met Shenma in Renjiazan, who was well versed in the arts of feng shui and physiognomy, and had revealed the impending zombie calamity. This Shenma seemed to be a high disciple of some reclusive clan, not only skilled in fortune-telling and omens, but also possessing many extraordinary techniques, achieving the cultivation of the 4th stream of nurturing the pulse at a young age. With Shenma's assistance, Jusu had not only navigated the zombie calamity at the Ren mansion, but had also secured a significant task, to assist in the construction of a yin-yang dual residence, altering the feng shui of the Ren family. Whether the feng shui was effective or not was of little concern to the four-eyed Taoist. He was primarily focused on one piece of information. Shenma had mastered the art of corpse refining, transforming the zombie that had languished in the dire waters for 20 years into a Disha corpse, and was utilizing this Disha corpse to alter the Ren family's feng shui. A Disha corpse, a formidable tactic indeed. The curiosity of Master Simu towards Shenmo surged abruptly. Master Simu specialized in corpse cultivation. Among the current generation of Maoshan practitioners, if he claimed the second position in the art of refining corpses, none would dare to assert the first. He was acutely aware of the rarity of a Disha corpse. Should Shenmo be willing to part with it, Master Simu was prepared to exchange 10 boxes of hard-earned big yellow fish for it. The Disha corpse was incomparably more precious than 10 boxes of fish. It was the dream corpse of those who practiced the art of corpse cultivation. Master Simu was eager to meet Xiaoshang. The individual mentioned by Wenkai as Shenmo, however, Shenmo was not at the mortuary. According to Wenkai, Shenmo had been taken away early that morning by the young lady Rantingting of the Ren family, purportedly to enjoy a boating excursion, and had yet to return, possibly not returning at all that night. After all, Shenmo had previously spent nights away, reportedly due to the Ren patriarch's insistence on hosting him overnight at the Ren residence. Upon realizing that Shenmo might not return, Master Simu grew restless, yearning to glimpse what a Disha corpse looked like. Wenkai foolishly remarked that the Disha corpse was in the Ingo stream. Upon hearing this, Master Simu could no longer remain seated and hastily prepared 2 lightweight talismans before rushing towards the Ingo stream. Xiaoshang rolled his eyes at Wenkai and said, "Great, thanks to your loose lips. What will happen to his clients now that our master has left? You'll keep vigil tonight." Without waiting for Wenkai's response, Xiaoshang dashed away. Wenkai, looking dejected, lamented his inability to control his tongue as he gazed at the row of clients in the mortuary. With a bitter smile, Wenkai addressed them, "Dear uncles and brothers, please look after me. I'll provide you with good offerings, so please do not scare me." In the Ingo stream, Master Simu indeed found his senior brother. Moreover, his senior brother Lin Fengjiao, seemed to be living quite comfortably in this remote wilderness, enjoying food and drink, with a group of workers to listen to his boastful tales. It was rather delightful, and no wonder his senior brother chose to supervise here. It was certainly more comfortable than watching over 2 foolish disciples at the mortuary. Master Simu was soon astonished to discover that his senior brother appeared to have made a breakthrough, half-step into the innate realm. Xiaoshang and Wenkai hadn't mentioned anything about their master's breakthrough. This revelation truly astonished Master Simu. The difficulty of a first-tier Zhou Tian realm practitioner breaking through to the innate realm was immense. In this generation of Maoshan, only the eldest senior brother Shijian, with the support of his elders, had acquired ample resources in the underworld to achieve half-step innate status. But what of his senior brother? Lacking connections and relationships, unwilling to curry favor with fellow disciples or flatter the elders, he had ended up in seclusion in Renjia town. Yet, despite all this, he still achieved half-step innate status. Master Simu's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Indeed, heaven rewards hard work, and sincerity is not in vain. He felt immense joy for his senior brother. However, when Master Simu learned that his senior brother's breakthrough was due to Shenmo's guidance, he stood frozen for a long moment, unable to comprehend. Shenmo, at the 4th level of nurturing veins, had instructed a first-tier Zhou Tian realm senior brother to break through to half-step innate? Was this a joke? Junior brother, has your senior brother ever joked with you? Xiaoshang cautioned. You must not underestimate Shinamo. Although he is merely at the fourth level of nurturing veins, he attained enlightenment before a grave. His spirit is remarkably resilient, and his attaining the first tier is merely a matter of time. With glimpses of the innate realm being highly likely, furthermore, he possesses numerous extraordinary techniques and secret arts. Even a century-old wind wugong that had taken residence here fell to his blade, indicating his lineage is certainly not from an ordinary hidden family. This young man's future is boundless. Our alliance with him will greatly benefit Maoshan and our future cultivation endeavors. Do you understand? Master Simu nodded dazedly. He certainly understood the importance of aligning oneself with powerful allies. However, during their time at Maoshan, he was the one more adept at forging such alliances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have garnered the Elder's favor and received the true teachings of the divine summoning technique. How had it come to this, with his senior brother now advising him on the same? People indeed change. His senior brother had finally seen the light die in truth. Master Simu had already learned of Shenmo's prowess from Qiu Shang and Wen Kai. Given their lengthy praise, it was impossible for him to forget. However, he had never anticipated Shenmo's capabilities to be so formidable. Not only could he guide his senior brother to a breakthrough into half-step innate, but he also possessed numerous extraordinary techniques and secret arts, alongside the ability to slay a century-old wind wugong. Such depth was indeed not something an ordinary hidden family could compare to. As for which hidden family it might be, in this era of chaos, many hidden families had sent forth their descendants for trials. Some were willing to speak, while others, even if they did, were often forgotten. After all, in this age of decline, many families had concealed themselves in blessed lands and secret realms, and as the years passed, those once renowned families and sects had long been forgotten by the spiritual realm. As the orthodox Maoshan sect, they too had blessed lands and celestial caverns. However, their blessed lands were linked to the underworld, thus practitioners mostly wandered the mortal realm, unable to remain completely hidden. This chaotic era would be their time to shine. Since Shenmo was unwilling to divulge, they naturally would not pry further. Moreover, from Shenmo's actions, it was clear he was not aligned with the demonic path. Additionally, Shenmo's close association with the young lady of the Rin family indicated he likely intended to settle in Rinjia town. Though this seemed somewhat peculiar for a disciple of a hidden family, having a highly skilled companion nearby was certainly welcomed by Qiu Shang. After all, it was understandable for a young person to choose to remain in Rinjia town for love. Who hasn't he experienced youth? Practitioners of the Maoshan sect were permitted to marry and have children. Both Qiu Shang and Master Simu had their own poignant stories of love in the past. Qiu Shang had his Lian Mei, while Master Simu had his Yinling. Alas, the spiritual realm ultimately differed from the secular world, and love was often a luxury for practitioners. Returning to the main topic, Master Simu said, "Senior brother, I wish to see the Di Sha corpse. Please take me to see it." Qiu Shang replied, "I knew you would come looking for me at this hour for the Di Sha corpse." Master Simu responded, "You understand me well." Qiu Shang said, "Not possible. The Di Sha corpse belongs to Daoishan and is related to the feng shui of the Ren family. We cannot afford any mishap." Master Simu insisted, "Senior brother, I do not wish to seize the corpse. I only wish to take a look." Qiu Sheng retorted, "That is also not allowed." Master Simu pleaded, "Senior brother, I beg you." Qiu Sheng replied, "Even if you kneel, it won't work with that." Master Simu threw himself to the ground. Qiu Sheng sighed. Knowing his junior brother was thick-skinned and adept at flattery, he had relied on this skill to gain the favor of an elder during their time at Maoshan, earning the true teachings of the Maoshan secret summoning technique. Unexpectedly, Master Simu, despite his age, had become even bolder. To catch a glimpse of the Di Sha corpse, he had even prostrated himself. All right, is this how you play it?" Qiu Shang could only shake his head in exasperation. Seeing Master Simu sprawled on the ground, refusing to rise, he contemplated turning away. Yet, Master Simu was quick. He lunged forward and grabbed Qiu Sheng's leg. "Senior brother, I implore you, just one look." Qiu Sheng replied, "Let go. Not even a glance." Master Simu continued, "Please, have mercy on me. I lost my mother at 3, my father at 5, and came to Maoshan at 6. Among our generation of disciples, you and the elder were the most fond of me." With tears streaming down his face, Master Simu recounted his past, evoking both sorrow and compassion in Qiu Shang. who sighed helplessly, "Fine. Just one look. I swear it will be just one look." Very well then. Ultimately, Qiu Shang could not bear to let his junior brother harbor regrets. The allure of the Di Sha corpse was indeed too great for practitioners of corpse cultivation. Had he been in Master Simu's position, he too would find it hard to resist taking a peek. Thus, Qiu Shang led Master Simu to the location of the Yin residence. Before even seeing the Di Sha corpse, Master Simu caught sight of a thick fog enveloping the valley. As this, a formation? Indeed. It is the fog illusion formation set by Taoist Shun, capable of ensnaring foes and creating illusions. Stay close to me, or you'll find yourself in quite a predicament. Master Simu nodded repeatedly, closely trailing behind his senior brother Linjiao, holding Shinmo's skills in even higher regard. To establish such a powerful first-tier fog illusion formation, Shinmo's achievements in the art of formations were certainly remarkable. The two of them navigated through the fog and soon entered the Yin residence. Before them stood a towering ancient willow tree. Master Simu gazed upward in astonishment and exclaimed, "Senior brother, could this be the Sha Lu? You have a keen eye, indeed. This is 100-year-old Sha Lu." Qiu Sheng looked at the Sha Lu born from Shan Mo's manipulation of the feng shui. Reminiscing about his first encounter with the Sha Liu at that time, Qiu Sheng had been even more shocked than Master Simu. If the century-old Wind Wugong was born of its bloodline and innate talent, benefiting from favorable conditions, then the Sha Lu was a product of Shanmo's feng shui mastery. The value of the Sha Lu was nearly on par with that of the century-old Wind Wugong. This demonstrated Shan Mo's profound understanding of feng shui and his adeptness in utilizing malevolent energy. What use does this century-old Sha Lu have? It is widely acknowledged that willow leaves can open one's eyes, and willow branches can ward off evil spirits. The Sha Lu, however, not only possesses the ability to unveil the unseen and dispel malevolent entities, but also wields extraordinary power, born from the essence of negative energy. It offers immense benefits to ghostly beings. The Sha Lu is known to nurture souls, classified as one of the top 10 soul-nourishing entities in the spirit world. Its value to practitioners skilled in ghostly arts is comparable to that of the Di Sha corpse for those who specialize in corpse refinement. Moreover, Taoist Simu discovered that Shinmo had ingeniously utilized feng shui techniques to transform the Sha Lu's negative energy into the nurturing essence required for cultivating Di Sha corpses. This not only curtailed the Sha Lu's ability to summon souls, but also allowed the Di Sha corpse to absorb the nurturing energy, continuously refining and strengthening itself. 100-year-old Sha Lu, due to its significant benefits to ghostly beings, often becomes the favored host for such entities. As the number of parasitic spirits increases, the Sha Lu can metamorphose into a Sha Lu spirit, capable of commanding other ghostly beings. There is a record in the miscellaneous records of Maoshan that during the late Song dynasty, a county named Guobei was once plagued by a millennia-old Sha Lu spirit, which was ultimately vanquished by a wandering swordsman and 2 enlightened monks. The ability of Shenmo to catalyze the growth of the Sha Lu through feng shui and tame it into a sacred ground for corpse refinement left Taoist Simu envious, his eyes wide with astonishment. Setting aside the Di Sha corpse, even relocating his 2 cherished treasures to this place would yield extraordinary opportunities, enhancing their strength through the nurturing essence and potentially propelling them from the realm of black zombies to the realm of jumping zombies. The 2 white zombies that Taoist Simu had painstakingly refined over the years had only reached the pinnacle of black zombies after much nurturing. Yet, advancing from black to jumping zombies required immense resources and fortuitous circumstances. The zombie transformed from Old Master Run had been nurtured in a perilous lair for 2 decades to attain the status of a jumping zombie. If Taoist Simu could possess 2 such formidable jumping zombies, he would command the winds upon his return to Maoshan. Now, with an incredible opportunity before him, a sacred ground for corpse refinement that could potentially grant him 2 jumping zombies, he felt his excitement mounting. His face flushed and breath quickening. Uncle Gio observed his overly enamored disciple with disdain. "Simu, calm yourself. Do not entertain any extravagant thoughts. This is the focal point of the Yin formation within the dual residences of Yin and Yang. There must not be any mistakes, brother. I understand the gravity of the situation. I merely wish to, do not even think about it. Just look, and once you have seen, depart. Brother, are you still going to look?" "Yes, right now." Reluctantly, Daoist Simu suppressed his yearning and turned his gaze to the coffin placed beneath the Sha Lu. Instantly, he discerned that this coffin was not only situated within the Feng Shui formation, but was also protected by the Maoshan 18 Suns Spirit Array. The Maoshan 18 Suns Spirit Array is a top-tier formation, as formidable as the Cloud and Mist Illusion Array, requiring 18 spirit-infused artifacts as its focal points. Once established, any D Sha corpse within it, unless approached by the formation master or those possessing the formation tokens, would remain unseen and unattainable by anyone, be they human, ghost, or demon. It goes without saying that only Brother Lin Jiu could set such an array. Brother, how could you bear to employ the 18 Suns Spirit Array to protect this D Sha corpse for Shenemo? How could you possibly? As Daoist Simu was left speechless in astonishment, Uncle Jiu rolled his eyes and chided him. Simu, you are speaking too much today. Do not ask what is not your place to inquire. I understand. Silently, Daoist Simu acknowledged that Shenemo held an exceptionally esteemed position in Brother Jiu's heart. Otherwise, how could Brother Jiu have been willing to dedicate the 18 Suns Spirit Array to Shenmo's D Sha corpse? Although he could rationalize it as Uncle Jiu's precaution against the D Sha corpse potentially rebelling and wreaking havoc, the 18 Suns Spirit Array was no ordinary formation. It likely represented the culmination of Brother Jiu's life's work. Despite not yet having encountered Shenmo, Daoist Simu found himself irresistibly drawn to him. The individual capable of compelling Brother Jiu to invest his hard-earned resources into establishing the 18 Suns Spirit Array was undoubtedly extraordinary, and the corpses he refined were certainly not ordinary either. As Brother Jiu activated the 18 Suns Spirit Array and led Daoist Simu into the formation, approaching the coffin, Simu could no longer contain his excitement. His eyes widened, fixated on the coffin lid that Uncle Jiu was about to open. Fearing he might miss this historic lesson, creak. As the coffin creaked open, the D Sha corpse emerged before Daoist Simu, its overwhelming malevolent aura surging like a tidal wave, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, Daoist Simu's heart raced, his eyes bulging with a mixture of horror and elation. This is the D Sha corpse, truly a masterpiece. Behold its ethereal form, the chilling energy, those claws as sharp as cold iron. Daoist Simu felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it, as if beholding an unparalleled beauty. Smack, Uncle Jiu, having anticipated his move, swiftly swatted away Daoist Simu's hand, reaching for the D Sha corpse and attempted to close the coffin lid. Simu immediately blocked his brother's action. Brother, let me have another look. We agreed on just a glance. Brother, please, let me see once more. Oh, not be excessive. And just as Uncle Jiu opened the coffin, far away in Ranjia town, Shenemo, who was indulging in merriment with Old Master Run, suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. Someone is opening a coffin? Let me see who it is. He formed a soul imprint from the 9-in corpse refinement technique, connecting his consciousness to the D Sha corpse, and then caught sight of a rather lecherous-looking Daoist, adorned with wooden-framed spectacles, fixating on him with covetous eyes. Simultaneously, Daoist Simu and Uncle Jiu sensed a movement from the D Sha corpse. Their breaths halted, not daring to move a single hair. The three, one human and one corpse, seemed frozen in time. Shenemo? Uncle Jiu, this is bad. We've got a situation. Daoist Simu, don't blame me. I didn't do anything. Chapter 19. Uncle Jiu's great favor goes unthanked. What is happening? The wine in Shenmo's hand suddenly lost its appeal. He had not yet reached the point of drunken stupor. And now someone was attempting to steal his corpse, as if he were merely a flirtatious barmaid. Shenemo was about to take action against the corpse thief when he suddenly recalled how familiar the bespectacled Daoist looked. Upon seeing Uncle Jiu behind him, he instantly recognized the identity of the intruder. Daoist Simu. What is he doing here in this dark alley? Could it be that Uncle Jiu informed him, bringing him along to pilfer the corpse? Shenemo shook his head, quickly dismissing that possibility. Over the past few interactions with Uncle Jiu, he had come to understand his character. Uncle Jiu would never resort to such petty theft. Even if he desired the D Sha corpse, he would consult with Shenemo first, never taking without permission. After observing Daoist Simu's lascivious gaze, Shenemo began to piece together the situation. Most likely, Daoist Simu wanted to see the D Sha corpse, and Uncle Jiu brought him along to take a look. However, Neither Uncle Ju nor Daoist Simu was aware that the soul imprint from the 9-in corpse refinement technique could manipulate the Disha corpse from a distance and even share its vision. Now, with Uncle Jio and Daoist Simu in the light and Shinamo in the shadows, he found himself intrigued to see how they would handle the situation next, all while testing the capabilities of the Disha corpse. It was crucial to note that the Disha corpse, whether as Shen Mo's refined corpse or as the Rent family's fortune-altering corpse, was not meant to be killed if the Disha corpse were to go berserk. Even Uncle Jio, a half-step innate practitioner, would not dare to guarantee an easy victory. Thus, with the restriction against killing and the need to maintain control, it would be fascinating to see how they would navigate this predicament. Both Uncle Jio and Daoist Simu bore expressions of grave concern, clearly believing that the Disha corpse had sensed the presence of living beings and was breaking free from the control of the corpse manipulation technique. About to go on a rampage. The thought of facing a rampaging Disha corpse sent shivers down their spines, their bodies tense with apprehension, unwilling to let their guard down. The Disha corpse was one of the top 10 malevolent corpses, its ferocity surpassing even that of a peak-jumping zombie. Despite their thorough preparations, neither Uncle Ju nor Daoist Simu could claim they could subdue the Disha corpse. Now, caught unawares, how could they not fear? However, Uncle Jio, being a half-step innate talisman master with considerable battlefield experience, quickly regained his composure. He circulated his vital energy at his fingertips, drawing a talisman in the air. Soon, a corpse-confining talisman materialized. Yet, Daoist Simu proved to be quicker. As a practitioner specializing in corpse techniques, he had more experience dealing with zombies. Daoist Simu had already drawn several corpse-confining talismans from his Maoshan talisman pouch, whispering, "Brother, I'll hold it off for now." You quickly activate the 18 Sun's spirit array to prepare for suppression. You cannot hold it. I will take on the task. You retreat first. No, you retreat first. You first. It's my fault for being too eager to see the corpse. Leading us into danger, brother. Do not say any more. You should go first. Uncle Jio and Daoist Simu were caught in a mutual display of brotherly affection, each insisting the other take the safer route. However, before Shenamo could enjoy the spectacle, both Uncle Jio and Daoist Simu suddenly acted in unison, hurling their corpse-confining talismans toward the Disha corpse. Shenamo was taken aback, realizing that even in their battle against the zombies, the brotherly duo was employing a strategy of diversion. Indeed, the art of war is filled with cunning. Shenamo deftly manipulated the Disha corpse, effortlessly evading their talismans. At the same time, as the Disha corpse landed, it sensed the rich earth energy surrounding it, feeling invigorated, as though a dragon had returned to the sea, relishing its newfound freedom. The Disha corpse possessed the innate ability to burrow into the earth. Whoosh! Silence directly unleashed the earth demon corpse's ability to burrow into the ground, causing the entire head of the earth demon corpse to instantly vanish into the earth, reminiscent of a creature diving into water while swimming. Particularly akin to a proficient marine beast swiftly navigating its aquatic domain. Through the perception of the earth demon corpse, Jusu and Simu appeared as two flickering candle flames emitting a glaring brightness in the darkness. Exceedingly conspicuous, at any moment, Silence could manipulate the earth demon corpse to emerge from beneath the ground and launch a surprise attack on them, or drag them underground to toy with at his leisure. In essence, when confronted with the burrowing capabilities of the earth demon corpse, ordinary cultivators resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of any means to resist. However, Jusu and Simu were evidently not ordinary cultivators. Observing the earth demon corpse vanish underground, Jusu and Simu swiftly leaped onto the coffin, seeking refuge from the impending assault of the earth demon corpse. Simultaneously, Jusu once again drew a talisman from afar, and a quicksand talisman materialized instantaneously, indicating his intention to use the quicksand to restrain the movements of the earth demon corpse. As for truly trapping it, Jusu was acutely aware that such a feat was impossible. Only the talisman for sealing the ground could confine an entity capable of burrowing. Jusu merely aimed to impede the earth demon corpse, thus providing them with a window to escape. Once they exited the 18 spirit array, they could utilize the array to trap the earth demon corpse and then contact Silence to suppress it. Through the earth demon corpse, Silence witnessed Jusu's tactics and arrangements. Having comprehended the heavenly talisman, He could instantly recognize the quicksand talisman and thus discern Jusu's intentions. Regrettably, Jusu ultimately underestimated the capabilities of the Earth Demon Corpse. Its burrowing prowess was far beyond the constraints of a quicksand talisman. Just as Silence prepared to showcase the might of the Earth Demon Corpse to Jusu, he abruptly discerned an invisible barrier encasing the coffin and the Earth Demon Corpse within. Under the perception of the burrowing technique, 18 streams of spiritual light flowed continuously, adhering to some intricate design. Was this a formation? Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the 18-spirit array, you have grasped the 6-Ding-6 Guardian array. The 6-Ding-6 Guardian array is a spell formation that can enhance oneself or be arranged to summon the divine powers of the 6-Ding-6, wielding the forces of wind and thunder to subdue demons and spirits. The shorter the introduction, the mightier it is. Once this array is established, it can compel Jusu and Simu into a state of dire confrontation with the Earth Demon Corpse. A mere strike of the 6-Ding Divine Thunder could subjugate it. Thunder inherently symbolizes celestial authority and is particularly effective against malevolent entities and spirits. The 6-Ding Divine Thunder, being the Een Thunder condensed by the Een spirits, instills fear even in zombies that exist outside the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements. This illustrates the formidable nature of the array. Silence did not anticipate that Jusu had also laid the 18-spirit array beside the Killing Willow. This formation required 18 spiritual artifacts to be established, primarily for protection and defense. The century-old Peachwood sword Silence had previously used to refine the Earth Demon Corpse was among them, indicating that in order to set up the formation, Jusu had nearly emptied his reserves. Silence could only remark on Jusu's impressive resolve, truly generous in his endeavors. This was Jusu's unspoken gratitude. His actions were a genuine expression of thanks. Silence no longer harbored intentions of experimenting with the corpse on Jusu, instead deciding to manipulate the incantation, allowing his spiritual force to surge like a tidal wave, which was soon sensed by Jusu and Simu. Upon perceiving Silence's spiritual presence, Jusu felt an immediate sense of relief. Fellow Taoist Shun has acted. All is well. Simu, on the other hand, was astonished by the magnitude of Silence's spiritual power, which radiated with the brilliance of a resplendent sun, surpassing even his own prowess as a top-tier Zhou cultivator. This was indeed the manifestation of profound insights into the realm of spirit. No wonder my senior brother firmly believes this individual's future is limitless. Just the strength of his spirit firmly places him among the elite, with the potential to easily step into the innate realm. Simu was thoroughly convinced of this. The Earth Demon Corpse slowly rose from the ground, while Jusu and Simu lowered their guard, clearly sensing Silence's spiritual power and understanding that the Earth Demon Corpse was now under his control. Subsequently, the Earth Demon Corpse leaped into the coffin, not forgetting to draw the coffin back with its corpse energy. Jusu remarked, "As expected of Shunimo, such mastery is truly remarkable." Simu stood in stunned silence. Despite engaging in corpse refinement himself, his own creation resembled a rabid dog on a chain, prone to biting even its master in a frenzy. In contrast, the Earth Demon Corpse had been refined by Silence to the extent of being akin to a personal life-bound corpse. The 9-Een corpse refinement technique, is it truly this formidable? Senior brother, this 9-Een corpse refinement technique? Go away, do not even think about it. Such a secret technique of corpse refinement is undoubtedly a sect's hidden treasure. Not something easily glimpsed. If I were to provoke Shan Mo's ire, how could I hope to cling to his coattails? Chapter 20. Leveraging others' connections to promote oneself. Amo, what is it? Ren Fa had sensed Shan Mo's unusual demeanor early on but dared not disturb him. Waiting until Shinamo dispersed the incantation, his gaze returning to clarity, before hastily inquiring, his words laced with concern. "Ice nothing, merely encountered an acquaintance." Ren Fa was momentarily taken aback, feeling it was quite extraordinary. Shinamo had evidently been drinking with him, yet suddenly he performed an incantation and entered a trance, waves of energy surrounding him, his pressure akin to that of a dragon, intimidating Ren Fa to the point where he scarcely dared to breathe. Who would have thought he merely encountered an acquaintance? This method of encountering an old friend from a distance truly exceeded Ren Fa's imagination. Indeed, cultivators of the spirit illusion realm possess celestial abilities. Ren Fa immediately raised his cup, showering Shenemo with effusive praise. You truly possess divine methods. No wonder Jusu speaks so highly of you. My daughter Tingting also holds you in high regard. My own admiration for you, Angmo, flows like the unceasing waters of the Yellow River, akin to the overflowing Yangtze River, impossible to contain. Despite Ren Fei's constant repetition of Imo, his heart was filled with trepidation towards Shenemo. The reason for addressing him as Imo was due to Shenmo's burgeoning romance with his daughter, Ren Tingting, as they were soon to be wed. As an elder, calling him Imo was not out of place. His apprehension stemmed from Shenmo's extraordinary capabilities, controlling zombies, establishing operations, altering fortunes, and at such a young age, he had already reached the 4th tier of the nurturing veins realm, with Jusu even proclaiming he would surely enter the elite tier, and had a significant chance of achieving the innate realm. A person of such caliber wishing to become the son-in-law of the Ren family was an unparalleled honor for Ren Fei, who viewed it as a blessing from the heavens for his family. His daughter Ren Tingting being chosen by Shenemo was indeed a stroke of fortune cultivated in a previous life. In summary, it was Shenemo who had chosen Ren Tingting, and certainly not the other way around. It was the Ren family who had managed to elevate themselves. Thus, in the presence of Shenemo, Ren Fei naturally felt 3 degrees lower in status. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment, even feeling immensely honored. Ever since the old master of the Ren family relocated the grave, their business had flourished remarkably, akin to a sun at its zenith, and it appeared they were on the verge of restoring the former glory of the Ren family's dominance over half the city. How could Ren Fei not be excited? Furthermore, such achievements were not solely due to his own efforts and scheming. They were largely credited to Shenmo's contributions. Subsequently, Ren Fei transformed his trepidation into strength, continuously extolling Shenmo's virtues. Although Shenemo was not fond of sycophants, it must be said that such praise was genuinely pleasing to hear. Especially when it came from the father of Ren Tingting, the feeling was even more gratifying. In truth, the initial choice of Ren Tingting was not merely based on her beauty. It was a decision made with intent. The ability to act upon one's desires is one thing, while the ability to achieve those desires is another. After a satisfying meal and drink, Ren Fei once again invited Shenemo to stay overnight at the Ren residence. This sly old fox arranged Shenmo's room right next to Ren Tingting's, a clear indication of his intentions. Shenemo had long since strolled into the boudoir under the cover of night, exploring its depths, inhaling the fragrant blossoms, and admiring the enticing allure of rosy hues. This was a natural progression, especially with a little push from others. However, on this particular night, Shenemo had no intention of staying at the Ren residence. It was not that Ren Tingting had lost her charm, but rather that Simu offered greater value. Shenemo had gradually gleaned insights from Jusu, such as the listening wind ear, heavenly talisman, yin yang eye, moon-gazing coin, thunderclap fist, Altair star needle, and the everlasting green pine technique. Almost all were exceptional skills and secret arts. Although Simu may not be on par with Jusu, he was nonetheless a first-rate Zhoutian cultivator, specializing in corpse refinement and possessing a unique divine summoning technique. Shenemo was quite curious about what extraordinary skills or secret arts he could derive from Simu in comparison to strength. Allure could certainly take a back seat for the time being. The moonlight was as clear as water. Shenemo traversed the winds, graceful as a celestial being. Upon arriving at the gutter gorge, Jusu and Simu had already been waiting for quite some time. After all, with the changes in the Earth Demon Corpse as its master, Shenemo had sensed it and had enacted secret techniques to reseal the Earth Demon Corpse. Thus it was imperative for him to make an appearance. Prior to Shenmo's arrival, Jusu had repeatedly warned Simu not to act rashly and offend Shenemo. Jusu feared that Simu might be unable to contain himself and directly prostrate himself before Shenemo in a plea for the 9-in corpse refinement technique. After all, the 9-in corpse refinement technique was incomparably superior to the Maoshan corpse refinement secret art. Just the recent demonstration of remotely controlling the Earth Demon Corpse and refining it into a being akin to a life-bound corpse was beyond the capabilities of the Maoshan techniques. However, Jusu ultimately overestimated Simu's limits. As soon as Shenemo gracefully touched down, Simu burst forth from the tent, executing a smooth slide on his knees, performing an exceedingly fluid full prostration. Simu had encountered Shenemo before and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Fellow Taoist Shen, for aiding my senior brother in stepping into the half-step innate realm, my admiration for you flows like the unceasing waters of the Yellow River, akin to the Yangtze River's relentless surge. Silence was amused by the sudden kneeling and the familiar flattery that came with it. He had just heard such praise from Ren Fa, jesting that Ren Fa must have received profound teachings from Duolong. To his surprise, Taoist Simu employed the same rhetoric, their words nearly identical. It seemed that the teachings of Duolong were not solitary as for why Taoist Simu was prostrating before him. Silence could easily deduce the reason with a mere thought. The 9 corpse refining technique. If Taoist Simu was not after the 9 corpse refining technique, he would be live-streaming himself washing Rin Tingting's hair while standing on his head. In the eyes of practitioners specializing in corpse refinement, the 9 corpse refining technique is akin to a peerless beauty. Any sensible person would not ignore or dismiss it. Unfortunately, Silence had no intention of imparting the 9 corpse refining technique to Taoist Simu. Despite Silence's deeper understanding of Taoist Simu than the latter realized, they were ultimately meeting for the first time. Their camaraderie was not as strong as that with Qiusheng. Why would Silence share the 9 corpse refining technique with Taoist Simu? Simply because he was adept at flattery? It must be said that Taoist Simu was indeed skilled in that regard. Compared to Ren Fa's reservedness, Taoist Simu's praises came forth like a torrential storm, making it quite difficult for anyone to harbor disdain towards him. Moreover, Taoist Simu was flattering Silence on the grounds of his senior brother's breakthrough to the half-step innate realm, which showcased his cleverness, borrowing someone else's merit to bolster his own. A surefire win, however, for Silence. It was merely a favorable first impression. Seeing his junior brother act in such a manner filled Jushu with shame, wishing he could stab Taoist Simu with a peachwood sword. He had clearly instructed him not to offend Silence, yet the result was still utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, this was Taoist Simu, and only he could behave in such a manner. Otherwise, he would not have received the secret teachings of that esteemed ancestor. Silence maintained a calm demeanor, allowing Taoist Simu to rise. He had not done anything significant, as it was all due to Jushu's own efforts, talent, and ability. He was merely adding a touch of embellishment. Taoist Simu got up from the ground without brushing off the dirt, continuing to extol Silence's noble character. Jushu could no longer endure it. Taoist Simu, speak of serious matters, of course. Brother. Taoist Simu replied, Taoist friend Shun, I have a rather humble request. I wish to borrow this sacred ground of yours to assist my corpse refinement in breaking through its bottleneck. Naturally, I will not take advantage of your sacred ground. Whether you desire gold, precious jewels, spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, secret techniques, or even virtue, I am willing to offer them in exchange. Silence. Surprisingly, he was not asking for the 9 corpse refining technique, but merely wished to borrow the place of energy to aid his corpse refinement. Tingting, would you like to play the game of washing your hair while standing on your head? Chapter 21. Imo Yun's Magical Bag, the Crimson Cloud Giant Sword. Taoist Simu undoubtedly sought the 9 corpse refining technique. However, such a secret method could not be casually imparted. Aware of his own limitations, Taoist Simu wisely refrained from requesting the 9 corpse refining technique and instead sought opportunities for corpse refinement. The desire for change invariably remained tied to the undead. Taoist Simu's wishes were ultimately related to corpses. As for whether to allow Taoist Simu to utilize this cursed land for corpse refinement. Silence was indifferent. The cursed willow stood firm here, unmoving as a mountain. Whether Silence was refining cursed corpses or nurturing the wind Wugue's form, it would merely be a drop in the ocean of malevolent energy. Moreover, allowing Taoist Simu to refine corpses here could provide him the opportunity to comprehend more profound secret techniques. Silence decided to grant his request. As for the compensation, Taoist Simu offered gold, jewels, magical artifacts, medicinal pills, secret techniques, and virtue. Since establishing connections with the Rin family, Silence had never lacked for money and likely would not in the future either. Therefore, he had no interest in wealth. His happiest days were those spent lounging in bed, enjoying Douyin coins without earning any. The thought that such blissful days would take a century to return made Silence yearn for cultivation, success, and immortality. Relishing those joyful moments again, as for secret techniques, did the remarkably perceptive Silence lack them? Certainly, He did, and he was quite eager for them. By comprehending secret techniques, Silence could grasp even more advanced methods. He observed a beggar sleeping and gained insights into the sun-gazing and breath regulation technique. Through studying Zhu Shu's Maoshan health preservation fist, he directly comprehended the eternal pine technique. This illustrates that the more profound the secret technique, the deeper the insights one could gain. Thus, it was essential for Silence to continuously seek higher quality techniques. And where could such high-quality techniques be found? Naturally, within long-established sects like Maoshan. This was also one of the reasons Silence remained in the righteous cemetery. However, even if Taoist Simu possessed top-tier secret techniques, Silence would not dare ask for them. Whether it be the Maoshan corpse refining technique or the summoning technique, these were secrets not meant to be passed down. The so-called secret techniques Taoist Simu spoke of were likely mere miscellaneous methods he had gathered, akin to disguise techniques or the three immortals returning to the cave. Such techniques were of little use to Silence. The notion of exchanging secret techniques was merely talk. It should not be taken seriously. As for in virtue, one must first understand what it entailed. The definition states that it refers to good deeds done in secret or virtuous actions performed in the mortal realm that can earn merit in the underworld. In the realm of the undead, although in virtue is invisible and intangible, it is a highly regarded currency with numerous practical applications. In virtue can serve as currency in the underworld and can be used to dispel misfortune during difficult times. It can also be exchanged for opportunities of enlightenment at critical moments in cultivation, i.e. in the underworld. It is even used as a resource for ghostly practitioners. However, for Silence, in virtue was of little use at the moment. He did not urgently need it to exchange for cultivation resources. The secret techniques, miscellaneous skills, and methods derived from his extraordinary perception were sufficient for his cultivation. By the time he had the opportunity to enter the underworld, he would likely have amassed quite a bit of in virtue. After all, subduing demons and eliminating evil would yield in virtue, and theoretically, subduing cursed corpses and eliminating century-old windwuggies would also grant him in virtue. Taoist Simu's in virtue was not something he valued. After careful consideration, the only thing that could be exchanged was magical artifacts and medicinal pills. Silence truly possessed no magical artifacts or any medicinal pills. Instead, he had a method for crafting a magical artifact, the Wangyue golden coin. Unfortunately, the well-preserved 5 Emperor's coins were exceedingly rare, and Silence had no plans to craft them at the moment. Let us see what stock Taoist Simu had. Among the disciples of Maoshan, who is the wealthiest? Among the new generation of Maoshan disciples, if Taoist Simu claims second place, no one would dare assert the first. Taoist Simu's wealth stemmed entirely from his business acumen. He had early on discovered the lucrative nature of the corpse-driving trade. After achieving cultivation success, while his fellow disciples were subduing demons and eliminating evil, he was driving corpses. While others were upholding righteousness and dispelling evil, he was driving corpses. When other disciples went to the underworld to undertake tasks from Yanluo to earn cultivation resources, he was driving corpses. In summary, regardless of what others were doing, Taoist Simu was either driving corpses or on the way to do so. For decades, he had amassed wealth that even the elders of Maoshan would envy. It was precisely because of his immense wealth that during a grand Maoshan festival, Taoist Simu alone burned incense. And the merit generated from his offerings surpassed that of all his fellow disciples combined. The in virtue he earned was also significant. After all, ensuring the peaceful rest of the deceased is a great act of in virtue. Taoist Simu's performance caught the attention of an ancestral figure from Maoshan in the underworld, who directly transmitted to him a summoning technique. In plain terms, Taoist Simu's exceptional achievements allowed his ancestor to profit effortlessly in the underworld, delighting the ancestor and subsequently granting Taoist Simu a direct line of communication. A single call could connect him to the ancestor. Those diligent and hard-working disciples who toiled in exorcising demons were left dumbfounded. It turned out that driving corpses not only yielded profits but also garnered in virtue, far surpassing their earnings from running about the mountains and woods. Thus, the Maoshan corpse driving team came into existence, which has since grown quite substantial. Taoist Simu's business was consequently affected, yet he remained the most successful among his peers. After all, his reputation was firmly established. With wealth, he could resolve 90% of life's troubles. And coupled with the favor he received from that Maoshan ancestor, Daoist Simu not only acquired abundant cultivation resources, but also progressed to the first-rate Zhou Tian realm in corpse refinement, possessing magical artifacts and medicinal pills in such abundance that even the elder brother of Mao Shan, Shi Jian, felt a twinge of envy. As Silence surveyed the dazzling array of magical artifacts and medicinal pills before him. He gained a profound understanding of Daoist Simu's wealth. Then he glanced at Yushu, who was as impoverished as could be, as the old saying goes, comparing goods reveals their worth, comparing people reveals their fate. Despite both originating from Mao Shan, there was simply no basis for comparison. Silence sifted through the numerous magical artifacts and pills, ultimately selecting 3 items of the highest value to him. The first, naturally, was the storage magical artifact that Silence had long desired. The Mao Shan Law Bag, a storage magical artifact reserved for first-rate Zhou Tian realm practitioners, was nearly ubiquitous among them, with each person typically possessing one. However, Daoist Simu was an exception, as he possessed 2 storage bags. In addition to the standard issue from Mao Shan, he had acquired another bag from slaying a demonic cultivator. The Mo Yun Law Bag. The entire object is as dark as ink, adorned with fiery red clouds. And its internal space is twice that of the standard Mao Shan storage pouch. Shinimo observed it, and it was indeed as expansive as a basketball court, more than sufficient to meet current storage needs. The Four-Eyed Taoist was initially reluctant to part with the ink cloud pouch as a trade. After all, the ink cloud pouch offers a greater storage capacity than the standard Mao Shan pouch and holds a certain commemorative significance. However, the Mao Shan pouch cannot be transferred, as doing so would violate the sex regulations. Thus, for Shinimo to acquire a storage pouch, the ink cloud pouch became his only option. In return, Shinimo agreed to the Four-Eyed Taoist's request to refine the corpse beneath the kill willow until it reached the mid-stage of a jumping corpse. 2 mid-stage jumping corpses would be sufficient to elevate the Four-Eyed Taoists standing among the new generation of Mao Shan disciples. Although he may not surpass the eldest brother, Shi Jian, or the sister Lin Fengjiao, he would certainly outshine Xiu Chunnan, Zhou Dadong, and Qianhe by several ranks. The Four-Eyed Taoist felt he had struck a lucrative deal. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Shinimo was the one profiting even more. Your extraordinary comprehension allowed you to observe the ink cloud pouch and grasp the wondrous technique of object absorption. This technique, in conjunction with the wondrous technique of the true 3 immortals returning to the cave, has led you to comprehend the authentic version of the 3 immortals returning to the cave. The original 3 immortals returning to the cave was merely a deceptive trick, its quality inferior to that of the mysterious hands of emptiness. However, upon mutual verification with the technique of object absorption, it has astonishingly evolved into the true 3 immortals returning to the cave. Not only does it possess the ability to deceive others, but it also encompasses the marvel of object absorption. Shinimo now has 2 additional spaces for absorption within his sleeves, each merely 1 cubic meter in size, yet they are far more convenient and advantageous for practical use. Acquiring an ink cloud pouch and the true 3 immortals returning to the cave, Shinimo has indeed struck a remarkable fortune. For his second choice, Shinimo selected a colossal sword, known as the Red Twilight, which the Four-Eyed Taoist had discovered while traversing a cavern from the remains of a predecessor. Weighing 164 pounds, the blade is as dark as ink, exuding a crimson twilight glow. Alongside the Red Twilight sword, there existed a sword manual, though it had long since deteriorated due to the passage of time. The Four-Eyed Taoist held a great fondness for the Red Twilight sword, investing considerable wealth in crafting several similar counterfeit versions. Alas, they were mere imitations. Shinimo chose the Red Twilight sword primarily because he had recently been seeking to replenish his physical strength. And this sword not only aids in refining strength, but also incorporates techniques from the 7 streams, significantly accelerating his progress. For his final selection, Shinimo opted for a vial of elixir. Within the exquisite vial lay 12 emerald green pills, each no larger than a peanut, exuding a unique fragrance reminiscent of earth after rain. The Yunluo pill, formulated from the morning dew grass and Yinhui flower. This elixir is renowned for its health-preserving properties, bolstering vitality and strengthening the body, making it an essential remedy for Mao Shan disciples in the cultivation of health, greatly enhancing their training speed. The morning dew grass is a common herb, aptly named for its ability to gather morning dew. The Yinhui flower, a premier shade plant that thrives in the underworld, frequently appears on the exchange list of Maoshan disciples seeking to accrue merit. Every year, Maoshan utilizes its merits to exchange for vast quantities of Yinhui flowers from the underworld, thus producing Yunluo pills to fortify the foundations of newly initiated disciples. Shun Mo's choice of Yunluo pills was not due to the inferiority of other elixirs. The Four-Eyed Taoist possessed other elixirs, including the top-tier Qi Consolidation Pill, which enhances true energy, and the Flesh Regrowth Pill, which heals external injuries, along with detoxification pills to counteract poisons. In terms of value, the Yunluo pill indeed pales in comparison to these others. Yet, Shinamo deliberately chose the Yunluo pill. The Four-Eyed Taoist, perplexed, speculated that Shun Mo's selection was not for personal use, but rather intended for another. Though he could not ascertain who, upon seeing the Yunluo pill, Uncle Joe quickly deduced its purpose, yet he merely smiled in silence, regarding Shinamo with increased respect. Naturally, Shinamo did not select the Yunluo pill for himself. It was intended for Ren Tingting. Although Ren Tingting had long surpassed the optimal age for cultivation, Shinamo had discerned through bone analysis that she possessed remarkable potential for cultivation, her innate talent far exceeding that of Qiu Sheng. Regrettably, Ren Fa, in his youth, had failed to achieve immortality and, believing his fate had been severed, did not place any expectations on his daughter, causing Ren Tingting to squander her exceptional potential. Now that Ren Tingting had become Shan Mo's partner, he inquired whether she desired to cultivate. Without hesitation, she chose the path of cultivation. She understood that Shanamo was a prodigy, already a four-flow practitioner at such a young age, with prospects for becoming a top-tier Qi consolidation practitioner and great potential for achieving innate status. Innate beings live for 150 years, while the lifespan of an ordinary person is merely a century. Women, upon reaching their 40s or 50s, inevitably face the decline of beauty. Aware of Shun Mo's extraordinary potential, how could Ren Tingting resign herself to fading beauty and becoming merely a shadow of her former self? Thus, she too aspired to embark on the path of cultivation, desiring to remain by Shun Mo's side for as long as possible in this lifetime. Without seeking to match Shun Mo's pace, she only wished to accompany him in the most graceful manner for as long as fate allowed. Upon discovering her own cultivation potential, Ren Tingting's desire for the path of enlightenment ignited fervently. It was on the night of the red moon that Shinimo brought Ren Tingting onto the path of cultivation, both practicing the Eternal Pine Technique. The foundational stance of the Eternal Pine Technique. The Pine stance is balanced and harmonious, making it an ideal initiation method for Ren Tingting. Unfortunately, Ren Tingting ultimately lacked Shan Mo's extraordinary comprehension, and despite a few days of practice, her progress in health cultivation was excruciatingly slow. Even though she had made some headway, Shinamo soon realized the arduousness of cultivation, as challenging as traversing the treacherous paths of Shu. Particularly for someone like Ren Tingting, beginning cultivation at her age was doubly difficult. However, neither Shinamo nor Ren Tingting were inclined to give up easily. Cultivation emphasizes the importance of resources, companions, techniques, and environment. Resources refer to the essential materials for cultivation. Companions are fellow cultivators and partners. Techniques encompass the methods of cultivation. The environment consists of auspicious lands and treasures for cultivation. In this age of decline, both auspicious lands and treasures are predominantly controlled by major sects, with some secret realms remaining hidden from view. Places like the Yin Gully, known for their dangers, are often overlooked by cultivation sections. Yet, after Shanmo recalibrated the feng shui of the region, the Yin Gully began to undergo a transformation. Although the malevolent energy had not diminished in the slightest, Shinamo had confined it near the Kill Willow, consolidating it into a shadowy residence. For malevolent spirits and entities, this presented a significant opportunity. Correspondingly, the Yang residence was gradually evolving into a realm of spiritual significance. This was one of the reasons why Uncle Jio was willing to supervise Shun Mo's efforts. This location was indeed suitable for cultivation. It held great potential for Uncle Jio to break through to innate status. The environmental aspect would also aid Ren Tingting's cultivation. Once the Yin and Yang residences were established, it would mark the day when Shanimo and Ren Tingting would jointly inhabit the Yang residence. Regarding the techniques, Ren Tingting's practice of the Eternal Pine Technique was undoubtedly a superior method that could facilitate her journey into cultivation. As for companionship, Shinamo was undeniably the best partner. Not only imparting superior techniques but also igniting her fervent desire for the path of enlightenment. Finally, there was the matter of resources. which pertained to the materials needed for cultivation. Despite Shun Mo's extraordinary comprehension, he could not conjure materials from thin air to produce elixirs or spiritual items. Even though he had grasped the principles of alchemy while selecting various elixirs, he lacked stable and sufficient materials for the process. Your extraordinary insight has allowed you to observe numerous first-tier elixirs and comprehend the first-tier alchemy technique. Yet, possessing only the technique without materials is akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice. Shinamo could only select a vial of Yunluo pills to assist Ren Tingting in accelerating her health cultivation. The Yunluo pill held little value for Shinamo, yet it was a treasure for Ren Tingting, aiding in her vitality cultivation. With this vial of Yunluo pills as support, combined with Shun Mo's diligent guidance, Ren Tingting's progress in cultivation would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. While it may not lead to an immediate breakthrough in health cultivation, it would save her days of arduous practice. Resources, companions, techniques, and environment. Shinamo possessed them, and so too did Ren Tingting. The following day, in the back garden of the Ren residence, adorned with pavilions and corridors, fragrant with the melodies of birds and blooming flowers, Shinamo and Ren Tingting sat beneath a small pavilion, attended by a maid, basking in the delightful ambience. Tingting, how well have you mastered the pine stance? Ren Tingting's face glowed like a peach blossom, her spirits high. Even though her progress was slow, she was filled with hope for the future. Particularly, the joy of cultivating alongside Shinamo, receiving his hands-on teaching, filled her heart with immense happiness. Since our last entry into cultivation, I have practiced diligently over this period and now feel quite adept. Show me your progress. All right. Ren Tingting did not dismiss the maid. Lvzao air, for the secrets of the technique must be transmitted orally. If one could learn merely by observation, then the distinctions between sects would be meaningless. With that, Ren Tingting rose and approached Shinamo, gathering her focus and spirit, performing the pine stance technique. Her body alternated between standing tall like a pine tree and embodying a stable, resolute posture. Before long, a captivating rosy hue appeared on her delicate and fair oval face, a manifestation of the vitality surging within her, making her even more enchanting and alluring. Shinamo, however, remained unfazed by her stunning beauty, instead feeling quite satisfied with her proficiency in the pine stance. In just over a fortnight, she had achieved such mastery. Ren Tingting's cultivation potential was indeed remarkable, her innate talent and comprehension equally commendable. Alas, having surpassed 18, her potential had solidified, and her progress in health cultivation would be sluggish. Shinamo then retrieved the exquisite jade vial from his ink cloud pouch, rising to present it to Ren Tingting. Such a beautiful jade vial. The jade vial is but a mundane object. Within it resides the ethereal Yunlu Dan, which can assist you in solidifying your foundations and enhancing your vitality, proving immensely beneficial to your cultivation of health. Take a single pill first, and I shall aid you in safeguarding your practice. Thereafter, consume one every 3 days, which will significantly expedite your journey in nurturing your well-being. Ren Tingting's delicate visage blossomed with joy, her eyes resembling autumn waters, her heart seemingly on the verge of being enchanted by Shun Mo's silent affection. Not only had Shinamo guided her into the realm of cultivation, imparting to her the methods of practice, but he had also procured this precious elixir for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she contemplated a lifetime of unwavering devotion. With this vial of Yunlu Dan, Ren Tingting could forego much of the arduous training typically associated with her path. This was not solely due to the superior efficacy of the Yunlu Dan, but also because the principles of the immortal pine technique, of which it was a part, were of an exceptionally high caliber, adept at reinforcing one's essence and stabilizing one's foundation. Ren Tingting felt a warmth envelop her heart as she cradled the Yunlu Dan in her hands. And in a moment of joy, she leaped into Shun Mo's embrace. At that instant, silence spoke louder than words. The maid, Lvzao, witnessing the scene, blushed deeply, bowing her head as she discreetly exited the pavilion, leaving Shinamo and her mistress in the tranquil backyard. She was an observant maid, aware of her master's sentiments and cognizant of when to act appropriately. Positioned at the backyard's entrance, Lvzao held a fondness for Shinamo, having heard from others of his remarkable talents, how he had transformed the Ren family's fortunes, propelling their business to unprecedented heights, and how he and her mistress had found a genuine connection, a match seemingly ordained by fate. Moreover, this gentleman was a practitioner himself, possessing extraordinary powers and profound insights at such a tender age. Now, he was to guide her mistress in her cultivation, leading her into the world of the adept. Livzeo felt a genuine happiness for her mistress. She could not help but fantasize that once Shunimo wed her mistress, if she were to marry into the family as well, perhaps she too might find a fortuitous path in cultivation. Chapter 23. The earthly art of transcendence. The effects of the Yunlu Dan exceeded Shan Mo's expectations. After consuming the first pill, Rintingting adeptly harnessed the mysterious energies of the immortal pine, nurturing herself and witnessing her health cultivation soar. Though her progress could not rival Shun Mo's daily advancements, it far surpassed that of Wenkai. Both Qiuxing and Wenkai had previously consumed this Maoshan-formulated elixir. Qiuxing had utilized it to break through in 180 days, while Wenkai found himself disappointed. As even the Yunlu Dan could not salvage his endeavors, as Uncle Jiu would say, Wenkai was inherently flawed, bearing signs of premature decline, making his cultivation exponentially more challenging than that of ordinary practitioners. Observing Rintingting's steady rise in prowess, a satisfied expression graced Shun Mo's features. He then retrieved the Qixia sword from his ink cloud pouch, commencing his own practice. Weighing 164 pounds. The Qixia sword was a masterpiece of simplicity, a heavy sword devoid of a sharp edge. For an ordinary individual, merely lifting the Qixia sword would be a formidable task, let alone wielding it in combat. Shunimo intended to leverage the sword's weight to strengthen his own abilities while simultaneously refining his techniques. Initially, he attempted to lift the sword with one hand using sheer strength, but as anticipated, he failed. Without internal energy to assist him, subduing the Qixia sword proved exceedingly difficult. Previously, he had dragged the massive body of a wind centipede demon, overcoming a weight exceeding a ton, solely through the amplification of his observational internal energy. Now, however, he found it necessary to once again rely on that very energy. As the internal energy flowed through his meridians, the once immovable Qixia sword was effortlessly lifted by Shunimo, while the flying fish blade technique transformed the sword into a blade. Gliding through the courtyard with the grace of a spirited fish, the wind howling as the force surged forth. After executing the flying fish blade technique, Shunimo experienced a moment of enlightenment. Your innate understanding is extraordinary. By engaging with the heavy Qixia sword, you have comprehended the profound essence of the Xian Tai sword technique, a heavy sword devoid of a sharp edge, embodying the principles of both strength and subtlety. Firm and gentle, the force flows in harmony with intention. Originally without a sword technique at his disposal, Shunimo instantaneously grasped the true meaning of the Xian Tai sword technique. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Xian Tai sword technique was not merely a method of balancing strength and gentleness. It was also a pathway to refining one's inner-powered it encompassed the concepts of Ming Jin, and Jin and Hua Jin, which could only be reached by those who had attained the 6th level of internal strength. Shunimo felt invigorated. This newfound understanding was an unexpected delight. Initially, he sought the Qixia sword to bolster his strength and techniques. Yet unexpectedly, he had also achieved insight into the accompanying Xian Tai sword technique, even recovering his understanding of inner strength. However, the principles of inner strength from the zombie world differed slightly from those he had comprehended. In the zombie world, only Ming Jin and Hua Jin were acknowledged, while the concepts of Dan Jin and Gang Jin remained unmentioned. Shunimo understood this distinction. After all, the zombie world allowed for the cultivation of internal energy, which significantly enhanced physical strength. Relying solely on physical strength, Shunimo could not lift the Qixia sword. Yet, once he invoked his internal energy, he wielded the sword with the grace of a dragon soaring through the skies. Rather than laboring to comprehend the realms beyond Hua Jin, most practitioners prioritized breaking through to the 5th level of internal cultivation, then relying on potent elixirs to refine their organs, completing a form of rebirth before progressing to the 4th level of nurturing the meridians, where internal energy would naturally flourish, greatly enhancing their strength. In essence, the pathways of inner strength were merely techniques. The majority of practitioners placed greater importance on the cultivation of internal power. It was akin to the contest of sword techniques at Huashan, where the Qi sect emerged triumphant. Shunimo did not delve deeply into this matter. In a world where great power resided within oneself, every path ultimately led to enlightenment. Some paths were simply easier to traverse than others. His current aim was to utilize the Xian Tai sword technique to recover his strength, techniques, and understanding of inner power through the Qixia sword. Thus, while Ren Tingting nurtured her health with the immortal pine, Shin Imo sought to replenish his strength, techniques, and understanding of inner power through the Xian Tai sword technique. The two were indeed a harmonious pair, a sight that inspired envy in others. Time passed swiftly, and soon 7 days had elapsed. Following this period of cultivation, Ren Tingting appeared increasingly radiant and fragrant. Much to Shun Mo's delight, he had not returned to the ancestral hall in quite some time. Each night, he engaged in profound discussions with Ren Tingting about the philosophies of life and the trajectories of the stars. Despite the mental and physical exertion, Shun Mo's cultivation had not faltered in the slightest. He had not only restored his strength and techniques, but had also perfected his mastery of Ming and Jin, and was now on the cusp of grasping the essence of Huajin. Such a remarkable rate of progress would undoubtedly astound Uncle Jiu and Daoist Simu, who might question their understanding of reality. Uncle Jiu's talent was second only to his elder brother, Shi Jian, having spent a full decade advancing from the 9th level of health cultivation to the 6th level of inner strength. Daoist Simu, blessed by the protection of his ancestors and abundant resources, had taken 13 years to achieve similar progress. Shinimo, on the other hand, had replenished his cultivation in merely 7 days, a testament to the wisdom of his choice in the Qixia sword. After lunch, Shinimo, now having restored his understanding of inner strength, felt a surge of restlessness and decided to take a stroll. He soon arrived at the entrance of Qiuxing's aunt's Ru shop. Since Ran Tingting had begun her health cultivation, she no longer required makeup to enhance her appearance. On the contrary, her skin had grown increasingly flawless, as delicate as snow. Shinimo had previously made a rather crude remark, suggesting her skin was so tender it could yield water, prompting a flurry of playful punches from Ran Tingting. Reflecting on his arrival in the zombie world, he stood once more at the entrance of the Rouge shop, memories flooding back vividly. Once, he had been an unambitious university student, but now he was a rising star in the realm of the ethereal, having forged deep connections in the zombie world and integrated seamlessly into his current life. Standing outside, Shin Imo activated his extraordinary hearing, yet he did not detect Qiuxing's voice. Instead, he heard a piercing scream emanating from the neighboring Yihong courtyard. His brows knitted in concern, and his expression darkened. In these tumultuous times, as chaos loomed and war ravaged the land, the suffering of the populace was palpable, with the selling of children and women becoming increasingly common. Despite the apparent tranquility of Ren family town, darkness lurked beneath the surface. Establishments like Yihong Courtyard were particularly susceptible to such vile acts, likely to engage in the exploitation of the vulnerable. Shinimo had encountered descriptions of such events in novels, mere phrases that he had read over in moments. Yet, for those directly affected, even a speck of dust from the era was an unbearable burden. As he listened to the fading screams, the life of a vibrant soul was slipping away in his presence. As a modern individual, he found it impossible to remain a passive observer, turning a blind eye to the suffering unfolding before him. With a gust of wind, he propelled himself forward, his feet barely touching the ground as he swiftly crossed the chaotic front yard of Yihong Courtyard. His figure appearing directly in the rear courtyard, he stood poised in midair, his gaze immediately settling upon the heinous act taking place within the woodshed. A bald man wielded a bloodied rod, mercilessly striking a girl, who appeared to be of similar age to Ran Tingting, who had now fallen into an unresponsive state. Even in death, she endured such brutality. Rage ignited within Shan Mo's eyes, a fiery intensity swirling like starlight. With a thought, the stellar needle surged forth, descending upon the bald assailant in that instant. The man's actions faltered, his spirit dissipating as life slipped away, collapsing weakly to the ground. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure emerged from the lifeless girl's body, illuminated by the flames. Splitting into 3 souls and 7 spirits. 2 souls returned to their vessel, for spirits entered her body, yet 1 soul and 3 spirits wandered aimlessly. Drifting into the void, a moment of clarity dawned upon Shanimo. Your understanding is extraordinary. By observing the 3 souls and 7 spirits, you have grasped the art of transcending the ethereal. To transcend is to perceive the spirits, and to command them at will, Shinimo declared, return to your essence. The lost soul and the three spirits were abruptly drawn by an immense force, and together with the two souls and four spirits within her lifeless body, they transformed into a streak of luminous light, soaring into Shan Mo's grasp, coalescing into a soul orb. This was then tucked away into Shan Mo's sleeve. A mere 3 words were sufficient to spare the woman from the fate of becoming a wandering ghost. As one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques, the Tongyu not only summoned back the woman's soul but also revealed her tragic plight. The woman, surnamed Lu and named Xiaoyu, hailed from Jiangnan. In an attempt to evade the ravages of war, she sought her relatives in Rinjia town, only to be deceived by a scoundrel and forced into a brothel. Lu Xiaoyu chose death over submission, biting her assailant and ultimately meeting a brutal end. The severed left ear of the bald corpse bore testament to her struggle, drenched in blood. Shen Mo surveyed the entirety of the brothel. Under the influence of Tongyu, he sensed numerous lingering souls, like threads of silk, amounting to no less than 100, the happy forest, the gold-dispersing cavern. How many beautiful souls lay buried there? Shen Mo ascended with the wind, vanishing beneath the resplendent sun. That very afternoon, the security team captain, away, led a raid on the brothel, uncovering a human trafficking case and rescuing 23 women, apprehending the brothel owner, Zhou, along with 13 accomplices, all of whom were executed. The following day, Renefe, a wealthy merchant from Ranjia town, spearheaded a joint announcement with 2 other local gentry and the local government regarding the regulation and management of illicit establishments. This action stirred a significant uproar. However, after the second establishment refused to comply with the rectification and was sealed by the security team, the illicit venues in Rinjia town were significantly diminished. The mastermind behind all of this was none other than Shan Mo, driven solely by a desire for personal satisfaction. Chapter 24. Acknowledging mistakes and standing tall in adversity in the shadowy gully beneath the malevolent willow. Lu Xiaoyu had never experienced such an unparalleled sense of ease and comfort, as if enveloped in a warm spring. Yet, she quickly sensed something amiss. She could not perceive her own body. She had become a mere orb. Her thoughts were a whirl, but soon she recalled the sequence of events. Deceived by a scoundrel into the brothel, forced to entertain clients, she had resolutely refused, ultimately leading to her demise. Yet she had not completely perished. She had transformed into a ghost. Just as Lu Xiaoyu grappled with her new reality, a voice, serene and melodious, resonated. You have awakened. Do not be afraid. This is the nurturing branch of the malevolent willow, where you may cultivate your spirit henceforth. Following the voice, she beheld a tall, strikingly handsome man with an ethereal demeanor, gazing at her with kindness. Who are you? She inquired. If you ponder deeply, you should remember. Instinctively, Lu Xiaoyu chose to trust the man and followed his suggestion to delve into her memories. Soon, she recollected the events post-mortem. Her soul dissipating, nearly becoming a wandering spirit, fortunate to be aided by this man who had summoned her soul and avenged her death. Before bringing her here beneath the malevolent willow, embedding her within its trunk. Simultaneously, she absorbed some fundamental knowledge of the ghostly realm, implanted by the man through some means. The path of ghostly cultivation is categorized into lonely spirits, ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost immortals. Having met an unjust end in life, with her lifespan exhausted, she could not reincarnate in the underworld, destined instead to drift as a solitary spirit. Should misfortune befall her, she might be devoured by her kind, or incinerated by the blazing sun, never to be reborn, or captured by the ghost soldiers of the netherworld and languish in the city of the damned until reincarnation. In essence, the sorrows of the human realm mirrored those of the ghostly path. Fortunately, the man offered her an alternative, to cultivate the ghostly path and aspire to become a ghost immortal. Achieving transcendence. This ancient malevolent willow, also known as the ghost-fighting willow, possessed branches capable of warding off spirits and leaves that could open the heavenly eye, while its trunk bore nurturing branches that could foster souls and aid ghostly beings in their cultivation. The man not only rescued her and ensured her dignified burial, but also endowed her with such an opportunity for cultivation. Lu Xiaoyu was profoundly grateful, yet felt incapable of repaying him. She longed to offer herself in gratitude, but as a ghostly entity, how could she promise her body to her benefactor? Moreover, given his extraordinary powers, able to traverse the winds like a deity, he would hardly desire the company of someone as unfortunate as herself. At that moment, all she could do was express her endless gratitude and vow to serve him as a devoted servant in repayment of his immense kindness. Shin Imo replied, "As you wish." With the 72 earthly fiends techniques, he could commune with spirits and command them. Within his mind, an ethereal blue soul seed materialized, resembling a vividly colored dragon fruit, which then floated before Lu Xiaoyu. "Do not resist. Accept it, and you shall honor me as your master, gaining great fortune, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation." Lu Xiaoyu, without the slightest hesitation or resistance, immediately accepted the ethereal soul seed bestowed upon her by her benefactor. This clearly demonstrates her remarkable intelligence. She realized that she had become a wandering spirit, and to achieve the status of a ghostly immortal, she could only rely on her benefactor. Thus, she naturally chose to trust him unconditionally. As for the means by which her benefactor made her acknowledge him as her master, she was entirely capable of understanding and accepting it, and was indeed very willing, as she expressed her desire to serve him as a devoted servant in repayment for his kindness. For Shunimo, the matter was much simpler. Since the malevolent willow could nurture souls, he had discerned the ethereal technique from the 72 malevolent techniques, a pinnacle secret art of the ghostly path. Thus he would nurture her. The method of controlling spirits within the ethereal technique far surpassed the ghost exorcising methods of Mao Shan. Just the ethereal soul seed alone left Mao Shan cultivators in awe. Shin Emo intended to cultivate Lu Xiaoyu as his own. With this, 100-year-old malevolent willow could serve to nurture corpses as well as souls, maximizing its utility, a truly splendid outcome. Having accepted the ethereal soul seed, Lu Xiaoyu soon discovered that her ability to absorb the malevolent energy had increased several-fold. Furthermore, she awakened a remarkably unique talent for intimidation. This talent possessed the potential to achieve the status of a ghost king, capable of intimidating 100 spirits, compelling them to roam the night and serve her. Previously, Dong Xiaoyu, who had been left doubting her ghostly existence after being struck by Shinamo and Uncle Jiu, was merely a ghostly entity without any special talents, only having practiced ghostly arts such as soul bewilderment and mist illusion. Even though Lu Xiaoyu was still a wandering soul, her intimidation talent could easily subdue Dong Xiaoyu on the spot. If Dong Xiaoyu were a wild baby, then Lu Xiaoyu was a rare gem with exceptional talents. She surpassed the potential of ordinary malevolent spirits. Once Shinamo comprehended Lu Xiaoyu's gifted abilities, he instructed her to focus on her cultivation at the malevolent willow, assuring her that once she ascended to the status of a ghostly soldier, she would be able to condense her soul body and roam freely. Liberated from the willow's constraints, after settling Lu Xiaoyu, Shinamo found Uncle Jiu at the construction site of the Yang residence and briefly explained Lu Xiaoyu's situation. Uncle Jiu expressed deep sympathy for her plight and was delighted that she had garnered Shanmo's favor, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. In these chaotic times, how many wandering souls ultimately met a tragic end, reduced to ashes, and how many ghostly soldiers, lacking methods and sacred grounds, found their ghostly paths severed? Take Dong Xiaoyu as an example. Despite being a ghostly entity, she had captivated Xiuxing, leading him to mistakenly believe in her prowess. In truth, she was merely a solitary ghost without background, power, or support, not even worthy of being called a malevolent spirit. Otherwise, Uncle Jiu would have long since captured her to exchange for merit in the underworld. Such entities could be easily dispatched by any wandering Taoist. Though Lu Xiaoyu's fate was harsh, from the moment she encountered Shinamo, she had already begun to defy her destiny. Shinamo and Uncle Jiu continued to discuss the construction progress of the dual residences of Yin and Yang, and then he went to the land of malevolent energy to inspect the Fengwu demon body. The stiffening of the Fengwu demon body progressed even more smoothly than he had anticipated, especially after Shinamo mastered the ethereal technique from the 72 malevolent techniques, which accelerated the process further. What initially required 49 days to become a zombie now only took half a month. This truly illustrates the boundless applications of the ethereal technique in the realm of ghostly and divine beings. Not only could it control spirits, but it also aided in the crafting of zombies, enhancing their production speed and bolstering their commanding power. The rewards from this period of stillness leading to movement were indeed significant. He had acquired the ethereal technique from the 72 malevolent techniques and gained Lu Xiaoyu, who possessed the talent for intimidation, while also advancing the Rin family's control over Ranjia town due to the Fengyue incident. Rin Banqing was galloping towards becoming the wealthiest in Ranjia town. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist, who had reached an agreement with Shanimo, returned, bringing with him 2 black zombies as well as his disciple, Jiala. Uncle Jiao was supervising the work at Incho Gorge, and upon the arrival of the four-eyed Taoist, he plunged headlong into the malevolent willow to prepare for the breakthrough of the black zombies. Qiuxing, Wang Kai, and Jiala found themselves in an unrestrained state. Qiuxing was at the 6th tier strength realm, and although Jiala was of a similar age, he had already reached the 5th tier inner strength realm. This was not to say that Jiala's foundation was superior to Qiuxing's, but rather that Jiala's character was pure and free of distractions, allowing him to progress in cultivation more swiftly than Qiuxing, who was preoccupied with thoughts of women. During this time, Qiuxing had undergone rigorous training, and with Uncle Jiao exchanging some restorative pills from Mao Shan using his merit, he had nearly restored Dong Xiaoyu's cultivation to its former state. This lad had begun to get carried away once again, slipping back into a pattern of intermittent effort in his cultivation. In contrast, Wang Kai had consistently persevered, albeit at a snail's pace, yet he had never given up, which led Shinamo to hold him in slightly higher regard. Meanwhile, the pure-hearted Jiala was on the verge of being led astray by Qiuxing. Uncle Jiao and the four-eyed Taoist had no choice but to ask Shinamo to discipline their disciples properly. Coincidentally, Shinamo had recently been delving into the intricacies of transforming strength, and with Qiuxing at the 6th tier strength realm and Jiala at the 5th tier inner strength realm, they were indeed excellent sparring partners. The cultivation of transforming strength emphasized practical combat. Shinamo declared, one must acknowledge their mistakes, and when facing punishment, one must stand at attention. It is time to instill some motivation for their cultivation. Chapter 25. Mastery of Transforming Strength. The celestial dog devours the sun. The Run family's ancestral hall. Howl, howl, howl. In the early morning, the familiar sound of anguished screams echoed through the ancestral hall, startling the passing wild cats into hasty retreat. Those in the know understood that someone was cultivating, while the unaware might have mistaken it for the slaughter of a yearling pig. Shinamo, wielding a massive qixia sword, regarded the bruised and battered Qiu Shang and Jia Lu with an expression of amusement. In merely a morning's time, Shinamo had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of transformation through his relentless beating of the two. Upon mastering transformation, his vital energy coursed through his entire body, naturally propelling him into the inner strength stage of the 5 flows, allowing him to regulate his organs and enhance their function, thereby extending his lifespan to 130 years. Yet, he also became aware of a conundrum. The innate realm promised a lifespan of 150 years. How could his longevity have increased to 130 years merely by recovering his strength? After a moment's contemplation, Shinemo arrived at a conclusion. On one hand, the extraordinary effects of the ageless pine technique significantly augmented lifespan, bestowing practitioners with longevity far exceeding that of their peers. On the other, the transformation in the world of the undead differed from his own comprehension of the concept. Take Jia Lu, for instance, who claimed to have achieved mastery of transformation only just entering the inner strength stage. However, when Shinemo struck him with the qixia sword, he felt no hint of the profound transformation. What Shinemo understood as transformation was a state where no addition could be made, and no fly could alight. Conversely, Jia Li's interpretation involved leveraging strength against strength, a mere technique of using force. It was no wonder that the practitioners of the undead realm did not experience an increase in lifespan. Their understanding of transformation was flawed. Eager to enter the inner strength stage, they relied on potent elixirs and magical substances to bolster their organs, thereby attempting to break through into the nurturing vein stage. Shinemo could empathize with this, given the existence of spiritual materials and elixirs in the undead realm, which facilitated external enhancement of inner strength, leaving them bereft of the foundational methods of honing their vital energy. In other words, what Shinemo had comprehended was the true essence of transformation, and those who grasped this would naturally progress into the inner strength stage, even in the absence of elixirs or magical substances capable of strengthening their organs and enhancing their vital energy, smoothly advancing into the nurturing vein stage. Should they gain the advantage of elixirs, their organ strength would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. Having unraveled this key insight, Shinemo wore a look of satisfaction, though he did not allow pride to swell within him. His understanding stemmed solely from the accumulation of knowledge from past lives. Merely a glimpse into the true essence of cultivation while standing on the shoulders of giants, and thus not a source of arrogance. Yet, in the eyes of Qiu Shang, Jia Lu, and Wen Kai, Shen Mo's prowess was beyond their wildest imaginings. The Qixia sword, weighing a staggering 164 pounds, danced in Shen Mo's hands with a vigorous grace, his manipulation of strength reaching an effortless balance of rigidity and flexibility. A blow that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds could halt mid-strike as if suspended in time, while a seemingly casual swing concealed immense force. Such mastery of strength overwhelmed Qiu Shang and Jia Lu. Expanding their perspectives, even the likes of Jiushu and Simu could not achieve such a harmonious blend of strength and ease. Qiu Shang, currently at the sixth flow of strength, was diligently refining his own power, acutely aware of the challenges of wielding strength. Yet, Shen Mo had set a benchmark for him, a towering mountain that seemed insurmountable. This reinvigorated Qiu Shang, who had recently grown complacent, instilling a renewed sense of urgency within him. The path ahead was long, and cultivation was akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one would inevitably regress. How could he afford to let his guard down? In his heart, Qiu Shang silently vowed to persist in his efforts. Relentlessly pursuing Shen Mo's footsteps, Jia Lu, having witnessed Shen Mo's application of transformation, fell into deep contemplation. His own transformation relied on leveraging force, yet Shen Mo's approach involved a comprehensive integration of strength throughout his being. Achieving a state where his power permeated every aspect of his body, even a mere fingertip from Shen Mo, imbued with surging hidden energy, sent Jia Lu staggering back several steps. It seemed that Jia Lu grasped something profound. Transformation was not merely about leveraging strength but represented a deeper application of power. However, due to his lack of innate talent and insight, he found himself seeing through a fog, unable to discern the truth. Yet, Jia Li's strength lay in his eagerness to learn. He was unafraid to ask questions and willing to study. For who among men is born with all knowledge? Faced with Jia Li's inquiries, Shen Mo, having just attained the inner strength stage, felt a surge of joy and was more than willing to impart his understanding. He elucidated the true essence of transformation in accessible language. The essence of transformation lies in the energy permeating the whole body, regulating the organs, allowing hidden energy to pervade every inch, achieving a state where no addition can be made, and no fly can alight. A mere few simple phrases, upon reaching the ears of Jia Lu and Qiu Shang, struck them like a clarion call, awakening them from their stupor. After all, both were practitioners with a mastery of hidden energy. And Jia Lu, already consuming elixirs to nourish his organs, found himself re-evaluating the essence of transformation, achieving results that were exponentially greater than before. Observing the pensive expressions of Jia Lu and Qiu Shang, Shen Mo sheathed the Qixia sword and leisurely reclined on a rattan chair, beginning his practice of the sun-gazing breathing technique. Wen Kai, ever considerate, busied himself in the kitchen, slicing melons and placing them on the rattan table beside Shen Mo, awaiting the end of his practice to enjoy the refreshing fruit. Despite having abandoned the pursuit of extraordinary skills, Wen Kai's attitude towards Shen Mo remained unwavering. He understood Shen Mo's capabilities well. Even his master held him in high regard. Why should he feel any sense of superiority? As long as he clung tightly to Shen Mo's coattails, even sharing a sip of broth would suffice to secure a lifetime free from want. At this moment, when Kai realized that choice often outweighed effort, he resolved to embrace the path of reliance. While others cultivated, he would cling to the great figure of Shen Mo, unwavering in his resolve to hold onto this pillar of strength. He sought neither riches nor fame, only a peaceful existence. Yet, life is often filled with unexpected twists. After forming this resolution, Wen Kai shed his previous despondency, gaining newfound clarity. His previously stagnant health cultivation began to flourish, showing signs of breakthrough into the strengthening stage. Truly, the unpredictability of life is a marvel. For Shen Mo, the practice of the sun-gazing breathing technique had become second nature. His initial single thread of energy had grown to 72. Logically, having reached the inner strength stage, he could transition to the ageless pines breathing technique, known as the pine cloud dew method, allowing him to harness dew energy, which belonged to the water element and greatly enhanced longevity. Regrettably, The dual residence of yin and yang had yet to be completed, preventing him from indulging in the daily nourishment of wind and dew or inhaling clouds and mist. Thus, the practice of the sun-gazing breathing technique must continue. As for the energy and time required for the transition, it posed no issue for Shenemo, who possessed the whimsical mind and imaginative vision of a free spirit. The essence of this free-spirited mind is formless and formless, encompassing myriad forms. Whether it be sun-gazing energy or dew energy, under the influence of this free-spirited mind, they are fundamentally akin and can be utilized by him. In essence, Shenemo could harbor multiple types of energy within his body, capable of drawing from both sun-gazing and dew energy. For when he ascends to the first flow of the celestial sphere, all properties of energy shall transform into the formless true chi of freedom. Much like the beaming divine skill of the free and easy sect, it accommodates all, great ships and small vessels alike, great fish and small fish without exclusion. And just as Shenemo immersed himself in the practice of the sun-gazing breathing technique, a sudden sensation washed over him, as if the resplendent sun above trembled with an inexplicable energy, accompanied by the distant sound of barking echoing across the heavens and the earth. Shenemo was abruptly jolted from his meditation. Rising to his feet and gazing upward, he beheld the once brilliant sun, now dimming as if a piece had been bitten away. A celestial dog devours the sun. In the depths of silence, Shenemo suddenly experienced a profound awakening. Chapter 26. The Demon Lord's Sun-Swallowing Technique. Your comprehension defies the heavens. Having observed the celestial phenomenon of the dog consuming the sun, you have grasped the extraordinary technique of sun-swallowing. The sun-swallowing and sun-viewing techniques mutually validate each other, leading you to the realization of the Demon Lord's sun-swallowing technique. Within Shenmo's mind, a vision materialized, a magical hound engulfed in blazing demonic flames, its cavernous maw swallowing the resplendent sun, rendering the fierce orb dim and casting waves of demonic fire. The inner energy of sun-viewing surged within him, boiling like a tumultuous sea, undergoing a drastic transformation from within, evolving into the exceedingly domineering energy of sun-swallowing. In terms of quality, it far surpassed the sun-viewing energy, possessing not only the essence of the glorious sun, but also the intent to swallow the sun and moon, incinerating all in its path with unparalleled ferocity. However, the intent of the carefree deity seemed provoked, erupting with immeasurable pressure, instantly subduing the exceedingly domineering magical hound. A new hound, engulfed in demonic flames, manifested within the carefree deity's intent. Having been tamed by it, Shenemo felt a resonance within himself. The carefree deity's intent was something he had comprehended before the tomb, serving as the fundamental method of his cultivation, embodying the essence of boundless freedom and the soaring of the Kuanpung across the heavens. In comparison to the lofty intent of the Demon Lord's sun-swallowing technique, it not only subdued the magical hound but also integrated it into the carefree deity's intent. Furthermore, Shenemo speculated that once he refined the cloud-dew inner energy, a resilient green pine would surely emerge within the carefree deity's intent. With the essence of freedom, he would grasp the subtleties of myriad laws, becoming the sovereign of all paths. At that moment, the celestial dog consuming the sun caused the yang to yield to the yin, and the corpses and spirits within the ancestral hall were drawn by the influx of yin energy, becoming exceedingly agitated. The corpses in the mortuary swayed like willow branches, their foreheads adorned with yellow talismans trembling intensely, producing a rustling sound, while the soul-guiding lamp flickered as if on the verge of extinguishing. The sealed souls in the spirit repository, unable to be sent to the underworld to exchange for merit, wailed and clamored, assaulting the soul altar's seal, eager to break free and wreak havoc once more. Qiushang, Jialu, and Wenkai all turned pale. Qiushang and Wenkai, at a loss, hurriedly hid behind Shenemo, seeking refuge. Jialu, however, remained considerably more composed, exclaiming in alarm, "Master has said that when the celestial dog consumes the sun, the yin prevails and the yang declines. The corpses and spirits may very well go berserk. We must quickly go to the yin ditch to summon Master and Uncle Joe back." Shenemo glanced at Jialu, appreciating his performance. He was indeed a child raised with freedom, possessing a strong sense of autonomy. In contrast, Qiushang and Wenkai were akin to sheltered flowers, having been overly protected by Uncle Gio. As for Jia Li's suggestion to summon Uncle Gio from the Yin Ditch to suppress the corpses and spirits, it was utterly unnecessary. The Yin Ditch was at least 40 miles from the ancestral hall. A round trip would render them too late to suppress the malevolent entities, let alone have time to spare. Moreover, it was merely the corpses of Taoist Simu and the spirits previously subdued by Uncle Jiu that were now agitated by the influx of Yin energy. There was no need for panic. If they could quell their inner terror, Qiu Shang and Wen Kai would be capable of stabilizing the corpses, while Jia Lu could rely on the talismans left by Uncle Jiu to suppress the spirits. However, under the extraordinary circumstances, they lacked a central pillar of strength, naturally leading to disarray. Thus, Shen Imo decided to employ a little stratagem. He immediately summoned the wind, standing in the air, ethereal as a celestial being. With the imprint of the setting sun behind him, waves of energy surged forth as he pointed his fingers, channeling the sun-swallowing inner energy and exhaling it like the tide, invoking the extraordinary technique of the heavenly talismans. One talisman after another flowed and sketched through his fingers, coalescing into blue talismans that hovered mid-air, radiating intense power. Within mere moments, nearly 100 talismans manifested above Qiu Shang, Jia Lu, and Wen Kai, resembling ethereal blue stars, leaving them in utter disbelief. Shen Mo's expression was as calm as water, his demeanor strikingly formidable. With a mere gesture, the talismans transformed into shooting stars, cascading down. The corpses within the mortuary and the spirits in the repository sensed the overwhelming, blazing energy emanating from the talismans, their earlier agitation dissipating in an instant. The corpses were quelled. The malevolent spirits were silenced. The chaotic Yin energy was entirely isolated by the power of the talismans. All returned to tranquility. This display of power unfolded in the blink of an eye. Qiu Shang, Jia Lu, and Wen Kai were left speechless, as if they had fallen into a dream. They could not help but be astonished. What had seemed to Shen Imo as a mere casual gesture was, in truth, the execution of two extraordinary techniques: wind manipulation and heavenly talismans. Even Uncle Jiu, at the half-step innate realm, would require considerable time to draw talismans from a distance, and could not do so in large quantities. Yet, Shen Imo had effortlessly rained down nearly 100 talismans, thoroughly suppressing the corpses and spirits. Qiu the Three, this was undeniably overwhelming. How could one claim that such power belonged to the fourth-tier cultivation realm? Even Uncle Jiu, at the half-step innate realm, could not achieve such effortless and graceful talisman manipulation in mid-air. Furthermore, the ability to stand in mid-air was something even innate cultivators could not accomplish. Now, some pointed at Shen Imo and called him a celestial being, and there was no dissent. If Uncle Jiu and Taoist Simu were present, they too would exclaim in astonishment, marveling at Shen Imo as a prodigy capable of profound insights at the tomb. A genius possessing mastery of numerous extraordinary techniques. The admiration that Qiu Shang, Jia Lu, and Wen Kai held for Shen Imo had reached an unshakable pinnacle. After quelling the unrest within the ancestral hall, Shen Imo did not descend but instead instructed Qiu Shang and the others to guard the hall. He then summoned the wind and flew towards the Yin Ditch, just as he was suppressing the corpses and spirits. A soul imprint from the 9 Yin corpse refining technique responded. The celestial dog consuming the sun had caused the Yang to yield to the Yin, resulting in a surge of Yin energy within the Yin Ditch. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for the earthly fiend corpse and the wind Wyrm demon body. However, for Uncle Jiu and Taoist Simu, they were currently in a state of panic. The two were exerting their utmost efforts to prevent the chaotic Yin energy from invading the ancestral home, while the cloud mist illusion array had the ability to hinder and confuse the enemy. It could not block the chaotic Yin energy. The 18 Sun Spirit Array, although possessing the power to obstruct, required the control of Uncle Jiu and Taoist Simu, leaving them no room to be distracted. Both were concerned that the turbulent Yin energy would cause the earthly fiend corpse, wind Wyrm demon body, and the malevolent willow to go berserk if the earthly fiend corpse were to rampage. The 18 Sun Spirit Array would still provide some defense. However, if the wind Wyrm were to manifest as a corpse due to the Yin energy, Uncle Jiu and Taoist Simu could hardly imagine the formidable monster they would face. Moreover, if the century-old malevolent willow were to transform into a demon, attracting 100 ghosts from the vicinity, the situation would spiral into chaos, potentially costing them their lives. They could only focus all their energy on stabilizing the 18 Sun's spirit array, hoping that the celestial dog consuming the sun would pass quickly. If they could endure until the solar eclipse subsided, everything would return to normal. At present, it was a race against time. Shinamo was equally racing against the clock. He needed to enhance the strength of the earthly fiend corpse and successfully transform the wind WIRM demon body before the celestial dog consuming the sun came to an end and the Yin energy dissipated. He propelled the power of wind to its utmost limit, the air around him resonating with a fierce roar, waves of energy surging behind him. Coupled with his transformative strength, he integrated all his might to tread the void, achieving a terrifying speed of 30 meters per second. In just 10 minutes of flight, Shinamo arrived at the Yin ditch. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the celestial dog consuming the sun was just past its halfway mark. There was still time. Shinamo, riding the wind, approached the ancestral home, where Uncle Gio and Taoist Simu were exerting all their strength to maintain the 18 Sun's spirit array. The energy they exuded caused their robes to flutter, while the array flickered with spiritual light, continuously resisting the encroaching chaotic Yin energy. Thank you, fellow Taoists. I shall take over from here. Chapter 27. The thunderous body of the dragon and tiger. Shinmo's timely arrival was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought for Uncle Gio and Taoist Simu. They were deeply concerned that the celestial phenomenon might cause problems for the malevolent willow and the earthly fiend corpse within the ancestral home. Now that Shinmo had arrived, with his expertise in feng shui techniques, he could undoubtedly stabilize the current situation. However, upon taking charge, Shinmo did not merely quell the Yin energy. Instead, he drew it into the ancestral home, allowing the overwhelming Yin energy to surge like a flood toward the malevolent willow and the earthly fiend corpse. Uncle Gio and Taoist Simu were left in disbelief. What was he attempting to do? Wouldn't it be better to block than to allow such a dense and chaotic Yin energy to flow in? The malevolent willow, the earthly fiend corpse, and even Lu Xiaoyu could hardly withstand such a deluge. It was akin to having a capacity for merely 2 bowls of rice, yet being force-fed 18 bowls, leading to certain suffocation. Uncle Jia's expression turned grave, and he was already sweating profusely. Taoist Simu, in a state of urgency, slapped his thigh, bracing himself for a fierce battle with the earthly fiend corpse. Yet, what transpired next once again reshaped their understanding of Shinmo's capabilities. Shinmo pointed his fingers like a brush, drawing talismans in midair. One by one, the condensing malevolent talismans materialized in the air, which he then infused into various key points using his feng shui techniques, forming a temporary talisman array to channel the Yin energy. The Gathering Malevolence Array. Moreover, it was a gathering malevolence array constructed with condensing malevolent talismans. Once this formation was established, it not only organized the chaotic Yin energy but also transformed it into malevolent energy, supplying the malevolent willow and the earthly fiend corpse with nourishment. Even Lu Xiaoyu, residing within the malevolent willow, benefited immensely from the vast torrent of Yin and malevolent energy. Originally a solitary spirit, Lu Xiaoyu was now visibly progressing toward the realm of a ghostly soldier, her ghostly form coalescing at a discernible pace. Uncle Gio and Taoist Simu were utterly astonished by Shinmo's actions. Left in a state of shocked, it was Taoist Simu who, in disbelief, asked, "Brother, slap me. I must be dreaming." Smack. Not only did it hurt, but it hurt quite a lot, clearly indicating that he was not dreaming. What had he just witnessed? Upon witnessing the extraordinary feat of Shinmo, who skillfully inscribed talismans in the air, invoking malevolent energy to assist the corpse of malevolence and the earthly malevolence in their cultivation, one could not help but marvel at such transcendent techniques that surpassed even the imagination of the venerable Simu Taoist. Not even Lin Fengjiao, a half-step innate talisman master, could replicate such prowess, yet here was Shinmo, effortlessly wielding these abilities as if they were mere trifles. It is indeed a remarkable skill. The essence of this peculiar technique was articulated by Jushu. Shinmo's method of inscribing talismans in the air was evidently a form of artistry beyond their comprehension. Furthermore, Shinmo's arrival from the celestial event of the dog eating the sun to the Ingo Jin in less than a T's time showcased an astonishing speed that was clearly indicative of another profound skill. It is well known that extraordinary techniques transcend ordinary logic and are not solely reliant on one's cultivation level. Some individuals, due to their innate talents and insights, can master such techniques and wield powers beyond their realm. Shinmo's recent display could only be elucidated through the lens of such extraordinary skills. Moreover, he had previously revealed numerous remarkable techniques to Jushu, including bone reading, the three immortals returning to their lair, and the art of empty hands. Though these skills may not be publicly acknowledged, Jushu had never doubted that Shinmo possessed superior extraordinary techniques, perhaps even those of the earthly malevolence level. Presently, it appears that both the air inscription and his mastery of wind are indeed extraordinary techniques of the earthly malevolence grade, Jushu remarked. This youth's profound foundation and extraordinary comprehension far exceed our imaginations. Simu then pondered, might I seize this opportunity for my own gain? As Jushu and Simu exerted all their strength to combat the chaotic malevolent energy, Shinmo adeptly employed geomantic arts to untangle the disordered energy, subsequently using the condensation talisman to form a formation that would channel the malevolent energy back to the corpse of malevolence, the earthly malevolence, and Lu Xiaoyu. At first glance, Shinmo's actions appeared to be the more arduous task. However, they were, in fact, far less burdensome than those of Jushu and Simu. After all, the two were directly confronting the formidable forces of nature, while Shinmo was merely guiding, organizing, and optimizing, achieving a seamless integration of resources. Consequently, the outcomes of their respective methods diverged significantly. By the end, Jushu and Simu found themselves utterly exhausted, having gained nothing of value, while Shinmo easily resolved the situation and stood to gain immense fortune. For the corpse of malevolence, the earthly malevolence, the wind corpse, and Lu Xiaoyu, the celestial event of the dog eating the sun, orchestrated by Shinmo, represented a grand opportunity. As for Simu, he merely tagged along. His two black corpses were nurtured beside the earthly malevolence, thus also benefiting from this fortuitous encounter. Originally needing over 10 days to prepare for a breakthrough to the jumping corpse realm, Simu now felt confident that he could directly challenge this realm, with a high probability of success. As the celestial phenomenon began to dissipate, time was of the essence. Shinmo discerned Simu's intentions and, without waiting for him to speak, permitted his corpse to absorb the malevolent energy. Such a vast expanse of malevolent energy was more than sufficient for the corpse of malevolence, the earthly malevolence, wind corpse, and Lu Xiaoyu, who would be unable to consume it all. Once the celestial event had passed, a significant portion of this malevolent energy would return to the heavens and the earth, making it more advantageous to grant Simu a favored. Simu, filled with exuberance, hurriedly expressed his gratitude and began refining his corpse under Shinmo's guidance. Meanwhile, Shinmo activated the 9-in corpse refining technique, simultaneously refining the earthly malevolence and catalyzing the wind corpse's soul imprint to expedite its transformation into a corpse. As for Lu Xiaoyu, she was already a mature female ghost and needed to learn to cultivate independently. The century-old corpse of malevolence, hampered by geomantic arts, would find it challenging to transform into a demon without Shinmo's enlightenment. In an instant, the atmosphere of the haunted residence grew thick with malevolent energy, chilling to the bone. The cultivation level of the earthly malevolence surged at an astonishing rate as the malevolent energy poured into it. Initially at the pinnacle of the jumping corpse realm, it now aimed to ascend to the flying corpse realm, a feat not witnessed in the spirit illusion realm for quite some time. The flying corpse, a being second only to the dreaded Hanba, possesses the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Given the earthly malevolence's innate bloodline talents, it would be intriguing to see how its abilities would evolve upon reaching the flying corpse realm. Before them, the exquisitely beautiful earthly malevolence, under the influence of the soul imprint, began to absorb the malevolent energy, continuously refining its cadaverous form. The corpse energy enveloping it grew increasingly dense, hinting at a liquid-like transformation. Observing this, Shinmo promptly activated the gathering malevolence formation to accelerate the influx of malevolent energy, liquidation of corpse energy, the advancement to the flying corpse. Such a transformation was a rare opportunity that typically only a millennium-old corpse could hope to achieve. However, the earthly malevolence, being an extraordinary variant, was birthed from the nurturing of a fierce location for 20 years, subsequently undergoing the 9 corpse refining technique, akin to acquiring an exceptional method. After being nurtured in the realm of malevolence for several days, it was now poised to seize the opportunity presented by the celestial event of the dog eating the sun. The convergence of numerous fortuitous circumstances was about to shatter the 1,000-year shackles, ushering it into the realm of the flying corpse. Although its corpse energy was far less substantial than that of a millennium-old flying corpse, it was still a flying corpse, a singular entity within the spirit illusion realm. Jioshu gazed in astonishment as a flying corpse was on the brink of manifesting before his very eyes. It was a sight beyond belief. Should he share this with his fellow disciples of Mao Shan? Few would likely believe such a phenomenon could occur in this age of decline. The emergence of a flying corpse in this era was akin to cultivating a dragon amidst a submerged world. As reality unfolded, the corpse energy surrounding the earthly malevolence had begun to liquefy, encasing it in a silvery sheen, emanating a chilling aura. Simultaneously, the heavens were stirred, dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunderclouds roiled, a terrifying pressure seemingly intent on obliterating the earthly malevolence and everything surrounding it. Simu, who was preparing for the breakthrough of his black corpse, was left dumbfounded. Why was he facing a calamity of such magnitude? Was it not enough that he was merely attempting to ascend to the jumping corpse realm? As he turned to look, his pupils widened, filled with the image of the silvery corpse, and he suddenly comprehended the truth. The heavenly tribulation was not aimed at his black corpse. It was directed towards the earthly malevolence, which was on the verge of ascending to the flying corpse realm. He and his 2 black corpses were merely collateral damage in this divine calamity. Panic seized Simu. The power of the heavenly tribulation could obliterate even a fraction of his precious corpses, let alone the fact that they were at the very epicenter of the calamity. This could spell disaster for years of effort, leading to a fate of destruction and disintegration. Even if the Mao Shan sect had members nearby, what good would it do if their souls were scattered? Simu began to regret his decision to siphon the malevolent energy. He glanced at his senior brother, Lin Jiao, who mirrored his own fear. Faced with such overwhelming celestial might, how could mere mortals dare to defy it? Escape. The thought struck them simultaneously. Yet, they soon realized that Shinemo showed no inclination to flee from the impending tribulation. Instead, he boldly faced it, his expression one of carefree defiance. What was he thinking? At such a moment, he should abandon thoughts of the earthly malevolence and flee without delay. Did he truly expect the earthly malevolence to survive the initial heavenly tribulation? Such hope was folly. When a millennium-old corpse ascended to the flying corpse realm, the odds of surviving the first heavenly tribulation were dismally low. The earthly malevolence, with merely 2 decades of cultivation, could not hope to defy the heavens, regardless of the extraordinary fortune it had amassed. Yet, Shinemo emanated a tempestuous aura, his inner energy rising like a blazing flame, embodying a carefree spirit, unperturbed by the terrifying force of the heavens that instead ignited his fighting spirit. To contend with the heavens was an exhilarating challenge. With nothing to fear, he gazed skyward to behold the might of the heavenly tribulation, witnessing the rolling thunderclouds, eye in his heart. Shinemo found clarity as he comprehended the initial heavenly tribulation and grasped the profound technique of the dragon-tiger thunder prison. With unwavering confidence, he activated the 9 corpse refining technique to its fullest extent, his soul imprint pulsating with radiant golden light. He raised his hand in summoning. The wind corpse, boom! The earth trembled violently. The malevolent energy of the land surged forth as a massive corpse insect, as dark as obsidian, ascended with the wind. The ethereal energy surrounding it transformed into chilling corpse energy. The 100-legged insect, though lifeless, was not without its own vitality. The wind corpse had undergone a transformation, becoming a corpse insect, one of the 10 great malevolent corpses. Each type of corpse insect possessed unique supernatural abilities based on its bloodline. The wind corpse, born of the wind's malevolent energy, naturally possessed the ability to command the winds. Now transformed into a corpse, its powers were further enhanced. As the ancient saying goes, clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. The wind corpse, being a wind elemental beast, commanded the winds, soaring effortlessly through the skies. With a look of exhilaration on his face, Shin-Emo executed the extraordinary skill of wind manipulation. Gracefully landing atop the wind corpse, gazing up at the ominous thunderclouds, advancing rather than retreating, riding the wind corpse directly into the heart of the storm, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The initial heavenly tribulation. The first bolt of lightning descended, enveloped in a brilliant blue, accompanied by the overwhelming might of the heavens, seeking to annihilate all in its path. However, before the lightning could strike, it was met head-on by Shin-Emo, who, in an instant, was engulfed along with the wind corpse by the surging energy of the heavenly wrath. Jushu and Simu stood frozen in shock, their minds reeling at the terrifying spectacle before them. The heavenly tribulation. Even if it was merely the weakest of the 9 heavenly tribulations, the initial heavenly tribulation was still a fearsome event. Shin-Emo was daring to confront the heavenly tribulation while riding the wind corpse. It was over, he was doomed. They should flee while they still had a chance, perhaps to return and collect his ashes afterward. If they lingered any longer, they would all meet the same grim fate. Simu even found himself without time to stow away his precious corpses in the nurturing Beidai in unison. The two hastily activated their movement talismans, propelling themselves forward with the speed of lightning, preparing to make their escape. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Amidst the billowing smoke of the thunderclap, a towering figure emerged, its form reminiscent of a dragon and its visage akin to that of a tiger. Exuding a might that rivaled the heavenly tribulation itself, a dragon-like form, a tiger-like countenance. Unbeknownst to others, Shin-Emo employed some arcane means to withstand the initial bolt of the first 9 heavens' thunder. He was enveloped in a tempest of thunder, resembling a thunder god descending from the heavens, exuding an air of invincibility. Yet, within Shin-Emo's very being, the thunder raged fiercely, a torrent of energy surging forth. The essence of the sun-devouring demon lord's energy was obliterated by the thunder in but a fleeting moment, leaving no room for retaliation. The demon lord, who could consume the sun, found himself powerless against the overwhelming celestial thunder. Had it not been for the sun-devouring demon lord, Shin-Emo would have been reduced to mere ashes at this moment. Roar, chant. The roar of dragons and the howls of tigers echoed. The thunder prison body was a remarkable technique that harnessed the power of thunder to refine one's own being, forging a body of dragon and tiger, by embodying the essence of the dragon and tiger. He opened up 13 thunder prison orifices within himself, imprisoning the thunder within, continuously refining his physical form. Upon the completion of the first layer, he could acquire the strength of 9 dragons and 9 tigers. Upon the second layer, he could solidify the dragon and tiger body, and upon the third layer, he could achieve the dragon and tiger divine powers. When the first bolt of the initial 9 heavens thunder struck Shin-Emo, it assisted him in opening 13 thunder prison orifices, storing the thunder within, which continuously refined and nourished his physique. Crack, bang! The heavens roared as the second bolt of the 9 heavens thunder descended with ferocity. Roar, chant. Once again, he inhaled the thunder, imprisoning it within the thunder prison orifices, refining himself further. Boom, boom, boom. All 9 bolts of the initial 9 heavens thunder descended, yet none struck the earthly fiend corpse. All were captured by Shin-Emo and confined within his thunder prison orifices through the might of the dragon and tiger. In this instance, he comprehended the initial 9 heavens calamity and grasped the extraordinary technique of the thunder prison body, embodying the aspect of the dragon and tiger, opening the thunder prison orifices to imprison the power of thunder and refine the body of the dragon and tiger. The terrifying celestial thunder, capable of annihilating the world, transformed instead into a resource for cultivating the dragon and tiger body. Uncle Geo, with his 4 eyes, was rendered incapacitated by the 9 bolts of thunder. His spirit shaken, incapable of coherent thought. No-one could have anticipated that an ordinary mortal could withstand the terrifying initial 9 heavens thunder with mere flesh. Such a feat was comparable to that of legendary immortals. Naturally, Shin-Emo could not absorb the terrifying power of all 9 bolts of the initial 9 heavens thunder in its entirety. Riding the winds, he not only imprisoned the thunderous power but also channeled the energy he could not absorb in time into the wind corpse. Do not underestimate the wind corpse, now newly transformed. Its essence is far more resilient than that of the earthly fiend corpse. Essentially, It bears Shun Mo's soul imprint, serving as an alternative avatar of his. Capable of cultivating the thunder prison body, he infused all the thunderous power he could not endure into the wind corpse, aiding it in opening thunder prison orifices to store the power of thunder. Of the 9 bolts of initial 9 heavens thunder, Shin Mo managed to absorb merely 1.5 bolts. The remaining 7.5 were stored within the wind corpse's thunder prison orifices, from which it absorbed 2.5 bolts. He then took another bolt and infused it into the earthly fiend corpse to aid in refining its undead body, helping it to truly achieve the state of a flying corpse. After this, only 4 bolts of thunder remained. At this point, Shin Mo possessed the strength of 7 tigers, and without relying on the enhancement of the sun-devouring energy, he could effortlessly lift the wind corpse's form. Moreover, the wind corpse gained a new opportunity, awakening a second innate ability to control thunder. The celestial dog devours the sun. A cosmic phenomenon, Shun Mo's gains were nearly unparalleled in comparison to previous achievements. This was akin to Zhao Ji's pregnancy resulting in an unexpected fortune. Chapter 28. I roam unfettered in the mortal realm. The celestial dog devours the sun. Shin Mo first comprehended the sun-devouring technique of the demon lord, acquiring the sun-devouring energy, which added a sun-devouring demon dog to his carefree divine intentions. Following this, under the initial 9 heavens calamity, he grasped the thunder prison body, utilizing the initial 9 heavens thunder that descended for the ascension of the earthly fiend corpse to open 13 thunder prison orifices and gain the strength of 7 tigers. The thunder prison body is an exceptionally profound technique for body refinement. Upon the completion of the first layer, one can wield the strength of 9 dragons and 9 tigers. And since 9 tigers equate to 1 dragon, this totals to the power of 10 dragons. The hierarchy of the zombie world is indeed not low, encompassing paths of cultivation, realms of the underworld, blessed lands, and secret domains. Yet possessing the strength of 10 dragons places a cultivator at the pinnacle of existence in physical prowess. Shin Mo's previous insights and techniques were heavily focused on the laws of the cosmos while neglecting the physical body, and this time, the thunder prison body filled the gaps in his physical cultivation. Having just reached the inner strength realm, Shin Mo, utilizing the thunder prison orifices of the thunder prison body, swiftly completed the supplementation of the 5-stream inner strength realm. The thunderous power within the thunder prison not only refined his physical form but also his organs. This level of refinement far surpassed the benefits of the everlasting pine technique and sun-devouring energy, naturally completing his supplementation of the inner strength realm. Now, he has genuinely attained the cultivation level of a 4-stream vitality refinement practitioner. In terms of combat prowess, Shun Mo's spirit is nearly infinitely close to the innate level, his strength sufficient to overwhelm innate and even grandmaster-level practitioners. In the mortal realm, Shin Mo has become an almost invincible presence. Even within the spirit illusion realm, he roams freely beneath the great masters. Uncle Joe once stated that grandmaster-level practitioners can channel the forces of heaven and earth, drawing upon their power. Although they cannot pluck stars from the sky or shift mountains and seas, they are beings beyond the realm of human resistance. Shin Mo felt a slight gap still existed between himself and the Grandmaster level. Moreover, Grandmaster level practitioners are often the patriarchs of their sex, most of whom remain hidden from the world. Before the celestial dog devours the sun, I lingered in Rinjia town, slowly developing. After the celestial dog devours the sun, I roam unfettered in the mortal realm. This encapsulates the true essence of Shun Mo's recent experiences in relation to his own cultivation and ascension. Shun Mo's 2 9 corpse heads also reaped tremendous benefits. After transforming the wind corpse, aided by the Yin Qi and the initial 9 heavens thunder, sequentially comprehended the abilities of wind riding and thunder control. The earthly fiend corpse, upon ascending to a flying corpse, not only gained the ability to fly but also unlocked the earth shrinking ability after acquiring the ability to burrow into the earth. The earth shrinking ability allows one to shorten distances instantaneously. Although the current distance is only 100 meters, the potential is immense. Should it be perfected, 1,000 miles could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Even Lu Xiaoyu, hiding within the soul-nurturing branch, ascended to the ghost soldier level during this opportunity, solidifying her ghostly form and comprehending new ghostly techniques through the soul seed. The language of the soul can be used to capture lower-level ghosts and even refine them into soul words for her to command and enslave. Coupled with the awe-inspiring talent she gleaned from the Soul Seed, she has taken a significant step towards becoming a Ghost King. The earthly fiend corpse, wind corpse, and Lu Xiaoyu all derived immense opportunities from this event of the celestial dog devouring the sun. Meanwhile, the Taoist with 4 eyes, who merely followed along and drank the soup, also managed to elevate his 2 black corpses to the jumping corpse level, thanks to the final surge of yin qi. However, the Taoist with 4 eyes could not find joy in this, for compared to the earthly fiend corpse and wind corpse, his 2 jumping corpses appeared utterly inadequate. Both Uncle Jiao and the Taoist with 4 eyes were astonished by Shun Mo's ability to bathe in celestial thunder without so much as a scratch. They could easily surmise that this must be an exceedingly profound secret technique or extraordinary power that allowed him to temper his body with the might of thunder. Why were they so certain? Because Shun Mo's physique had previously been tall and graceful, exuding an air of elegance akin to a dashing young master. Now, however, he stood robust and powerful, his muscles beneath his garments brimming with an intimidating explosive energy. As if he could tear apart dragons and tigers, resembling a tyrant descending upon the world. To assert that Shun Mo had not engaged in body refinement would be met with disbelief. His current prowess and cultivation level have reached heights that are beyond the grasp of the two. Not to mention Shun Mo's combat power, even his 2 corpses would be enough to give them a hard time. It is likely that only their elder brother, Shi Jian, could contend with him on equal footing. Shun Mo's rapid growth, exceptional talent, and profound comprehension have far exceeded the expectations of Uncle Jiao and the Taoist with 4 eyes. A genius, an unparalleled genius. Master Jiao, Simu has begun to feel a sense of dread. As the saying goes, Confucianism disrupts the law with literature, while chivalry violates prohibitions with martial prowess. Those who cultivate their practices wield immense power, and every action they take can influence profound karmic consequences. Take Shun Mo, for instance. Upon his arrival in Renjia town, he immediately discerned Master Jiao's calamity and aided the Ren family in averting disaster and altering their fate. What appears to be a singular event is, in fact, entangled in a web of complex interests, affecting the livelihoods and even the lives of many in Renjia town. As ancient wisdom states, imperial authority does not extend to the counties, and the ruling forces at the local level consist of officialdom and local gentry. Figures like Ren Fei and Huang Baiwan not only control the local economy but also hold sway over the lives and deaths of the common people. Moreover, cultivators who possess the might of heaven and earth stand above both these classes. Should they turn to malevolence or fall into demonic paths, the repercussions would be catastrophic. With Shun Mo's power surging, his influence naturally grows even larger. Through recent interactions, Master Jiao has come to realize that Shun Mo is not an irredeemable villain. Rather, he acts with principles and discretion, guided by a unique set of moral standards that diverge from the norm of the present day. Within the framework of his principles, Shun Mo exhibits a carefree demeanor, acting according to his desires without overstepping his bounds. Consider the recent incident involving the rectification of the pleasure quarters. Master Jiao has heard of it. Though it was led by Ren Fei, it was fundamentally instigated by Lu Xiaoyu. This demonstrates that Shen Mo harbors an intention to uphold righteousness and dispel evil. Master Jiao understands that while he cannot serve as Shun Mo's mentor in the path of cultivation, he can guide him toward the right path and steer him away from the demonic. Indeed, the descent into darkness is contingent upon one's strength. Individuals like Qiuxing and Wen Kai are simply unworthy of such a fate. Shun Mo, possessing extraordinary comprehension and unparalleled talent, along with methods that defy imagination, would be a calamity of catastrophic proportions should he ever succumb to darkness. It is likely that only the revered ancestors of Mao Shan could subdue him. Sometimes, it is not the fear of the many that troubles one, but the potential of the unforeseen. Master Jia's thoughts raced, and he quickly devised a plan. The recent celestial phenomena, such as the celestial dog devouring the sun, have not only caused disturbances in the Inga Gorge, but have also stirred chaos in other regions. This will inevitably awaken various malevolent entities, leading to a period of great unrest in Renjia town and the surrounding counties. Given Master Lin Jia's reputation in Renjia town, many will undoubtedly seek his assistance in subduing demons and evils. However, Master Jiao has no intention of stepping out. He plans to remain as an overseer in Inga Gorge, practicing in the Yang dwelling to prepare for his ascension. The affairs of the charitable estate can be entrusted to Shunimo. This opportunity serves multiple purposes. Firstly, it allows Shunimo to refine his cultivation through practical experience. Secondly, it deepens Shunimo's commitment to upholding righteousness and dispelling evil. Thirdly, it allows Qiuxing and Wang Kai to gain valuable insights alongside Shunimo. And lastly, it enables Shunimo to accumulate merit for his future endeavors in the underworld. Upon grasping these intricacies, Master Zhou promptly sought out Shunimo to share his thoughts. Of course, Master Zhou did not elaborate on everything. He merely mentioned the refinement of cultivation and the accumulation of merit, which was enough to pique Shunimo's interest. He indeed requires substantial practical experience to hone his skills. Ever since arriving in the world of zombies and mastering the sun observation breathing technique, he has either been in recovery or on the path to recovery. After laboriously compensating for his prior deficits through the Celestial Dog event and attaining formidable strength and combat prowess, what he now lacks most is practical experience. Simultaneously, the act of subduing demons and dispelling evil would grant him further insights into esoteric methods and extraordinary techniques. Even without Master Zhou's prompting, he would pursue this endeavor, but now he is rightfully availing himself of Master Zhou's resources. Shunimo, since that is the case, I shall not decline the offer. Having lingered in Renjia town for so long, it is high time to demonstrate his might in the world of zombies. The following day, at the charitable estate, Shunimo chose not to spend the night at the Ren residence but returned to the estate instead. Since he was preparing for practical engagement, staying at the estate was far more convenient. If any unclean entities were to appear from the nearby villages, they would undoubtedly seek out Master Zhou at the estate first. Master Zhou's reputation has been built over decades of earnest endeavor. At present, Shunimo is akin to a fledgling taking flight. This initial venture must be executed with utmost finesse. However, after waiting an entire day at the estate, not a single soul appeared at his door until dusk began to settle. Trouble loomed. Is Master Lin here? Shunimo raised an eyebrow, sensing an impending occurrence. At that moment, he reclined comfortably in a rattan chair. And Lu Xiaoyu, who had advanced to the ghost soldier realm and solidified her ghostly form, immediately fanned him with a palm leaf, dispelling his weariness. Wang Kai, ever diligent, went to open the door. The visitor was a short, slightly gaunt farmer, whose gait suggested a certain awkwardness, as if he were not particularly bright. His face was etched with worry, and upon entering, he inquired about Master Lin's presence, evidently distressed. Wang Kai recognized the man and quickly began to inquire. What's the matter? The farmer, oblivious to Wang Kai's presence, continued to mutter anxiously, This is dire. Is Master Lin here? Wang Kai shook his head. And why Master is not here? You can tell me what troubles you. The farmer's face fell, contorting into a visage of despair, and he shook his head frantically, overwhelmed with anxiety. This is a calamity. If Master Lin is not here, what shall I do? Seeing this, Qiuxing stepped forward, brushing past Wang Kai. Do not worry. Even though my master is absent, we have invited a more formidable expert at the estate. Whatever your troubles, he will surely assist you. Just tell us what the issue is. Really? Is he even more powerful than Master Lin? The farmer seemed skeptical. After all, tales of Master Zhou's prowess in subduing demons and monsters have long resonated throughout the region, while many other Taoists and monks are often dismissed as charlatans. Can we deceive you? This is a person my master specifically invited. His abilities surpass even that of my master. The farmer's troubled expression brightened instantly, and he exclaimed, Then please, take me to summon this expert. My brother is in dire need. Come, let's discuss this inside. Qiuxing and Wang Kai led the farmer into the room. Upon entering, the farmer's gaze fell upon the relaxed and composed young man reclining in the rattan chair. Despite the young man's robust physique and noble bearing, the farmer could not shake the feeling that he was not as reliable as Master Zhou, particularly with a graceful lady beside him, whose slender form danced like willow catkins and whose gentle demeanor captivated all. The farmer was momentarily entranced. If only she were my wife, it would be worth dying for. In the farmer's eyes, the so-called expert described by Qiuxing and Wang Kai appeared to be nothing more than a young gentleman returning from the provincial city with his beautiful maidservant. This doesn't seem right. I am seeking an expert, not a young master or a young lady. Noticing the farmer's expression, Qiuxing promptly nudged him with his elbow, whispering a reminder, Hey, Do not judge by appearances and offend the expert. If he refuses to help, you truly will be out of options. I? The farmer's face flushed crimson, his words stumbling as he became flustered, unsure of how to proceed. Shinamo cast a casual glance at the farmer, and with a mere glance through his bone-reading and face-reading technique, he discerned the recent fortunes of the man. You have come to me not because of your own troubles, but rather due to a family member encountering misfortune. The farmer's eyelids twitched as he responded with fervent agreement. Yes, indeed. My brother encountered misfortune. He has been tending to a grove of banana trees on the western edge of the village. When I went to find him just now, I discovered he was inexplicably listless. As if he had lost a significant amount of weight, he was dressed in red and green, claiming that he was to marry a new bride tonight. I pondered. Having been a bachelor for 33 years, where could a bride possibly come from? He must have encountered some malevolent force, so I hurried to the charitable estate to seek Master Lin for help. But with Master Lin absent, can you, esteemed expert, save my brother? As Qiusheng listened, he became increasingly familiar with the situation. Ah, I see. Your brother has encountered a female ghost. Wang Kai interjected. Recently, the female ghosts have been quite rampant. Fear not. A mere female ghost. Our Mr. Shen will undoubtedly be able to assist you, though you know who our Mr. Shan is. The farmer shook his head. Surely you are aware of the esteemed Renfei, the local magistrate, of course. Renfei is a well-known figure in Ranjia town. Have heard that the entire East Street market is controlled by the Ren family, and my family's produce is sold in that very market. Then do you know who was invited to assist Renfei in relocating the late Master S. grave? The farmer shook his head again. I shall enlighten you. It is none other than the very individual before you. Shinamo. Mr. Shan possesses knowledge of celestial patterns and earthly matters. He can predict fortunes and calculate auspicious times. He not only helped Renfei resolve his troubles, but also aided in locating a prime piece of land for the Ren family, ensuring their business flourishes once more. Acknowledging Mr. Shan's talents, Renfei even arranged for his daughter, Ren Tingting, to be wed to him. Mr. Shan and Miss Ren are indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect pair that evokes envy in others. Shin Hemo narrowed his eyes, listening to Qiusheng's ramblings. Although Qiusheng spoke nothing but the truth, his delivery always seemed to exude a sense of pretentiousness. The crux of the matter was that Qiusheng's ability to flatter paled in comparison to Ren Leoi and Simu Daozhong. There remained ample room for Qiusheng to hone his skills. Chapter 29. The ghostly wedding beneath the banana tree. Toot, toot, toot. Qiusheng nodded incessantly, as if his head were a garlic clove being pounded. He felt that Mr. Shen suddenly appeared unfathomably profound. Shinamo cast a sidelong glance at Qiusheng. In terms of guile, Qiusheng had a slight edge over Wen Kai. However, his flattery was still far inferior to that of Ren Leoi and Simu. Nevertheless, dealing with someone as straightforward as Qiusheng was certainly manageable. Shinamo promptly employed his extraordinary skill of yin-yang eyes. With these eyes, one could perceive the duality of existence and dispel illusions. His gaze shimmered, faintly illuminated by a transient glow, and then settled upon Qiusheng. The unremarkable figure before him suddenly emanated wisps of dark, azure energy, not the malevolent aura of a ghost, but rather the essence of a spirit creature. It dawned upon him that his brother had encountered not a female ghost, but a transformed monster, most likely a banana spirit. Shinamo surmised that this transformation might have occurred due to the solar eclipse the day before, granting a banana tree a stroke of fortune. Regrettably, in its newly acquired awareness, it succumbed to temptation and consumed the essence of a living being, thus embarking on a path of malevolence. According to the common knowledge of the spirit realm, malevolent entities that tread this path could barter their deeds for merits in the underworld. The value of this banana spirit would not be exorbitant, yet it warranted Shan Mo's attention. Qiusheng? Wen Kai, guard the house. Call Jialu to accompany me. Imo Gu. Take me with you? Qiusheng exclaimed. Imo Gu. I wish to join as well, Wen Kai added. After flattering Shanamo for an extended period, Qiusheng seized the opportunity to impress him further, while Wen Kai feared being left alone in the ancestral hall and sought safety by Shinmo's side. Shinmo merely glanced at them, discerning their thoughts, and nonchalantly replied, if they wish to follow, then so be it. His brother had likely attracted the attention of a banana spirit, which particularly favored the pure yang energy of young men. making them ideal bait. Both Qiu Shang and Wen Kai's expressions altered dramatically. Mogu, it was a moonless night when I lost my virtue, Qiu Shang lamented. Wait, my stomach hurts, Wen Kai stammered. Alas, one cannot elevate a sinking ship with mere flattery. If such words were sufficient, the diligent would have long perished from hunger. In contrast to Qiu Shang's cunning and Wen Kai's timidity, Jialu was decidedly more earnest. Thus, Shinamo set off with Lu Xiaoyu and Jialu towards the banana grove at the western edge of the village. The banana grove at the village's western boundary was a dense thicket, stretching as far as the eye could see. Before Shinamo even stepped into the grove, he keenly sensed an aura of malevolence hovering above it. Employing ordinary means to pinpoint the true form of the banana spirit would prove quite challenging. Were Uncle Jiu to handle the situation, he would likely use Qiu Shang as bait to lure the spirit out and subsequently devise a plan to capture it. However, any unexpected mishap could easily alert the spirit, allowing it to escape into the grove, complicating the capture. For Shinamo, however, apprehending a newly transformed banana spirit required no such convoluted approach. Mogu, what shall we do next? Jialu inquired, gazing helplessly at the dense undergrowth before him. He often accompanied his master, Simu, to various locales to conduct corpse rituals, having encountered numerous mountain spirits and wild creatures, yet the banana spirit was indeed an anomaly. Let us first seek out a human presence. The group ventured into the grove and soon arrived at a wooden house, swiftly discovering the remnants of Qiu Shang's brother, red candles and red threads. A ghostly wedding. While it may seem frivolous, it serves a purpose. Malevolent beings seeking to absorb the yang energy of the living find it challenging to do so directly unless they possess considerable power. Akin to the likes of the Black Mountain Old Demon. For instance, Dong Xiaoyu would require a ruse to ensnare Qiu Shang's vital essence. However, beings like the newly transformed banana spirit, still nascent in their powers, would need to employ certain methods to siphon off the yang energy of the living. A ghostly wedding is a commonly used tactic, binding the two in a karmic connection that allows the malevolent spirit to act freely thereafter. Shin Mo utilized his extraordinary skill of listening to the wind, discerning sounds and locating positions, quickly identifying the unfortunate soul who had been drained of vitality by the banana spirit, now foaming at the mouth. His visage indicated he had lost at least 20 years of his life force. The banana spirit was indeed capable of extraction. Jialu, you and Qiu Shang carry him out. Understood, Jialu responded. Without further ado, and together with Qiu Shang, they hastily transported the unfortunate victim from the grove. Once Jialu had moved a distance away, Shin Mo gently tapped the soul-birthing branch at his waist, summoning Lu Xiaoyu. This branch had been specifically hewn from the heart of a malevolent willow to serve as Lu Xiaoyu's dwelling. Since Shin Mo had yet to grasp the requisite crafting techniques, he had not fully developed the branch's potential. Thus, Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation speed within it lagged behind that of the branch in its original state. However, its convenience allowed him to accompany Lu Xiaoyu, a spirit of the ghostly realm. Wherever he went, the wispy white mist emerged from the soul-birthing branch, coalescing into Lu Xiaoyu's graceful form upon touching the ground. Upon seeing Shin Mo, she curtsied elegantly. Xiaoyu pays her respects to the benefactor. Unlike Ren Tingting, who had been influenced by Western culture, Lu Xiaoyu embodied the qualities of a contemporary woman, adhering to traditional virtues and morals. Were it not for her steadfastness, she would not have met such a tragic end. Shin Mo, in need of a maidservant to attend to him in the ancestral hall, found Lu Xiaoyu's timely elevation fortuitous. A banana tree within this grove has transformed. I summoned you to help capture it. Lu Xiaoyu nodded slightly, glancing at the dense thicket of banana trees, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. Benefactor, I possess the means to capture it, but I do not know its whereabouts. Leave that to me. Shin Mo took to the air, employing his earthly fiend technique to sense the faint malevolent energy permeating the surroundings. Following the traces of this energy like climbing a vine, he pinpointed an unusually verdant banana tree in the southwest corner. I found you. Xiaoyu, go. Xiaoyu obeys. With a graceful sway, Lu Xiaoyu transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, darting towards the lush banana tree. Sensing impending danger, the tree attempted to conceal itself by manipulating the surrounding foliage, seeking refuge once more. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu offered it no opportunity to escape. Intimidate. Lu Xiaoyu emanated an aura of chilling power, as if reigning supreme, striking fear into the hearts of the wretched. The diminutive banana spirit could hardly withstand such intimidation, promptly shrieking as it fled from the tree. Lu Xiaoyu had anticipated this, and her innate words of power swiftly followed, weaving a cerulean net that ensnared the spirit. The net, forged from the incantation of her words, tightened with every struggle, ultimately compressing the banana spirit into a pearl of soul energy the size of a fist. Lu Xiaoyu returned to Shen Mo's side, resuming her graceful demeanor, and respectfully stated, "Benefactor, I have fulfilled my duty. Well done." Shen Mo cast a glance at the soul pearl containing the banana spirit, which manifested as a vibrant green sprout within, desperately thrashing its tender leaves against the walls of its prison. However, under the spell of the incantation, all its efforts were in vain. Silence. His commanding voice resonated with the authority of the spiritual realm, freezing the banana spirit in its tracks, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Having just transformed, you sought to harm others. Tell me, shall I send you to the underworld in exchange for merits, or shall I simply execute you? The sprout quivered, emitting a plaintive plea, desperately seeking mercy from Shen Mo and Lu Xiaoyu. Very well, in light of your assistance in my enlightenment of a unique skill, I shall spare your life. However, while your death sentence may be commuted, your living punishment remains. You shall serve as Lu Xiaoyu's spirit companion. Thank you for your benevolence, Lu Xiaoyu expressed gratefully. What, pray tell, is a spirit companion? The banana spirit inquired. Bewildered, silence refrained from providing an explanation to the banana spirit, for Lu Xiaoyu's spirit incantation swiftly enlightened the banana spirit on the essence of spirit words. Tio put it plainly, spirit words are akin to the servitors commanded by Lu Xiaoyu, binding various ghostly entities into her pawns, wielded at her discretion. As for the remarkable technique that Shen Mo gleaned from the banana spirit, it proved to be rather intriguing, with an astonishing aptitude for enlightenment. He observed the banana spirit's transformations and discerned the extraordinary art of wood escape. Chapter 30. The feng shui of Zhochuan Town. The wood escape that Shen Mo comprehended was not the same as the extravagant wood escape depicted in animations, where one might conjure a thousand-handed Buddha. Instead, it belonged to the realm of elemental escapes, specifically a technique utilizing the properties of wood for evasion. Upon gazing once more at the dense banana grove, his thoughts coalesced, and he transformed into a verdant light, merging with a banana tree. This sensation felt as though he had become one with the tree, yet also distinct. He could traverse freely among the banana trees, concealing his presence, his breath, spirit, and everything else seamlessly melding into the wood. Without sufficient cultivation, one would be utterly oblivious to his concealment. It is no wonder that the 5 elemental escapes are regarded as supreme techniques. Mastering merely the wood escape enabled Shen Mo to remain hidden within the wood undetected. Should he eventually master the 5 elemental escapes, there would be no place in the world beyond his reach. After frolicking in the banana grove for a while and familiarizing himself with the wood escape, he returned to the ancestral hall with Jiala and Lu Xiaoyu. This time, in capturing the banana spirit, he had acquired the extraordinary technique of wood escape, the spirit words of the banana spirit, and a reward of 2 large silver dollars for his efforts. Although Shen Mo held no particular interest in money, he did not regard it as worthless either. He would naturally keep the earnings he had acquired, ensuring they did not enter the ancestral hall's accounts. Currently, he possessed over 400 silver dollars, a portion of which had been allocated by the steward Ren Zhong at the behest of the elder Ren. Another portion was from an earlier excursion with Ren Tingting on the lake, where he deftly pilfered from an oblivious wealthy young man. That young man was none other than Gu Changshou, the son of another local gentry. Good as short and unremarkable in appearance, Gu Changshou was exceedingly lecherous, daring to harass respectable women in broad daylight. Shen Mo, upon encountering him, naturally administered a lesson, causing him to suffer a financial loss to avert disaster. As for killing him, there was no need for Shen Mo to take such measures. Through the art of bone reading and face analysis, Shen Mo discerned that Gu Changshou bore the visage of premature aging, destined not to survive past the age of 23. Calculating the time, he realized that Gu Changshou had just turned 23, with death already looming near in any case. Ever since he had altered the Ren family's fortune, Shen Mo had never lacked for money. His interest lay not in riches, but in the thrill of vanquishing demons and spirits. As the first rays of dawn streamed through the wooden window seams, casting a splendid Tyndall effect upon the floor, Shinamo could not help but reminisce about the Dolly Garden's small bread rolls, once dismissed, now craved but unattainable. As for the notion of researching its recipe and opening a cake shop during the Republic era, Shinamo had no inclination in such tumultuous times. Who would patronize a cake shop? If he truly desired to indulge, it would be better to share the general recipe with Rintingting, who might manage to recreate it. After all, apart from her cultivation, flower arranging, and embroidery, Rintingting had little else to occupy her time. She could certainly learn some culinary skills and cooking techniques. After being attended to by Lu Xiaoyu, Shinamo donned his attire, relished the breakfast prepared by Wang Kai, and commenced his morning training. The Demon Lord's sun-swallowing technique not only possessed the characteristics of sun-gazing and breath absorption, but also encompassed the divine essence of devouring the sun and moon. This cultivation proceeded at a pace exceeding that of the sun-gazing technique by several folds. Shin-Imo resembled a vacuum cleaner operating at full power, voraciously inhaling the morning's essence, transforming it into a fiery inner energy akin to the sun's blaze. Merely a morning's practice equated to the arduous training of several days prior, with the quality of his inner energy far surpassing that of sun-gazing. As noon approached, business beckoned at the ancestral hall once more. The mayor of the neighboring Zhochuan town dispatched a messenger to invite Uncle Zhou to inspect the feng shui. Shinamo was familiar with Zhochuan town. He had previously passed through while seeking a burial site for Elder Ren and had observed the town's feng shui layout. Surrounded by mountains and nestled by water, Zhochuan town boasted a harmonious landscape, replete with flourishing prosperity. The residents there, while not exceedingly wealthy, at least enjoyed good health and security. Yet, for reasons unknown, there had been a spate of peculiar illnesses recently afflicting the townsfolk. Initially, it was merely diarrhea, but soon individuals began to develop rashes, suffering excruciating pain in sunlight, and despite consulting numerous physicians, no remedy was found. Following the celestial eclipse just days prior, the number of afflicted had surged dramatically. Mayor Renyukai, alarmed, sent for Uncle Zhou to evaluate the feng shui, suspecting it to be the source of the town's troubles. Upon learning of the situation, and considering the banana spirit he had subdued the previous night, Shinamo deduced that the anomalies in Zhochuan town were likely connected to the vampire. However, how could a vampire buried underground disrupt the feng shui of Zhochuan town? There was surely some hidden intricacy that Shinamo had yet to uncover. He was quite intrigued to encounter this vampire, as it had seemingly disregarded all of Uncle Zhou's Taoist arts. Were it not for its fatal weaknesses against sunlight and fire, defeating it would prove exceedingly challenging for Uncle Zhou. Even in the end, it had only been confined to the marshland by virtue of the terrain, with the vampire retaining the potential for resurrection. The emergence of the vampire further enriched the hierarchy of the zombie realm. If the West harbored such dark beings as vampires, it surely must also possess light-bearers such as magicians. Yet, separated by thousands of miles, one could only wonder what wonders lay beyond, should the opportunity arise. Shinamo would not mind embarking on a journey to the west. Having identified the source of the crisis, Shinamo felt a sense of assurance. He accepted the invitation from Zhochuan town and prepared to depart the following day with Choshui. Wang Kai and Jialu.as for the reason he did not leave that very afternoon. It was, of course, to visit the Ren estate to see Tingting, both for a brief reunion and to solidify the matter of the Dolly Garden's small bread rolls. Upon learning that Shinamo intended to visit Zhochuan town the next day, Rintingting expressed her delight and wished to accompany him, as her cousin Ran Juanru resided there, providing a perfect opportunity for familial bonding. Thus, Shinamo set forth with Rintingting, Lu Xiaoyu, Chouxing, Wang Kai, and Jiala to Zhochuan town. Upon their arrival, they were warmly welcomed by Mayor Renyukai. Having learned of Shan Mo's reputation from the steward the night before, he understood that Shinamo was the same Mr. Shun who had recently altered the Ren family's feng shui, prompting him to extend every courtesy. After all, the Ren family's business had flourished remarkably of late. Drawing the attention of all local gentry, a figure of Shan Mo's caliber would be a distinguished guest anywhere he went. Mayor Renyukai not only sought to resolve the town's immediate crisis, but also contemplated enlisting Shinamo to locate a prime feng shui site for his father. Moreover, he had a daughter, Ren Juanru, who was not inferior to the Ren family in stature. Thus, when ascending the mountain to assess the feng shui, Mayor Rin brought along his pampered daughter, Ren Juanru. Compared to her cousin Rin Tingting, Rin Juanru's demeanor was strikingly that of a spoiled young lady. While not exceptionally beautiful, her temperament was far less endearing than that of Rin Tingting. Her avarice alone was rather off-putting. Upon meeting Shanamo, Mayor Rin Yotsai's eyes lit up. Shanamo was not only tall and handsome but also possessed the extraordinary abilities of feng shui assessment and fortune alteration. Such a talented young man was indeed a rarity, and the prospect of welcoming him as a son-in-law was simply delightful. However, upon seeing his long-lost niece Rin Tingting, Mayor Rin quickly dismissed any thoughts of rivalry. It was remarkable that someone as unattractive as Rin Fa could have such a beautiful daughter. He did not believe that his own daughter could compete with Rin Tingting in looks, nor did he have the confidence to pit her against her cousin for a suitor. Furthermore, judging by the chemistry between Shanamo and Rin Tingting, it was evident that they were mutually enamored, and as an elder, he saw no need to intervene. After all, they were all family, and any discord arising from such interference would be undesirable. Mayor Rin worthy of his position, possessed a degree of discernment. In contrast, Rin Juanru exhibited a complete lack of self-awareness. Upon meeting Shanamo, she was smitten, incessantly questioning her cousin about him. She subtly attempted to draw closer to Shanamo, her efforts appearing rather contrived, as if she had written on her face her desire to compete with Rin Tingting for his affections. Shanamo shook his head, unable to suppress a self-deprecating thought. I must not be impressive enough to dissuade such women from harboring notions about me. Shanamo, you must strive to improve. Chapter 31. 3,000 Paths to Enlightenment. Sister Tingting, do you think Shanamo likes Western layered bread? I am quite adept at making bread. Perhaps we could go to my home, and I could make some for him. Would you all enjoy that? Rin Tingting graciously replied. Shanamo usually informs me in advance of what he wishes to eat, and I shall naturally prepare it for him. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, dear sister. Rin Tingting heard Shanamo mention yesterday that he had a craving for a particular type of small bread, the recipe of which did not seem overly complicated. Initially, she had little interest, but now it appears she must earnestly delve into the art of cooking. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Ren Juanru served as a wake-up call for Rin Tingting. However, Ren Juanru evidently failed to detect the underlying implications in Rin Tingting's words, persistently probing into matters concerning Shanamo, seeking to draw closer to him. Rin Tingting's expression darkened slightly. She had not anticipated that her once innocent and kind cousin, whom she hadn't seen for years, had transformed into someone so irksome. Reflecting on her mercantile uncle Rin Tingting could understand. Like father, like daughter, it would be best to limit her interactions with her cousin in the future. As for Rin Juanru's intentions to usurp Shanamo, Rin Tingting felt a twinge of anxiety, yet not excessively so, for she was confident that this cousin lacked the qualifications to wrest Shanamo from her grasp. Ironically, it was Captain Ayong, Rin Juanru's suitor, who was almost consumed by jealousy due to her incessant inquiries about Shanamo. The captain of the security team in Jochuan town. Ayong bore a slight resemblance to a Wei. However, Ayong's temperament was evidently more volatile, and his gaze towards Shanamo brimmed with envy. Had it not been for the fact that Shanamo was invited by Rin to assess the town's feng shui, Ayong would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. Concerned for Shanmo's safety, Rin Tingting decisively distanced herself from Rin Juanru, refusing to entangle herself further. Shin Imo observed everything with an amused smile, not taking it to heart. For him, it was merely a matter of strength. His current prowess allowed him to navigate the mortal realm with impunity. In the face of absolute power, there was no need to worry about the scheming of individuals like Rin and Ayong. Should they dare to strike, Shinamo would not hesitate to send them to meet the King of Hell. He firmly believed in one principle: mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. I, a carefree immortal, roam freely between heaven and earth. Should you wish to sully me, I shall send you to meet your ancestors. As the group traversed mountains and streams, climbing to higher ground, Shin Imo employed the 16-character Yin-Yang secret technique to once more scrutinize the feng shui configuration of Jochuan town, confirming that it indeed thrived in a landscape of mountains and waters, bustling with vitality. The fact that the vampire could evade the constraints of the feng shui layout and afflict the townsfolk with illness indicated a certain level of cunning. Shin Imo first recounted the feng shui configuration of Jochuan town, then pointed out that the water within it might pose a problem. Following the stream upstream, they soon discovered a pool teeming with the corpses of bats. The sight of the dense cluster of bat remains sent shockwaves of panic through Runyukai and the other local gentry. "Mr. Shun, what should we do?" Shinamo replied. "Something has compromised the feng shui of Jochuan town using bats. Inform the villagers not to drink from the spring water until I can identify and eliminate the threat." Runyukai was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Then we shall trouble you. Mr. Shun, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to support you in capturing the culprit." He instructed Captain Iong to gather enough manpower and bring shovels to Jing Mountain. "Ah, the perpetrator is on Jing Mountain." Just as Shunamo was about to respond, he felt a sudden shiver, as if being watched with acute hearing. He soon picked up an eerie howling sound, and upon following the noise, he spotted a vast colony of blood-sucking bats hidden in the shade of the trees. Among them, one bat, entirely crimson, emanated an exceptionally chilling aura. "You possess extraordinary insight. You have observed Blood Slave, the blood-sucking bat, and comprehended the blood magic, blood control technique. The blood control technique, a blood-related spell, enables one to manipulate the blood of a target in the hands of a vampire. Its power amplifies, allowing control over certain creatures for their own use, such as this horde of blood-sucking bats." Shinamo finally grasped how the vampire managed to instigate a plague among the townsfolk. Clearly, it was utilizing the blood control technique to command the swarm of bats, thereby circumventing the constraints of the feng shui layout. If sensing that Shinamo had uncovered its presence, the bats concealed in the foliage began to stir restlessly. Shinamo chuckled, "Gotcha." Runyukai and the others were taken aback. Being astute individuals, they swiftly understood the implication of Shunmo's words. Who had he captured? Clearly, the menace plaguing Jochuan town. Captain Iong immediately drew his sidearm, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any sign of the enemy, eager to claim the credit. However, after a prolonged search, they found no suspicious persons or locations. Just when they thought Shunamo had erred, dozens of bats suddenly erupted from the treetops, swooping toward the group. The piercing shrieks sent the local ladies into a frenzy, while Iong and the others frantically raised their weapons, firing wildly at the swarm of bats. Unfortunately, their aim was dismal. Not a single bat was hit, and the swarm scattered in disarray. In an instant, chaos ensued in Jochuan town, with several individuals bitten by the blood-sucking bats, including Rin Juanru, who was unfortunately wounded by the crimson bat. In stark contrast, no bat dared approach within 5 meters of Shinamo. Rin Tingting, Qiusheng, Wang Kai, and Jiala, sheltered behind him, remained unscathed. Runyukai and the others quickly realized that the bats were deterred from approaching Shinamo, prompting them to rush toward him in search of refuge. Yet, they witnessed Shinamo gradually raising his hand, gently clutching the air toward the swarm of bats above. Blood magic, blood control technique. With a series of pops, the bats exploded like fireworks, dissipating into clouds of crimson mist. In mere moments, the area was cleared. Within the blood mist, ethereal blue bat apparitions were ensnared and swiftly absorbed into Shinmo's soul-nurturing branch. It was a ruthless display, akin to grinding bones to dust, capturing souls and spirits, surpassing even the darkest of sorcery. A satisfied smirk graced Shinmo's lips as he reveled in the potency of the blood control technique. Such was the power of the bloodline. Quite intriguing indeed. Compared to the martial energies of the Lingxian realm that evolve into transcendence, blood magic resembles a secret art that employs the power of the soul to manipulate blood. The use of spiritual force to cast magic aligns closely with the Western mage system that Shinamo was familiar with. It appears that the Western world is not to be underestimated. After all paths can lead to enlightenment. Whether from the East or the West, practitioners are ultimately transcending the levels of their own existence. This newfound understanding of blood magic has broadened Shinmo's horizons. He felt he was one step closer to achieving the status of a master of myriad laws. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The enemy has made their move. It is time for us to draw our swords. Let us go and scatter their ashes. Chapter 32. The resurrection of the vampire. Having witnessed Shinmo's remarkable ability to obliterate dozens of blood-sucking bats with a mere wave of his hand, Runyukai and the other local gentry gained a deeper understanding of Shinmo's prowess. Local gentlemen, They were acutely aware that this world harbored sorcerers, and that those with formidable magical powers were entities beyond their capability to contend with. Should fortune turn against them and they encounter a demonic cultivator, they might face the calamity of annihilation. Thus, having a righteous mage as an ally, or even the proximity of one, granted them a sense of security as they slumbered at night. This was the source of Uncle Jia's esteemed reputation. He genuinely protected the inhabitants of Renjia town and its neighboring villages from the ravages of malevolent spirits and wicked cultivators. The vampire lurking in Jiuquan town was evidently a remnant that had eluded capture. On one hand, Jiuquan town was surrounded by mountains, rendering communication somewhat isolated. On the other hand, the vampire had not caused a significant disturbance before being dealt with, hence the news had not reached Uncle Joe. This circumstance set the stage for Shan Mo's expedition today. Following the assault of the blood-sucking bats, the crowd heeded Shan Mo's commands. Yong, acting on Shan Mo's instructions, summoned assistance and gathered the necessary tools before accompanying Shan Mo up Jing Mountain. However, Ren Tingting did not descend the mountain with Ren Yukai and the other gentry. Instead, she lingered at Shan Mo's side. Now a practitioner at the 9th tier of the cultivation realm, she was determined to truly step into the realm of the ethereal and mystical. This impending crisis served as her inaugural foray into the wonders of the spirit world. Ren Tingting was well prepared for this moment. Ren Juanru, too, followed suit, not out of infatuation with Shan Mo, but because she had been bitten by the crimson blood-sucking bat. Shan Mo, utilizing his blood control technique, sensed that Ren Juanru's body was undergoing a subtle transformation. This change was likely indicative of her becoming a vampire. Unlike those who were merely bitten or scratched by ordinary bats and could be treated with regular herbs, there was no remedy for this peculiar transformation. To prevent facing an entire gentry-turned vampire upon his descent, Shan Mo allowed Ren Juanru to accompany them. As for how to ultimately address the situation, it would depend on what insights Shan Mo could glean from the vampire. The group soon discovered the vampire's burial site. In truth, it was not difficult to locate. Amidst the barren expanse of Jing Mountain, there stood but one desolate spot, devoid of any vegetation save for a lone lychee tree, evidently tainted by the vampire's remains. The lychee tree thrived solely due to a water vein on Jing Mountain. Without it, survival would be impossible. Shan Mo pinpointed the vampire's location and commanded a Yong and the others to commence digging. After roughly half an hour, someone shouted that they had unearthed something. As the crowd peered into the pit, they first observed a thick layer of charred earth, clearly indicating that something had been burned here. Shan Mo exchanged glances with Jiala and Qiusheng. In unison, they leapt into the pit and began to sift through the charred layer, swiftly revealing the vampire's remains. Not only had it been reduced to a charred corpse, but a silver crucifix was also embedded in its chest. Shan Mo could distinctly sense that the silver crucifix was suppressing the vampire's power. They had found it, a scorched body. A Yong exclaimed, "Mr. Shun, could it be that it was this creature that manipulated the bats to disrupt our town's feng shui?" Shan Mo nodded affirmatively. It was indeed the culprit. Everyone step aside. Let me shoot it dead. A Yong's words betrayed his deep-seated animosity, yet they also struck a comical note. After all, it was already a charred corpse. Who would fear being shot with a firearm? Qiusheng hurriedly restrained a Yong, primarily concerned that a Yong's poor marksmanship might inadvertently harm him and Jiala. Captain A. Yong, if firearms were effective, it wouldn't have been reduced to this state. We should consult Mr. Shan on how to proceed. Yes, Mr. Shin. What should we do with this corpse? Shan Mo feigned deep contemplation before instructing a Yong. First, construct a simple shelter and then carry it inside. Without a moment's hesitation, a Yong ordered his subordinates to begin erecting the shelter. Soon, a rudimentary work shed was assembled, and the vampire was carried inside. Shan Mo, accompanied by Tingting, Qiusheng, Jiala, Wang Kai, and Ren Juanru, entered the shed. Mr. Shun, what shall we do next? Shan Mo glanced at a Yong. Lend a hand. Mr. Shun, please speak freely. I am willing to provide anything to help eliminate this menace from our town, a Yong proclaimed with exaggerated generosity. Puffing out his chest and casting flirtatious glances at his cousin, Ren Juanru. However, at that moment, Ren Juanru's thoughts were entirely consumed by the vampire's remains. The allure of blood beckoned her, rendering her dazed and distracted, almost as if she were compelled to pounce upon the corpse as sustenance. Shan Mo, through his blood control technique, detected the shift in Ren Juanru's demeanor and subtly employed his skill to restore her senses. After all, the vampire had been reduced to charred remains. Despite its former power, it could not rival Shen Mo's mastery over blood control. With Ren Juanru temporarily stabilized, Shen Mo turned to a Yong and instructed, "Go fetch some blood, fresh blood, preferably human, and no problem." "Wait, what?" A Yong was taken aback. Staring blankly at Shen Mo, he pondered numerous possibilities. Yet the notion that Shen Mo sought blood, particularly human blood, was entirely unforeseen. "Mr. Shen, it's not that I can't procure it. I am merely curious as to what you intend to do with the blood." Not only a Yong, but also Tingting, Qiuxing, Jala, and Wang Kai were filled with curiosity. What could Shen Mo possibly want with blood? And how did it relate to the charred corpse? In light of their inquisitiveness, Shen Mo decided to enlighten them. This charred corpse is not an ordinary one. It is a Western vampire. Unlike the zombies we commonly encounter, vampires can be resurrected with just a drop of blood, even after being reduced to charred remains. Furthermore, those bitten by a vampire are susceptible to infection, potentially transforming into vampires themselves. Upon hearing this, a Yong interjected, "It can resurrect even in this state. Does that mean it is immortal?" Shen Mo shot a Yong a glance. A Yong was indeed audacious, pondering such a notion. Did he believe himself to be in a story featuring an invincible character? No, he was merely a bystander in this narrative. Should a Yong forsake his humanity to become a vampire, he would be swiftly obliterated. Vampires possess fatal weaknesses. They fear sunlight and silver. Sunlight can vanquish them, while silver can inhibit their regenerative abilities. Once transformed into a vampire, they require human blood for sustenance. Such dark creatures, akin to zombies, may be revered as nobility in the West, but in our land, they are to be eradicated on sight. The chilling intent instilled a sense of trepidation in a Yong, causing him to retract his neck. Faced with Shen Mo's robust physique, a Yong dared not entertain any further thoughts of abandoning his humanity. Despite Shen Mo's eloquent demeanor and refined aura, to mistake him for a feeble scholar would be a grave error. The image of Shen Mo effortlessly annihilating the swarm of blood-sucking bats lingered vividly in a Yong's mind, leaving him wary of provoking this formidable individual. Ren Juanru's complexion darkened upon hearing that those bitten by the vampire could also become vampires. Her hand bore the mark of the crimson blood-sucking bat's bite, and she was acutely aware of the changes occurring within her body, which filled her with dread and prompted her to instinctively distance herself from Shen. In a Yong's eyes, this presented the perfect opportunity to assert himself. "Mr. Shen, you don't intend to use the blood for resurrecting the vampire, do you?" "You are correct. I indeed plan to resurrect this vampire," Shen Mo replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal his intentions. Regardless of their approval, he would proceed, primarily regarding who would provide the blood. Among those present, a Yong was the least useful and bore no connection to Shen Mo. Thus, it was only fitting that he devise a means to procure the blood. The group collectively gasped at Shen Mo's revelation. Knowing that the charred remains before them belonged to a vampire, the notion of resurrecting it without vanquishing it was bewildering. However, Ren Tingting believed that Shen Mo must have his reasons for such an action. Sharp-witted as she was, she quickly surmised that Shen Mo likely sought to extract valuable intelligence from the vampire. After all, the sudden appearance of a Western vampire in Jiuquan town was perplexing. Moreover, was this the only vampire, or did others pose a similar threat? In any case, while eliminating a single vampire may be straightforward, understanding its origins and the forces behind it was imperative. Otherwise, they risked leaving the roots of the problem intact, leading to endless repercussions. Without hesitation, Ren Tingting stepped forward to pose the question on everyone's behalf to Aminogu. "Do you intend to resurrect the vampire to interrogate it about the existence of other vampires?" Shen Mo nodded. This was indeed part of his considerations. The reality was distinct from the realm of cinema. He could not assume that the film depicted only two vampires, and thus reality mirrored it. The Crimson Bat was an unforeseen variable. Additionally, he wished to glean further insights from this vampire in a sense. Yes, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will fight 100 battles without danger. This is my first encounter with a vampire, and I must ascertain its origins and affiliations. The group nodded in agreement, understanding Shen Mo's rationale. As for whether the resurrected vampire would be malevolent, given Shen Mo's confidence in the resurrection, they trusted he would manage it effectively. Rin Tingting and the others held firm in their belief. Chapter 33. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. You, all of you, come inside. Ayong casually selected 3 unfortunate souls and summoned them into the workshop to draw their blood. Initially, the trio was reluctant, but when Ayong brandished a pistol and promised a reward of $1, they complied with surprising eagerness. As the crimson blood dripped onto the charred corpse, Shinamo could distinctly sense a peculiar vitality surging forth, as the once desiccated heart began to miraculously throb anew. However, the power emanating from the silver cross stifled the vampire's resurrection, leading to a frenzied struggle between the two forces, with the vampire clearly at a disadvantage. Stepping forward, Shinamo deftly removed the silver cross embedded in the vampire's chest, shaking off the dust that clung to it. The vivid red gem, even without the sun's rays to illuminate it, was strikingly conspicuous. Both Ayong and Ren Juanru fixated on the ruby, their greed ignited. Yet before they could utter a word, Shinamo nonchalantly stowed the silver cross into the dark pouch at his waist. The two exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence, caught between the fear of incurring Shinmo's wrath and their desire for the ruby. After all, Shinmo's earlier display of power had instilled a healthy apprehension in them. In the very next moment after the silver cross was extracted, the charred body began to visibly regenerate, transforming from a lifeless husk into a mummy-like form within mere breaths. Shinmo's eyes sparkled with understanding. His extraordinary perceptiveness allowed him to witness the resurgence of the Blood Clan, leading him to grasp the essence of blood magic, blood resurrection. This arcane art alters the physical form, granting the body an unparalleled absorption of blood, enabling swift restoration of life force upon contact with blood. Nonetheless, this transformation comes with grave drawbacks: a fear of sunlight and vulnerability to silver. Such a perilous technique, laden with disadvantages, was promptly dismissed by Shinamo after a mere glance. The vampire, now upright, realized that the blood provided by the 3 unfortunate souls was insufficient for a full recovery, necessitating a greater supply of fresh blood. His scarlet eyes scanned the crowd and swiftly fixated on Ren Juanru, who had already been partially transformed by his blood-sucking bat. A subtle sound, imperceptible to ordinary ears, emanated from the vampire. Previously restored to consciousness by Shinmo's blood manipulation technique, Ren Juanru was once again entranced. Her eyes glazing over as she moved towards the vampire, her unusual behavior immediately drew the attention of those around. Upon the vampire's revival, everyone instinctively recoiled, fearful of being clawed or bitten and subsequently transformed into a creature that craves human blood and dreads the sun. Yet, Ren Juanru, in stark contrast, approached the vampire, a move that could hardly escape notice. Ayong, witnessing Ren Juanru's advance towards the corpse, was alarmed and swiftly reached out to pull her back. However, he found that his cousin, who was previously as weak as a feather, now possessed strength surpassing his own, rendering him incapable of restraining her. In a panic, he turned to Shinamo for assistance. "Mr. Shan, help! My cousin is under the monster's control." Shinmo's eyes gleamed, his expression calm as a tranquil pond, fully aware of the situation at hand. Blood magic? Blood control? A powerful wave of sound, exponentially stronger than that of the vampire, surged from Shinamo, reclaiming Ren Juanru's consciousness from the vampire's grasp. The vampire tilted its head, seemingly bewildered by the turn of events. It sensed no kin among the living, yet detected a similar blood magic emanating from Shinamo. Under the piercing gaze of the vampire, Shinamo appeared as radiant and scorching as the sun, evoking a sense of profound wariness. "Who are you? Why do you seek to save me?" the vampire inquired, its poor Mandarin revealing a desire for dialogue. Shinamo smiled and nodded. "What is your name?" Fran's eyes. "You still have not answered my question." "Patience, my dear Fran, I have resurrected you. You ought to answer a few more of my inquiries. I am curious as to how you came to Jiuquan town and what led to your burial on Mount Jing." Fran fell silent for a moment, glancing at the blazing sun outside, attempting to sense his blood-sucking bat companions, yet finding none in this predicament. Escaping under the sunlight seemed impossible, leaving him with no choice but to feign compliance. Here is how it transpired. Fran began recounting his origins and experiences. Shinmo listened intently, particularly from the perspective of a traveler, Gaining insights far beyond those of Rantingting and the others, as well as Fran himself, he finally discerned Fran's underlying motives. From Fran's perspective, the narrative unfolded thusly. As a new member of the Holy See, he was tasked with a vital mission alongside fellow missionaries to spread the faith and cultivate followers in Huagua. Upon arriving in Jiuquan town, they established a church at the foot of Mount Jing, initially receiving support from local officials and gentry, thus enjoying a period of prosperity. It was during a procurement trip to the provincial capital that Fran met the love of his life, Lillian. Their romance blossomed in a foreign land, but their happiness was short-lived. Shortly after moving to Jiuquan town, Lillian fell gravely ill, and despite Fran's desperate attempts, her condition worsened. In his despair, Fran discovered that Lillian had transformed into a vampire, subsequently biting him, thus initiating his own transformation. Only upon becoming a vampire did Fran realize that Lillian's illness had been the metamorphosis triggered by the vampire's bite, the original assailant remaining shrouded in mystery. Likely linked to the Holy See's archrival, the Dark Church. The tale continued with Fran's companions attempting to exorcise the demons, ultimately leading to Fran's death, his body incinerated and buried on Mount Jing. In a tragic twist, one of the companions, having been bitten by Fran, renounced the Holy See. Lillian was hidden away in a subterranean tomb prior to the conflict, with Fran intending to escape with her, only to be slain instead. Now, Fran's most urgent desire was to rescue Lillian from the tomb and find a way to return home, continuing to exist as a vampire. Upon absorbing Fran's account, Shinemo pieced together the myriad inconsistencies, re-evaluating the narrative from the perspective of a traveler. Fran, a new member of the Holy See, had initially come to Jiuquan town to spread the faith. Yet the Dark Church would not passively observe their expansion. Consequently, they dispatched vampires to infiltrate Huagua and sabotage the missionary efforts. Fran was merely a casualty in this grand conflict, one among many. Tragically, he also lost his fiancée, Lillian, thus suffering both personal and collective losses. In retrospect, the Dark Church's machinations had evidently succeeded. Most of these new members of the Holy See were novices, lacking the experience to contend with vampires, leading either to annihilation or transformation into pawns of the Dark Church. Understanding the intricacies of this saga, Shinemo couldn't help but click his tongue in contemplation. Whether domestically or abroad, where there are people, there will always be intrigue. So, how shall we deal with these two vampires? Silence had originally planned to glean some insights from Shishi before dispatching him. As for his fiancée, finding a way to eliminate her wouldn't pose much of a challenge, given the sparse presence of foreigners in Jiuquan town, and even fewer graves belonging to them. However, after hearing Shishi's tale and becoming aware of the intricate power struggles within the western realm of light and darkness, Silence found himself contemplating a different course of action. As the saying goes, it is only proper to reciprocate. With the enemy having breached his doorstep, it was only fitting that he retaliate fiercely. They were permitted to wreak havoc in his domain, yet it was unacceptable for him not to venture into theirs to seize opportunities. Killing Shishi and Lillian would be a trivial task for Silence, but sparing their lives and allowing them to return would undoubtedly create significant trouble for the western realm of light and darkness. While Shishi's strength was undeniably feeble, making little impact, Silence possessed a plethora of means at his disposal. Through observing Shishi's resurrection process, Silence discerned that Shishi's body was exceptionally suitable for crafting a particular type of blood demon corpse from the 9-in corpse refinement technique. Silence intended to transform Shishi into a blood demon corpse, implant his soul imprint within him, and send him back with Lillian to impart a lesson to the western realm of light and darkness. He aimed to let the West, which was so enraptured by magic and bloodlines, experience the formidable power of Huagua's sorcery. This grand gift would be one they could neither refuse nor ignore. Having made up his mind, Silence turned to Ren Juanru. Shishi, do you possess a method to end her initial embrace? Shishi glanced at Ren Juanru, then at Silence, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head. This process is irreversible. Even if a method exists, it is beyond the capabilities of a vampire of my caliber. Upon hearing this, Ren Juanru's complexion turned extremely pale, and she trembled in fear. Ayang paced anxiously, unsure of what to do. Rantingting and the others were equally apprehensive, daunted by the terrifying infectiousness of vampires. Only Silence remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Shishi. just as the others lamented Renjuanru's plight. Silence struck decisively, unleashing the thunderclap fist, entwined with azure lightning, surging toward Shishi with the force of a battering ram. Shishi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Silence's sudden attack. He retreated abruptly, crashing into the fabric of the makeshift shelter, where the searing sunlight pouring and scorched his back, causing wisps of smoke to rise. With no retreat left, he could only brace himself to endure Silence's thunderous blow. The terrifying lightning instantly enveloped Shishi, leaving him convulsing on the ground like a writhing worm. The thunderclap fist, a technique of the Thunder School, inherently possessed the attribute of lightning, specifically designed to counteract malevolent entities, as a creature of darkness. Shishi naturally feared the power of thunder. In a single encounter, Silence had him subdued. Shaking his head in disappointment, Silence remarked, "I haven't even exerted myself, yet you have already fallen." He spoke not out of arrogance, but in absolute sincerity. The thunderclap fist, originally a technique from the Maoshan Thunder School, commanded the power of thunder, delivering blows with the speed of a tempest. However, after Silence attained the Dragon Tiger Thunder Prison body and opened the 13 Thunder Prison apertures, he had imprisoned the initial 9 heavens thunder within himself. His thunderclap fist was no longer merely an ordinary thunder born of magical energy. It could now unleash the true initial 9 heavens thunder. Had he employed that power in the previous strike, Shishi would have been reduced to ashes, with no chance of lying on the ground as he was now. Silence approached Shishi and placed a foot on his chest. "I shall grant you one more chance. Can you heal her?" At this moment, Shishi was already in a state of sheer panic. Silence instilled in him a profound sense of trepidation. After being struck down, he could hardly muster the courage to scheme further. "I can heal. She is merely infected by my blood bats and has become a blood slave. As long as the sacred blood within her is extracted, she can return to her human form." Sacred blood? Silence pressed down harder, causing Shishi to groan in pain. "Essence blood. My essence blood. Go ahead. Once you have healed her, I will not only bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity but will also ensure that you and your fiancée, Lillian, return to your homeland." "Really?" Shishi initially thought he had misheard, but upon observing Silence's demeanor, he realized he was not being deceived, and he truly had no other options. The man who had resurrected him possessed the absolute power to slay him. Shishi rose from the ground and approached Renjuanru, his crimson eyes gleaming as he extracted a drop of scarlet blood from her. The blood soared through the air, merging into his forehead. In the past, during a fierce battle with his companions, he had squeezed out this drop of essence blood and implanted it within the blood bats, waiting for the right moment to act. After years of nurturing, he had finally amassed enough bats to initiate the resurrection plan. Yet, despite his meticulous scheming, he had ultimately fallen short against the mages of Huagua. Shishi glanced at Silence, only to see him standing as if in a trance. His expression suddenly ablaze with fervor. "What is happening? This feeling does not bode well." Silence remarked, "I have gained further enlightenment." Chapter 34. Disciple, Great Righteousness. As Shishi extracted the essence blood from Renjuanru, Silence experienced a moment of profound realization. "Your aptitude is extraordinary. Observing the path of the blood clan, you have comprehended the secret technique of inheritance, blood source. Blood source is a secret art that integrates one's unique skills and techniques into their bloodline, passing them down to future generations. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the bloodline inheritance practiced by the demon clans. The distinction lies in the fact that this secret art is solely transmitted through Silence's bloodline. Moreover, the skills and techniques passed down must be of the level akin to lighting the heavenly lantern." What does it mean to light the heavenly lantern? As Uncle G once mentioned, the difference between innate and master lies in whether one can light the heavenly lantern. This means that one must cultivate a particular skill, technique, or method to perfection and successfully ignite the heavenly lantern to ascend to the master realm. For instance, if the art of disguise is cultivated to the master level and the heavenly lantern is ignited, it becomes a transcendent illusionary ability. If the Tongtian talisman is cultivated to the master level and the heavenly lantern is ignited, it becomes a transcendent ability that crosses the heavens, in essence. Once Silence steps into the master realm and successfully ignites a skill, technique, or method, he can bestow great fortune upon his bloodline descendants, enabling them to develop abilities akin to innate powers. Remarkable. Unable to become a second-generation rich, Silence chose to become a first-generation rich. Once he lights the heavenly lantern and enters the master realm, his bloodline descendants will possess innate abilities that ordinary individuals may never attain in their lifetime. Furthermore, with the concept of the carefree divine intent as the fundamental law, this law encompasses all, allowing mastery over countless techniques. Thus, if silence ignites this lantern, the bloodline will naturally contain myriad techniques, and the descendants will inherently gain innate powers from those techniques. Myriad does not mean merely one, but rather encompasses all things created by the mind. This secret technique of inheritance is truly marvelous. Shixi's actions will undoubtedly earn him a great reward. Therefore, silence shall grant him the qualification to refine corpses. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Silence, in high spirits, nodded in satisfaction. Shixi, you have done remarkably well. I bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. With a wave of his hand, a ghostly blue soul imprint emerged and flew toward Shixi's forehead. Shixi instinctively attempted to evade, but was firmly rooted in place by Silence's blood control technique. The Blood Clan possesses an innate advantage in blood control, making it rare for anyone to surpass them in this domain. However, Shixi had encountered Silence, whose comprehension was unparalleled. Not only was Silence proficient in blood control, but he also possessed a formidable soul power that far surpassed that of any vampire. Dealing with the recently resurrected Shixi posed no challenge at all. As the ghostly blue soul imprint embedded itself into Shixi's forehead, Silence locked onto Shixi's soul. The Blood Clan possesses a soul, but it is not in the complete form of an ordinary soul. Rather, it resembles a specter-like soul. Combined with their bloodline's secret technique, it forms the essence of the Blood Clan. Through Shixi, Silence had come to understand the nature of the Blood Clan. The progenitor of the Blood Clan, the first vampire, was likely a master-level practitioner who mastered blood-related secret techniques. In other words, all descendants of the Blood Clan are inheritors of that practitioner's secret techniques, or rather, their servants. Once transformed into a Blood Clan member, there is no longer a chance to attain enlightenment in this life. One is condemned to serve another, forever under their control. Regardless of innate talent or potential, it is exceedingly difficult to surpass the progenitor. No wonder those who understand the Blood Clan say it is a curse. Who would willingly serve another when they could simply be human? However, Shixi, your fortune is remarkable. You have encountered me. 9 in corpse refinement technique. Soul imprint Sao. The ghostly blue soul imprint was forcefully injected into the core of Shixi's soul, erasing the bonds of the bloodline secret technique and planting the seed of the blood demon corpse. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Shixi merely twitched a few times before returning to his normal state, though the way he looked at Silence transformed from prior wariness to profound servitude. Were it not for the presence of Rintingting and the others, Shixi would undoubtedly have knelt before Silence, uttering, "Master." Unlike the Earth Sha corpse or Wind Wugong corpse, the blood demon corpse possesses autonomous intelligence. Those who have raised pets know that sentient companions hold far greater potential than mere puppets. The Earth Sha corpse and Wind Wugong corpse require Silence's meticulous nurturing, whereas the blood demon corpse, once refined, can cultivate and grow independently. The distinction is evident. Silence nodded at Shixi, instructing, "Remain here in this shelter for now, and seek me out when night falls," as the blood demon corpse had yet to be refined. Shixi, in his current vampiric form, remained fearful of sunlight. Thus, he could only wait until nightfall to venture to the Yin-Yang twin abodes, where he would utilize the malevolent energy of the underworld to transform it into a blood demon corpse. With a respectful bow, Shixi stepped aside, falling silent. Rintingting and the others observed with intrigue. The vampire, who had displayed hostility just moments ago, now seemed entirely transformed, obediently heeding Shan Moyan's commands. They had indeed witnessed Shan Moyan implant some sort of substance within the vampire's body. Yet they were unaware of the intricacies of the 9 in corpse refinement technique, merely assuming that Shan Moyan had tamed the vampire through some method. Ayong clapped his hands in approval. Both for Shan Moyan's salvation of his cousin Renjuanru, and for his astonishment at Shan Moyan's ability to subdue the vampire, it was evident that someone esteemed by the venerable Renefe was truly deserving of such a claim. With the crisis in Jochuan town resolved, Shun Moyan not only acquired a prime spirit pet for the crafting of a blood demon corpse, but also gained insights into 3 extraordinary techniques. The blood source and blood control techniques were exceptional, while the blood revival technique could be set aside for now. Even Lu Xiaoyu, who had remained largely in the background, received a new spiritual companion, namely the blood-sucking bat soul that Shun Moyan had previously collected. Though these blood-sucking bats, influenced by the vampire's aura, did not reach the level of demonic creatures, they were certainly stronger than ordinary beasts, proving effective for Lu Xiaoyu in harassing adversaries. After departing from Jochuan town, Ren Tingting and her companions returned to Ren Family Town, while Shun Moyan proceeded to the Yinyang twin abodes. Upon encountering Uncle Jiu and Daoist Simu, Shun Moyan recounted the events that had transpired in Jochuan town. What an outrageous situation! The Western cultivation realm dares to so brazenly invade our Chinese territory. Daoist Simu exclaimed, visibly indignant. Uncle Jiu merely sighed. Acknowledging the reality, our spiritual realm would inevitably be affected by such occurrences. This matter must be promptly reported to our sect, urging fellow brothers to remain vigilant and prevent Western cultivators, particularly those of malevolent nature, from deeply rooting themselves in our land. Turning to Shen Moyan, Uncle Jiu reassured him, rest assured, my friend, I will not mention your involvement. I appreciate your assistance, Daoist Lin, Shun Moyan replied. Unbeknownst to him, his status had risen to be on par with Lin Jiu. When Shun Moyan first met Lin Jiu, he was merely regarded as a junior in the realm of the 4th tier. Lin Jiu, acknowledging Shan Moyan's efforts in averting disaster, had always addressed him as a fellow cultivator. After this series of events, Shun Moyan's rapid advancement had far surpassed Lin Jiu's expectations. While he may have been classified as a 4th-tier cultivator, his combat prowess rivaled that of half-step innate practitioners, leaving Lin Jiu feeling somewhat inadequate. Consequently, their exchanges evolved into mutual acknowledgments as fellow cultivators. The 3 engaged in further discussion regarding the state of the spiritual realm. Daoist Simu then inquired about Shun Moyan. What distinguishes that vampire from the familiar zombies we know? Shun Moyan replied. When that vampire arrives with his fiancée, Lillian, Daoist Simu will discern the differences at a glance. Uncle Jiu's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you truly intending to refine that vampire and then send him back to his homeland? Shun Moyan nodded. One must reciprocate. Is it permissible for them to invade while we refrain from counterattacking? What a noble sentiment! Uncle Jiu clasped his hands in salute and, with a swift motion, retrieved an item from his waist pouch. This is a blood pearl I obtained from slaying a red-clad female ghost in my earlier years. It should greatly aid you in refining the blood demon corpse, and I consider it my contribution to this counterattack. Daoist Simu gazed intently at the blood pearl, recognizing it as excellent material for crafting blood-related artifacts. Brother, you are truly generous, he exclaimed. Why not extend such generosity towards me? Daoist Simu shook his head in envy, but upon noticing the keen gazes of Shun Moyan and Uncle Jiu upon him, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Well, Daoist Simu hesitated before finally producing another item from his pouch. This is my contribution as well. Upon inspection, Shun Moyan discovered a crimson beast skin resembling that of a fox. Blood fox skin, brother, such altruism, Shun Moyan acknowledged. Daoist Simu, though reluctant to part with it, maintained his resolve, declaring, to eradicate evil and safeguard our path is our duty. If we can make it difficult for our enemies, it serves as our vengeance. Please do not mock me, brother. With the blood pearl and blood fox skin in hand, Shun Moyan contemplated the refinement of the blood demon corpse further. Chapter 35, Brother. Do you desire a son? Swish, swish, swish. Shishi hurriedly brought his fiancée, Lillian, to the Shadow Gully. Upon entering the gully and reaching the underworld abode, Shishi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring. The Densine energy served as an immense tonic for Shishi, a member of the Blood Clan. Even his fiancée, who had been in a comatose state, began to show signs of awakening under the influence of this energy. Initially, he had intended to request Shun Moyan to procure some fresh blood to revive Lillian, but it seemed that step could now be omitted. As Shishi and Lillian approached the malevolent willow, they were obstructed by a thick fog. He immediately bowed low, announcing, Fran Shishi seeks an audience with the master. His words echoed faintly through the mist. After a brief moment, the fog parted, revealing a path leading directly to the malevolent willow. Enter. Shun Moyan's voice resonated. Shixi's face lit with joy as he cradled Lillian and stepped into the foggy illusion, soon encountering the lush, century-old malevolent willow, alongside Shen Moyan, Lin Jiao, and Daoist Simu. Upon seeing Lin Jiao and Daoist Simu in their Daoist robes, Shixi harbored a modicum of wariness, but upon receiving a reassuring message from Shan Moyan through the soul imprint, he set aside his apprehension. Goodness gracious, unbelievable. Is this what a vampire looks like? Just look at this physique. It is the ultimate material for crafting a blood demon corpse. Unfortunately, sentient malevolent beings are exceedingly difficult to control, and blood demon corpses are even more so. The risks of backlash are immense. Shun, my friend, do you truly intend to refine him into a blood demon corpse? Daoist Simu, as an adept in corpse refining, immediately recognized the vampire's potential while also noting its drawbacks. However, he overlooked one crucial aspect, the exquisite nature of the 9-yin corpse refinement technique. Even with the 9-yin soul seal implanted, Shixi would remain under Shan Moyan's control, unable to escape, especially as a blood demon corpse possessing only a fraction of the vampire's power. Moreover, Shixi's intention to venture westward after this refinement necessitated careful preparations and arrangements. Shen Moyan not only aimed to transform Shixi into a blood demon corpse, but also sought to implant the blood demon curse within Lillian, thereby enhancing her strength and eliminating a potential weakness for Shixi. The Earth Fiend corpse possesses the ability to burrow underground, while the Wind Worm corpse commands the wind and lightning. Naturally, the blood demon corpse would wield powers associated with blood magic, including the blood escape secret technique and the blood demon curse for controlling blood slaves. The blood escape technique, distinct from the 5 elements escape, is a form of yin escape that allows one to traverse through blood, exhibiting remarkable mystique. The blood demon curse, a top-tier secret method within blood magic, enables mastery over blood slaves. Shen Moyan also intended to craft a blood demon garment for Shixi using the blood pearl and blood fox skin, a creation with the ability to transmute blood, compensating for any deficiencies in attack methods. With the blood demon garment for offense, the blood demon corpse's inherent physique for defense, immunity to most physical and magical assaults, the blood escape technique for evasion, and the blood demon curse for growth, Shixi and Lillian would undoubtedly create upheaval in the western realms of light and darkness upon their return. Ultimately, the primary beneficiary would be Shan Moyan, as the foundation for his future dominion would be laid by Shixi and Lillian. The only question that remained was when this ripe fruit would come to fruition, depending solely on Shixi and Lillian's capabilities. After witnessing the Western vampire, Uncle Jiao and Daoist Simu departed in succession. Beneath the century-old malevolent willow, only Shan Moyan, Shixi, Lillian, and the slumbering Earth Fiend and Wind Worm corpses remained. Having undergone 2 prior experiences in refining the 9-yin corpse, Shen Moyan anticipated that refining the blood demon corpse would be straightforward. However, the complexity of this undertaking far exceeded his expectations. The blood demon corpse, possessing its own sentience, demanded more effort and malevolent energy from Shen Moyan than the previous Earth Fiend and Wind Worm corpses had. Only through immense concentration was he able to reverse the blood clan's essence into that of a blood demon. At that moment, Shixi appeared unchanged, yet he had become an intangible blood demon entity, capable of manifesting as a blood demon at will to unleash its formidable powers. This bore a striking resemblance to the blood demon seen in the film Blade, yet its combat effectiveness was unparalleled. The innate abilities of the blood demon corpse, particularly the blood escape technique, far eclipsed those of the cinematic blood demon, not to mention the blood demon curse that Shan Moyan had specifically imparted, which would serve as the foundation for Shixi's future growth. The crafting of the blood demon garment proved considerably simpler. Even Shan Moyan, who was not particularly skilled in artifact crafting, could manage this with ease. All that was required was for Shixi to nurture the blood pearl and blood fox skin. You are now a fully matured blood demon corpse. You must learn to cultivate on your own. Shen Moyan instructed. The blood demon Shixi's blood demon body possesses the remarkable ability to nurture the blood demon garment autonomously, fully exploiting the worth of blood orbs and blood fox pelts. Coupled with the inherent blood transformation power of the blood demon body, the day the blood demon garment is completed requires merely a single roll of the garment to dissolve the flesh and blood of the target entirely, a most peculiar phenomenon. Naturally, The blood demon corpse is not a true blood demon. Thus, it is susceptible to the counteractive effects of thunder, yang, and fire-based spells. The silent initial Nine Heavens thunder is particularly lethal to the blood demon corpse, which is the source of Shanmo's confidence in facing Shixi's retaliation. After transforming Shixi into a blood demon corpse, Shinamo instructed Shixi and Lillian to remain in the Yin tomb, waiting for the day Shixi successfully nurtures the blood demon garment, marking their return as blood demons. At that time, Shinamo would arrange for a vessel to transport Shixi and Lillian back to the land of never-setting Sunday. As for their sustenance during this period, the dense aura of Yin Sha in the Yin tomb rendered blood food unnecessary for Shixi and Lillian, should they feel indulgent and desire something liquid. The deep mountains and forests behind them abound with various wild beasts for them to hunt, provided they handle the carcasses appropriately. If they yearn for human blood, they must bide their time until their return to the land of never-setting sun, where they can indulge as they please. However, in Rinjia town, such thoughts are to be entirely dismissed. This is not due to Shanmo's benevolence, but rather because Uncle Jiao and the Four-Eyed are scrutinizing them closely, even more so than they do with the Earth Evil Corpse and Wind Centipede Corpse. Should Shixi and Lillian dare to harm anyone in Rinjia town, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the events in Jochuan town. On this day, Shenamo was diligently practicing the Demon Lord sun-eating technique at the Yizhuang as per his usual routine. Despite having conversed with Ren Tingting until the early hours of the morning, he awoke that day looking vibrant and spirited. After enjoying breakfast, he returned to the Yizhuang, continuing to await the opportunity for enlightenment through this platform. Qiuxing, Wang Kai, and Jiala were also practicing in the courtyard. Qiuxing remained at the 6th level of strength, unable to grasp the true essence of energy transformation despite Shan Mo's guidance. In contrast, Jiala, though not as perceptive as Qiuxing, had touched upon the threshold of genuine energy transformation after Shan Mo's counsel. The nearly 100-pound stone lock was wielded by Jiala with great vigor, leaving Qiuxing in a state of awe. Even though he was aware that Jiala was at a higher cultivation level, the way he utilized his strength was genuinely enviable. Qiuxing glanced at Shinamo, who was seemingly meditating with eyes closed, and mused that perhaps he had latched onto the wrong leg too late. As for Wang Kai, he was honing his vigor. Just yesterday, Wang Kai had finally broken through the bottleneck of the 9th level cultivation realm, successfully entering the 8th level strength refinement stage. Although he had started much later than Qiuxing and Jiala, this achievement filled Wang Kai with excitement, causing him to lose sleep the entire night. He had previously lost hope in advancing to the 8th level strength refinement. However, after securing Shan Mo's mentorship, he not only regained his confidence but also truly broke through to the strength refinement realm. Wen Cai's gratitude towards Shinamo was genuine and profound, to the point where he felt compelled to kneel and offer 3 deep bows. Furthermore, after Wen Cai's promotion to the strength refinement realm, Shinamo, Uncle Jiao, and the Four-Eyed all presented him with rewards to encourage his progress. Uncle Jiao provided his insights on strength refinement, the Four-Eyed gifted him a vial of blood chi pills, and Shenamo bestowed upon him a strand of Thunderclap Tiger Prison Power, aiding Wang Kai in cleansing his marrow and improving his constitution. The insights on strength refinement were akin to giving Wang Kai a cheat in his training process. While the blood chi pills somewhat compensated for his inherent deficiencies, the Thunderclap Tiger Prison Power fundamentally enhanced Wen Cai's physique, allowing his 8th level strength refinement practice to flourish. Thus, even in his first attempt at strength refinement, Wang Kai reaped substantial rewards, clearly sensing the growth of his vigor, his excitement causing him to smile like a child at this moment. A disheveled Taoist limped into the Yizhuang. "Senior brother, do you want a son or not?" Chapter 36. A corpse passed through 3 generations, it remains even after departure. The disheveled Taoist's left leg appeared to be injured, though it seemed to be a recent affliction rather than an old ailment. He had a face marked by shifty eyes and 2 tufts of whiskers resembling mouse tails, compounded by his yellowed teeth, which added to his unkempt appearance. Qiuxing and Wang Kai recognized the figure immediately, halting their training and stepping forward to greet him. "Uncle Jiang, what brings you here?" "Welcome, Uncle Jiang. You must be here to see Master." The Taoist stroked his whiskers, exuding an air of smugness. "Qiuxing, Wang Kai, it's been years. You've grown. Where's your master? Bring him out to see me." This statement struck Qiuxing and Wang Kai as somewhat jarring. However, those familiar with Uncle Jiang knew that he possessed such a temperament, humble when seeking favors, yet arrogant when he had none to ask. Observing his current demeanor, it was evident he had something to rely on. Otherwise, he would never dare summon Lin Jiao to meet him. Qiuxing, quick-witted, immediately noticed a small coffin outside the yizhuang. Connecting it with Uncle Jiang's earlier words, "Senior brother, do you want a son or not?" he deduced that Uncle Jiang had likely come to deliver a corpse, and not just any corpse, but quite possibly a small zombie. Wang Kai, less astute, spoke bluntly, "Uncle Jiang, Master is not here. All matters of the yizhuang are currently handled by Mr. Shan. Would you like to come in and wait while I fetch Master?" "What?" Uncle Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that an outsider was managing the yizhuang. What trick is Brother Lin playing? Previously, when I sought a place to stay at the yizhuang, Brother beat me and broke a broomstick as thick as my arm. Now he lets an outsider take charge. This is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, considering that Uncle Jiang had come to deliver a treasure, his frustration only intensified. How absurd! A grand yizhuang cannot be entrusted to an outsider. Uncle Jiang was well aware that the yizhuang in Renjia town had been managed by Lin Jiao for many years, gaining great renown and becoming a place of refuge for many. If managed well, one would never have to worry about food and drink for a lifetime. Should one's heart be dark, wealth and glory would be within reach. He had previously dared to seek the yizhuang from Brother Lin, hoping to occupy this golden egg-laying hen. However, he had been driven out by Brother Lin. Now, having acquired a rather spirited small zombie, the notion of sharing in the spoils resurfaced, only to find that he had been preempted upon returning to the yizhuang. Uncle Jiang could hardly contain his anger. He brusquely shoved Qiuxing and Wang Kai aside, striding into the yizhuang to confront this Mr. Shun who dared to obstruct him. Jiang Huashing, scanning the yizhuang with his beady eyes, Uncle Jiang soon spotted Shinimo, reclining in a rattan chair, feigning slumber. "Buzz, open the heavenly eye." Uncle Jiang was determined to ascertain the strength of this individual. At first glance, he was blinded by a surge of scorching brilliance emanating from Shinimo, causing his eyes to ache and tears to flow. What is this? He realized that the figure reclining in the rattan chair was not simply a person, but rather a radiant sun suspended in the sky. Dazzling and fierce, Uncle Jiang hastily rubbed his eyes, too fearful to gaze directly at the young man in the rattan chair. His heart raced with astonishment and trepidation, prompting him to step back a few paces. Although he was a second-tier Rindu realm practitioner, his skills were not to be trifled with, and he typically had no fear of common ruffians. Yet, a mere glance had left him wounded by the overwhelming energy radiating from Shanmo's practice. How formidable must this individual be? In an instant, Uncle Jiang comprehended why Brother Lin had entrusted the yizhuang entirely to this person. Just that single glance was sufficient for him to learn for a decade. After a brief moment, Uncle Jiang regained his vision. He dared not use his heavenly eye to directly confront the individual in the rattan chair, but turned to Qiuxing and Wang Kai instead. "Where has your master gone? Hurry and bring him back to see me." Upon witnessing Uncle Jiang's previous demeanor, Qiuxing and Wang Kai understood well that he had been blinded by his own arrogance in attempting to gauge Shinimo's cultivation. They chose not to expose his folly and promptly invited Uncle Jiang inside, while Qiuxing rushed to the Inditch to summon Master back. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiang's two disciples carried the small coffin into the mortuary. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shinimo concluded his practice of the Demon Lord's sun-eating technique for the day. Rising from the rattan chair, he stretched luxuriously, sensing 3 unfamiliar auras in the main hall. Thus, he called for Wang Kai to inquire about the situation. "Jiang Huashing? I have not heard that name before. It is not unusual given the multitude of disciples in Maoshan. I simply did not expect that Uncle Jia's small zombie would originate in such a manner." Despite the discrepancies with the timeline he was familiar with, he could still comprehend the situation. After all, it was reality, and even a slight variation could trigger a cascade of events, especially considering the fervent flapping of his butterfly wings. Speaking of that little zombie, there were records of it in the Silent 9 corpse refinement technique. It was a peculiar spiritual corpse, endowed with remarkable intelligence, possessing the potential to become a corpse king, with capabilities surpassing that of the earthly fiend corpses. Its only drawback was the extreme difficulty in cultivation, often leaving several generations of corpse refiners unable to produce a single corpse king. In the spiritual realm, there was a saying, one corpse transmits through 3 generations. Even when humans depart, it remains. Silent glanced at Daoist Jiang and immediately discerned his intentions. This visit, ostensibly to deliver Lin Zhuo's son, was, in fact, a ploy to exchange the little zombie for some advantages, in comparison to Lin Zhuo, who commanded a benevolent estate and had established a formidable reputation. Daoist Jiang was a wanderer without ties, a man devoid of home, family, or allies, leading a life of constant travel and hardship. It was not that he lacked the desire to find a stable place like Jushu, but rather that his temperament, skills, and luck were insufficient, which had led him to such a predicament. With his greedy and lascivious nature, forgetting righteousness in the pursuit of profit, and even calculating against his own sect brothers, he was inherently incapable of remaining in one place for long. Thus, he roamed from place to place, striking when the opportunity arose. Recently, he had exterminated a family of 4 zombies in Changle Township and captured this little zombie, which bore considerable spiritual potential and the qualifications of a corpse king. However, with his transient lifestyle, he had no time to nurture the little zombie, prompting his plan to trade it for provisions with his senior brother Lin Jiayu. To his astonishment, upon his return after several years, he discovered that the benevolent estate in Rinjia town had been taken over by someone else. Moreover, that individual, despite their youth, possessed remarkable cultivation that was almost unbelievable. Rinjia town truly was a place teeming with hidden talents. While lost in thought, Silent had already stepped into the main hall. Upon noticing this, Daoist Jiang immediately rose and clasped his hands, saying, "I am Daoist Jiang Huaxing. Pleased to meet you, young fellow. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Which sect you hail from, and why you are present at Lin's benevolent estate?" Silent regarded Daoist Jiang with a hint of disdain. Not only was he unseemly in appearance, but he also exuded an air of entitlement, as if the world owed him something. During their first encounter, Daoist Jiang had pried into Silent's background and even inquired about his relationship with Jushu. Such a lack of boundaries was irksome to Silent, who, feeling no inclination to respond to his questions, instead turned his gaze to a jade pendant hanging at Jiang's waist, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. The pendant appeared unremarkable, yet it was inscribed with intricate mystical symbols. Silent, having mastered the celestial talisman, was well versed in the art of talismans and immediately recognized that the symbols on the pendant were a type of array talisman. The arrangement of these symbols represented a small-scale formation, a little golden light array. Your comprehension is astonishing. By observing the little golden light array, you have grasped the principles of the golden light demon subduing array. Chapter 37. The Art of Array Techniques, the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array. A secret formation of the Longhu Mountain, based on the golden light spell and combined with the transformations of the 12 zodiac animals to form a powerful demon-subduing array. Once this array is activated, even a master-level cultivator would find it challenging to break through. However, when compared to the 6-6 Jiao protective array that Silent had previously comprehended, the golden light demon subduing array seemed somewhat inferior. After all, the 6-6 Jiao protective array was a spell array, capable of providing protection through incantations, wielding considerable power. In contrast, the golden light demon subduing array required meticulous arrangement and must be activated using metal-based techniques. Ideally through the golden light spell, to unleash its full potential. Silent's own cultivation techniques, such as the Demon Lord's Sun Eater technique, were fire-based, while the Evergreen Pine technique was wood-based, and the Longhu Thunder Prison technique was thunder-based. Entirely devoid of any metal-based cultivation methods, rendering this array somewhat impractical for him. Nevertheless, through the golden light demon subduing array, Silent's understanding of array techniques had deepened considerably. He quickly realized that Daoist Jiang differed from Jushu. While Jushu was a talisman master and Simu practiced corpse refinement and spirit summoning, Daoist Jiang specialized in the art of formations. In addition to the jade pendant that could trigger the little golden light array, he possessed 2 other small-scale formations of comparable quality. One was a dust-removing array affixed to his garments, and the other was a gentle breeze array attached to his cloth shoes. Silent's own celestial talisman already included dust removal and gentle breeze talismans, and upon observing the arrays, he found no new insights. Instead, he was intrigued by Daoist Jiang's ability to inscribe formations onto ordinary clothing, achieving commendable results. This demonstrated that Daoist Zhang's mastery of array techniques was comparable to Jiu Shu's accomplishments in talismans. This disheveled old Taoist indeed had redeeming qualities, in light of his assistance in Silent's path to enlightenment. Silent decided to respond, I am Silent, without sect or affiliation, here at the behest of Lin Daoist to oversee the benevolent estate. No sect or affiliation. Daoist Zhang squinted his beady eyes, truly incredulous. Given Silent's impressive cultivation and the dazzling radiance that had pierced his vision, his technique undoubtedly belonged to a top-tier school. How could such a profound background possibly lack a sect? Observing Silent's demeanor and appearance, his sharp brows and starry eyes, coupled with a charismatic stature, one could hardly believe he was without sect or lineage. Daoist Zhang was certain that Silent must be a contemporary descendant of some hidden noble family, here to experience the world amidst the chaos. Having traveled widely, he had encountered many scions of illustrious families, such as Zhuge Hong of the Zhuge clan and Chen Jiankui of the Shuzi sect, as well as prodigies from renowned sects like Lunghu, Chuanjin, Shaolin, and Wudong, each emerging in response to the trials of the times. Yet, compared to the Silent before him, the difference was akin to that between a rough stone and a polished gem. Since Silent was reluctant to divulge his origins, there must be a reason behind it. Such matters were often best left unasked, as every cultivator harbored their own secrets, especially those from hidden families. Daoist Zhang's imagination ran wild regarding Silent's lineage, and combined with Silent's remarkable cultivation, his attitude towards Silent shifted to one of respect. This individual, as Qiu Shang had remarked, was humble when seeking assistance but haughty when unencumbered by needs. Seeing Silent's youth and accomplishments, he was naturally generous with his flattery. With Daoist Zhang's extensive experience, his compliments flowed as effortlessly as the waters of the Yellow River. The path of the multitude is never solitary. Silent harbored no aversion to his insincere flattery. Rather, he seized the opportunity to engage in a discussion regarding array techniques. One should not assume that Silent's understanding was limited to the three basic formations, the Cloud and Mist Illusion Array, the 6-Ding 6 Jiao Protective Array, and the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array. In truth, these were all top-tier formations, and when combined with his expertise in the Celestial Talisman, Silent's accomplishments in array techniques were by no means inferior to those of Daoist Zhang. In fact, they might even surpass them. After their exchange, Daoist Zhang became increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that such a young individual would possess such profound knowledge of array techniques. While Silent seemed less familiar with the foundational 36 arrays, a mere hint was enough for him to grasp their essence, and he offered unique insights into several advanced formations that left Daoist Zhang enlightened, as if he had been doused with nectar, yielding immense rewards. This only strengthened Daoist Zhang's belief that Silent hailed from a hidden family, one with a remarkably rich heritage that might rival even the Zhuge clan. Otherwise, how could one cultivate such extraordinarily talented successors? Shinamo was quite satisfied with this exchange. His discussions with Daoist Zhang regarding the intricacies of formations naturally led to newfound insights. Your comprehension is truly remarkable. Through dialogues with Zhang Huashing about formations, you have grasped the profound art of formation extremity technique. This technique is an advanced version of Daoist Zhang's secret method of inscribing formations onto garments, shoes, and jade pendants. The distinction lies in the fact that Shen Mo's understanding of formation extremity technique is far more profound, enabling him to inscribe even more esoteric formations. While Daoist Zhang could only inscribe relatively simple formations, his limitations capped at the elementary level, such as the Mist Formation, Minor Golden Light Formation, and Earthstone Formation. Shinamo is capable of inscribing nearly all the formations he has mastered. Even the Supreme 6-Ding and 6 Jiao Protective Formation can be inscribed using the Formation Extremity technique. Previously, Shinamo required a 3-minute skill cooldown to activate the 6-Ding and 6 Jiao Protective Formation. Now, by inscribing it on his clothing in advance, he can trigger it in nearly an instant. Crucially, this technique can also be utilized by others. While it may not result in everyone having their own formation, providing a set to close associates poses no challenge. During this period of cultivation, Ren Tingting's complexion has improved significantly. However, as a delicate woman with little ability to defend herself, she must have a reliable support in this perilous world of zombies. Utilizing the 6-Ding and 6 Jiao Protective Formation as a top-tier formation to safeguard Ren Tingting is undeniably effective. This exchange has yielded substantial gains for both Shanimo and Daoist Jiang. Their gazes towards each other have naturally transformed from previous estrangement to mutual understanding. Daoist Jiang even brought up the topic of the little zombie, subtly probing Shinmo's interest in it. As a spiritual corpse with the potential to become a formidable corpse king, the little zombie indeed possesses considerable allure for practitioners of corpse refinement. However, Shinmo's mastery of the 9-in corpse refinement technique is incomprehensibly profound. To him, a mere spiritual corpse holds little significance. Moreover, the nurturing of a little zombie demands considerable time and effort, and he has no desire to raise a son. Besides, Shinmo already possesses a variety of creatures: the earthly evil corpse, wind centipede corpse, blood demon corpse, centuries-old malevolent willow, and Lu Xiaoyu. With such a plethora of companions at hand, a little zombie is hardly a novelty. Furthermore, Daoist Jiang, being both greedy and lecherous, likely harbors ulterior motives for wanting to sell the little zombie to Shinmo. Finding the prospect bothersome, Shinmo was disinclined to engage in any financial dealings with him, thus rejecting Daoist Jiang's intentions. At that moment, Qiuxing arrived with Jushu, having traversed the dark ravine. Jushu, familiar with Jiang Huaxing, understood that this person rarely approached without cause, and this visit was no exception, likely involving a verbal dispute. Saimu, having heard that Daoist Jiang brought a little coffin, was curious and followed along. The three brothers exchanged greetings and pleasantries before swiftly getting to the crux of the matter. Daoist Jiang inquired, "My esteemed brothers, might you have any interest in this little spiritual corpse?" "Little spiritual corpse? Where is it? Allow me to see it first." Before Jushu could speak, Simu interjected eagerly. As a specialist in corpse refinement, he naturally had a greater desire for unique zombies. Daoist Jiang had not initially sought out Simu, opting instead for Linjiu, primarily because Simu often wandered away from home due to his pursuits in corpse transportation. Even if Daoist Jiang was aware of Simu's practice location, he could not be certain of finding him there. In contrast, Linjiu had been stable in the family grave for decades without relocating. However, Daoist Jiang did not anticipate such good fortune, encountering Simu at Lin Shixiang's practice site. This situation meant that Lin Shixiang and Chen Shixiang would inevitably compete for the little spiritual corpse, allowing Daoist Jiang to fetch a handsome price. Daoist Jiang promptly exclaimed with enthusiasm, "If my esteemed brothers wish to see it, there is no problem. Come, I shall lead you and Daoist Shin to take a look." The group quickly arrived at the mortuary and beheld the little spiritual corpse within the coffin. Compared to the overwhelming malevolence of the earthly evil corpse, the chilling aura of the wind centipede corpse, and the eerie crimson of the blood demon corpse, the little spiritual corpse was not only adorable but also brimming with spirit. Were it not for the surrounding aura of corpse energy, one might not recognize it as a zombie at all. This was indeed a little spiritual corpse with the potential to become a formidable corpse king. The innate spirituality it possessed should not be underestimated. Countless magical creatures and demons have spent centuries in cultivation yet failed to manifest such spirit. Take Simu's 2 leaping zombies, for example. While they boast formidable power, they remain untamed and, if they slip from control, Simu's demise would be but a matter of choice. The little spiritual corpse, however, is different. Its innate spirituality ensures that even if it were to become a corpse king, it would not turn against its master. Despite its renowned legacy of having one corpse pass through 3 generations, many corpse refiners seek to acquire a spiritual corpse. Upon inspecting the quality of the little spiritual corpse, Simu was the first to speak. His tone filled with envy as he asked, "Daoist Jiang, from where did you capture this little spiritual corpse?" Daoist Jiang puffed out his chest and replied boastfully, "My esteemed brother, I vanquished 4 zombies that plagued the village in Changluxiang, expending considerable effort and devotion before finally capturing this little spiritual corpse." Jushu and Simu exchanged skeptical glances. Given Daoist Jiang's temperament, how could he have provoked 4 zombies without cause? It was likely that he had seen the little spiritual corpse and, upon recognizing its value, resorted to slaying the others to seize it. With the little spiritual corpse in his hands, he would not only be unable to nurture it, but could also invite calamity upon himself. After all, Daoist Jiang had slain the entire family of the little spiritual corpse. Such a deep-seated vendetta could easily lead the little spiritual corpse to retaliate if it had the power to do so. Jushu and Simu shared a knowing look, silently understanding one another. So, how does Daoist Zhang plan to handle the sale? Well, Daoist Zhang's eyes darted quickly, a sly grin creeping onto his face as he addressed Jushu. Simu and Shinamo, if my esteemed brothers and Daoist Shin fancy it, feel free to make an offer. The highest bid wins. Good heavens! This was a ploy to incite competition among them, allowing him to reap the benefits as a fisherman. Daoist Zhang's scheme was clear. Even the ancestors of Maoshan could hear it. Shinamo smiled and interjected. I have little interest in the little spiritual corpse. Feel free, my esteemed friends. This statement was indeed somewhat of a slap in Daoist Zhang's face, causing his expression to darken. However, given their prior discussions, Shinamo had explicitly stated his lack of interest in the little spiritual corpse. Yet, Daoist Zhang still included him, suggesting an intention to leverage Shinamo to heighten the competitive atmosphere surrounding the little spiritual corpse. Shinamo had no desire to be used in such a manner. His exchanges with Daoist Zhang regarding formation insights had yielded mutual benefits, thus he had no intention of assisting Daoist Zhang in outmaneuvering Jushu and Simu. Noticing Shanmo's disinterest, Jushu and Simu both exhaled quietly in relief. To be honest, if Shanmo had pursued the little spiritual corpse, they would have refrained from competing with him, even if both desired it. The reason was clear: the Yin-Yang dual residence. Shinmo's Yin-Yang dual residence allowed for cultivation in the Yang residence while enabling corpse refinement in the Yin residence. Jushu and Simu had nominally been overseeing the operations, but in reality, they were leveraging Shanmo's auspicious grounds for their own cultivation and corpse refinement. They were effectively benefiting from Shanmo's generosity, and there was no way they would jeopardize their advantageous position over a mere little spiritual corpse. Thus, upon Shanmo declaring his disinterest, the tension in their hearts dissipated. Subsequently, the competition among the brothers commenced. Shinamo stood aside, observing the unfolding drama, munching on the fruit that Wenkai had prepared and brought over. Junior brother, do not play coy. Simply state what you desire, Simu urged straightforwardly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Brother Chen, I am aware of your considerable wealth and your specialization in corpse refinement. The little spiritual corpse is of utmost importance to you. However, Lin Shixiang, Simu's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, you have reached half-step in 8? Daoist Zhang, preoccupied with plotting against his brothers, had completely overlooked Lin Shixiang's breakthrough. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in surprise. Jushu, observing Daoist Zhang's astonishment, could scarcely contain his delight, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Recently, thanks to Daoist Shen's guidance, I had some realizations. Nothing remarkable. Lin Shixiang downplayed his achievement. However, let's discuss the little spiritual corpse. Since Daoist Zhang has come to my ancestral hall, it is only fair that we discuss a reasonable price to avoid any disputes among brothers. At this moment, Daoist Zhang's mind was buzzing in terms of talent and potential. Lin Jiao was on par with him, but Lin Jiao's fortune far surpassed his own. He had entered a state of enlightenment during an encounter with the ancestor of Guanzhong, and now his progression in the art of talismans was seamless. Not only had he left Daoist Zhang far behind, but he also gained considerable renown after entering the Ren family's ancestral hall post-descent. In contrast, Daoist Zhang found himself adrift, with no fixed abode, a pitiful sight. Now, with Lin Jiao breaking through to half-step innate and poised to attain innate status, how could Daoist Zhang not feel envy? Moreover, Lin Jiao's breakthrough stemmed from Shenmo's guidance, making Daoist Zhang recall his own fruitful exchanges with Shanmo regarding formation insights. The warmth in Daoist Zhang's gaze towards Shanmo began to intensify. Big shot. This is a truly formidable individual, capable of bestowing upon practitioners the coveted opportunities they have long sought. Zhang Daoren feels a deep sense of resentment, lamenting why he did not encounter Shinmo sooner, thus allowing Lin Shixiang to seize the advantage. Nevertheless, it is not too late for him to awaken to this realization. Zhang Daoren, a practitioner of the second tier of the Rendu realm, has been ensnared in this level for 4 long years, believing that he would never ascend to the first tier of the Zhou Tian realm in this lifetime. However, he glimpses hope in Shanmo. Through the art of Maoshan talismans, one can harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Similarly, those who practice Maoshan formations can also draw upon this energy through their arrays. Zhang Daoren has made notable progress in the way of formations, having developed a method for embedding formations within objects, which has elevated his cultivation to the second tier of the Rendu realm. Yet, the path to further advancement remains as daunting as climbing the heavens. On one hand, the method of embedding formations within objects has become increasingly difficult to break through. On the other hand, the intricacies of the formation path are immensely profound, demanding considerable computational prowess. His computational ability is insufficient to facilitate a breakthrough to the first tier of Zhou Tian realm. The relationship between computational power and the strength of one's spirit is substantial. The stronger the spirit, the greater the computational ability. The key to breaking through to the first tier of Zhou Tian also lies in the strength of the spirit. Since Shenemo was able to guide Jushu from the first tier of Zhou Tian to half a step into the innate realm, it is not unreasonable for Zhang Daoren, as a second-tier Rendu, to seek a breakthrough to the first tier of Zhou Tian. Clang! Zhang Daoren slammed the table, rising abruptly. Little spirit corpse, I shall no longer sell it. I implore you, Daoist Shun, to offer me guidance, to assist me in breaking through the bottleneck of the second tier of Rendu. I am willing to gift you the little spirit corpse. Shinemo? Jushu. How can this be, Simu? The path has widened. Zhang Shidi's path has indeed broadened. Chapter 39. I did it. I did it. I have succeeded. Shinemo gazed at the earnest expression on Zhang Doran's face, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhang Doran's actions were truly unexpected for everyone present. In one moment, he was prepared to deal a sharp blow to his senior brother, and in the next, he was beseeching Shinemo for advice. Zhang Doran's thought process was quite unconventional. However, upon reflection, one could quickly comprehend his mindset. As a second-tier Rendu practitioner, if he were to break through to the first tier of Zhou Tian, he could secure a foothold like Jushu, ensuring not only protection for a region but also a stable place to call home, no longer adrift after decades of wandering. If he were fortunate enough to break through to the first tier of Zhou Tian, he could apply to Mao Shan for a stationing, leading a tranquil life. Look at Lin Jiao and Qin Yu. Both are practitioners of the first tier of Zhou Tian, each possessing their own sanctum, living far better than he, the younger disciple. Given their shared lineage from Mao Shan, how could Zhang Daoren not feel envy? Given his envy and the fortuitous opportunity for a potential breakthrough, it is only natural that he would wish to seize it at any cost. Both Jushu and Simu could empathize with him. Shinemo, too, understood. However, Shinemo found it hard to accept. He was no expert in offering guidance. Jushu's breakthrough to half a step into the innate realm was a result of his own enlightenment. Unrelated to Shinemo, furthermore, Shinemo was merely at the fourth tier of the Nourishing Veins realm, while Zhang Daoren, a second-tier Rendu, sought his counsel on how to break through to the first tier of Zhou Tian. How reasonable was that? It was far from reasonable. Although Shun Mo's unaging pine technique contains methods for the second tier of Rendu to break through to the first tier of Zhou Tian, those methods pertain specifically to the unaging pine technique. Zhang Doran's skills, rooted in Maoshan magic, might not yield the same insights as Jushu's experience. Zhang Daoren was not Lin Jiao, and he himself might not even know if he had the necessary depth of understanding. Just as Shenemo prepared to decline, Jushu suddenly stepped forward. Zhang Shidi has been trapped in the second tier of Rendu for 4 years without a breakthrough. On one hand, the path of formation relies heavily on computational power, which is closely tied to the strength of one's spirit. On the other hand, the method of embedding formations within objects is too profound, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. If Daoist Shun could bolster Zhang Shidi's computational ability or refine the method of embedding formations, a breakthrough to the first tier of Zhou Tian would be within reach. Simu turned to Lin Jiao, then nodded heavily. Indeed, I have observed that Daoist Shun has also delved into formations. Why not lend a little assistance to Zhang Daoren, even if he does not achieve an immediate breakthrough? It is worth the little spirit corpse. Shinemo, perceiving the subtleties, realized that both Jushu and Simu were advocating on his behalf. Jushu was clarifying Zhang Huashing's situation and the direction for his breakthrough, while Simu encouraged Shinemo to assist, regardless of the outcome, securing the little spirit corpse in return. These two truly had good intentions. Zhang Daoren, upon hearing this, felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed. Perhaps he was being targeted by both senior brothers, especially Simu, who audaciously suggested that a mere slight effort in exchange for his little spirit corpse was preposterous. Did they truly think Zhang's generosity was so easily exploited? If Shinemo were to spout nonsense, Would he still have to part with the little spirit corpse? Absolutely not. Jiang Daoren was not one to act without assurance. How could he simply relinquish the little spirit corpse? Nonetheless, after hearing Jishu's suggestion, Shinamo had already formulated a plan in his mind. There were two methods to help Jiang Daoren achieve a breakthrough, and fortunately, he had means for both. The array extreme technique. Wasn't it precisely the extraordinary skill that would allow Jiang Daoren's method of embedding formations to progress further? As for how to enhance computational ability, Shinamo had emerged from 9 years of obligatory study, possessing insights on improving mathematical skills. While the computational power of formations differs from that of mathematics, they fundamentally represent a transformation of techniques. By continuously solving mathematical problems, one can indeed enhance computational ability. The 3-year Gaokao and 5-year simulations of math problems were long forgotten by Shinamo, yet he still retained some knowledge of relevant mathematical formulas, even if he could not recall all. The newly established school offered subjects like arithmetic, geometry, algebra, and trigonometry. He would instruct Ren Tingting to fetch a few textbooks from the school for Jiang Daoren. Should he struggle to comprehend them, he could attend classes and learn under the guidance of a teacher. Although the effects may not be immediately apparent over time, this would undoubtedly enhance his computational ability, aiding his breakthrough to the second tier of Rendu. After careful consideration, Shinamo decided to pursue the second option of sending Jiang Daoren to the school. The array extreme technique, being an extraordinary skill, could not be easily shared, especially with someone like Zhang Huaxing. After a moment of contemplation, Shinamo finally drew a deep breath. Hook 3, twist 4, string 5. Odd changes remain unchanged. Observe the quadrants for the symbols. The tangent function of an angle, 3651. Jushu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Saimu wore a befuddled expression, utterly perplexed. Jiang Daoren, however, widened his eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation. Mathematics has existed since ancient times. 9 chapters on the mathematical art, Zhoubai Xuanjing, Haidao Xuanjing, Zhang Qiujian Xuanjing, and Jigu Xuanjing are all works elucidating the principles of mathematics. As a practitioner of formations, one must grasp the transformations of techniques, and naturally, Jiang Daoren had studied these mathematical texts, possessing considerable proficiency in their principles. What Shinamo articulated were merely mathematical formulas that validated some principles from the texts. While Jushu and Simu could not comprehend, Jiang Huaxing experienced an epiphany as if he were receiving a profound revelation. The mathematical formulas, painstakingly derived from countless calculations, flowed from Shinmo's lips into Jiang Daoren's ears. It was as though a tempest of understanding surged within him. In that moment, he comprehended. Before Shinmo could finish explaining the formulas, Jiang Daoren eagerly knelt on the ground, retrieving a formation brush made of ink stone from his Maoshan bag, and began to swiftly calculate on the floor of the main hall. Lines of formulas were inscribed by Jiang Daoren, seamlessly integrating into the calculations of the formation techniques, causing his original computational ability to soar within a brief span. What are formulas for? They serve to simplify complex calculations and yield results directly. For Jiang Daoren, these formulas were akin to golden rules. He absorbed them fervently, like a parched sponge soaking up water. Whenever he encountered confusion, he would shake his head and talk to himself, appearing particularly frenzied. Jushu, witnessing this, understood that Jiang Shidi had attained enlightenment. He dared not disturb Jiang Daoren's moment of realization. Signaling to Shinamo and Simu, and the three quietly exited the main hall, closing the door behind them to wait in silence. Shinamo was indeed taken aback. He had initially intended to present a few formulas to confound Jiang Daoren, only to find that a few formulas had led him to enlightenment directly. Were practitioners truly capable of such understanding? It seemed he would not need to seek Ren Tingting to arrange for a teacher for Jiang Daoren after all. Just 4 hours after the three had exited the main hall, Jiang Daoren's ecstatic voice echoed within, nearly maniacal with joy. Ha ha! I did it! I did it! I have succeeded. Chapter 40. Martial Arts School Tournament. Jiang Daoren's ecstatic, almost frenzied voice resounded in the main hall, and he burst forth from the room in a whirlwind of joy. Shinamo, Jushu, and Simu all bore witness to Jiang Daoren's nearly deranged state. The three exchanged glances, mutually acknowledging the old adage. Among 10 formation masters, 9 are mad, and 1 is currently going mad. Without a sufficiently strong spirit, it is indeed challenging to navigate the path of formations without succumbing to madness. Just take the extraordinary technique of Feng Ho Chi Minh, which has driven countless masters of techniques to the brink of insanity. Fortunately, Jiang Doran's madness was but temporary. He soon regained his composure and bowed deeply to Shenemo. Thank you, Daoist Shen, for your guidance, enabling me to successfully break through the bottleneck of the second tier and enter the first tier of Zhou-Tian.As. His words fell. A surge of energy enveloped Jiang Doran. His yellow Daoist robe billowing dramatically, radiating an imposing aura. The first tier of Zhou-Tian, the internal transformation of true energy, allows it to separate from the body. With this attribute, one can fully unleash the power of various martial arts. This is precisely why Mao Shan stipulates that only top-tier Zhou-Tian realm cultivators can guard a region. The distinction between internal energy and true energy is paramount. This time, Daoist Jiang, having received insightful guidance from Shenemo, has successfully ascended to the top-tier Zhou-Tian realm. His future appears to be a smooth path, certainly a vast improvement over his previous state of wandering and uncertainty. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, on your ascension to the top tier. Four Eyes exclaimed, clasping his hands in salute. Indeed, congratulations to Brother Jiang on his advancement. Congratulations, congratulations. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang. Now that you have ascended to the top tier, the little spirit corpse shall belong to Daoist Shan. Four Eyes continued. Daoist Jiang paused momentarily, glancing at Four Eyes, then at Lin Jiao, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Shenemo. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly admitted, that is only natural. I, Jiang Huashing, have always been a man of my word. Is that so? Lin Jiao and Four Eyes exchanged skeptical looks, knowing Jiang Huashing's reputation for being greedy and lecherous, often disregarding loyalty for profit. Were it not for the strict rules of Mao Shan, he might have long since fallen into the demonic path. However, times have changed. Having ascended to the top tier, Jiang Huashing now possesses the qualifications to guard a territory. He can no longer afford to adopt a transient approach, flitting from place to place, but must manage his own dojo earnestly, much like Lin Jiao. This amicable relationship with Shenemo marks the beginning of Jiang Daoist's transformation. In the past, I was a rogue, engaging in all manner of deceit and wrongdoing. Now I aspire to be a good person. Not only did Jiang Daoist transfer the little spirit corpse to Shenemo, but he also thoughtfully included a coffin inscribed with a soul-congealing array. It wasn't until Jiang Daoist departed the mortuary with his disciple that Lin Jiao and Four Eyes processed what had transpired. Brother Jiang had genuinely relinquished the little spirit corpse. He has indeed changed his ways. Is this the charm of Shenemo? Has even the vile Jiang Huashing begun to harbor noble intentions? Lin Jiao and Four Eyes regarded Shenemo with unending admiration, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. Meanwhile, Shenemo found himself at a loss for words. He already possessed a Di Sha corpse, a wind centipede corpse, a blood demon corpse, and Lu Xiaoyu. His pet inventory was more than sufficient. He had little interest in acquiring another little spirit corpse. However, given Jiang Daoist's earnest gesture, Shenemo felt it would be impolite to refuse, so he begrudgingly accepted it. One sheep is easy to let go, two sheep are also easy to release. An additional one is merely an addition. As for how to nurture the little spirit corpse, Shenemo contemplated for a moment before deciding to entrust this responsibility to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu, being from a scholarly family and an accomplished young lady, would undoubtedly be capable of teaching the little spirit corpse. There was no need for Lin Jiao to take on this task. Just look at how the little zombie in his care had turned out. And as for Qiu Shang, his demeanor spoke volumes about Lin Jiao's educational prowess. In fact, Four Eyes was even less competent than Lin Jiao. Shenemo directly inscribed the 9 soul seal onto the little spirit corpse within the mortuary and instructed Lin Jiao and Four Eyes to escort it to Ngojian to hand over to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu would periodically need to nurture it within the soul-nurturing branch of the evil willow, as this would greatly benefit her ghostly cultivation. Now that she had the little spirit corpse, she could focus on its cultivation while Shenemo's daily life would be managed by the maidservants of the Ren residence. Although Shenemo had initially declined the assistance of the Ren residence's maidservants, upon learning that Lu Xiaoyu was responsible for Shenmo's care, Ren Tingting undoubtedly arranged for 2 maids, Qiu Xiang and Xia He, to assist him. These 2 maids had previously taken care of Ren Tingting and had also tended to Shenemo during his stay at the Ren residence, so their relocation to the mortuary was merely a change of venue. However, the mortuary was not perceived as a favorable place by ordinary folk, so Shenemo instructed them to delay their arrival until after the Zhongyuan festival. During this interim, Lu Xiaoyu would remain responsible for the little spirit corpse, though its unexpected arrival had disrupted Shanmo's plans. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue. He would merely inform Ren Tingting the following day to have Qiu Xiang and Xia He commence their duties earlier. From Zhang Daoist, Shenemo gleaned insights into the array extremity technique, enabling him to embed arrays within objects. He also resolved to cast the 6-Ding-6 protective array upon Qiu Xiang and Xia He, alleviating concerns about their safety within the mortuary.in summary. Zhang Daoist's visit to deliver the corpse rendered Shenemo, as an outsider, the greatest beneficiary. Not only had he mastered the extraordinary array extremity technique and the golden light array for dispelling evil, but he had also acquired a little spirit corpse endowed with the potential to become a corpse king. This sense of growth imbued Shenemo with profound fulfillment. The following morning, after enjoying a breakfast prepared by Wen Kai, Shenemo set off alone to Renjia Town. As he strolled through the bustling marketplace, many familiar townsfolk greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Mr. Shun. Mr. Shun, would you like some fish? Freshly caught today? No charge for you. Mr. Shun, when will we be able to celebrate your wedding?" By now, many residents of Renjia Town recognized Shenemo, as his recent actions had captured considerable attention. Whether it was relocating graves for the Ren residents, expelling demons from the banana grove at the village's western entrance, regulating the entertainment venues, or addressing the vampire incident in Zhochuan Town, Shenmo's remarkable reputation had spread throughout Renjia Town. Numerous townsfolk were aware that a formidable sorcerer had arrived at the mortuary, and Mr. Run was keen to forge a close relationship with this sorcerer, intending to betroth his daughter, Ren Tingting, to him. This was what one might call a powerful alliance. The Ren family was already a prominent clan in Renjia Town, and with Shenemo, a gifted son-in-law, their status would surely rise, solidifying the Ren surname in the town. Most townsfolk, however, remained oblivious to these developments, merely focused on their daily lives, unaware of the tumultuous changes brewing beyond their immediate surroundings. The common populace regarded Shenemo much like they did Linjiao, with great respect and admiration. After all, in a world rife with the supernatural, who could guarantee that they wouldn't someday find themselves in need of Shenemo's assistance? Thus, even though Shenemo had declined many offers, he still found himself carrying a hefty fish and a bag of fresh vegetables, without having spent a single penny. The fish had been thrust upon him by the fishmonger, Chen Asheng, whose mother had been gravely ill. When seeking medicine from Linjiao at the mortuary, Shenemo had assisted by channeling a strand of inner energy to cure her ailment. One should not underestimate such ailments. Before Western medicine became widespread in the country, typhoid could indeed be fatal. Although Chen Asheng had already paid for the consultation, he felt indebted to Shenemo for his kindness. Today, he insisted on gifting Shenemo the largest, finest fish. The fresh vegetables were a token of gratitude from a straightforward woman whose brother Shenemo had saved. For them, offering vegetables grown in their own garden to their benefactor was a perfectly natural gesture. With the hefty fish bound in a bough and a large bag of fresh vegetables in hand, Shenemo ambled leisurely toward the Ren residence. Just as he was about to cross the marketplace, he encountered a lively drum and gong parade. The participants were all robust young men, identifiable as disciples from the Wuxing Hall of Daling Township by their banners and attire. Inquiring with a nearby vegetable vendor, Shenemo learned that today marked the 9th martial arts competition being held in Renjia Town, with martial arts schools from 10 miles around participating. It was said that the champion would not only receive a trophy, but also a cash prize of $300. A martial arts competition? It came to mind that I had previously shared a drink with Ren Fa, during which he had indeed mentioned the 9th martial arts tournament. This event, organized by local officials and gentry in collaboration with various martial arts schools, serves not only to promote martial traditions but also to facilitate rivalries among the gentry. Almost every notable gentleman sponsors or establishes his own martial arts school. The school sponsored by Ren Fa is named Shenwu Men, presided over by a master skilled in boxing, albeit at the 5th-tier inner strength realm. Most of the enforcers from the Ren family are either disciples of Shenwu Men or have undergone training there. Another school, funded by the gentry Guda, is called Jing Shi, led by a 5th-tier inner strength master whom Guda hired at great expense from the provincial capital. The strengths of both schools are relatively equal. In addition to Shin Wu Min and Jing Ying Shi, the Wu Shangtang in Dalin Township, which Shanemo is currently observing, also enjoys a formidable reputation. Its master, Wang Badi, a lay disciple of the Mao Shan sect, possesses not only a fourth-tier vitality cultivation level but also impressive skills in sorcery. Although Wang Badi's strength is far inferior to that of Jushu, he is quite renowned in Dalin Township. This is one of the reasons why Shinemo suddenly felt compelled to observe the commotion. He is certain he will glean new insights from this tournament. Thus, Shinemo summoned a young assistant from Ren's rice shop to help deliver the fish and vegetables to the Ren residence. While he followed behind the Wu Shangtang, eager to witness the spectacle, before long, Shinemo witnessed the Wu Shangtang, led by Wang Badi, colliding with Jing Ying Shi, headed by Guda. At the market square, the two groups encountered each other. An undeniable tension filled the air. Ren Fa had previously mentioned that in their youth, both Guda and Wang Badi had courted the same woman. Unfortunately, Guda's lack of attractiveness and Wang Badi's being sent by his father to Mao Shan as a lay disciple resulted in neither achieving their desires, leaving the fortune to a short-lived fellow countryman. Since then, Guda and Wang Badi have been bitter rivals, clashing for decades. The Ren family's business endured its decline largely due to Wang Badi deflecting Guda's hostility. Otherwise, Ren Fa would have succumbed to bankruptcy under the combined pressures of Huang Baiwan and Guda long ago, leaving no opportunity for him to invite Shinemo to relocate the Ren family's ancestral grave and subsequently align himself with Shinemo for his current success. One could say that an enemy of an enemy is a friend. Thus, when Ren Fa arrived with his Shin Wu Min at the scene, he greeted Wang Badi with a beaming smile. While facing Guda, his smile was more of a facade. Soon, Ren Fa spotted Shinemo among the crowd and, disregarding the astonished glances from others, approached Shinemo with a sycophantic demeanor. "Amo, you two are here to watch the tournament? Why didn't you greet me? I could have made arrangements for you. However, it's not too late now. Please, take a seat." Ren Fa, with utmost respect, invited Shinemo to the main stage, his demeanor resembling that of a subordinate before a superior rather than that of a father-in-law before a son-in-law. Among those on the main stage were the town mayor, Qi Changqing, the head of the security team, Che Zhanshan, and the gentry Guda, Wang Badi, Huang Baiwan, and others, all regarding Shinemo and Ren Fa with complex expressions. They immediately began to whisper among themselves. "Who is this person?" asked Mayor Qi Changqing. "Why does Ren Fa show him such respect?" "He is Shinemo, the highly skilled sorcerer," replied Che Zhanshan. "Ah, so this is Shinemo. He is indeed quite the handsome figure with great prospects. It's a pity I have no daughters. Otherwise, Mayor, have you forgotten? You still have a beautiful sister-in-law," interjected Che Zhanshan. Qi Changqing's expression darkened as he retorted. "Are you not being too talkative?" Indeed, Qi Changqing had a stunning sister-in-law, yet she was the 13th concubine specifically desired by the warlord Long Da, and he dared not covet her, let alone mention her to Shinemo. Shinemo was merely a sorcerer, while Long Da held military power. The hierarchy was clear to Qi Changqing. Dida remarked, "This lad is even a touch more handsome than I was in my youth." "Old Gu, don't flatter yourself. If you possessed even a fraction of his charm, little me would never have married that short-lived wretch," countered Wang Badi. "Dida, you are delusional. If it weren't for your interference, I would have married little me. Humph, I was saving you. Did I ask for your help?" The two were face to face, bickering furiously, their mutual hatred evident, yet the nature of their grievances could not be revealed to outsiders, resulting in this absurd display. Huang Baiwan glared coldly at Shinemo, muttering, "Humph, it is because of this man that my business has plummeted." Huang Baiwan's enterprises primarily involved entertainment venues, and due to the regulations imposed by Shinemo on such establishments, his business suffered considerably. Furthermore, Ren Fa leveraged this to enter the entertainment industry, opening a bailment as per Shinemo's suggestion, thereby nearly driving Huang Baiwan's business to the brink of closure. Huang Baiwan's animosity towards Shinemo had reached new heights. Unbeknownst to Shinemo, who had taken his seat, he had already become the focal point of attention. He had come to observe the tournament primarily for the spectacle and to seek inspiration. Showing little interest in other trivial matters, as Shinemo settled in, the various gentry exchanged greetings, and the 9th martial arts tournament, hosted by Ren's family, officially commenced. The first match pitted Shin Wu Min against Jiulong Tang from Dehuai Township. Shin Wu Min dispatched a disciple at the 7th tier technique realm, while Zhulong Tang similarly sent forth a disciple of the same caliber. The outcome was uncertain to all present, yet Shan and Mo had already seen through it. Both schools sent forth disciples of the 7th-tier technique realm, their strengths being nearly equal, which is why the audience could not discern a clear victor. However, for Shen and Mo, a mere glance was sufficient to ascertain that Shen Wu Min would undoubtedly triumph. The reason was simple. He recognized the signs. Through the art of physiognomy and bone reading, one could predict fortunes and misfortunes. The disciple of Shen Wu Min radiated a rosy aura, indicative of minor fortune, while the disciple of Zhulong Tang was shrouded in ominous clouds, a sign of minor misfortune. Should the disciple of Zhulong Tang manage to defeat his opponent, it would be evident that foul play was afoot, disrupting their fates. Yet, this was merely the preliminary round. Who would resort to throwing matches at the onset? It was akin to a young athlete taking performance-enhancing drugs. Unnecessary. As anticipated, Shen Wu Min's disciple emerged victorious against Zhulong Tang, narrowly securing the win. The tournament adopted a 3-match elimination format. With this initial victory, Ren Fa could hardly contain his delight, applauding vigorously and proclaiming rewards. Hearing of the incentives, the disciples of Shen Wu Min were eager and ready to prove themselves. After all, what drove them to the martial arts school was ultimately the prospect of earning a few coins. The second match soon commenced. Shen Wu Min sent forth a disciple at the 6th-tier strength realm, clearly aiming to secure a decisive victory against Zhulong Tang. Zhulong Tang, having established its own school, possessed considerable depth and promptly dispatched its strongest disciple, also at the 6th-tier strength realm. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, Shen Imo discerned that Shen Wu Min was destined for defeat. The disciple of Zhulong Tang had mastered the hidden strength technique, while the disciple of Shen Wu Min had only just begun to grasp it. After a fierce exchange of blows, the outcome was inevitable. Shen Wu Min would succumb. Once again, Shen Mo's predictions proved accurate as Shen Wu Min faced defeat, leading to a tie at 1 victory apiece. Ren Fa's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. The disciple who had just taken the stage was heralded as Shen Wu Min's most formidable contender. To see him falter was utterly disappointing. Despite Ren Fa's lack of interest in the tournament's trophy or prize money, he could not afford to be the first to be eliminated with Shan and Mo watching. Such a fate would be a tremendous embarrassment. Moreover, with the Ren family currently thriving in business, they could not allow their momentum to falter here. Ren Fa summoned the master of Shen Wu Min, whispering urgently that they must secure victory in the next match, or else. The implication was clear, and everyone understood the unspoken words. As the benefactor of Shen Wu Min, Ren Fa not only invested but also played a role in resource allocation. He was a figure of wealth, and if he were displeased, how could they expect to thrive? The master of Shen Wu Min, resolute, summoned his most ruthless disciple to take the stage, issuing a life-or-death command. They must win, or face dire consequences. The pleasure of the powerful weighs heavily on the fates of the lesser. Ultimately, Ren Fa was not disappointed. After an intense confrontation lasting dozens of exchanges, the disciple of Shen Wu Min, fueled by desperation and tenacity, narrowly claimed victory in the 3rd match. The young man staggered off the stage, barely clinging to life. The opposing disciple from Zhulong Tang was horrified, wondering how much money Ren Fa had offered to induce such reckless abandon. Indeed, Ren Fa was not stingy. He not only called for a doctor to attend to the injured disciple, but also generously offered $50 silver as a reward. Extending a silver dollar to even those who had not competed in total, nearly $300 silver were dispensed, nearing the champion's prize. Yet, Ren Fa showed no signs of regret. He understood that this was the art of managing people. Only through expenditure could one expect returns. This tournament, in essence, was a means of brainwashing these fighters, cultivating their loyalty. Shin Imo observed all of this keenly, contemplating that Ren Fa's achievements were not solely due to luck. His own efforts and cunning were indispensable. Shen Wu Min versus Zhulong Tang, victory. Ren Fa rose from his seat, unable to hide his pride, gesturing to the crowd. Money spent must yield results. Otherwise, it would have been wasted. Meanwhile, Shin Imo reflected on the match, thinking to himself, too lacking. The duels among the disciples of the martial arts school were utterly lackluster, offering no opportunity for him to grasp any new techniques or extraordinary skills. With the unaging Pine power, Shinmo's martial arts perspective was already far beyond that of these practitioners who merely trained in ordinary skills. Observing their contests was akin to watching ants fight outside. However, Shinemo remained, primarily due to his keen interest in Wang Badi's Hall of Martial Saints. Wang Badi was not only a practitioner of the fourth-tier nourishing veins realm, but also bore traces of the cultivation of Maoshan practices. His disciples were engaged not only in martial training, but also displayed signs of practicing the foundational body-tempering arts of Maoshan in terms of genuine strength. Wang Badi's Hall of Martial Saints was undoubtedly among the elite of these martial sections. Wang Mingxing, Wang Badi's son, was a martial artist of the fifth-tier inner strength realm, making him a rarity among the gathered disciples. The outcome was practically devoid of suspense. Upon seeing Wang Mingxing's appearance, Shinemo couldn't help but think of Chang Wei, who claimed to lack martial prowess. Chang Wei, you still insist you cannot fight. Here you are, at the fifth-tier inner strength realm, and your combat ability surpasses that of Jialo. One should not speak of innate strength lightly. Those endowed with such abilities certainly extend beyond the fifth-tier inner strength. Take for instance a disciple from the elite society, seemingly unremarkable, yet possessing traces of magical techniques. Shin-Emo discerned immediately that he had the eye of yin and yang. Individuals with such innate talents often find themselves at a significant advantage in cultivation. Unfortunately, this individual lacked a proper lineage and had only scraped the surface of the arts. Akin to a wild Maoshan practitioner, nevertheless, his proficiency in magical techniques already surpassed that of Qiu Shang and Wen Kai, underscoring the significance of innate talent. Standing beside this wild Maoshan practitioner was none other than Gu Changshu, who had previously been taught a lesson by Shinemo for teasing virtuous women, Ji's only son, destined to live no longer than 23 years. Yet, upon seeing Gu Changshu again, Shunmo's brow furrowed in concern. Gu Changshu's fate had shifted. At 23, he was typically facing a dire calamity, yet now a twist had emerged. Shinemo calculated with precision, his gaze swiftly falling upon a vendor woman at the venue. This woman, dressed modestly, with a beautiful countenance and a lively demeanor, now appeared overshadowed by dark clouds, an omen of great misfortune. She was the cause of Gu Changshu's altered fate. Borrowing yang. It was highly likely that Gu Changshu had borrowed her yang energy to evade his 23-year death calamity. However, such borrowing was a form of dark sorcery, harmful to the natural order. Should righteous cultivators discover it, they would undoubtedly seek to eradicate the evil. Ironically, Gu Changshu was not a practitioner of dark arts. He merely possessed a unique fate, awakening to a yang borrowing constitution at the age of 23. This was akin to the eye of yin and yang, albeit the former being beneficial while the latter was detrimental. Just as Shin-Emo grasped the underlying causality, a revelation dawned upon him. You possess extraordinary insight, having comprehended the yang borrowing constitution, and thus unraveled the peculiar technique of yang marriage. Yang marriage is a technique that involves grafting the yang lifespan of another onto oneself to extend one's own yang lifespan. This technique necessitates severing another's yang lifespan and then employing specialized techniques to transfer that lifespan to oneself or another, achieving the effect of prolonging one's own life. Theoretically, this could allow a person to live up to 500 years. However, such a technique is harmful to the natural order, incurring a yang lifespan calamity every century when the gates of the underworld open, subjecting the practitioner to the torment of countless spirits. Surviving such trials is one matter. Failing results in the soul's dispersion, never to be reborn. What Shinemo sought was longevity and carefree existence. A mere 500 years of lifespan, necessitating the overcoming of 5 such calamities, rendered this technique rather tasteless to him, too much effort for little reward. Nevertheless, he had gleaned valuable insights. Moreover, having discerned that the vendor woman would be exploited by Gu Changshu, Shin-Emo resolved not to allow such an event to transpire. Simply put, he found Gu Changshu unpalatable. To dare tease virtuous women in his presence was tantamount to pushing the innocent into vice. Shin-Emo beckoned the vendor woman over, producing a silver dollar and purchasing a box of cigarettes. As she fumbled for change, he swiftly executed the extreme array technique, inscribing the 6 ding and 6 jia protective array upon her without her realization. Once the protective array was established, the vendor woman, Hu Xiuxiu, felt a refreshing breeze envelop her, leaving her invigorated. She then noticed that the young gentleman who had summoned her was not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded an extraordinary charm that stirred her heart. akin to a fawn in the presence of danger. Unconsciously, she felt an irresistible urge to draw closer to him, as if he had bestowed upon her a great favor. Hu Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking? You have someone you like. How can you fall for a stranger at first sight? This is truly unseemly. You must not act this way. You need to control yourself. No. You cannot betray Mingxing at this moment. Hu Xiaoxiao found herself engaged in an intense internal struggle, caught between childhood friendship and unexpected affection. Yet, ultimately, she could not restrain herself. The allure of mystery proved to be a potent poison for women. She couldn't help but steal glances at Shinamo, her youthful cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a flower yet to bloom. Shinamo frowned, glancing at Hu Xiaoxiao, who was lost in thought. Miss, the change? Ah, my apologies. Hu Xiaoxiao hurriedly thrust the money into Shinmo's hands, her face flushed, before scurrying away. She understood that anyone seated at the main stage was not an ordinary individual. Observing those around him, the mayor, the head of the security team, and various local gentry, each one was beyond her reach. Moreover, the respectful demeanor of Mr. Ren towards him only reinforced her suspicions. Fleeing in haste, she sought refuge beside her mother. Shin Mimi. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Shin Mimi instantly sensed something was amiss with her daughter. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? What happened? Nothing, Hu Xiaoxiao mumbled, her head bowed, before shyly inquiring. Mom, the man beside Mr. Ren just bought a box of cigarettes. He seemed rather unfamiliar. Do you know which family he belongs to? Shin Mimi glanced toward the main stage, her beautiful eyes sparkling, then looked back at her daughter's expression. A knowing smile spreading across her face. My dear, are you perhaps smitten with that young gentleman? Oh no, Mom, don't say such things. I've grown up alongside Mingxing. Hu Xiaoxiao's voice dwindled to a whisper, her heart fluttering. She was genuinely enamored. Yet, faced with Wang Mingxing, her childhood companion, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and betrayal. She ought not to feel this way, at least not in such a manner. This was a forbidden love that should never have occurred. Additionally, Shun Mimi soon uncovered Shun Mo's identity, delivering a thunderous blow to Hu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I found out. He is none other than Shun Mo, the celebrated son-in-law of the Ren family. You cannot deny it. He truly is a match made in heaven with the eldest daughter of the Ren family, Hu Xiaoxiao. She felt a tightness in her chest, an uncontrollable discomfort washing over her, as if she were speaking in a daze. The woman who can marry him must surely be very fortunate. Shan Mimi regarded her daughter, then fell silent. Just as Hu Xiaoxiao was enveloped by the 6 Ding and 6 Jia protective array set by Shinamo, Gu Changshou let out a pained cry and collapsed, unconscious. The shift in Gu Changshou's fate stemmed from Hu Xiaoxiao's Yang borrowing, and with Shan Mo's protective array in place, not only was borrowing Yang impossible, but even the slightest bullying of Hu Xiaoxiao became unthinkable. As a result, Gu Changshou's fate reverted to the dire calamity he faced at 23. If all went as expected, soon the entire village would gather at the Gu residence for a feast. Shunimo, having restored the natural order, quietly resumed watching the martial arts competition, concealing his prowess and name. What was initially a preliminary match transformed into a final due to Gu Changshou's sudden collapse, leading the elite society to forfeit their participation. After a fierce competition, the Divine Martial Sect and the Hall of Martial Saints vied for the championship title. Given that Ren Fa and Wang Badi were enemies of their enemies, a tacit understanding emerged between them, allowing Ren Fa to claim victory in the tournament. Ren Fa rejoiced, exclaiming in exultation, in the previous 8 tournaments, they had never even reached the finals, but he was not overly concerned. Business for the Ren family had been poor, and he didn't wish to exert too much effort on this matter. However, this year, after Shinamo had altered their family's fortune, not only had their business flourished, but they had also secured the championship title. Haha. A person in good spirits shines radiantly amidst joyful occasions. Ren Fa thought to himself, having Shinamo as my esteemed son-in-law is truly a stroke of fortune. As for the championship win of the Divine Martial Sect, Shinamo could only assert that the martial world was not merely about fighting. It was about human relationships and social intricacies. After the competition concluded, Shinamo chose to stay, awaiting someone. Soon, Wang Badi approached him. Daoist Shen, greetings. Wang Badi cupped his hands in a gesture of respect customary in the realm of illusion. Shin Imo nodded in acknowledgement and returned the gesture. Taoist Wang, greetings. I have long heard from Taoist Lin of your remarkable accomplishments. You are indeed a rare talent in the realm of illusion. As mentioned, you flatter me, Wang Badi replied. Your son is also quite impressive, having achieved the 5th-tier inner strength realm at such a young age. His future is boundless. Haha, I am flattered by your praise. Do you have some leisure time today, my friend? You are most welcome to visit my martial sage hall, where I, Wang, shall extend you my utmost hospitality. However, I have matters to attend to today and shall visit another day. Then, I shall await your esteemed presence with great anticipation. The reason why Shinamo is aware that Wang Badi would seek him out is entirely due to his observation that Wang Badi's son, Wang Mingxing, is engaging in fake matches. Can you believe that the 5th-tier Wang Mingxing lost to a disciple of the divine martial sect, who is merely at the 6th tier? If there were no underhanded dealings, I would gladly stand on my head and wash Ting Ting's hair once more. Moreover, the duplicity lies with him and Ren Fa. Wang Badi is indeed trading favors, a single match, 2 favors. It is a lucrative endeavor. Those who can reach such heights are undoubtedly astute individuals. Upon witnessing his father showing respect to a young man of similar age, Wang Mingxing approached out of curiosity and inquired, Father, who is that young man? Why do you treat him with such deference? With a swift slap to the back of his son's head, Wang Badi sternly admonished, Speak not so recklessly. That individual is Shanamo, recently renowned in Renjia town. His background is undoubtedly extraordinary. You must treat him with the utmost respect and refrain from causing your father any troubles. Is he really that formidable? He seems only slightly more handsome than I. Wang Mingxing retorted. What do you know? Shinemo possesses the cultivation of the 4th-tier nourishing veins at a young age and has exceptional expertise in feng shui. Even your master Lin from the ancestral hall holds him in high regard. Should I need to elaborate further on how we ought to conduct ourselves? Only then did Wang Mingxing express his astonishment at his father's assessment of Shinemo. So that's why you had me throw fake matches and intentionally lose to his divine martial sect. This is about trading favors, correct? Wang Badi nodded, acknowledging his son's cleverness. However, Wang Mingxing's understanding of Shanamo was not merely that of a cultivation genius, but stemmed from the recent popularity of the Balamin, an establishment conceived by someone named Shinamo that place is far more entertaining than any of the town's other establishments, yet the prices are exorbitant, one drink costing a whole $1. Wang Mingxing had only managed to experience it after pilfering from his father's secret stash, and he could not forget the enchanting dancers within. If he could establish a connection with this influential figure, he might enjoy significant discounts or even free entry in the future. To indulge without cost brings joy, and the thought of continuing such indulgence is delightful. Yet, he knew that if Wang Badi discovered his son had stolen money to visit Balu Min, he would undoubtedly break Wang Mingxing's legs. After all, Wang Badi had never been there, and it was absurd that his son had, in the Ren residence, within Ren Tingting's chamber. It is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Days apart feel like 3 autumns. This encounter is destined to culminate in a contest of skills. Chapter 42. The Law of Buddhism Imogu. Is this the 6 Jia protective array? Ren Tingting scrutinized the intricate array engraved upon her slender arm, her heart overflowing with emotion. Shin Mo's kindness surpassed her imagination. In this era, the dynamics between men and women often revolve around exploitation and subjugation, domination and submission. However, to encounter a man like Shinamo, who respects, comprehends, and even cares for women, is akin to basking in the sun's warmth, invigorating and delightful. Ren Tingting felt that her decision to become Shun Mo's woman was the wisest choice of her life. Moreover, during this time, through her practice of the everlasting pine technique and the consumption of the Yun Lu Dan, her cultivation had progressed remarkably. Her skin had become increasingly radiant, her complexion vibrant, and her figure more graceful and rounded. While not an absolute beauty, she possessed a delicate allure reminiscent of a lotus flower, captivating enough to turn heads. Yet, Ren Tingting did not believe her beauty alone could secure her place by Shin Mo's side indefinitely. She sensed that Shan Mo's aspirations lay in the path of cultivation. If she wished to accompany him, she must continue to strive diligently. Fortunately, her innate talent did not hinder her resolve, and her progress in cultivation was gratifying. However, as she noticed her Yunlu Dan supply dwindling, a twinge of anxiety crept in, fearing it might impede her cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, Shinamo had already taken note of this. The Yunlu Dan was procured specifically for her to assist in her breakthrough to the nourishing veins realm. One bottle would surely be insufficient. Shinamo had previously conferred with Jushu and Simu, urging them to find additional Yunlu Dan based on Ran Tingting's current progress. At least 2 more bottles would be necessary for her to achieve mastery in nourishing veins and advance to the 8th tier refining strength realm. The difference between women's and men's refining strength realms is minimal. However, women often possess less innate physical strength and tend to focus more on the application of energy rather than sheer power. Consequently, women in the refining strength realm seldom exhibit bulging muscles. Instead, their cultivation enhances their figures, exuding a graceful strength. When I am not by your side, the 6 Jia protective array will safeguard you. As for the Yunlu Dan, there is no need for concern. Jushu and Simu will devise a way to procure more. Ran Tingting nodded, their feelings in harmony, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with emotion. This evening, let us not part ways as you wish. The following morning, before Shinamo had fully awakened, he was startled by a cacophony from downstairs. He glanced at the delicate figure nestled against him. The wearied Ting still in slumber, and turned his head to utilize his unique skill to listen intently. The sound of the wind howled, filling his ears. Rinleoi, is your son-in-law Shinamo present? Please, I implore you, send him down and help save my son. Chang Shou, I shall not contest you on business matters. I yield to your wishes that I, Guda, am kneeling before you. Is that not enough? Guda has arrived. And he seeks Shun Mo's assistance to save his son, Gu Chang Shou. Alas, the 3 great tragedies of life. Losing a father in youth, a wife in middle age, and a child in old age. Guda belongs to the latter. However, Gu Chang Shou's fate was already sealed. It was foretold by Jushu on the day of his full moon that he was destined for early demise. Unlikely to live beyond 23 years. This attempt to seize the life force of Hu Xiu was an affront to the natural order, risking Hu Xiu's life and relegating her to a wandering spirit. Shinmo's intervention to right this wrong was akin to stepping forth in defense of justice. He would not aid Gu Chang Shou in prolonging his life, nor would he repeat past mistakes. Thus, when the maidservant inquired about the matter, Shinmo candidly stated, there is no hope. He should prepare for death. The maidservant, Lu Zhao Er, was horrified. Young master, such words should not be uttered. If Gu Leoi hears this, the Gu family may very well face ruin. After a round of eloquent persuasion, Lu Zhao Er conveyed Shinmo's meaning. He was powerless to assist. Upon hearing this, Gu Leoi appeared deflated, as if a balloon had lost its air. Visibly aging a decade in that moment, he hunched his back and trembled as he departed the Ren residence. Ren Fa observed Gu Da, with whom he had sparred for half a lifetime. And his heart was filled with mixed emotions, yet he could not suppress his elation. If Gu Da were to fail this trial, the Gu family would cease to exist, leaving only Huang Baiwan to contend with him. Ren Fa had previously worried that Shinmo would be willing to help Gu to save his son, yet he realized now that he had overthought the matter. In his eyes, Shinmo was exceedingly clever. He surely understood the relationship between the Ren and Gu families and would naturally refrain from intervening. Ren Fa promptly instructed the maidservants not to disturb Shinmo, allowing him to rest. As the sun reached its zenith, Shinmo, attended by Lu Zhao Er, donned his attire, preparing to return to the ancestral hall for a visit. Upon exiting the Ren residence, he collided with a young woman clad in foreign attire. Stumbling into her embrace, Shinmo was momentarily taken aback. As a practitioner of the 4th tier nourishing veins, with a spiritual awareness nearly akin to that of innate beings, he should have sensed anyone approaching within a 5-meter radius. Yet, someone had unexpectedly collided with him. How could this be reasonable? It was utterly unreasonable. As he assessed the young woman before him, he quickly discerned the cause. Mizong? The aura emanating from the girl bore a striking resemblance to the practitioners of Mizong that Jiushu had previously mentioned. Unlike the 9-tier cultivation system of the Ling Huan realm, Mizong possessed a distinct hierarchy. Even within the same 9 ranks, the terminology diverged significantly. Mizong categorizes practitioners into 9 grades: the 9th grade Shami, the 8th grade Wusing, the 7th grade Fashi, the 6th grade Chanshur, the 5th grade Elja, the 4th grade Kuxing, the 3rd grade Jinggang, the the second-grade Luohan, the first-grade Pusa, with the Bodhisattva above that and the Buddha and Great Buddha beyond. In contrast to the Ling Huan realm's 9 tiers. Innate beings, masters, and grandmasters are distinct. The lively and charming girl before him was a 5th-grade Elja, corresponding to the 5th-tier Nourishing Veins realm in the Ling Huan system. The Elja draws power from their precepts, capable of influencing those around them with their inherent authority, which inadvertently affected Shan Mo's perception of the girl, leading to their collision. Shan Mo's curiosity about Mizong's powers was piqued, especially as he felt the invisible influence alter his spiritual awareness upon contact with the girl, truly intriguing. This contemplation led him into deep thought. Meanwhile, the girl, upon colliding with Shan Mo, was enveloped in a hot, masculine aura, an experience unlike any other that left her momentarily dazed. She lifted her gaze slightly, only to find a handsome young man, with sword-like brows and star-like eyes, gazing at her in a trance. Bobo was in a state of panic, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to," she stammered. "It's quite all right." With a gentle smile, Shinamo supported the young girl's arms, ensuring they maintained a comfortable distance. "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" No, I'm fine. Really, I'm perfectly all right." The usually vivacious and extroverted Bobo suddenly found herself at a loss for words. As a 5th-tier law enforcer, she was meant to adhere to her precepts and cultivate herself accordingly. However, her defenses were in disarray, her spiritual power chaotic, and her cultivation had diminished to barely a third of its original state. A long sigh of exasperation came from behind Shinamo, prompting him to turn around and see a robust lama clad in a red kasaya, wearing a yellow lama hat and wielding a golden scepter, approaching with an expression of resignation. Upon closer inspection, Shinamo understood immediately. A 1st-tier bodhisattva, equivalent to a top-tier Zhoutian realm cultivator, in terms of combat prowess. This 1st-tier bodhisattva was likely on par with Uncle Gio in his prime, but certainly surpassed the 1st-tier Zhoutian realm SC Mu. This was primarily due to the unique techniques inherent in the esoteric traditions of the Vajrayana. However, Uncle Gio was now at the half-step innate realm, and if he were to engage in battle with this 1st-tier bodhisattva, he would assuredly prevail. Yet at this moment, Master Bomi's heart was in turmoil. Filled with deep distress in these chaotic times, he had been entrusted with the solemn duty of spreading the teachings of Vajrayana, yet the people of the Central Plains were utterly resistant to these doctrines. His efforts had repeatedly met with setbacks, yielding little progress. To compound his woes, his daughter Bobo, upon entering the Central Plains and experiencing the allure of the outside world, had become disillusioned, her defenses shattered, her cultivation obstructed. She had recently succumbed to mortal desires, her defenses breached, her spiritual power depleted, and her realm severely damaged, likely plummeting back to the 7th-tier mage level, with little hope for future advancement. What a predicament this was! An old saying in the Central Plains goes, losing both the wife and the soldiers. He had lost both his daughter and his strength. At this juncture, Master Bomi had abandoned any thoughts of lingering in the Central Plains. The people here were ignorant and uneducable. They did not deserve the sacred teachings of Vajrayana. Indeed, they were unworthy. He simply wished to return home. Yet, seeing his daughter Bobo's state, it seemed she would be unwilling to accompany him back to the western regions. What a situation this was! Master Bomi cast a troubled glance at the man who had caused his daughter Bobo's defenses to collapse, and his expression immediately tightened. 4 streams, nourishing veins. No, the strength of his soul is so formidable that even a 1st-tier bodhisattva, such as myself, feels inadequate. Who is this individual? How can he possess such extraordinary talent? Without hesitation, he performed a gesture of respect. "I am the humble monk Bomi. Pleased to meet you, fellow cultivator. May I ask what you are called?" Shin-Imo returned the gesture and replied, "I am Shan-Imo, honored to meet the master." Bomi felt a flicker of confusion. Was it not customary for people from the Central Plains to reveal their sect lineage? Why did this young man deviate from the norm? "I hail from the Vajrayana temple in the western regions. May I inquire which sect you belong to, Shindaoyu?" Shinmo's mouth twitched slightly. Again? Everyone seemed to inquire about his sect lineage. While lineage was indeed significant, was it truly that paramount? "Ah, so you are a master from the Vajrayana temple. A pleasure to finally meet you. I am but a wandering cultivator without any sect. A wandering cultivator? Bomi could hardly believe it is a first-tier bodhisattva from the Vajrayana temple. He understood the importance of lineage all too well. How could a wandering cultivator, with no sect behind him, achieve such mastery at such a young age and possess such formidable spiritual strength? Could he be the reincarnation of a bodhisattva? Unlikely. The absence of the Buddha's light upon him suggested otherwise, since the young man was unwilling to clarify his origins. There must be a reason for his reticence. The Central Plains were vast and boundless, with many hidden sects. It was possible he belonged to some concealed family or sect, if he chose not to disclose his background. Then so be it. After all, he had merely inquired. As long as he was not a malevolent practitioner of the dark arts, he could trust his daughter with him. Indeed, the moment Bomi saw his daughter's defenses crumble, he had resolved to entrust her to someone. You have caused my daughter's defenses to shatter. You must take responsibility. His earlier inquiries were merely to ascertain whether Shunimo was a rogue cultivator, one who could potentially be entrusted with his daughter's care. It was not that Bomi was acting impulsively. Given the circumstances, he had no better options. The practices of the Vajrayana were distinct from those of the spiritual realm. Should a sixth-tier law enforcer suffer a collapse in their defenses, progressing further would be akin to scaling the heavens. Furthermore, with his daughter Bobo captivated by the Central Plains, he was reluctant to take her back to the hardships of the western regions. Entrusting her to a capable and influential individual in this land would allow him to return home with peace of mind. And of course, Bomi was acutely aware of the treachery of human hearts. Before entrusting his daughter, he would need to observe and inquire further into Shinmo's reputation and character. Should he prove to be a scoundrel or a tyrant, Bomi would not hesitate to forcibly take his daughter back to the western regions, even at the risk of straining their relationship. You, Shun Daogyu, are so young yet possess such remarkable cultivation. It truly astonishes this humble monk. May I ask where you have cultivated? Your praise is unwarranted. Master, recently, I have been helping Taoist Linju of Maoshan guard they. Should you have the time, feel free to visit. Very well, I shall take you up on that. My daughter Bobo and I have matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave for now. Until we meet again. Safe travels, Master. As Shinmo watched Master Bomi and his daughter Bobo depart, he scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable sense that Master Bomi was calculating something, though he could not pinpoint what. Moreover, Bobo's peculiar state, having diminished her cultivation to barely a third after colliding with him, left him puzzled. What was going on? The practices of the Vajrayana truly were elusive. However, he had not left empty-handed. You possess an extraordinary comprehension. Among the sixth-tier law enforcers, you have grasped the Buddhist law of edicts. The edict, as the name suggests, enforces one's own principles upon others, compelling them to adhere to certain rules. For instance, if Shinmo disciplines himself by abstaining from meat, he can invoke his edict to influence those around him to do the same. If employed in combat, Shinmo could decree that others refrain from utilizing formations. Even without resorting to array techniques, in simpler terms, it sets rules and imposes restrictions. This insight reveals that the Vajrayana's methods of cultivation are indeed quite intriguing. If Shinmo were to pit his edict against Uncle Jio, prohibiting the use of talismans at the outset, Uncle Jio, being a talisman practitioner, would find his strength suppressed by at least 80% before the fight even began. With just a gentle collision with Bobo, he had inadvertently awakened a divine control skill. What might he uncover by colliding with Master Bomi, a first-tier bodhisattva? Shinmo mused pleasantly, strolling leisurely toward the. Simultaneously, Master Bomi and his daughter Bobo encountered Guda, who was frantically seeking help. They had initially planned to leave Ranjia town that morning. However, after Bobo's collision with Shinmo, which shattered her defenses and caused her cultivation to plummet to the mage level, Master Bomi decided to remain in Ranjia town to investigate Shinmo's background, hoping to entrust his daughter to him. Little did he anticipate that this delay would lead to an encounter with Guda. Master Bomi, I implore you to save my son. You seek to propagate the teachings of Vajrayana, do you not? If you can save my son, I, Guda, will do my utmost to assist you in spreading the teachings. Master Bomi felt a flicker of uncertainty. Setting aside his concerns for Bobo, he decided to visit Ji's residence to ascertain the condition of Guchangsho, If he could save Gu Changshou, not only would he gain Gu Da's influence to promote the teachings of Adriana, but he could also remain in Renjia town to be by his daughter Bobo's side. An ideal scenario indeed. This time, Master Bomi was prepared to take action. Chapter 43. The insatiable heart of man swallows the elephant. When the world turns, the mantis captures the cicada. Master Bomi, I beseech you, you must save my son. Gu Da's eyes were puffy, his face haggard, as if he might collapse at any moment. He was a man who had only recently become a father. And on the day his son turned 1 month old, he had specifically asked Uncle Gio to read his son's fortune. Uncle Gio had ominously predicted that his son would not live past 23. The couple had doted on their son, treating him as a treasure. Alas, a few years later, Guda's wife passed away. As a single parent, Guda had raised his son, Gu Changshou, with great difficulty, only to find that they were approaching the fateful age. He had hoped that Uncle Ju had made a mistake, but alas, the inevitable had come to pass. For an old father, this was a torment beyond measure. Now that Gu Changshou lay unconscious, with no remedy in sight, Guda was on the verge of madness. His appeal to Master Bomi was a desperate gamble, a last resort, as both Uncle Gio and Shinamo at the had declared themselves unable to help. With hope resting solely on the passing Master Bomi, he placed his faith in the esoteric teachings of Vajrayana. To his surprise, Master Bomi did not disappoint him. After examining Gu Changshou and inquiring about his birth details, Bomi, after a brief divination, indeed found a way to save him. Leoi, your son is destined for an early demise, fated not to exceed 23 years. He is currently facing a life-and-death tribulation. If he survives, he may live to 99. If he cannot overcome this trial, not even a deity can save him. Upon hearing the words of Master Bomi, Gudei was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The initial part of Master Bomi's discourse echoed the sentiments previously expressed by Uncle Gio of the Yizhuang, while the latter half was the source of Gudei's exhilaration. His son was facing a life-and-death tribulation. Should he successfully navigate it, he would live to the venerable age of 90-9 in these times. Reaching such an advanced age is indeed a remarkable feat. How could Gudei not feel joy for his son? He immediately prostrated himself in fervent supplication, hoping Master Bomi would assist his son in transcending this crisis. Master Bomi, after a moment of contemplation, appeared troubled. In truth, Uncle Gio had foreseen that Gu Changshou would need to confront this life-and-death trial at the age of 23. And if he survived, he would indeed live to 99. However, the crux of the matter was that overcoming such a trial necessitated borrowing another's lifespan. According to the regulations of the Maoshan sect, borrowing life or vitality was deemed a violation of natural order and was strictly prohibited. This was precisely why Uncle Gio had stated that Gu Changshou would not survive past 23. Yet, within the esoteric practices of the secret sect, borrowing life was not considered a forbidden art. It merely involved considerable inconvenience and would deplete the benefactor's virtuous merit. Master Bomi was currently grappling with this dilemma. Observing the evident distress on Master Bomi's face, Gudei hastily declared, "Rest assured, Master Bomi, should you save my son's life, I am willing to fund the construction of a temple in your honor and promote the teachings of the secret sect. Indeed, to save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. This humble monk shall assist Gu Changshou in borrowing vitality. However, borrowing vitality is not as simple as seizing any random individual. It requires meticulous calculations based on the individual's birth details. Only when the birth charts are compatible can one successfully borrow life, and there is a reciprocal effect wherein the borrowed life is augmented." Master Bomi, with Gu Changshou's birth details in hand, conducted a series of calculations and swiftly identified a compatible birth chart. Ji Leoi. As the saying goes, yin and yang are interdependent, ease and difficulty complement each other. The art of borrowing vitality can be straightforward yet complex. It ultimately hinges on whether you can locate the woman corresponding to your son's birth details before his time runs out. Upon receiving the birth chart, Gudei was momentarily taken aback. This is the birth chart of Xiuxiu, is it not? Gu Changshou had harbored affections for Hu Xiuxiu since childhood, and Gudei had previously consulted an expert to compare his son's birth details with hers. So he would not mistake it. The chart provided by Master Bomi indeed matched Hu Xiuxiu's. Master Bomi was slightly startled. Could it be such a coincidence? Was this the will of heaven? Was Gu Changsho's life meant to be spared? It is important to note that finding a compatible person for borrowing life is quite a daunting task in this era, devoid of digital records. All information must be sought through human effort, and locating a compatible individual amidst the vast sea of humanity is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, remarkably, there existed such a person in Gu Changsho's vicinity. If this were not fate, then what could it be? Holding Hu Xiuxiu's birth chart, Gu Dai glanced at his unconscious son, feeling torn within. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have unhesitatingly seized someone to borrow life. Merely a matter of spending some money. However, the individual in question was none other than Hu Xiuxiu, the daughter of Xiaomi, whom Gu Dai cherished and yearned for but could never attain. What to do in such a predicament? Should Xiaomi discover that he was willing to sacrifice her daughter's life to save his son, she would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. Torn between his son and Xiaomi, Gu Dai hesitated for a full 2 hours, ultimately left with no choice but to prioritize his son. After all, the Gu family could not allow their lineage to extinguish because of him. Gu Changsho must be saved, no matter the cost. Xiaomi, consider this my apology. Rest assured, once I save Changsho, I will marry you and treat you well for the rest of my life, he commanded. Bring someone here. With a single decree, he instructed his men to capture Hu Xiuxiu. Naturally, to avoid raising suspicion, the men would disguise themselves. The nearby Daling Township was home to a band of mountain bandits. So they decided to masquerade as bandits to abduct Hu Xiuxiu, operating undetected. However, what Gu Dai failed to foresee was that Shanimo had already inscribed a protective array of 6 Ding and 6 Jia around Hu Xiuxiu. Not to mention Gu Dai's men, even Master Bomi himself would find it difficult to subdue Hu Xiuxiu. That night, under a dark and windy sky, Hu Xiuxiu gazed at the grayish-white clouds, feeling inexplicably distressed. Ever since witnessing Shinimo at the boxing match, she could not shake thoughts of him. She was aware that such feelings were inappropriate, yet she was irresistibly drawn to him, as if some magical force compelled her thoughts. This was the essence of karmic connection. Hu Xiuxiu was destined to perish under the borrowing of vitality from Gu Changsho, to become a wandering spirit. Yet Shinimo intervened and saved her life, thus intertwining their fates, leading Hu Xiuxiu to naturally gravitate towards him. Moreover, Shinimo was charming and extraordinarily handsome, with a prominent standing in Rinjia town. How could a budding young woman like Hu Xiuxiu not fall in love with him? Especially when comparing him to Wang Mingxing, Shinimo utterly eclipsed him in every aspect: appearance, charisma, and status. Furthermore, according to Wang Badi, Shenmo's prowess surpassed that of 2 Wang Mingxings combined. Women are invariably drawn to strength. Given the multitude of factors at play, Hu Xiuxiu's infatuation with Shenmo was both coincidental and inevitable. Xiuxiu, I'm done. It's your turn. All right, mother, I'll be right there. Shen Mimi's voice snapped Hu Xiuxiu back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she clutched her change of clothes and prepared to bathe. However, at that moment, the unmistakable sound of horses whinnying pierced the air, followed by the chaotic rush of footsteps bursting into the room. Who are you? Help, mother! Hearing her mother's voice, Hu Xiuxiu dashed out of the bathroom in a frenzy, only to see her mother being overpowered by 2 masked brigands, and upon spotting her, the assailants lunged towards her like hunters zeroing in on their prey. She was terrified. How could she, a mere girl, hope to contend with such ruthless bandits? Yet, just as the brigand's hand was about to reach her, a resounding hum echoed: 6 Ding and 6 Jia protective array. Jiazi protects the body, Jiashu maintains form. 6 Ding divine thunder, strike. In an instant, thunderclouds gathered ominously, and the heavens erupted with deafening roars as bolts of azure lightning descended, striking the brigands. The once arrogant assailants were instantly transformed into charred corpses. Hu Xiuxiu collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless and bewildered. Simultaneously, within the Yizhuang, Shen Imo gazed towards the direction of Daling Township, his brows furrowed and expression grim. The insatiable greed of man can lead to dire consequences. And in the grand tapestry of fate, the hunter may become the hunted. Chapter 44. The dangers of ignorance. Shen Imo observed the dissipating thunderclouds above Daling Township and immediately invoked his extraordinary skill to summon the winds. 2 azure-white whirlwinds emerged beneath his feet, lifting him gently into the air, propelling him towards Daling Township like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, Wen Kai was secretly perusing a copy of Lu Huangshu, which had inadvertently been left in his room by Qiusheng, when he suddenly caught sight of a figure darting through the moonlight, causing him to leap up in surprise, hastily concealing the book behind him. Peering cautiously around to ensure no one was watching, he retrieved an illustrated book and began to read with great interest, occasionally bursting into fits of lewd laughter. This illustrated tale of a young lady and a poor scholar was a treasured collectible of Qiusheng, typically kept away from Wen Kai. The reason it found its way into Wen Kai's possession was due to his remarkable progress in cultivation, which had accelerated at an astonishing rate, surpassing even Qiusheng's advancement at that time. After all, Wen Kai had received a fragment of Shun Mo's inner energy, coupled with Uncle Zhe's insights and the assistance of 4 medicinal pills. Thus, despite his inferior aptitude and comprehension compared to Qiusheng, Wen Kai was able to cultivate with remarkable speed, achieving results that exceeded expectations. This undeniably instilled a sense of urgency in Qiusheng, who was concerned that Wen Kai might catch up to him. Even though Wen Kai was merely at the 8th-stream strengthening stage while Qiusheng had already reached the 6th-stream strengthening stage, the gap between their levels was still significant in a bid to stifle Wen Kai's progress. Qiusheng reluctantly sacrificed his precious illustrated book, allowing it to be inadvertently left in Wen Kai's room, leading to this evening's unexpected spectacle. Wen Kai's delightful moments. However, Wen Kai remained oblivious. He concealed himself in his chamber, observing the events concerning Lu Huangshu, while the entire righteous cemetery, including himself, was aware of it. Shan Mo's silent spiritual prowess had already approached the innate realm, merely a catalyst away from transcending to the divine soul of that level. Naturally, he could not overlook Qiusheng's subtle maneuvers. Nevertheless, Shin Mo did not take it to heart. Such antics resembled the act of slipping a special edition of a Playboy magazine under the door of classmates on the eve of an examination, aimed at sapping their resolve and energy, thereby enabling a covert advantage point. One could only say Qiusheng was clever, yet merely in a trivial manner. While such cunning might impede Wen Kai's cultivation progress, it ultimately could not withstand the true tides of destiny. Should Wen Kai awaken to this, it would instead sharpen his resolve, proving to be greatly beneficial to his training. As for the innocent child Jia Lu, his knowledge stemmed from the gifts he received from Qiusheng, and there were more than just a few. However, Jia Lu was honest and kind-hearted. Even though he diligently studied illustrated storybooks every night, it miraculously did not affect his cultivation pace. Rather, it invigorated his blood and spirit, making him bolder with each glance. The ability to treat illustrated storybooks as accelerators for cultivation was something Shun Mo held in high regard. In Dalin village, within the martial Saint Hall, Wang Badi was lost in a dream with Xiaomi, enjoying a tender moment, when suddenly he was jolted awake by a resounding thunderclap. Stunned, he scrambled out of bed and hurried to the window, flinging it open to gaze upwards. Dark clouds loomed, and thunder cracked ominously. Strikes of dark lightning descended like divine wrath. Faced with the tumultuous storm, Wang Badi felt a chill creep down his spine, engulfed by trepidation. Heavenly thunder signified heavenly might, its power resounding through the universe. As a practitioner, Wang Badi naturally understood the implications of this phenomenon. Who has angered the celestial might to summon such thunderous retribution? No, this is not heavenly thunder, but rather dark lightning. A master of great power is casting lightning spells. Wang Badi possessed a modicum of insight. Yet it was insufficient. He could not discern that this lightning was the 6-ding divine thunder, activated by the 6-ding 6-jia protective formation, specifically targeting malevolent spirits and those with nefarious intentions. The hired thugs sent by Gudai often bullied the weak and terrorized the village. This time, they had come at Gu Changshuo's behest, acting against the heavens and aiding wickedness, leaving them with no chance of survival against the 6-ding divine thunder. Without delay, Wang Badi donned his garments and kicked open the door to rouse his son, Wang Mingxing, who was sleeping like a log next door. Stop sleeping, get up and come with me. Ah, Dad, what's the matter? Is it raining outside? Shouldn't we have Hanbo do it? I want to sleep a bit more. Forget about the clothes, get up quickly. A master is casting lightning spells, and it seems to be coming from your Aunt Mi's direction. We must hurry over to check. What lightning spells? Aunt Mi, Xiu. Did Xiu's house get struck by lightning? Wang Mingxing sprang from his bed, eyes wide with alarm as he stared at Wang Badi. Dad, you can't be joking with me. Why would I joke with you? Get dressed quickly, grab your gear, and let's go. All right, I'll be quick. Moments later, Wang Badi, armed with 2 long knives and carrying 2 red tassel spears, charged out in a flurry. Wang Badi? Smack! He raised his hand to deliver another slap. I told you to prepare the gear for a mage. Why are you bringing knives and spears? Do you really think a martial artist's methods can stand against a cultivated mage? Go back and change it. Forget it. I'll take it myself. Wang Badi was genuinely exasperated. His son had enjoyed a smooth journey under his protection. Never having faced hardship or setbacks, he believed everything was within his control, far too idealistic, completely unaware of the perils of the martial world, let alone the treacheries of the spiritual realm. Perhaps it was time for him to learn the truth about the spiritual world. Clad in a Maoshan robe and equipped with various tools, Wang Badi led his son Wang Mingxing in a hurried rush toward Hu Xiuxiu's house, a lay disciple of Maoshan. Wang Badi was not qualified to possess a Maoshan talisman, and with his mere 4-flow cultivation, he had no right to wield it. All his tools had to be carried by hand. Upon reaching Hu Xiuxiu's doorstep, they sensed the oppressive aura of thunder in the air, mingled with the ominous scent of charred flesh. They exchanged glances, a heavy dread settling within them, fearing what they had anticipated. It was indeed true. Hu Xiuxiu's home had been struck by lightning. This was unexpected. Hu Xiuxiu and Shan Xiaomi were merely ordinary folk, a mother and daughter relying on each other, scraping by through small trades and needlework. Theoretically, they should not have invoked divine wrath or attracted the attention of a powerful practitioner capable of summoning dark lightning. What on earth was happening? Wang Badi felt anxious, staring at the familiar doorway that had often welcomed warmth, yet now hesitated to step inside. He was afraid. He feared that the powerful practitioner had not yet departed, and another bolt of thunder might strike down, leaving him, a mere 4-flow cultivator, with no chance of survival. Yet having arrived, he could not merely stand at the threshold. The notion that raising a child could prevent aging was far from Wang Mingxing's thoughts. Seeing his father dawdling, he recklessly dashed inside. Before Wang Badi could intervene, boom! A brilliant blue bolt of lightning struck a meter in front of Wang Mingxing, exploding with a deafening crack, sending shards of stone and dirt flying, leaving Wang Mingxing frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Wang Badi was equally horrified. Had that bolt of dark lightning struck his son, he would have lost his child. This made Wang Badi realize that the powerful practitioner was likely still present. Wang Badi immediately clasped his hands in respect, bowing as he inquired, Wang Badi, a lay disciple of Maoshan, greets the esteemed elder. May I ask why you are so enraged as to summon the might of thunder and cast dark lightning secrets? The only response to Wang Badi was the patter of wind. With no great figure appearing, Wang Badi, Wang Mingxing, yet neither dared to move, still shaken by the recent display of dark lightning. However, they were unaware that that bolt was merely the residual power of dark lightning in the air, activated by Wang Mingxing's approach while carrying 2 long knives and 2 red tassel spears. The fact that Wang Mingxing was not struck dead was a stroke of luck. His ancestors must have been watching over him. Of course, with the dissipating residual power, the scene was now devoid of danger. Yet the two remained outside, like timid lackeys, unwilling to advance. This was what ignorance looked like, truly frightening. Just as they were hesitating, a tall figure suddenly swept across the sky. Shinamo, Wang Daoyu, why are you standing at the door? Aren't you coming in? Chapter 45. Your embrace, inadvertently wounding a young heart. Wang Badi and Wang Mingxing turned towards the voice, only to see Shinamo gliding in on the wind, standing gracefully in mid-air, his tall figure reflecting the recently dispersed thunderclouds against the luminous full moon, resembling a celestial being, effortlessly descending to the mortal realm. Truly handsome. Smack! Wang Badi slapped himself, feeling the sting of his palm. Although his son Wang Mingxing was correct, he was indeed exceptionally handsome. Was it appropriate to express such sentiments openly before him? How impolite it would be if someone overheard. His son's lack of decorum was infuriating. It seemed imperative to instill in him the horrors of the spiritual world. Only by fostering a sense of fear could he learn to respect it. Wang Badi resolved this in an instant and quickly bowed in apology on behalf of his son. Please do not take offense, Daiyushen. My son is unrefined and has embarrassed himself before you. Shen Imo glanced at Wang Mingxing, who was clutching his head, looking extraordinarily aggrieved. Since the beginning of the martial competition, he had been subjected to his father's various head slaps. Although there had been playful ones before, they had merely been father-son antics, not taken seriously. However, the recent slaps, particularly those concerning Shanimo, had genuinely vexed Wang Mingxing. He expressed his thoughts candidly. Why was it wrong to speak the truth? If the other party found it displeasing, they need not listen. He was not begging for their attention. Why should he be punished for another's mood? He too wished to slap others' heads in return. Wang Mingxing's dissatisfaction was evident on his face. Shen Imo perceived his thoughts but remained indifferent. He was merely a naive youth, unaware of the depths of the world. Such individuals would inevitably face the harsh realities of life. Shen Imo felt no need to intervene, as the lessons learned would serve as opportunities for Wang Mingxing considered Qiushang, Wenkai, and Jialuo, and one could understand that earning a lesson from Shen Imo required a certain qualification. Wang Mingxing, however, lacked even the merit to be taught a lesson by Shen Imo. Shen Imo waved his hand dismissively at Wang Badi. It's no trouble. Wang Dayu has come to find the Hu family mother and daughter. So let us proceed together. Wait, Dayu Shun. Wang Badi quickly interjected. There is a powerful elder within, capable of wielding thunder. You must not disturb him. Shen Imo furrowed his brows, pondering the presence of another within, particularly one skilled in lightning techniques. What a coincidence! Hu Xiao had triggered the 6 Ding 6 Jia protective formation, summoning the 6 Ding divine thunder, and had inadvertently attracted a reclusive master adept at lightning. He was eager to observe. Perhaps he might gain new insights into secret techniques or extraordinary skills. However, when Shen Imo extended his spiritual perception to assess the situation inside, he only sensed Hu Xiao and her mother. Shun Xiaomi what was happening? Wang Badi was attempting to deceive others, and it was evident that he lacked the finesse for it. Shen Imo pondered briefly and soon discerned the reason behind the situation. It seemed that Wang Badi and his son had mistaken the 6 Ding and 6 Jia protective formation for the abilities of a transcendent master. In their eyes, a mage capable of wielding thunder must undoubtedly be a venerable figure. Realizing this, Shen Imo let out a hearty laugh and soared into Hu Xiao's residence, leaving Wang Badi and his son utterly speechless. Such grandeur, such elegance, fearless and undaunted. Wang Badi remarked, indeed, a scion of a noble family. Such tenacity. If only I had someone backing me, I too could be this formidable. Alas, I am merely a lay disciple of Mao Shan, without any support, and beneath the notice of those below me. Wang Mingxing concurred. A true man ought to be like this. The father and son exchanged glances and hastily followed suit. Upon entering the house, they were met with a scene of charred corpses strewn across the floor, clearly beyond the point of revival. A testament to the terrifying might of the Yin thunder. Wang Mingxing was anxious about the safety of his childhood friend Hu Xiao, while Wang Badi fretted over his first love, Shen Xiaomi. The two rushed into the room, only to find Shen Imo already ahead of them, offering comfort to Hu Xiao and her mother. Wang Badi and Wang Mingxing lamented, "We are too late. That esteemed elder has likely departed." They believed they had missed the opportunity to impress Hu Xiao and her mother, unaware that this was all part of Shun Mo's grand design. Without Shun Mo's 6 Ding and 6 Jia protective formation, Hu Xiao would have already become a wandering spirit. Yet, he remained low-key, refraining from elaborating or explaining. He was quite pleased with the potency of the 6 Ding divine thunder, though it had indeed frightened Hu Xiao, startling her to the point of incoherence. The term startled spirit refers to a person who, upon being frightened, experiences a disconnection of their soul, necessitating a summoning to restore their clarity of mind. A shaman without magical prowess often resorts to rudimentary methods to call back the soul, such as having a close relative hold a rooster, tied with a red string at an intersection, calling out the name of the relative, or jingling a bell while chanting the names of their kin at the doorstep. Whether these methods are effective is open to interpretation. However, Shun Imo, possessing the earth-shattering techniques of the Tao, needed merely a single phrase to summon the spirit back. Soul, return. The spirit of Hu Xiao, frightened and estranged from her body, was compelled to return. This display left Wang Badi, who stood behind Shinamo, utterly astonished. He too recognized that Hushioshio had been startled, her spirit incomplete, necessitating a call to restore her consciousness. He had even considered waking Xiaomi and setting up a ritual altar, instructing her to hug a rooster and call for the soul at the intersection. As long as they could call it back before dawn, there would be no major issues. Yet, Shinamo needed only a single utterance, and Hushioshio's spirit returned to her body of its own accord. Such a method, could it be the fabled extraordinary skill? Wang Badi was left speechless, his eyes brimming with envy. A lay disciple of Mao Shan, he practiced only the outer teachings, far removed from the inner secrets like those of Uncle Gio. Within the inner sanctum, there existed extraordinary skills, the secrets of secrets, accessible only to direct disciples of Mao Shan. And not everyone possessed the talent to master them. Even Lin Jiao had not acquired a single extraordinary skill, highlighting their rarity among practitioners. In contrast, Shinamo, despite his youth, not only possessed the cultivation of a fourth-tier pulse-nourishing realm, but also commanded an extraordinary skill. And he claims to be without sect or faction. I find that hard to believe. Your background is unfathomably deep, and your foundation immeasurably robust. If you are truly without sect or faction, then I, by contrast, must be an orphan. Wang Badi thought to himself, soon succumbing to envy once more. He recalled how Shinamo had arrived on the wind, the distance from the ancestral hall to Daling Township being 40 li. And Shinamo had covered it in such a brief span of time, indicating that he too employed an extraordinary skill. .2 Extraordinary skills. Wang Badi was so envious that his heart felt numb. This was the foundation of a hidden aristocratic family. One could not compare, one simply could not. With Hushioshio's spirit returning, she gradually regained her senses, but she had yet to fully process the shock from the sixth ding divine thunder. Feeling as if everything were a dream, in her dream, marauders had invaded her home, and after her mother was knocked unconscious, the bandits charged towards her, at the brink of life and death. Heaven sent thunder to strike down the marauders, saving her and her mother. Overcome by terror, she fainted, only to awaken to find Shinamo before her, his handsome and upright figure so close at hand. Almost instinctively, Hushioshio lunged forward, wrapping her slender, moon-like arms around Shinamo, burying her flowing hair into his broad chest, warm and fervent, bringing her an unparalleled sense of security. If it was a dream, then why should it not be a beautiful one? Hushioshio mused. Suddenly, the warm embrace, the soft touch, and the faint scent of youth filled the air, intoxicating her senses. Shinamo was taken aback by the unexpected embrace. Wang Badi stood there, dumbfounded. Wang Mingxing felt his heart shatter like sand. Shinamo quipped, Hushioshio, your embrace has inadvertently wounded a young man's heart. Chapter 46. A chance encounter with Shan Imo seals a lifetime of regret. Shioshio, I am right here. You have embraced the wrong person. Wang Mingxing, witnessing his childhood companion entwined with Shan Imo, felt as if a knife were scraping his heart. Without a second thought, he rushed forward to pull Shioshio away from Shan Mo's arms. Hushioshio, hearing Wang Mingxing's call, snapped back to reality. Feeling the warmth and fervor, along with an unfamiliar sense of safety, she realized she was not merely dreaming. She had truly thrown herself into Shan Mo's embrace, savoring a warmth she had only ever experienced in dreams. The thought of embracing Shinamo in front of Wang Mingxing and Uncle Badi made her cheeks flush crimson. Fortunately, her mother Xiaomi remained unconscious. Otherwise, she would be utterly mortified. Hushioshio quickly released Shinamo, lowering her head in shame and murmuring countless apologies. I'm sorry. I was so frightened. I thought I was dreaming. No. I thought. Hushioshio felt increasingly embarrassed, as if she had merely leapt into Shan Mo's arms as if it were a dream. Meanwhile, Wang Mingxing listened intently, his gaze towards Shinamo filled with apprehension and jealousy. He had grown up side by side with Hushioshio, yet they had never even held hands, while Shinamo had received her warm embrace. This felt more painful than death itself. Observing Hushioshio's bashful demeanor, Shinamo thought that this was the proper conduct expected of a woman in this era. While Ren Tingting was influenced by Western culture and held more liberated and self-centered views, Hushioshio embodied a more traditional modesty. As for his feelings toward Hushioshio, Shinamo harbored no particular sentiments. After all, She was merely an ordinary girl with a pure and lovely appearance, lacking the grace and skills of Ren Tingting's personal maidservants, Lvzaoer, Qiuxiang, and Xiahe. Shen Mo's visit served dual purposes: to assess the power of the Six Ding and Six Jia protective formation, and to satiate his curiosity about who sought to harm Hu Xiuxiu. With a strong inclination that it was someone from the Gu family. However, how could Gu possibly know that Hu Xiuxiu was the target for his son Gu Changxiu's borrowed vitality? There was undoubtedly a deeper scheme at play. Thus, in response to Hu Xiuxiu's feminine demeanor, Shen Imo merely smiled nonchalantly, responding lightly, "In the face of great peril, it is natural for people to become flustered. Miss Hu, there is no need to be so troubled." Wang Badi hastily interjected, shifting the conversation, fearing that if they continued discussing this, his daughter-in-law would be whisked away. If Shen Imo were to take Hu Xiuxiu away, he, as her father, would be utterly powerless. He could not contend with Shen Imo at all. His son, Wang Mingxing, was also no match for Shen I in terms of appearance, cultivation, strength, and background. Shen Imo completely overshadowed Wang Mingxing. Were it not for Shen Imo already being the favored son-in-law of the Ren family, the esteemed young ladies seeking to marry him would likely line up from the ancestral hall to the Daling Township shrine. Even so, many sought to wed Shen Imo, for in these times, it was quite common for men to have multiple wives. Indeed, Xiuxiu must have been terrified. "Xiuxiu, what has transpired? Why are there charred corpses scattered throughout the yard?" Hu Xiuxiu recounted the invasion of the marauders and the subsequent thunderous intervention. Wang Badi and Wang Mingxing were momentarily taken aback. How could marauders have ventured into Daling Township, and why would they specifically target her home? The arrival of the thunder was equally perplexing. It seemed as though a powerful being had come to protect Xiuxiu. From their perspective, it was akin to peering through a narrow tube, unable to grasp the full picture. Shen Imo, however, was fully aware of the situation. Marauders? Beyond the mountains and forests, there is indeed a band of marauders, yet they fear the reputation of Uncle Jiu and would never dare to offend the Ren family town. Moreover, these marauders do not rob the wealthy. They specifically invaded Hu Xiuxiu's home, causing no harm but attempting abduction. This hardly aligns with the behavior of marauders. It was almost certain that these marauders were henchmen of the Gu family, their objective being to capture Hu Xiuxiu for Gu Changxiu's borrowed vitality. Furthermore, Gu Da undoubtedly had a powerful figure guiding him. This was certainly not the lackey with the yin-yang eyes by Gu Changxiu's side. While he knew some Maoshan techniques, they were merely superficial and not applicable to Hu Xiuxiu. Who could it be? There is no need for speculation. A visit to the Gu residence will reveal the truth. This technique of borrowing yang is indeed a dark art. Since we have encountered it, we must take action, as it may yield further insights. Just as Wang Badi and his companions were deep in thought, pondering whom Hu Xiuxiu might have offended, Shen Imo was already preparing to depart. Wang Badi's eyes brightened. It seemed that Shen Imo possessed some knowledge, prompting him to inquire hastily, "Shen Daoyu, do you perhaps know the identity of the mastermind behind this?" Shen Imo glanced at Wang Badi. He had not intended to divulge this information, for their awareness was of little consequence to him. However, since Wang Badi asked, he saw no harm in sharing. On the day of the martial arts competition, I discerned through the art of bone reading and face reading that Miss Hu faced a life and death calamity, threatened by the dark arts that would borrow her yang and lead to her demise. Thus, I inscribed a protective array of 6 Ding and 6 Jia upon her to ensure her safety. I never anticipated that the adversary would still come to seek her out. Wang Dao, you should be aware that borrowing yang is a sinister practice. Since I have taken it upon myself to safeguard this region for Lin Daoyu, I cannot turn a blind eye to it. I wonder if Wang Daoyu would care to join me? Gasp! Upon hearing Shen Imo elucidate the matter, the gathered individuals, including the recently awakened Shen Xiaomi, were all taken aback. Although they had long heard of Shen Mo's talents in face reading and fortune-telling, witnessing it firsthand was truly astonishing. Shen Imo had already foreseen Hu Xiuxiu's life-threatening predicament and had laid down a formidable protective array to ensure her safety. Wang Badi was overwhelmed with a tidal wave of emotions as he reflected on what he knew: bone reading, geomancy, array formation, wind manipulation, spirit summoning. How many astonishing skills did Shen Imo possess? It was no wonder that when Lin Shixiang spoke of Shen Imo, his eyes were filled with reverence and envied. In that moment, Wang Badi could fully appreciate Lin Shixiang's sentiments. Hu Xiuxiu, realizing that she and her mother had been spared from capture solely due to Shen Mo's intervention, felt a rush of warmth and anticipation in her heart. This was not only an opportunity to repay a life-saving debt, but also a chance for her own happiness. However, in the presence of Wang Mingxing and his son, she ultimately refrained from expressing her innermost thoughts. She could only bow in gratitude alongside her mother, Shen Xiaomi, thanking Shen Mo for his life-saving grace. Wang Mingxing's jealousy was close to overflowing, but acknowledging that Shen Mo had indeed saved his Xiuxiu. He suppressed his envy and joined her in expressing gratitude. Shen Mo waved his hand dismissively, not taking their appreciation to heart. His actions were driven by a desire for enlightenment, personal cultivation, and to uphold the agreement of safeguarding Lin Jiuxing against evil. He had not considered the gratitude of Hu Xiuxiu and the others at all. As the saying goes, to destroy you, what concern is it of mine? I extend my hand to save you. What concern is it of yours? It was merely a scenic view on the path of my cultivation. I am but a carefree wanderer, playing amidst the world, observing the myriad of lives with a smile. Much like an immortal drifting among the clouds. However, Shen Mo was unaware that he had already left an indelible mark in Hu Xiuxiu's heart. She and Wang Mingxing were fated never to be together. If Shen Mo did not accept her, she would inevitably end up like Lu Wushuang, Qing Ying, Gong Sunlu, and Guo Xiang, regretting her entire life that a chance encounter with Shen Mo could lead to a lifetime of entanglement. How could it be merely a fleeting moment at Fengling Crossing? Chapter 47. Shen Mo exhibits courage after leaving Hu Xiuxiu's home. Shen Mo gathered a group and sped towards the lair of the fiends. Wang Badi and Wang Mingxing grew increasingly perplexed. Was this not the route to the Gu residence? Could it be that the impostor who masqueraded as a bandit to harm Xiuxiu was actually Gu De? The truth was indeed as they suspected. The hidden hand was none other than Gu De. In his desperate attempt to save his son, Gu Changxiu, Gu De had resorted to using Hu Xiuxiu's life to prolong his son's existence. This had already crossed the boundaries of taboo within the spiritual realm. What Shen Mo did not expect was that the master who assisted Gu De in locating Hu Xiuxiu was actually Master Bomi, the father of Bobo. Outside the Gu residence, Shen Mo sensed the presence of Bomi and Bobo. A first-grade Bodhisattva was aiding Gu Changxiu in borrowing yang. Had it not been for Bomi's intervention, Hu Xiuxiu would have undoubtedly met her demise. Di Changxiu had indeed chosen a fortuitous name, for he had encountered such extraordinary circumstances. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Shen Mo, and this attempt to borrow yang would surely end in failure. Ji De, waiting anxiously in his residence, grew increasingly impatient as dawn approached. Master Bomi, my useless subordinates have likely encountered an accident. What should we do now? Master Bomi's expression darkened as he calculated with his fingers, then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Gu residence. No need to worry, they have already arrived. No sooner had Bomi spoken than Shen Mo, Wang Badi, Wang Mingxing, Hu Xiuxiu, Shen Xiaomi, and a throng of disciples from the Martial Saint Hall burst in with great fervor. Upon seeing them, Gu Da's face turned pale, and he thought to himself, it's over. The situation has been exposed. Yet, looking at his son, who lay unconscious and in need of life-saving aid, he steeled himself and resolved to face the consequences. Master Bomi, as long as you save my son, I, Gu De, will mobilize my entire family to help you propagate the teachings of the esoteric Buddhism. You must do your utmost. Master Bomi nodded and turned his attention to Shen Mo and Wang Badi. To be frank, he did not regard Shen Mo and Wang Badi as significant threats. After all, their displayed strength was merely that of fourth-rate qi-nurturing cultivators. Although Shen Mo's soul was exceptionally powerful, it was still just a soul. In terms of combat strength, he could not compare to a first-grade bodhisattva, as long as Gu De was willing to assist him in propagating the teachings of esoteric Buddhism. Bomi was confident he could withstand the pressure from the two and help Gu Changxiu borrow yang. Regarding his daughter Bobo, once he subdued Shen Mo, he need not worry about whether Shen Mo would marry into his family. Even if Shen Mo refused, Gu Changxiu was still a worthy match. Surely, his daughter would understand his intentions. Lama Chin Nuo. Master Bomi chanted a mantra, and the golden skull staff in his hand emitted a resonant sound, shaking the hearts of Shen Mo and those standing behind Wang Badi. This display was meant to establish his authority. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of delight. This journey had indeed been fruitful, commencing with a resounding success. The mantra was not the focus. Rather, it was the sound waves produced by the golden skull staff in conjunction with his unique intonation that were crucial to this technique. You possess extraordinary insight, hearing the esoteric sounds and comprehending the Buddhist principles. Vajra mantra. The vibrations echoed, and the resonant sound waves emanated from Shun Mo's mouth. What tremendous Buddhist might you possess, Master Bomi? The sound waves clashed, causing Master Bomi's expression to stiffen as he secretly activated the protective dharma of esoteric Buddhism to counter the sound waves' force. Meanwhile, Bobo, Guda, and the Gu family servants and henchmen were not so fortunate. They turned pale, with some even coughing up hot blood. Bobo was utterly astonished. She recognized that the technique Shin Imo employed was the secret art of esoteric Buddhism, the Vajra mantra, which could only be learned by those in the third-grade Vajra realm. As a fifth-grade enforcer, no, she had fallen to the seventh-grade mage. She was not qualified to witness the Vajra mantra. However, being the daughter of a first-grade bodhisattva, she had seen many secret techniques that were not inferior to those of the Vajra or Arhat. Realizing that Shan Mo's mastery of the Vajra mantra must be connected to esoteric Buddhism, her curiosity about his background deepened. Master Bomi's sharp, eagle-like eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The Vajra mantra. How do you possess my esoteric Buddhism's secret techniques? Who exactly are you?" Shinamo did not respond to Bomi's inquiry. Instead, he sternly admonished him. "Master Bomi, did you not learn that the spiritual realm regards the practice of borrowing yang as a taboo? Your assistance to Guchangsho in borrowing yang is indeed inappropriate. I implore you to reconsider before it is too late." Bomi slightly lowered his head, remaining silent. He was well aware that the spiritual realm's stance on borrowing yang was not as lenient as that of esoteric Buddhism. Yet, he was also tasked with spreading the teachings of esoteric Buddhism, a mission assigned by his sect. Aware of the risks but compelled to proceed, he recognized that encountering resistance from the spiritual realm was to be expected. There were indeed solutions at hand. The only path forward was to engage in combat. The victor would be the one to make the choice. My young friend Shin, I am merely acting on behalf of others. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. If I do not enter hell, who will? It seemed that Master Bomi was resolutely determined to persist in his misguided course. Silence sought precisely this effect. Otherwise, he would not have emulated the procedural manner of Master Jio, employing eloquent rhetoric. Go put it plainly, he was merely providing Bomi with a means of retreat, laying the groundwork for the impending duel. The reason Shan Mo wished to engage with Master Bomi was solely to exploit the opportunity to extract some Vajrayana gold coins from him. He had previously collided with Bo outside the residence, resulting in the emergence of a Buddhist decree. Having just exchanged blows with Bomi, he had elicited the resounding sound of the Vajra mantra. If they were to engage in combat, there would undoubtedly be further insights to be gained. In his pursuit of strength, Shinamo had always been ardent and single-minded. Without waiting for Bomi to further argue, he decisively declared that if Master Bomi remained obstinate, they would settle it through action. Bomi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Why are you stealing my lines?" He had intended to propose a duel, with the victor prevailing and the vanquished retreating. However, Shunmo's proactive suggestion for a contest was truly unexpected. After all, on paper, Bomi undoubtedly held a significant advantage over Shunmo and Wangbadi. The odds of victory in this duel were heavily in Bomi's favor, and it should have been he who initiated the challenge. Shunmo should have leveraged the principles of the spirit illusion realm to compel him to withdraw, which would have been the most prudent choice. Yet, they were at odds and a fight broke out. Shunmo was undeniably courageous, perhaps even braver than their warriors from the western regions. This was intriguing. Bomi chuckled inwardly, wearing a satisfied expression. In that case, I shall experience Shan Shao Yu's prowess. In an instant, the radiant light of Buddha burst forth, accompanied by the ethereal sound of mantras, blinding those present and instilling a sense of dread with its commanding resonance. Wang Badi felt a sharp pain in his eyes, a buzzing in his ears, and a growing sense of unease. Wang Mingxing, Hu Xiuxiu, and others were reduced to tears, their eardrums aching, their consciousness blurring, nearly succumbing to dizziness. The first-grade Bodhisattva's protective Buddha light was truly formidable. In offense, it dazzled and captivated. In defense, it illuminated all beings. Indeed, a remarkable technique. Faced with the protective Buddha light emanating from Bomi, Shin-mo felt a surge of battle fervor, his blood boiling. He had long awaited this confrontation. Since taking over the vigil at the righteous abode from Master Ju, Shin-mo had fought on several occasions. But true, all-out battles were few and far between. Encounters with the banana spirit to the west of the village, the ascension of the Earth Fiend's lightning tribulation, and the resurrection of the Blood Clan had been resolved with minimal effort. Shin-mo had not even had the chance to relish the thrill of combat, as his opponents had succumbed before he could fully engage. This time, facing the first-grade bodhisattva, his spirit soared, eager to test his mettle. The Buddha light flickered, threatening to envelop Shin-mo entirely, compelling him to submit. In terms of brainwashing ability, the Vajrayana teachings were unparalleled. Shin-mo's brows arched in defiance, his eyes shining like the Milky Way, his aura erupting like a great sun. How could mere Buddha light dare compete with the brilliance of the blazing sun? The demon lord devours the sun. The energy coiling within him echoed the intent of the demon lord as it sent his garments billowing. His presence akin to a celestial phoenix illuminating the shadows. Not only did he not fear the blinding Buddha light, but he also consumed it, transforming it into nourishment for his cultivation. Simultaneously, those standing behind Shin-mo were liberated from the influence of the Buddha light. Regaining their senses, the demon lord could swallow the sun and moon. This mere Buddha light was inconsequential. With a ferocious roar, Shin-mo bit down hard, tearing away a significant portion of Bo-mi's protective Buddha light. Devouring it as a ravenous beast would, instantly, Bo-mi lost his connection to the protective light, wide-eyed in shock, his expression darkening. The hardships he endured to cultivate that protective Buddha light, the suffering he had borne to achieve today's success. And yet here was Shin-mo, snatching away a substantial portion of it without a second thought. To claim he felt no pain would be a lie, but what astonished him even more was Shin-mo's method. To devour another's cultivation was a path of the demonic. Where had this demonic fiend sprung from, to so brazenly tear apart his protective Buddha light? A monster. I should have realized you were no ordinary being. Yet, Bo-mi soon found himself perplexed. Shin-mo's aura radiated like the sun, pure and untainted, devoid of any malevolence, his essence carefree and unrestrained, resembling an otherworldly being. There was no trace of a demonic practitioner about him. Could it be that the demonic practitioners of the Central Plains were distinct from those of the Western regions, appearing even more virtuous than the righteous? Bo-mi immediately activated his Vajra True Chi. Employing the Vajrayana technique of the heavenly eye, a resplendent golden light filled his Buddhist gaze, like stars shining in the night sky. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, Shin-mo's cultivation could not hide. Demonic practitioner? No, there is not a trace of demonic energy. Instead, there is an essence of devouring heaven and earth. Is this the guardian deity known as the divine rat? Bo-mi's brows furrowed in uncertainty. Recalling a secret scripture he had once encountered, the Vajrayana Buddhist chronicle recorded that the son of King Vaisravana was accompanied by a guardian deity, known as the divine rat, a divine dog with mouse-like features, capable of devouring heaven and earth. Among its kin was a notable figure, the howling heavenly dog, also called the sun-eating god. What Shin-mo had just employed was a supreme technique inherited from the sun-eating god. This technique bore no relation to the Vajrayana, but led Bo-mi to mistakenly believe that Shin-mo had profound ties to their tradition. In a wonder, he understands the Vajra mantra. This young man shares a connection with our Buddha. Meanwhile, Shin-mo savored the taste of the protective Buddha light, finding it rather delightful, akin to a colorful candy stick sold for a mere dime, soft and sweet. Though still inferior to the brilliance of the sun, leaving a slight stickiness on his teeth, of course, devouring the protective Buddha light was not Shin-mo's intention. He merely sought to comprehend its essence. In the depths of his mind, a realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the protective Buddha light of the Buddhist faith. His extraordinary comprehension allowed him to absorb the protective Buddha light, leading to the revelation of the extraordinary technique of protective escape light. This technique, alongside the wood escape technique, complemented one another, embodying the essence of both rigidity and flexibility, encapsulating the cycles of spring and autumn. Although this technique did not belong to the 72 Earth Fiend techniques, it was nonetheless a top-tier skill among them. However, he had no intention of employing it against Bo-mi. The activation of this technique would create too much commotion. better suited for practice in a secluded place. As for Master Bomi, faced with the damage to his protective light, he dared not release the hard-earned Buddha light any further. He thrust his golden skull staff forcefully into the ground, penetrating a foot deep into the concrete. Witnessing such strength left Wang Badi and the others speechless. Shinamo was also taken aback. To drive a 100-pound staff a foot deep into concrete was a show of immense power. Observing Bomi's calm demeanor, it was clear that this was not his full strength. Shinamo promptly praised, "Master Bomi possesses remarkable strength." Before her father could speak, Bo chimed in, "This is the supreme guardian technique of the Vajrayana. The dragon and elephant prajna skill. Each layer embodies the strength of a dragon and an elephant. My father is a martial genius of the Golden Vajra Temple, rare talent in a century." Advancing rapidly to the 9th layer of the dragon and elephant prajna skill, wielding the strength of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Bomi's expression darkened, inwardly cursing. Why must you reveal all of your father's secrets to the opponent? Yet, perhaps this is beneficial, showcasing our strength to make Shinamo reconsider. However, Shinamo remained unfazed, even finding it amusing. 9 dragons and 9 elephants? The imagery of gilded Buddha statues. Bomi's recent strike represented the strength of 9 bulls, which equated to 3 elephants. If he truly possessed the strength of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, that would imply a colossal force of 99 elephants. Yet, based on his recent performance, it was evident that his strength could not reach such a level. Otherwise, he would have demonstrated a terrifying level of power, possessing 99 elephants while only showcasing the strength of 3. It was akin to holding back a vast reservoir of energy, allowing only a few drops to escape. Such precision and control was remarkable. Even Shinamo, having mastered the transformation of energy, could not guarantee success. It seemed only those who achieved the mastery of energy could exhibit such delicate control. Moreover, it was clear that Bomi was not at that level. This led Shinamo to infer that the dragon and elephant prajna skill was somewhat misrepresented. Speaking of this guardian technique, Shinamo recalled the Golden Wheel Dharma King. Could it be that the Golden Wheel Dharma King was their ancestral master? What merit could there be in boasting about merely 9 layers of the dragon and elephant prajna skill? The Golden Wheel Dharma King's 10th layer dragon and elephant prajna skill had been subjected to severe scrutiny upon arriving in the Central Plains. Throughout his numerous battles, he had been left utterly frustrated, ultimately falling victim to Yanggua's devastating strike, the soul-despairing palm. This indicated that the so-called strength of the dragon and elephant prajna skill contained considerable exaggeration. If they claimed to wield the power of dragons and elephants, then surely a confrontation would reveal the truth. Shinamo, possessing the supreme body refinement technique of the dragon and tiger thunder prison, wielded genuine strength. Upon reaching the 1st layer, he commanded the power of 9 dragons and 9 tigers, and upon perfecting the 2nd layer, he could manifest the form of a dragon and tiger. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, he could attain the divine powers of the dragon and tiger. His strength was authentic, devoid of any embellishment. During this period, he had refined himself with the initial 9 thunder, enhancing his strength from the initial power of 7 tigers to 9 tigers, poised for a qualitative transformation into the power of 1 dragon. 9 tigers equate to 1 dragon. True 9 tiger power versus the false 9 dragon and 9 elephant power. The true strength would soon reveal itself in a clash. With that in mind, Shinamo decided to experience the guardian technique of the Vajrayana firsthand. He immediately advanced, refusing to retreat, and charged directly at Bomi. Boom! The thunder roared as Shinamo charged towards Bomi like an arrow released from its bow. Bomi was taken aback, never expecting that Shinamo, fully aware of the formidable power of his 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique at the 9th level, would dare to compete with him in strength. Truly, a man of remarkable courage. His daughter, Bo, had indeed chosen a man of exceptional valor. It was time for him to experience the formidable power of the Vajrayana's guardian deity techniques. To understand the vastness of the world, and that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Boom! Crack! In an instant, Shinamo and Bomi had exchanged a flurry of blows, each strike resonating with raw power. Their fists colliding and generating fierce gusts of wind that forced Wang Badi and the others to retreat, too intimidated to approach. In such a terrifying contest of strength, a mere graze would lead to either death or injury. Wang Badi watched in growing alarm, wondering if this was the disparity between a direct disciple and a layman. It was akin to the difference between a mayfly and a giant rock. Bo Mi was equally astonished, not only by Shen Mo's tremendous strength, but also by his mastery of that strength. He prided himself on the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Yet in combat, Shen Mo's might was not at all inferior to his own. Initially, Bo Mi had assumed that Shen Mo had also cultivated a body-refining technique, which afforded him such strength. However, after exchanging several blows, he was shocked to discover that Shen Mo's raw power was indeed weaker than his own. Nevertheless, Shen Mo's skill in applying that strength was beyond his comprehension, having reached a profound level where he could effortlessly manipulate it. Bo Mi unleashed a full-force strike. Despite landing a hit on Shen Mo, much of his power was diffused by Shen Mo's technique, redirected into the ground, leaving the concrete floor riddled with spiderweb cracks. Such a method of dissipating another's strength was simply unfathomable. This young man continues to amaze me, Bo Mi mused. Shen Mo, too, was taken aback by Bo Mi's prowess. The so-called 9 dragons and 9 elephants was indeed an exaggeration, but it was not without merit. According to Shen Mo's assessment, Bo Mi's strength was perhaps equivalent to that of 2 dragons and 6 elephants, far superior to his own 9 tigers' might. Were it not for Shen Mo's mastery in dissipating strength, he would have stood no chance against Bo Mi in a straightforward contest of power. Yet, this was precisely what made the battle exhilarating. After exchanging a series of blows, Shen Mo not only did not falter but grew increasingly emboldened. Utilizing Bo Mi's overwhelming strength to push the limits of his own potential, striving to break through the bottleneck of his 9 tigers transforming into dragons technique, boom. The 13 thunderous orifices within his body erupted under the immense pressure of the dragon-elephant power, unleashing a torrent of refining thunder at an extraordinary speed, continuously honing his physique and gradually transforming the strength he had reached a bottleneck in. Boom. Bo Mi delivered another earth-shattering punch, its force akin to a collapsing mountain, seemingly capable of crushing all living beings. Shen Mo's eyes sparkled with starlight. Unafraid and instead exhilarated, he roared with delight. "Come at me!" His punch shot forth like a dragon, meeting the mountain-like strike head-on, channeling all his strength into it. The terrifying force surged along his fist, through his arms, body, and legs, down to his feet, his muscles bulging as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin, his blood surging, causing his skin to flush like a hot iron. Boom! In an instant, a 2-meter deep pit formed around Shen Mo. The debris beneath his feet reduced to powder, clouds of dust billowing upward. Crack! His bones trembled. As if reborn in the face of death, 9 tigers transforming into dragons. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the air. In the midst of the dust, Shen Mo felt the inexhaustible strength surging within him. Along with the vibrant life emanating from the thunderous orifices, a wave of exhilarating freedom compelled him to let out a long, joyous howl. Ha ha ha! His wild laughter resonated throughout the Gu residence. Bo Mi's brows knitted tightly, his expression complex as he stared at that towering figure amidst the dust. Could he have been struck senseless? Wang Badi, Gu Da, Wang Mingxing, and the others felt their scalps tingle, their hearts quaking. Astonished that after being struck down into a 3-meter deep pit by Bo Mi's terrifying might, Shen Mo not only survived but laughed with abandon. What an audacious display of dominance! Bo and Hu Xiaoxiao were filled with worry. Their delicate fists clenched, their bodies trembling, fearing for Shen Mo's safety. Just as the crowd's expressions varied, a figure suddenly burst forth from the dust, charging directly at Bo Mi. This young man is truly unparalleled in bravery. Bo Mi thought. Chapter 49. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of the Buddha? With a punch that surged like a dragon and thundered with the speed of lightning, Shen Mo launched his strike. Swift and unstoppable, Bo Mi's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed the formidable aura imbued with the power of thunder. Leaving no room for negligence, he immediately summoned the dragon-elephant power to counter. Boom! Their fists collided. Bo Mi felt an overwhelming force, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, surging into his body, as if thunder itself were tearing through him. Yet Shen Mo merely spun in midair a few times, effortlessly dissipating Bo Mi's dragon-elephant strength. How is this possible? Bo Mi realized that Shen Mo's power had not only significantly increased but also carried an essence of thunder, surging forcefully into his being. Had it not been for his rigorous training in the dragon-elephant technique that had rendered his body exceptionally resilient, that punch might have left him seriously injured and unconscious. If he could not dissipate this torrent of strength infused with the essence of thunder, he would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences afterward. And no longer daring to underestimate Shinamo, Bomi quickly activated his own internal energy, silently neutralizing the raging force within him. At that moment, Bomi couldn't help but envy Shan Mo's mastery of strength application. Had he possessed such skill, this strike would have been far less taxing. Little did he know that Shun Mo's technique was the true essence of strength manipulation, while their techniques merely relied on borrowed power. As he pondered, Bomi began to reflect on Shun Mo's methods of strength application. As a first-grade bodhisattva, who had cultivated the Vajrayana's dragon-elephant technique to the 9th level, Bomi's martial arts talent and foundational strength were evident. In this exchange with Shinamo, not only did Shinamo undergo rapid transformation in battle, but Bomi also gained insights, looking at Shinamo with admiration. Shindaoyu, I am but an unworthy monk. May I ask what method you employ for this strength manipulation? Transforming strength. Bomi fell deep into thought, replaying the various changes he had experienced during their combat, as if witnessing fleeting moments of clarity. It was as though the fog had lifted, revealing the true mountain beyond. So that after the dark strength comes the transforming strength. Today, I have finally grasped the essence of transforming strength. Bomi lifted his right leg and slammed it down, causing the concrete beneath to crack like a spider's web, the sound echoing incessantly. I have entered the realm of transforming strength. Shun Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a sense of awe. Truly, a martial arts prodigy not seen in a century at the Diamond Monastery, and he has grasped the essence of transforming strength. It appeared that progress was mutual. As Bomi had also advanced in his understanding, the two exchanged smiles, sharing a sense of camaraderie as if lamenting the late discovery of their potential. Shall we continue? Indeed, boom. Shinamo and Bomi became two fleeting shadows. Crashing into each other once more, the vast Gu residence reverberated with the sound of thunderous clashes, startling everyone into retreat, too fearful to approach. Wang Badi remarked, "This is no longer a contest of interests. It is a sparring match between geniuses." Wang Mingxing questioned his father, "Dad, can I become as strong as Shinamo?" Wang Badi cast a glance at his son, "Perhaps in your next life." In this lifetime, such a feat seemed impossible. It was not merely a matter of inheritance. Wang Badi recognized that both Shinamo and Bomi possessed extraordinary martial talent and foundational strength, both growing stronger in battle, akin to monstrous geniuses. There was no comparison. It was simply unattainable. Bo and Hu Xiuxiu watched as the two men exchanged powerful blows, growing increasingly fierce, with no sign of backing down. The two women felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for Shun Mo's safety, especially Bo, who was equally concerned for her father's well-being. They were like ants on a hot pan, unable to contain their impatience. Meanwhile, Guda silently prayed for Bomi to defeat Shinamo swiftly, all the while lamenting the devastation wrought upon his home. While they fought, the damage to the residence was inevitable, and this was merely a contest between a first-grade bodhisattva and a fourth-tier body-refining practitioner. Had they been at the master or grandmaster level, the devastation would have been even greater. In the blink of an eye, 100 exchanges had passed. Shinmo's control of the dragon's strength had become increasingly refined, reaching a level where his power could be unleashed at will, and even the dragon's strength posed no threat to Bomi's 2 dragons and 6 elephants. Bomi's mastery of transforming strength was also visibly enhanced. Though he had yet to reach a level where not a feather could be added or a fly could land, he had already grasped the nuances of harnessing and transforming strength. Feeling that he had comprehended enough, Shinamo executed a sweeping kick, creating distance between himself and Bomi. Bomi was momentarily taken aback, assuming Shinamo intended to concede, only to see Shinamo pull out a massive sword. The Qixia sword, from his waist. Bomi's expression hardened. What a bold young man, he thought, as he swiftly drew his golden skull staff. The two exchanged knowing smiles once more and became streaks of shadow. Engaged in fierce combat, Diamond Demon subduing staff technique, Xian Tai sword technique. In an instant, the shadows of the staff loomed large, and a fierce wind howled, infused with the essence of the indomitable Vajra vanquishing demons. The Vajra glared with fury, exuding a fearsome power. The colossal red mist sword, seemingly weightless, danced effortlessly in tandem with the staff, exhibiting a masterful control that hinted at a thunderous speed. Its blade shimmered with brilliance. Reminiscent of a thunderclap, Bomi could not help but marvel at Shenemo, truly a prodigy of martial arts. Not only had he grasped the intricate principles of energy transformation, but his prowess in swordsmanship was equally formidable. A mere sword was wielded by him with such extraordinary finesse. His Vajra vanquishing staff technique was immensely powerful, yet it could not touch Shinemo in the slightest. Instead, he found himself being led by the nose. This lad, could it be that he regards me as a mere sparring partner? Such insolence. Just as Master Bomi found himself both amused and vexed, he became distracted, leaving his defenses wide open, and was struck in the chest by Shenmo's sword, aimed precisely at his heart's meridian. What appeared to be a casual thrust concealed terrifying force, sending Bomi staggering back several meters. Barely dissipating the impact, Shinemo stood poised with his sword, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to an ethereal swordsman. Master Bomi shook his head, not conceding defeat, but instead forming a madra of esoteric Buddhism. Great Vajra wheel seal, OM. As Shinemo gazed in astonishment, a golden flame enveloped Bomi, dazzling and resplendent, before it retracted into a magnificent golden Vajra. The indomitable Vajra technique. A divine skill accessible only to those who have attained the third tier of the Vajra realm, transforming one's skin and blood into gold, imbuing one's essence with the indomitable spirit of the Vajra, offering formidable defense against malevolent spirits. Shenmo's recent thrust had indeed ignited Bomi's true spirit. Alas, Bomi's mastery of weaponry paled in comparison to Shenmo's. The recent skirmish had left him feeling stifled. Hence, he promptly invoked his esoteric powers to regain his dignity. Shinemo, unperturbed, sheathed the colossal red mist sword. A smile creeping at the corners of his mouth in a display of might. Shinemo, the demon lord who swallows the sun, had comprehended the ethereal would escape technique, in a contest of strength. Shinmo's 9 tigers transforming into dragons had ascended to new heights in a duel of blades. Shinmo's swordplay had advanced, rendering the red mist sword increasingly menacing. Now, they were set to compete in divine techniques. A new revelation surged within Shenmo's mind. The indomitable Vajra, impervious to blades and bullets, impervious to fire and water, unyielding and invincible, signifying invincibility. Your exceptional comprehension of the indomitable Vajra technique has led you to grasp a remarkable skill, the indestructible Vajra technique. This technique harmonizes with the eternal pine technique, and you have attained the eternal Vajra skill, extending your lifespan from 130 years to 200 years. You have acquired a special constitution, the ageless visage. Just as Master Bomi unveiled the indomitable Vajra technique, anticipating Shinemo to showcase his extraordinary skills for another round, Shenmo's entire being shimmered with radiant golden light, distinguishable by a hint of green within. Resilient and eternally youthful in the next breath, the golden light receded, revealing a figure more resplendent than Bomi's Vajra, adorned with a fiery red Buddhist wheel crowned with the mark of the eternal pine. Embodying the essence of agelessness and invincibility, Bomi exclaimed, Lama Chien Nua. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the Buddha? Chapter 50. Bald donkey, do not speak recklessly. The reincarnation of the Buddha? No, no, no. I merely possess an extraordinary comprehension. Shinemo mused inwardly, recognizing the disdainful attitude towards Buddhism. Either you share a karmic bond with the Buddha, or you are the Buddha's reincarnation. In essence, it is an attempt to compel you to convert to Buddhism, to serve as a bodhisattva or a Vajra under my Buddha's domain. Countless righteous luminaries and nefarious titans have succumbed to the allure of Buddhism, relinquishing their worldly pursuits for a life of piety and seclusion. If it were only that, each person has their own choice. However, life is often unkind to the impoverished, and Buddhism tends to favor the affluent. Those who can claim a bond with the Buddha or assert they are the Buddha's reincarnation are invariably exceptional individuals, distinguished among their peers. Shinemo's journey through trials and tribulations was solely in pursuit of eternal freedom, to roam the world unfettered. Yet Bomi sought to draw him into the fold of Buddhism. to abandon worldly affairs for the tranquil light of the ancient Buddha, to renounce all. What is this? An attempt to destroy one's path. Shinamo naturally bore no favorable disposition. Bald donkey, do not speak recklessly. Take this punch. The ageless Vajra technique, infused with the wrath of the Vajra, surged toward Bomi like a thunderous onslaught, a tempest of energy swirling around, howling winds accompanying its force. At this moment, Bomi was preoccupied with dissipating the rampant dark energy within his body using the indomitable Vajra technique. He was utterly unprepared to withstand Shinamo's fierce punch. He silently lamented, bewildered as to why Shinamo had suddenly exploded in rage. Was it merely a jest? To suggest he might be the reincarnation of the Buddha? In the Western regions, such a claim would be regarded as the utmost honor. A staggering power with an infinite future. Why then, in Shinmo's case, did it incite anger rather than admiration, prompting him to retaliate? The Central Plains' understanding of the esoteric teachings was indeed difficult to grasp and accept. Bomi felt that his mission to spread the teachings in the Central Plains had become exceedingly arduous. Lost in thought, Shunmo's gilded fist closed the distance, and Bomi, suppressing the dark energy within, activated the indomitable Vajra technique to counter, their fists colliding with a resounding clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed throughout the Gu residence, creating ripples of energy that reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. Causing their hearts to tremble, Shunmo's expression remained calm, an inexhaustible force flowing from him. Bomi's face darkened, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Shunmo's Vajra technique was evidently superior to his own. The very presence of the fiery red Buddhist wheel behind Shinamo attested to this. Bomi's Vajra had failed to coalesce into a wheel, while Shinmo's not only manifested the wheel but also embodied the essence of the eternal pine. An extraordinary phenomenon. Shin Dao friend, do not strike again. This poor monk concedes. He had come to fulfill a promise entrusted by another, and there was no need to risk his life over this. Moreover, Shinamo was the one who had shattered his daughter Bo's defenses. He could not afford to engage in a deeper conflict, lest it affect her future prospects. Lama Chien Nua, Master Bomi clasped his hands together, reciting a chant as his radiant golden form suddenly dissipated, returning to normal. Upon witnessing this, Shinamo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for he had just grasped the ageless Vajra technique and had yet to refine it to perfection. Without Bomi as a worthy sparring partner, who knew how long it would take to find another of such caliber? Master, I believe you still possess strength. Shall we not engage in another bout? Master Bomi's lips twitched, a chill running down his spine, realizing this young man was indeed exceptionally brave and fiercely combative. His daughter Bo. Alas, such is fate. Young friend Shun, do not jest with this poor monk. Your divine skill is unparalleled, a prodigy of a century, and I, having faced numerous adversaries in the western regions, have never encountered one as remarkably bold as you, I must humbly concede. Seeing that Bomi was resolute in his refusal to continue the fight, Shinamo had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw his ageless Vajra technique, though he added, since it is so, let us engage in further exchanges when time allows. Master Bomi's heart pounded, and he found himself at a loss for words, yet could only respond with a forced smile. As you wish, young friend. Though he spoke thus, Master Bomi intended to use the excuse of recuperation to rest for a year or so. On one hand, the dark energy left within him was too overpowering. He needed time to refine and nurture his muscles, bones, and internal organs. As the saying goes, injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. And internal injuries are even more critical, risking life and future paths. He could not afford to be negligent. On the other hand, losing face in the duel was not worth boasting about. He truly did not wish to serve as a mere sparring partner again. Furthermore, he had gleaned insights into the intricacies of energy transformation during the recent battle and needed to delve deeper into that understanding. For the time being, he had no desire to engage Shinamo again. Shinamo, meanwhile, reflected on the gains from this encounter. The indomitable Vajra sound, ethereal would escape technique, the power of the dragon, the ageless Vajra technique, and the exhilarating thrill of combat had indeed brought him immense benefit. He had gained a more profound understanding of his combat capabilities. With a cultivation level nearing the innate realm, His spiritual strength far surpassed that of a first-tier, nearly innate physique. Previously, Shin'emo had roamed unchallenged beneath the Grand Masters. Now, he still did, but he exhibited an overwhelming dominance over those beneath that level. Yet, relying solely on the demon lord who swallows the sun for cultivation was proving to be somewhat slow. It seems I must devise a method to accelerate my cultivation speed. If this sentiment reached the ears of Jushu, Simu, or Bomi, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. They had expended countless resources and time to ascend from the 4 streams and 4th tier to the 1st tier Zhoutian and 1st tier Bodhisattva. Shin'emo had spent but a short time in his training. In terms of speed, he had already surpassed normal expectations. Yet, there were those who still deemed his progress slow, truly a manifestation of insatiable desire. It can only be said that the human heart, with its insatiable cravings, can never be satisfied. As the curtain fell on this bout, the fate of Gu Changsho seemed sealed. Without Master Bomi's assistance, Guda's hopes of extending his son Gu Changsho's life had become a mere fantasy. Just as everyone believed this matter concluded and Guda should prepare for his son's funeral, Guda approached Shin'emo, kneeling before him, repeatedly bowing in a desperate plea for help to save his son. Shin'emo shook his head and said, "Borrowing life is a forbidden practice. You cannot sacrifice Hu Xiuxiu's life to extend your son's. Who shall advocate for Hu Xiuxiu, such as heaven's will? May you find solace in your loss." Jida understood his son's tumultuous fate, but could not bear the thought of burying his own child. "Master Shun, I know this is wrong, but what can I do? How can a father bear to watch his son die? I shall no longer bring harm to Xiuxiu. I would willingly exchange my life for that of my son. I beseech you, I bow before you." Thud. Guda's head struck heavily against the concrete floor, producing a dull sound. Master Bomi clasped his hands together, reciting a chant, his eyes closed in feigned slumber, evidently unwilling to further engage in this matter. Although others could empathize with Guda's desperate plea to save his child, they found themselves powerless to assist. Indeed, only Shin'emo could aid Guda in rescuing his son. Shin'emo, employing his skill in bone reading and face reading, discerned that Guda had 20 years of life remaining. This longevity was inscribed in the Book of Life and Death, representing an official figure. Naturally, this figure could fluctuate. Should an accident occur or actions be taken that shorten one's lifespan, it would be duly diminished, a process referred to as shortening life. Conversely, acts of kindness, successful cultivation, or fortuitous encounters could extend one's lifespan. For example, practitioners often possess lifespans that greatly exceed those of ordinary individuals. Should one be fortunate enough to consume elixirs or spiritual substances that enhance longevity, their lifespan could also be increased. Jida's desire to sacrifice his own life to save his son was not entirely taboo. For the bond between parent and child is profound and blood runs thicker than water. Even though such an act would disturb the natural order, the realm of spirits and illusions would turn a blind eye, allowing it to pass unchallenged. For Shin'emo, it was a simple matter. The remarkable technique he had recently grasped, the art of transferring life essence, was precisely the method to sever another's lifespan in order to prolong life. Having only recently comprehended this technique, he had yet to test its intricacies, but he could certainly use Guda and Gu Changsho as subjects for experimentation. However, mere experimentation was insufficient to compel Shin'emo to act. Observing that Shin'emo neither assented nor declined, Guda once again fell to his knees in supplication. "I am willing to relinquish all of the Gu family's assets to the master. I would offer all my savings to construct a temple and erect a statue in honor of the master, to serve and worship with incense. I am willing." "Enough." Shin'emo raised his hand, silencing Guda. He was not yet dead, and there was no need for a temple or statue. However, Shin'emo had heard that Guda and Huang Baiwan were obstacles in Renfa's quest to become the wealthiest man in Renjia town. The enterprises under Guda's command encompassed hotels, medicinal herbs, and textiles, with the medicinal herbs conveniently aiding Shin'emo in gathering spiritual materials and medicines, which, once refined into elixirs, would rapidly elevate his current cultivation, assisting him in swiftly breaking through to the next realm of channeling. Given the potential benefits and the advantage to his cultivation, it would be worthwhile to intervene just a little. "Follow me," he instructed. Jida, overjoyed, quickly kowtowed 3 more times and hastened to follow Shin'emo into the inner chamber. When the two emerged once more, The worry etched upon Gu Da's face had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of utmost reverence towards Shun Imo, as if he were a divine being. Ida understood that his son was saved. Moreover, he himself would not have to perish. Master Shun, truly deserving of the title, possesses extraordinary methods. Chapter 51. Renefe, I am quite familiar with this. Shun Mo's arrangement was, in essence, rather straightforward. He intended to utilize the art of life essence transfer to extend Gu Changsho's life through Gu Da's remaining lifespan. However, Shun Imo only severed 10 years from Gu Da's lifespan, granting Gu Changsho an additional 10 years to live. This meant that Gu Da would not perish immediately, and Gu Changsho would be spared. Additionally, Shun Imo informed Gu Da that should he engage in virtuous deeds and nurture his years, the 10 years of lifespan would be replenished. In simple terms, it was a matter of exchanging in virtue for longevity. This would be unfeasible for an ordinary person, but Gu Da and Gu Changsho, having survived this calamity and with the art of life essence transfer at play, were no longer subjects of the mundane realm, rendering this method viable. Upon learning that they could increase their lifespan through good deeds, Gu Da and the awakened Gu Changsho pledged to turn over a new leaf, vowing to wholeheartedly work for the benefit of Rinjia Town from that day forth. Once notorious for their malice, Gu Da and Gu Changsho were set to transform into renowned benefactors of Rinjia Town. Truly, fate has a peculiar way of taking turns, and of course, as the father and son of the Gu family embraced boundless love and selfless dedication, they pounded their chests and swore to follow Shun Mo's lead, offering their utmost service. Regarding the medicinal herbs, Gu Da assured that he would procure all the various herbs required by Shun Imo in the shortest time possible, even if each one was exceedingly rare and valuable. As for the other enterprises of the Gu family, Shun Imo did not demand their relinquishment. Instead, he allowed Gu Da to continue managing them. For they were the fruits of decades of labor, it was wiser to leave them undisturbed. Furthermore, it served as a subtle reminder to Renefe, who viewed Gu Da as a formidable adversary. To Shun Imo, Gu Da was merely a tool for gathering resources for his cultivation. Speaking of the art of life essence transfer, after employing it on Gu Da and Gu Changsho, Shun Imo gained a deeper understanding of this remarkable technique. The art of life essence transfer likens a person's lifespan to a tree. By merging and grafting, one life diminishes while another flourishes. The technique bears records of its principles. Should an evil cultivator with a fate aligned with the time of the pig commit this technique? By merging with 49 others, they could evolve into a demon, attaining a lifespan of 1,000 years. 9 Uncle had once mentioned an extraordinary practitioner of the occult arts who practiced the art of life essence transfer, abstaining from killing and relying on the act of releasing life to store longevity. It was said that he had lived for over 200 years. Of course, this method of extending life has considerable drawbacks. One must remain chaste, and any act of killing or being forced to kill would result in a reduction of lifespan. For instance, crushing a pile of turtle eggs could lead to instant demise. Such a cautious approach to longevity was something Shun Imo held in disdain. Thus, it can be said that extraordinary techniques are not inherently righteous or wicked. It ultimately depends on who is wielding them. Should an evil practitioner employ this method to harm 49 others, they would become a demon. Shun Imo, on the other hand, utilized this method to create 2 benevolent figures for the public good while simultaneously enlisting 2 loyal aides to assist him in gathering resources for cultivation. Let it not be thought that the term aides carries a derogatory connotation. In this era, being a powerful figure's aide is an immense honor. The calamity of the Gu family can indeed be described as a situation where all parties emerged joyful. Shun Imo reaped both fame and fortune, becoming the greatest beneficiary. Not only did he comprehend numerous extraordinary techniques and divine skills, but he also acquired the Gu family's loyal aides, freeing him from worries regarding cultivation resources. It is likely that he would soon break through to the 4th tier of channeling, the 3rd tier of extraordinary meridians, the 2nd tier of Ran and Du, and step into the 1st tier of the circulatory system. These realms are all about accumulating internal energy, nurturing, and impacting the meridians and acupoints to achieve the state of energy circulating throughout the system. Provided that he had sufficient elixirs, with Shun Mo's mental fortitude and physical prowess, he could indeed achieve rapid breakthroughs in a short time. The records within the ageless pine cultivation method detail numerous elixirs for nurturing and enhancing internal energy, some requiring spiritual herbs or materials, while others could be ordinary medicinal substances, albeit with lesser efficacy. The Gu family's medicinal herb business thrived, enabling them to procure both ordinary medicines and some spiritual materials required for cultivation. After all, the fifth tier of internal strengthening requires substantial medicinal supplementation, and such medicines are primarily composed of spiritual herbs and materials. Selling spiritual and ordinary medicines to martial artists is a significant source of revenue for the merchants. Shenmo's acquisition of the Gu family's resources was a stroke of genius. This strategic move also benefited Master Bamai.ge to promise to construct a temple and erect a statue for the esoteric sect on Lingyi Mountain outside Renjia town, aiding in the promotion of its teachings. The underlying logic remained the pursuit of virtue to increase one's lifespan, both for himself and his son. However, for Master Bomi, this was indeed a fortuitous development, as he would not have to return to the western regions empty-handed. Shinamo also unexpectedly noticed the glances exchanged between Bomi's daughter, Bobo, and Hu Xiao, as if they were almost entranced. Hu Xiao's adoration for him was understandable, as he had indeed saved her life through his plans. It was reminiscent of the heroic tales where the hero saves the maiden, leading to a bond of gratitude. However, Shinamo felt no romantic inclination towards Hu Xiao, despite her beauty and admirable figure. The primary reason being her lack of cultivation aptitude. Her beauty was merely fleeting, destined not to endure. Moreover, Shenmo's current social circle was far beyond Hu Xiao's reach, a tragic fate. Indeed, it was bound to lead nowhere. Perhaps Hu Xiao should consider Wang Mingxing instead. Although Wang Mingxing was far inferior to Shinamo, he could still be a suitable match for her. But Bobo's gaze towards Shinamo was utterly captivating. What was going on? Shinamo had merely collided with Bobo at the entrance of the Ren mansion. It was akin to encountering a beautiful girl while buying lemonade at a store in his past life, only for her to profess her undying love for him. Is this reasonable? Shouldn't women of this era be more reserved? What? Bobo was from the western regions. She had a character that embraced love fiercely. Moreover, Master Bomi had mentioned that Bobo's guard had been lowered, her spiritual strength diminished, making it increasingly difficult for her to progress in her esoteric cultivation. Shin-Emo began to understand. Bobo must have been influenced by the vibrant world of the Central Plains upon her arrival. Her defenses dulled, and their fortuitous meeting had shattered her reservations. Shin-Emo mused. What a cursed charm I possess. Even stepping outside leads to a romantic entanglement. Observing the dynamic between Bomi and Bobo, it was clear they expected Shin-Emo to take responsibility for this. Shinamo felt as though he had acquired the ability to read minds, faintly hearing Master Bomi's thoughts. You've broken Bobo's guard and even struck her father. If you do not take responsibility, my Vajra temple will not let this matter rest. Indeed, it is quite comprehensible. Master Bomi is poised to establish a temple and erect a statue in Renjia town. As an outsider seeking to propagate the teachings here, particularly those of esoteric Buddhism, there are numerous tenets that clash with the cultural norms of the Central Plains, necessitating adaptations or even the complete abandonment of certain doctrines. For esoteric Buddhism to take root in the Central Plains, it is imperative that it undergoes a process of localization. Furthermore, without some local influence to lend support, it will be exceedingly challenging to gain a foothold initially. The investment made by Buddha, a local gentry, in constructing the temple signifies the endorsement of the gentry class. Shin-Emo, as a rising star in the realm of spiritual phenomena in the Central Plains, embodies the stance of the spiritual community. Should he lend his assistance, Master Bomi's Vajra temple in Renjia town is bound to establish a solid foundation and experience significant development in its early stages. Given that Bobo, Master Bomi's daughter, has already forged a connection with Shin-Emo, who is rumored to be the reincarnation of a Buddha and possesses profound ties to the esoteric Buddhist lineage, this serendipitous convergence is certainly welcomed by Master Bomi. There is little reason for Shin-Emo to be coy. After all, it is a consequence he has inadvertently created. Both the young lady and her father have no objections. He harbors a genuine fondness for Bobo, not solely due to her beauty, but also because of her vivacious spirit and innocent nature, qualities that are particularly endearing to young men. Moreover, the potential for both parties to become mutual beneficiaries presents a formidable alliance. A win-win scenario. Renefe, I am well acquainted with this. The situation is strikingly reminiscent of past occurrences. Truly, there is nothing new under the sun. When the heart desires something that also promises profit, It is only natural that it comes to fruition to as for Hu Xiuxiu, she is merely a source of torment. Best to forget him, for he is destined to be the man she cannot have. Yet, unbeknownst to Shenimo, Hu Xiuxiu is poised to undertake astonishing actions for his sake. The following day, after departing from the Gu residence, Shen Imo made his way to Yinkujian alone. He intended to experiment with the Imu Duingguang technique he had previously comprehended, as well as the yet-to-be-practiced Undying Vajra skill. After the sparring session at the Gu residence yesterday, Shen Imo engaged in profound discussions with Master Bomi and Bobo until the late hours, enjoying a delightful exchange. Shen Mo's understanding of the Western regions and esoteric Buddhism deepened significantly, and he gained further insights into some of the secret techniques of esoteric Buddhism. Consequently, his proficiency in the Undying Vajra skill improved markedly. Throughout this process, Bobo increasingly admired and favored Shen Imo, recognizing not only his exceptional talent and extraordinary gifts, but also his remarkable thoughtfulness and consideration for young women. Such a man is indeed superior to her father. To be fair, men from Huagua in the 21st century could dominate any era, especially in terms of respecting women, which sets them leagues apart. However, given the task of establishing the temple, Master Bomi and Bobo are likely to be occupied for an extended period. Chapter 52. Do I really resemble a bald monk so much? Yinkujian. The construction of the Yinyang dual residence is progressing fervently, and it has become the most sought-after worksite for craftsmen in Renjia town. This is due to the excellent food, generous wages, and the rumor that one can benefit from the fortune of the Ren family. Sons may achieve the highest honors, and daughters may marry into affluent families. Moreover, with the renowned Zhu Shu supervising the project, the tales have only grown more believable and fantastical. Consequently, skilled artisans from far and wide are clamoring to work at Yinkujian. Some laborers, eager to partake in the blessings, are willing to forego their wages entirely, provided their meals are covered. Even before its completion, the Yinyang dual residence has already gained significant fame among the artisan community. The construction progress has thus accelerated, and Shen Imo can now vaguely discern outlines, envisioning pavilions, towers, and intricately carved jade discs, all beautifully interwoven. Truly, it is a prime location imbued with auspicious energy. Shen Mo's anticipation for moving into the Yinyang dual residence grows stronger, and he has even settled on a name, Xiaoyao Mountain Villa. Such a simple yet profound name perfectly aligns with his carefree aspirations. Yinkujian will also be renamed to Xiaoyao Valley. In Xiaoyao Valley, there shall be Xiaoyao Villa, and within that, a realm of carefree existence. Only then can true leisure be attained. Shen Imo arrived at the forest where he had previously subdued the wind wasp. During that encounter, he had caused considerable damage to the trees and vegetation, which had yet to recover. Additionally, the construction of the Yinyang dual residence required local resources, leading to the felling of several ancient trees. The once lush forest now appeared desolate and withered. Faced with this scene, Shen Imo quietly activated the Imu Duingguang technique, allowing a vibrant green light, reminiscent of emerald, to emanate from within him. He then waved his hand, casting this verdant light upon the forest, nurturing the flora. Initially, the plants swayed gently, and the vegetation seemed to awaken without any noticeable changes. However, it soon became evident that the flora bathed in the Imu Duingguang light began to grow wildly. In mere moments, the desolation vanished, revealing a verdant and flourishing forest before him. The greenery thrived, layered and abundant, blocking out the clamor and restlessness of the outside world, immersing one in a sense of unparalleled tranquility. Taking a step forward, Shen Imo transformed into a brilliant green light, merging with the forest, feeling as though the heavens and earth had expanded, allowing him to traverse freely. The Imu Duingguang technique not only stimulated the growth of the trees, but could also be harnessed to repel foes. A seemingly inconspicuous weed beneath an enemy's feet could transform into a lethal vine, ensnaring them. Simultaneously, the Imu Duingguang technique possesses the life force of wood. As long as the light persists, so too does vitality. It grants Shen Imo extraordinary regenerative and self-healing abilities, far surpassing the ordinary. Truly, it is a remarkable manifestation of the wood element's earthly power. Having experienced the wonders of the Imu Duingguang technique, Shen Imo emerged from his meditative state, his entire being radiating a dazzling golden light, transforming into a golden vajra adorned with a fiery red pine Buddha wheel at the back of his head. The undying Vajra skill embodies the essence of eternal youth and resilience, coupled with the indomitable spirit of the Vajra, rendering him impervious to harm and capable of withstanding any assault. The fiery red pine Buddha wheel enhances his metal and wood-based techniques. Previously, Shinamo had mastered wood, lightning, and fire techniques but lacked a metal technique, which hindered his ability to deploy the Golden Light Exorcism Array. Now, with the undying Vajra skill, not only has his combat capability surged, but he has also filled the gap in his mastery of the metal element. Among the 5 elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, he has now mastered metal, wood, and fire, with only water and earth remaining to complete the quintessence of elemental transformation. As for the wind element's wind control and the lightning element's dragon tiger thunder prison body, both strictly belong to the wood category. In the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, thunder symbolizes lightning, representing yang wood, while wind, belonging to yin wood, is represented by sun. Thus, both wind and thunder are categorized under the wood element. Consequently, when Shinamo employs wind control in his undying Vajra state, it naturally receives an enhancement. Soaring through the air, swift as lightning, the dragon tiger thunder prison erupts with thunderous might. The indomitable Vajra remains invulnerable, impervious to any attack in an instant. The once lush forest, nourished by the Imu Duingguang technique, seemed to face divine retribution as fierce winds swept through, toppling everything in their path with overwhelming force. It was as if an ancient beast rampaged through the woods, obliterating any obstacle in its way. Trees that could only be embraced by 3 men were effortlessly snapped in half by a mere punch, the thunderous blast reducing the splintered wood to charred remains. That charcoal, imbued with the celestial might of the first 9 thunders, was even more potent than lightning-struck wood, serving as a superior talisman for exorcising evil spirits. The commotion was so tremendous that Jiushu, situated in the Yang residence, could not help but sense it. He and Simu immediately rushed over, only to witness the golden Vajra frolicking in the forest, reveling in the moment. Simu, "Senior brother, where did this Vajra come from to wreak havoc here?" Jiushu, "This Vajra technique appears to be of esoteric Buddhist origin. The fiery red pine Buddha wheel at the back of his head gives me a sense of DJVU. And the visage of the Vajra seems quite familiar to Simu. Senior brother, do you know bald monks from esoteric Buddhism? But wait, how does this bald monk have hair?" Jiushu, "The bald monk you speak of is likely Shinamo. And what you just said, he probably heard you. Look, he's coming toward you, Simu." Simu's eyes widened in disbelief as a blinding golden light flickered before him, dazzling and formidable, an unstoppable force akin to a thundercloud descending upon a mountain. The sound of thunder crackled ominously in his ears, sending chills down his spine and raising the hairs on the back of his neck. A profound sense of peril surging from within, spreading throughout his body as if faced with a formidable enemy. Plop! Simu, employing his ultimate secret technique, prostrated himself on the ground. Without waiting for the terrifying golden light to close in, Simu took the initiative to invoke his life-saving technique. Collapsing before the impending danger, Shinamo couldn't help but smirk, immediately retracting his power and dispersing the undying Vajra skill, returning to his usual appearance, secretly amused. What a clever Simu! Truly adaptable. Had Simu been just a moment slower, he might have already been down for the count. Even if Shinamo had not exerted his full strength, it would have been sufficient to incapacitate Simu for a good 6 months. Shinamo had initially intended to astonish Simu with a display of his prowess as a bald monk, to prevent him from recklessly divulging secrets to outsiders in the future. He did not expect Simu to be so astute as to prostrate himself, which explained his sharp tongue and his ability to navigate life so well. Truly, those who lack shame are invincible in this world. After this exhilarating commotion, Shinamo gained a clear understanding of the limits of his combat prowess under the enhancement of the undying Vajra skill. Observing a battlefield even more desolate than the one he had faced against the Wind Wasp, Shinamo felt immensely satisfied with the undying Vajra skill. This technique is akin to a formidable weapon, both resilient and powerful, delivering devastating damage. Had Shinamo simultaneously activated the undying Vajra skill and the Imu Duingguang technique during his battle with Master Bomi, he could have stood there and allowed Master Bomi to unleash his full power without fear of breaking through his defenses. With a single punch, Bobo would have lost her father, and the Vajra temple would be in need of a new abbot. Jushu and Simu, upon realizing that the golden Vajra was indeed Shinamo, exchanged astonished glances, both equally bewildered. The Vajra skill, the secret of the Buddhist teachings that is not disclosed, in the realm of the ethereal. Aside from the Buddhist sect, only the esoteric Buddhism possesses such methods. Nevertheless, not every practitioner of Buddhism is qualified to cultivate the indestructible body. Those who can achieve such a body are invariably accomplished monks, let alone the ability to condense the Buddha wheel. However, Shinamo not only refined the indestructible body but also condensed the Buddha wheel, a qualification that, within the Buddhist realm, would be akin to a reincarnation of the Buddha. The crucial question remains, where did Shinamo learn the techniques of the indestructible body? Could it be that he truly is the reincarnation of the Buddha? Jushu, Dao Friend Shun? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the Buddha? Simu, Dao Friend Shen, do not frighten us. A new star in the ethereal realm suddenly transforms into the reincarnation of the Buddha and is about to retreat into the monastic life. Who could bear such a revelation? Jushu and Simu were still hoping to cling to his coattails. If Shinamo were to retreat to a secluded ancient temple, what hope would they have left? Jushu and Simu gazed at Shinamo with eager anticipation, waiting for his response. Shinamo found it somewhat amusing. His practice of the eternal indestructible skill seemed to have led the two friends to misunderstand him. Do I really resemble a bald monk that much? Chapter 53. Premium Thunderstruck. Do I really resemble a bald monk that much? Jushu and Simu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Shinamo not only did not resemble a person of the Buddhist sect, but rather appeared to be a carefree young master of the mundane world, living life with elegance and abandon. Take Shinamo and Rintingting as an example. How many could achieve his level of carefree charm? Daring to love and hate. If only Linjiao and Simu had been a bit bolder in their youth, they would not have been left with lifelong regrets. Linjiao's Lian Mei, Simu's Yin Ling, those were the eternal pains etched in the hearts of these two brothers. Thus, they envied Shinamo's carefree demeanor and his ability to love and hate freely. But how could someone with such heartfelt emotions possibly be the reincarnation of the Buddha? Yet if he is not, how can one explain Shinmo's indestructible skill? Could it be that he has some connection to the Buddhist sect? Dao Friend Shen, how did you acquire the indestructible skill of the Buddhist sect? Simu, being straightforward, acted as a mouthpiece for Jushu. Shinamo smiled and replied, what I practice is not the indestructible skill of the Buddhist sect, but the eternal indestructible skill. Eternal indestructible skill. Linjiao and Simu exchanged glances. As is commonly known, there are no fish and fish-flavored shredded pork, nor wives and wife cakes. Similarly, the eternal indestructible skill is not the indestructible skill of the Buddhist sect. Although the eternal indestructible skill appears remarkably similar to the Buddhist indestructible skill, in essence, it is indeed an entirely new technique. This is because the eternal indestructible skill is more potent than the Buddhist indestructible skill, and it does not require profound Buddhist teachings as a foundation. Furthermore, it embodies the spirit of the eternal green pine, greatly benefiting the enhancement of one's lifespan. After hearing Shinmo's explanation, Linjiao and Simu were increasingly astonished by the profound heritage of Shinmo's family. What sort of super family could possess such a legacy? Shinmo noticed that Linjiao and Simu were once again speculating about his family's depth. However, he had long since become accustomed to it and even contemplated the idea of truly establishing a family lineage. His plans and arrangements in Renjia town were all paving the way for the creation of a family. Without a millennium-old family, I will rage and create a millennium-old family 100 years from now. When a millennium-old family legacy resonates throughout the Central Plains. After Linjiao and Simu had indulged in their imaginations, they accepted the notion of the eternal indestructible skill. After all, Shinamo had already astonished them with so many revelations. One more skill hardly mattered. The forest that had been ravaged by Shinmo's wild antics needed to be tidied up. Wait a moment, this is... The gazes of Linjiao and Simu simultaneously fell upon a piece of charcoal, towering to a man's height. The two of them shot forward like arrows, approaching the charcoal and examining it closely. Thunderstruck wood. What a rich aura of heavenly lightning, brother. I have never seen such a large piece of thunderstruck wood. And it's of the finest quality. We have struck gold. Linjiao shot a glance at Simu. What nonsense. Did he not consider how this piece of thunderstruck wood came to be? Besides the initial heavenly thunder tribulation caused by the ascension of the earthbound corpse, has it rained down thunder in the gutter? Moreover, this piece of thunderstruck wood was evidently newly born and still warm, especially when recalling Shanimo's previous frolics in the forest. The origins of this premium thunderstruck wood were almost self-evident. Both Lin Jiao and Simu were well aware that Shanimo possessed an extraordinary skill that used thunder to refine the body, a technique capable of confining the initial heavenly thunder, and thus could naturally harness the power of thunder. Therefore, this piece of premium thunderstruck wood was very likely a result of Shanmo's cultivation. It was certainly not an unclaimed treasure. Lin Jiao immediately turned to the approaching Shanimo and respectfully said, "Dao friend Shan, your extraordinary skill has enabled you to refine such premium thunderstruck wood. I, a humble practitioner, wish to request a small piece." Upon hearing this, Simu naturally realized that this thunderstruck wood was produced through Shan Mo's cultivation and immediately followed suit. Requesting, "Dao friend Shen, I too wish to ask for a piece to forge a premium magical artifact." Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Lin Jiao and Simu before turning his gaze back to the thunderstruck wood. This piece of thunderstruck wood was born from the thunderous power he had summoned within the Dragon Tiger Thunder Prison. Its original intention was to test the might of the thunder under the enhancement of the eternal indestructible skill. He had not anticipated that, under the influence of the eternal indestructible skill, it would yield a piece of premium thunderstruck wood that both Lin Jiao and Simu coveted and directly requested. Thunderstruck wood refers to trees that have been struck by lightning and subsequently charred and carbonized, containing the might of heavenly thunder, making it a highly effective talisman for warding off evil. Premium thunderstruck wood is exceedingly rare, crafted by Calamity Thunder, and can be used to forge top-tier magical artifacts. Shenimo had not paid much attention to it, yet had inadvertently overlooked a precious treasure. Fortunate to have two discerning friends. This on the importance of companions on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, Shenimo was unaware of how to use thunderstruck wood to forge artifacts. Perhaps he could give each of Lin Jiao and Simu a piece and see how they transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, which might lead to insights into artifact crafting. If both of you are interested, please help yourselves. Thank you, Dao friend Shen. Thank you, Dao friend Shen. Lin Jiao and Simu exclaimed in unison, their joy palpable. Premium thunderstruck wood is capable of forging top-tier magical artifacts. For disciples of the Maoshan inner sect, top-tier magical artifacts are already the pinnacle for those below the Grandmaster level. Lin Jiao and Simu expressed their gratitude to Shenimo for his generosity and eagerly approached to claim their treasures. Lin Jiao carefully retrieved a dagger from his Maoshan talisman pouch and delicately sliced off a palm-sized piece of thunderstruck wood. This amount was sufficient for him to forge a top-tier magical artifact, Thunderstrike Seal. As a talisman practitioner, possessing a Thunderstrike Seal made from premium thunderstruck wood crafted by Calamity Thunder would greatly benefit his future cultivation and talisman path. Lin Jiao cautiously stored the thunderstruck wood in his Maoshan talisman pouch and turned to his junior brother Simu. However, he saw Simu brandishing a firewood axe, sizing up the thunderstruck wood before bringing it down with a hefty chop, taking a sizable chunk. Lin Jiao gasped, "How reckless!" Indeed, it is said that those who are shameless will be invincible, while the modest shall starve. Lin Jiao took only a palm-sized piece, while Simu had taken a substantial chunk. Furthermore, Simu showed no shame or hesitation in his actions, seeing his brother look at him with a strange expression. Simu even chuckled, saying, "I plan to forge a Thunderstrike sword, so naturally, I must take more. Thunderstrike sword? Hee." Lin Jiao found it difficult to expose him, but Simu had taken enough to forge 3 Thunderstrike swords. This lad was truly shameless, taking advantage without limits. However, seeing Shan Mo's demeanor, it seemed he did not mind the matter at all. Once the two had claimed their treasures, Shenimo paid no further attention to the thunderstruck wood, storing it in his Mo Yun talisman pouch. "When do you plan to forge your magical artifacts? I have some free time and would like to observe." Lin Jiao calculated the days and replied respectfully, "In 7 days, on an auspicious day, it is favorable for activation and fire. I plan to use this to forge the Thunderstrike seal and would like to request Dao friend to protect me." "Excellent!" Shinamo noted the date in his heart, eager to observe Jiushu's artifact crafting techniques. He then turned to Simu. "Dao friend Simu, I have been away from home for several days with Jia Le. It is time for me to return. The date for my artifact crafting is set for the beginning of next month, and I hope Dao Friend will honor me with your presence. I shall extend a warm welcome. Shinemo nodded, also noting the date, one in 7 days and the other in 15 days. Additionally, Simu's invitation was for a business trip. Shinemo had taken over guarding the righteous manor. Initially believing he would gain extensive practical experience, but to his surprise, it had hardly exceeded a mere handful of encounters. After inquiring with Joshu, he learned that aside from the righteous manor guarding Rinjia town, the city god temple in the provincial capital was also protected by a city god, with its own legion of spectral soldiers, which equally provided protection in the area. It seemed that many peculiar matters had been resolved by the city god. Shinemo felt indignation. There was indeed someone stealing his business. No wonder he had been unable to secure any contracts. Shinemo continued to chat with Jushu and Simu for a while and obtained the Yun Lu Dan he had previously requested from them, after which he proceeded to the underworld residence. Upon reaching the century-old malevolent willow tree, a lively little spirit corpse bounced over. Gracefully greeting Shinemo, the little spirit corpse conveyed its thoughts through the soul seal. Master. Master, I want to eat cherry tomatoes. Chapter 54. To come without bestowing is not courteous. After a few days of absence, the little spirit corpse had become remarkably polite. It seems that Lu Xiaoyu's teachings were quite effective. Truly worthy of being a refined young lady, adept in the art of nurturing and educating. Shinemo summoned Lu Xiaoyu from the nurturing branch of the malevolent willow. With a hum, white smoke rose, revealing Lu Xiaoyu's graceful and elegant form, who bowed gently to Shinemo. I have the honor of meeting my master. With a silent nod, Shinemo raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, summoning Lu Xiaoyu to his side. Under the puzzled gaze of the little spirit corpse, who tilted its head in confusion, a warm and radiant light penetrated Lu Xiaoyu's body. She felt a surge of invigorating energy flowing into her delicate frame, spreading like a gentle warm current throughout her being, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot spring, prompting her to involuntarily let out a soft murmur of delight. The array of extremes. The soul-nourishing talisman. What seemed like a mere gentle pat on Lu Xiaoyu's chest concealed profound mysteries, as Shinemo employed two extraordinary techniques, the array of extremes and the celestial talisman. By engraving the soul-nourishing talisman with the celestial talisman and then infusing it into Lu Xiaoyu's body using the array of extremes, he effectively established a small array for nurturing the soul. Since it was based on the celestial talisman, this array was not permanent, but rather semi-permanent, expected to provide 3 months of soul-nurturing benefits, significantly aiding Lu Xiaoyu's ghostly cultivation path. This was a reward for her diligent teaching of the little spirit corpse. After all, the little spirit corpse taught by Uncle Jiu was mischievous and troublesome, while the one taught by Lu Xiaoyu was polite, albeit a bit gluttonous. This behavior is easily understood. What child isn't drawn to food? Shinemo then drew a spirit crane communication talisman, instructing Renjong, the steward of the Ren family, to procure fresh tomatoes daily for the little spirit corpse as snacks. Upon learning that she would have little tomatoes to enjoy every day, the little spirit corpse leaped for joy, circling around Shinemo in ecstatic delight. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. After indulging in some playful moments with the little spirit corpse, Shinemo entrusted Lu Xiaoyu with taking it to class. An exceptional corpse king must be nurtured from a young age. The little spirit corpse must be well taught to realize its potential. Given their resources, they would not neglect the upbringing of the little spirit corpse. Subsequently, Shinemo inspected the Disha corpse and the wind centipede corpse. The strength of the Disha corpse was steadily increasing without any surprises, having already transformed into a flying corpse. For the foreseeable future, it would focus on accumulating the foundations necessary to reach the level of a millennium flying corpse. The wind centipede corpse, however, provided Shinemo with a minor surprise. The initial 9 thunder tribulations faced by the Disha corpse were largely surpassed by the wind centipede corpse, which not only enabled it to cultivate the Thunder Dragon Hell body, but also opened 36 Thunder Hell apertures for storing the initial 9 thunder. After a period of nurturing and tempering, the resilience of the Wind Centipede corpse had now surpassed that of the Flying Corpse-level Disha corpse, and its command over thunder surpassed even Shan Mo's own abilities. With Shan Mo's strength already at the level of a Grand Master, the combination with the Wind Centipede corpse would yield formidable combat prowess, even against other Grand Masters. The initial 9 Thunder Tribulations had indeed brought great benefits to Shan Imo unbeknownst to him. As an outsider, he should have attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao during the initial 9 tribulations. However, by comprehending the 9 In Corpse refining technique and embedding his own soul imprint into the Disha Corpse, he cleverly evaded the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, fully integrating into this world. If outsiders are likened to viruses, the heavenly Tao's detection serves as immune cells, with Shan Mo's mastery of the 9 In Corpse refining technique acting as a disguise that misleads these immune cells. As the number of 9 In Corpse refining techniques under Shan Mo's command grows, his ties to this realm deepen, allowing him to shed any fears regarding his outsider identity. After examining the Disha Corpse and the Wind Centipede Corpse, Shan Imo finally visited the temporary residence of Zeiss and Lillian. The blood magic attire that Zeiss was refining had reached its final stages. The blood beads from Uncle Gio and the blood fox hide provided by the four-eyed master had transformed under Zeiss's nurturing, gradually taking the shape of a blood-red cloak. Noticing this, Shan Imo approached Zeiss. "Well done. Allow me to lend you a hand." Immediately, Shan Imo invoked the array of extremes, his hands moving like a swift wind as he cast numerous azure talismans into the blood-red cloak. Under the stimulation of the talismans, the blood mist rapidly coalesced, forming a blood-red cloak that shimmered with a faint blue glow. The blood magic attire was complete, and it was enhanced with the array of extremes. Inscribed with the cloud mist illusion array, its power not only included the ability to transform blood, but also to unleash blood mist to confound enemies. Though Shan Imo lacked knowledge in weapon crafting, he could rely on the array of extremes to inscribe formations upon the blood magic corpse's innate treasure. Moreover, he discerned that the quality of the blood magic attire was exceptional. Aside from the cloud mist illusion array, it could accommodate another formation or extraordinary technique. He looked to Zeiss, inquiring about his thoughts. After weighing the pros and cons, Zeiss ultimately chose the extraordinary technique True 3 Immortals returning to the cave. Compared to other extraordinary techniques, Zeiss preferred the True 3 Immortals returning to the cave for its ability to store items. With the True 3 Immortals returning to the cave, Zeiss could not only store items but also include Lillian within the blood magic attire, making their endeavors far more convenient. Following Zeiss's wishes, Shan Imo inscribed the extraordinary technique True 3 Immortals returning to the cave onto the blood magic attire. The storage space within the blood magic attire was surprisingly larger than the space within Shan Imo's sleeves, akin to half the size of a swimming pool, indicating that the blood fox hide provided by the four-eyed master was indeed an excellent crafting material. With the blood magic attire completed, Zeiss unexpectedly gained the enhancements of True 3 Immortals returning to the cave and the cloud mist illusion array, significantly boosting his power. It was time for the blood magic to return. Shan Imo conversed with Zeiss about matters concerning the Western world, assisting him in contacting Renjong, the steward of the Ren family. Before long, Renjong conveyed news that a ship from the East India Company would set sail in 3 days, heading south to the South China Sea, passing through the Strait of Malacca to reach the lands of India, where it would procure spices and cotton. Afterward, it would depart from India, cross the Mandel Strait to reach the Red Sea, and then travel overland to the Mediterranean before arriving in Western Europe. Zeiss could accompany the ship back to the land of the setting sun, embarking on his path of revenge and conquest as the blood magic. Shan Imo was quite eager for this development. The fervent influx of Western capital into Central Plains, coupled with the corruption and ineptitude of the waning dynasty, had precipitated chaos and conflict. Consequently, both the Western Light and Dark realms had extended their claws into the spirit world. As the saying goes, what comes around goes around. Shan Imo's actions were a form of reciprocation against the Western Light and Dark realms. It remained uncertain how well the minions of the Western Light and Dark realms could withstand this. One could only imagine the spectacle that would ensue when Shan Imo ventured into the West and found both realms under the dominion of the blood magic Zeiss. That would certainly be quite the amusement. Of course, Zeiss was merely a blood magic corpse crafted by Shan Imo. Even with the array of extremes enhancing the blood magic attire, his strength would still only be rated as a count-level vampire, according to the standards of the Western Light and Dark realms. Unifying the Western Light and Dark realms was indeed a formidable challenge. As for the extent of the upheaval he could cause, it depended on Zeiss. One could only hope for a pleasant surprise rather than a fright. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, under the blazing sun, Shan Imo, Uncle Gio, Chiu Shang, When Kai and Rin Tingting stood at the dock to bid farewell to Zai's four-eyed master, accompanied by Jiala, returned to his dojo, casually taking a bundle of spirit talismans from Uncle Gio, claiming they would be useful on the journey. Standing in the bright sunlight, Zai's was dressed in a sharp suit, his brown curls exuding a noble elegance. Ever since Zai's achieved the body of blood magic, he no longer feared the sun. However, his complexion still bore the pallor characteristic of vampires, lending him an aura of sinister charm. Shinamo had initially intended to come alone to see Zai's off, but to his surprise, Uncle Gio brought his disciple along, ostensibly for a journey of national pride. Ran Tingting, on the other hand, seemed to be there purely for the spectacle, her curiosity about the blood magic corpse outweighing any sense of patriotism. Shinamo stood by the shore, waving farewell to Zai's on the ship. Zai's bowed in response and shouted, "I, Fran Zai's, shall carry forth the wrath of vengeance in your aspirations, spreading the flames of revenge across the land." Rin Tingting exclaimed, "How impassioned!" Uncle Gio added, "Truly inspiring." Shinamo quipped, "Indeed, such occasions are most suited for melodramatic proclamations." Qiu Sheng inquired, "Where did that female vampire go?" When Kai remarked, "Wow, look at that woman disembarking. She's stunning." Qiu Sheng retorted, "When Kai, you must be desperate. She could very well be your mother." When Kai clarified, "I was referring to the younger one," Qiu Sheng gushed, "Wow, she's gorgeous." Uncle Gio interjected, "Are you two looking for a fight?" Both Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai shrank back, too intimidated to speak further. Their thoughts, as always, had veered off course. Following their gaze, Shun Mo's attention fell upon a mother and daughter who had just disembarked. The woman looked strikingly familiar. I asked her, "And 13? Judging by her age. She appears to be in her 50s. It must be her. What brings her to Ren Family Town?" Furthermore, the girl beside her, who bears a striking resemblance to her, is surprisingly a practitioner at the fourth flow of the nourishing veins realm. How intriguing indeed. Chapter 55. Leave a thread for future encounters. Mother, is this Ren Family Town? It seems quite fascinating, Huang Qing'er remarked, surveying her surroundings with the lively curiosity of a young lark. No Xiaojun looked at his daughter with affection, gently ruffling her hair with his delicate hand, and advised, "Qing'er, remember your father's instructions. We are here to deliver spiritual herbs, and after concluding our transaction, we must head to the provincial city to meet your father. Avoid causing unnecessary trouble." "Understood. Mother, I am always obedient," Huang Qing'er replied, though her eyes were already wandering, quickly spotting Shinamo and his companions. "Mother, look, that handsome brother over there is so striking, and the sister beside him is beautiful too." Mo Xiaojun let out a laugh, finding her daughter truly mischievous. Just moments ago, she had cautioned her not to stir up trouble, and here she was, gossiping about others. Following her daughter's gaze, Mo Xiaojun indeed spotted the handsome young man her daughter had mentioned. Clad in luxurious attire and possessing an extraordinary demeanor, he was clearly not from an ordinary family. She pondered in her mind, unable to recall any young man from Renjia Town who possessed such a Qilin-like appearance. It was only when she saw Ren Tingting that she remembered the daughter of the Ren family. Noticing the intimacy between the two, she speculated that the handsome young man was likely the son-in-law of the Ren household. "Miss Ren has certainly married a fine gentleman," Mo Xiaojun remarked softly as she ruffled Huang Qing'er's hair. "That is indeed a member of the Ren family. Over 20 years ago, they had business dealings with Arbeo Zealand. Unfortunately, ever since Ren Weiyong passed away, the Ren family's medicinal shop has been declining, and before long, they ceased their dealings in herbs altogether. 5 years ago, I visited Renjia Town with your father and met both Ren Fa and this young lady. Now, we should take our leave. We must not keep the people from the Gu family waiting." Huang Qing'er nodded vigorously, her bright eyes like autumn waters, moving her gaze away from Xiaonamo, her mother. Not being a practitioner, was unaware of his background. Huang Qing'er had trained in martial arts alongside her father since childhood, and with her exceptional talent combined with the family's medical skills, she had reached the 4th level of pulse nurturing at the tender age of 16. Naturally, she could discern that Shinamo, Ren Tingting, Uncle Gio, Qiusheng, and Wang Kai were all practitioners. Moreover, she sensed that Shanamo and Uncle Gio possessed significantly deeper cultivation than her own, particularly Shenamo, who gave her an impression of being unfathomable and dazzling. Thus, curiosity arose within Huang Qing'er, prompting her to inquire about his identity from her mother, which she committed to memory. Father has always said, "Never underestimate any practitioner, especially the young and talented, for they are the future of our nation." After bidding farewell to Franzise, Shinamo and Ran Tingting returned to the Ren residence, while Uncle Jiu took Qiuxing and Wang Kai back to the charity house. This marked Uncle Jiu's first return to the charity house in quite some time, and Shinamo naturally wanted to grant the trio some quality time alone. Tio doubled the joy for Qiuxing and Wang Kai. Shin Imo deliberately placed the treasured Lu Huangshu that Qiuxing had kept in Uncle Jiu's room, anticipating that the charity house would once again echo with familiar cries of despair tonight. As for Qiuxing and One-Size gratitude, it was unnecessary. He was simply a good comrade who performed good deeds without seeking recognition. At the Ren residence, Shinamo was enjoying a hearty feast with Ren Fa when the housekeeper, Ren Zhong, delivered a message, stating that the Gu family had sent someone to invite Master Shun. Ren Fa had long heard of Shin Mo's exploits at the Gu family and held him in great esteem and gratitude. After all, following the matters with Gu De, the latter had been avoiding Ren Fa in business, not only refraining from causing trouble but also offering concessions, clearly out of respect for Shun Mo rather than for Ren Fa himself. As for Shun Mo's decision not to eradicate Gu De entirely and seize his wealth, Ren Fa understood as well, for Shun Mo was not one to indulge in wanton slaughter. He was a principled man of virtue. Otherwise, Ren Fa would not have entrusted his daughter to him. From the perspective of the gentry, Ren Fa did not wish to act too ruthlessly. It was wise to leave room for future encounters. After all, aside from Ren Fa, there were numerous gentlemen in Renjia town and its surrounding villages. He could not simply eliminate them all, as that would surely provoke a united backlash against him. Gu Da's retreat had already greatly benefited Ren Fa, and at this moment, only Huang Baiwan could rival him. Ren Fa was quite satisfied. He raised his cup and drank heartily, questioning himself, "Ren Fa, when will you become the wealthiest man in Renjia town?" "Soon, very soon." Ha ha ha. Thus, upon hearing of Gu Da's invitation to Shenamo, Ren Fa was not angry. Instead, he had Ren Zhong send someone to escort him personally and even inquired if he would be returning to stay the night so that Tingting could prepare accordingly, demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness. Shenamo was quite pleased with this considerate and astute father-in-law. He boarded the specially arranged carriage from the Gu family, and before long, he arrived at the Gu residence. This invitation from Gu De was indeed regarding the matter of the spiritual herbs. Gu De informed him that he had procured a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs and had invited a master alchemist to assist Shenamo in refining a potent elixir. Although Shenamo had never refined a potent elixir himself, his cultivation technique, the unaging green pine skill, contained detailed records on the subject. With some contemplation and the expenditure of time and effort, he could indeed concoct a potent elixir. However, in terms of efficiency and quality, he could not compare to a professional alchemist. Since Gu De had gone to great lengths and spent a fortune to invite a master alchemist, he welcomed the opportunity for ease. Upon entering the hall of the Gu residence, he found it already filled with people. Besides Gu De and Gu Changxiu, there were 3 groups of individuals dressed in various styles. Judging by their attire and the faint scent of herbs surrounding them, they were evidently the herbal merchants Gu De had invited, among them the mother and daughter duo he had seen at the port, Mo Xiaojun and Huang Qiner, and of course, aside from the 3 prominent merchants, there was one individual who stood out as particularly unique. An elderly man over 60 with fiery hair and an even more fiery temperament, his arms hanging down like those of a monkey. Although his vitality had begun to wane, it still burned fiercely. This individual must be the master alchemist invited by Gu De, though his background remained unknown. Upon noticing Shun Mo's arrival, Gu De immediately rose to welcome him and introduced each person present. "Young Master Shin, you have arrived. We have been awaiting you. Allow me to introduce you. This is the herbal merchant Lan Shiliang from South Sichuan, who has brought you century-old Chuanwu, top-grade Chuan ginseng, cordyceps, and numerous aged herbs from the mountains. This is Zhu Man from northeast China, who has brought you old ginseng from Changbai Mountain, top-grade deer antler, and some beast bones. And this is Mo Xiaojun from Bao Zealand in Foshan, who has brought you the spiritual herb illusory light flower and cold water grass. Spiritual herbs, and 2 of them at that." The merchants from South Sichuan and northeast China brought an abundance of ordinary herbs, relying on quantity to compensate for quality. In contrast, Mo Xiaojun from Bao Zealand only brought 2. Yet they were both precious spiritual herbs that could be used to refine potent elixirs, significantly enhancing one's internal energy and cultivation. Shinimo confirmed Mo Xiaojuan's identity as indeed the 13th aunt of Baozilan, and the girl accompanying her was her daughter, Huang Qiner. The spiritual herbs brought by the three merchants, despite the many ordinary herbs, were sufficient for Shinimo to elevate his cultivation to the third level of the Ran and Du meridians. Following this, Guda introduced the elderly man with fiery hair. This is Master Hong Yinrong from the Fire Virtue sect, who has come specifically to refine a potent elixir for young Master Shan. So, it was from this sect, if memory serves, the Fire Virtue sect was renowned for its brashness. It was surprising that they had a master adept in alchemy. Today, Shinimo was certainly gaining new insights. Shinimo, Hong Yinrong, and the three herbal merchants exchanged greetings before taking their seats at the main table. They waited for Guda and the merchants to conclude the transaction involving the herbs and funds before discussing the matter of alchemy with Hong Yinrong. However, the words that followed from Hong Yinrong caused Shinimo, Guda, and even Mo Xiaojun, who had not yet departed, to change their expressions. Chapter 56. A true heroine of the Jianghu. Hong Yinrong's gaze swept over Shinimo, discerning that his cultivation was at the fourth level of pulse-nurturing. In a wonder, he required such an abundance of spiritual herbs and ordinary herbs to refine elixirs. As for Shinimo, achieving the fourth level of pulse nurturing at such a young age. Hong Yinrong was not at all surprised. Their sect had produced an extraordinary genius known as the Fire God, who, at a similar age, had already attained the second level of the Ren and Du meridians. The Fire God's mastery of the Fire Virtue sect's secret techniques surpassed even that of Hong Yinrong, a first-level practitioner of the Zhou-Tian realm. In comparison, Shinimo was hardly remarkable. Moreover, Hong Yinrong's fiery temperament, influenced by the cultivation methods of the Fire Virtue sect, had made him increasingly arrogant. Seeing no merit in Shinimo, he naturally felt no inclination to show respect. Thus, Hong Yinrong's first words were rather rude. "Old man, I shall take 50% of the profits from refining the potent elixir on top of the agreed-upon payment. 50% of the profits." This was excessive. Huang Qiner, hailing from Baozilan and having inherited the Huang family's medical skills, was also well-versed in the alchemical trade and understood the customary practices within the field. Typically, alchemists would only take 20% of the profits or accept payment in silver. Jiida had already mentioned that this time they were inviting Hong Yinrong to refine the elixir for a silver payment, not taking any profits. Yet now, Hong Yinrong suddenly changed his tune, demanding both silver and 50% of the profits, which was not merely alchemy but an outright bullying of others. This was outrageous. Hong Yinrong's actions were not merely reckless. When Guda invited him to refine medicine, Hong Yinrong initially believed it was for a common spiritual herb, one that could be acquired with a substantial amount of silver. To his surprise, this time the refining involved the elusive Han Shui Chao. For the Fire Virtue sect, Han Shui Chao is a top-tier spiritual herb, significantly beneficial for their cultivation of the sect's secret methods. Furthermore, Hong Yinrong's young grandson was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth flow nourishing vein stage. With this Han Guang Chao, not only could he solidify his advancement, but his internal energy's purity would also surpass that of his peers. Not solely for himself, but for his beloved grandson, Hong Yinrong was indeed tempted by the prospect of seizing it. Moreover, considering Shinimo was merely at the fourth flow nourishing vein stage, it was likely he was not a member of any sect, but rather a rogue cultivator who stumbled upon an opportunity. Such a rogue posed no threat to Hong Yinrong, who felt emboldened to act without restraint. Upon hearing this, Guda glanced at Shinimo and, seeing he did not immediately explode with anger, felt a genuine sense of relief. Hong Yinrong underestimated Shinimo, a grave mistake on his part. Jiida had witnessed Shinimo's battle against Master Bomi firsthand. Shinimo, at the fourth flow nourishing vein stage, had forced the first-grade Bodhisattva Master Bomi to surrender without raising his head in defeat. Although Hong Yinrong was a first-grade Zhou-Tian realm cultivator, he had already surpassed 60 years of age. His vitality waning in terms of combat strength, he would struggle to withstand even 10 moves from Shinimo. What gave him the audacity to demand such a price? The Fire Virtue sect? Humph. Master Bomi had remarked that the forces behind Shinimo were not to be underestimated, possessing profound connections with their sect, while the Fire Virtue sect dared to boast. Ida immediately interjected, "Master Hong, Your actions here are rather inappropriate. Hong Yinrong's eyes widened in anger. How dare a mere mortal speak to him in such a manner? A surge of violent fiery energy erupted from Hong Yinrong, akin to a ferocious dragon exhaling its breath, bearing down on Guda just as it seemed Guda was about to be subdued. Shin Imo stepped forward, his internal energy surging like a tidal wave, not only shielding Guda but also counterattacking the ferocious dragon with the force of a true dragon entering the sea, pinning it to the ground in a frenzy. The temperature in the hall soared suddenly, and a scorching wave of heat rushed forward. Shinimo radiated like a blazing sun, while Hong Yinrong resembled a fire-drenched dragon. Bearing its fangs, Jiida and the other ordinary onlookers instinctively retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Huang Qing'er gathered her internal energy, protecting herself and her mother, Imo Xiaojun, her clear eyes sparkling like stars. Her delicate fists tightly clenched. What courage! Facing the might of a first-grade Zhou Tian realm cultivator at the fourth flow nourishing vein stage was no small feat. This elder brother named Shinimo performed admirably. To confront someone like Hong Yinrong, who bullied the weak, required a firm stand. Huang Qing'er looked at Shinimo with eyes filled with admiration and respect. Hong Yinrong's brows furrowed tightly, astonished that his fiery essence was being suppressed by the opponent's internal energy. It is widely known that the quality of true energy far surpasses that of internal energy. Theoretically, true energy should overpower internal energy entirely. Moreover, both practitioners cultivated fire attribute techniques, yet this mere internal energy managed to subdue true energy. What kind of technique was this young man practicing? Hong Yinrong's aura surged, his fire virtue true energy erupting like oil ignited by a fierce flame, once again unleashing an unstoppable wave of scorching heat. His intention was to crush Shinimo with a thunderous strike and thoroughly interrogate him afterward. At that moment, a vivid golden internal energy surged forth, blocking the path between Shinimo and Hong Yinrong. This golden internal energy not only contained the essence of indestructible strength, but also bore traces of herbal potency. Although it was far less refined and domineering than the fire virtue true energy, it managed to withstand Hong Yinrong's furious strike through its metallic properties and indomitable essence. Shinimo, initially planning to overpower Hong Yinrong with the unaging diamond technique, raised his brow, glancing at Huang Qing'er, who was drenched in fragrant sweat yet bore an unwavering and resolute gaze. What was she doing meddling in this? Hong Yinrong, too, turned his gaze to Huang Qing'er, his eyes nearly shooting fire. People from Baoshilan. Little girl, do you wish to involve yourself in this matter? I advise you not to meddle. Huang Qing'er, undeterred, stepped forward resolutely and stated, My father taught me to help those in need. Seeing Hong uncle bully the weak, I cannot stand idly by. A smile crept onto Hong Yinrong's lips, though it was hard to discern his emotions. Shinimo found himself chuckling at Huang Qing'er's words. Truly, she was the daughter of Huang Master. Resembling her father in spirit, Hong Yinrong weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Baoshilan had a formidable reputation in the spirit illusion realm, especially since the Huang family had been engaged in the medicinal trade for generations and maintained close ties with Shaolin. Huang Qing'er practiced the family's martial arts, a derivative of Shaolin's Hunyuan Gong, known for its balance, healing abilities, and alchemical prowess, while also embodying the indomitable spirit of the diamond-conquering demon. This encounter confirmed the renowned reputation of her skills. Hong Yinrong initially intended to bully the weak and seize the benefits from Shinimo and Guda for the sake of his grandson. But with Baoshilan's involvement, the situation became considerably more complicated. After all, the fire virtue sect frequently interacted with Baoshilan, purchasing essential medicines and herbs. However, if Hong Yinrong were to relinquish his ambitions merely because of Huang Qing'er's words, it would imply that he feared Baoshilan. Ha ha ha! Hong Yinrong suddenly burst into boisterous laughter, his gaze fixed on Huang Qing'er with amusement. What a sharp-tongued little girl! If your father were here, I might grant him some respect. But you, at merely the fourth flow nourishing vein stage, do not command my consideration. His words were already a way out, yet Huang Qing'er, fresh to the world, failed to perceive the underlying tone, mistaking his condescension for underestimation. She puffed her cheeks and declared, Hong uncle, do not underestimate me. How about this? You are a master alchemist, and I have some understanding of alchemy as well. Let us have a friendly competition. If I win, You must cease your harassment of this elder brother. If you win, I will no longer concern myself with this matter. Do you dare to compete? Hong Yinrong's laughter grew increasingly wild. Ha ha ha, what do I have to fear? Show me your skills. Very well, let us compete in the art of alchemy, and may all bear witness. Shinamo found himself both amused and exasperated. What was initially a matter between him and Hong Yinrong had been taken over by Huang Qing'er, who now insisted on competing with Hong Yinrong in alchemical skills, all for the sake of a single phrase, helping those in need when one sees injustice. Huang Qing'er was truly a fascinating character. Good, good, good. What a valiant heroine of the Jianghu, regardless of the outcome. Shinamo appreciated Huang Qing'er's gesture. Chapter 57. A gift of beautiful jade to the fair lady. The alchemical contest between Huang Qing'er and Hong Yinrong was rather straightforward yet required a solid foundation in alchemy. They would refine a blood-replenishing pill. The blood-boosting pill is crafted from an array of common medicinal herbs such as ginseng, astragalus, peony root, and soft-shelled turtleshell. It proves to be quite effective in enhancing one's vitality and strength. Although Shinamo possesses the formidable physique of the dragon and tiger thunder prison, bolstered by the heavenly thunder refining his body, he has no need for such a pill. However, for Qiushang, the blood-boosting pill is precisely what he requires at this moment. Unfortunately, Uncle Ju is devoid of financial means, leaving him unable to procure the pill for Qiushang. Lacking sufficient funds, Qiushang can merely rely on dietary supplements and basic medicinal tonics to bolster his vitality and refine his strength. Should he have the assistance of the blood-boosting pill, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Returning to the main point, this seemingly ordinary blood-boosting pill is, in fact, a genuine test of an alchemist's skill in selecting and measuring the herbs, as well as mastering the timing of the refining process. Each sect has its unique formulation for the blood-boosting pill, with the primary ingredients being relatively similar, yet the auxiliary components can vary vastly, resulting in a wide disparity in the quality of the pills produced. The esteemed blood-boosting pills recognized within the spirit illusion realm include Shaolin's Minor Rejuvenation Pill, Longhu Mountain's Tiger Bone Vitality Pill, and Wudong's Clear Cloud Pill. The competition between Huang Qing'er and Hong Yinrong in the crafting of the blood-boosting pill was evidently strategic, as they sidestepped Hong Yinrong's expertise in potent herbs and the advantages of utilizing true qi in pill making, opting instead for a formulation that emphasized the pill's supplementary properties. The knowledgeable observers present saw through this, yet remained curious about whether Huang Qing'er could outshine Hong Yinrong. The venue for the contest was swiftly arranged by Guda, and the necessary herbs were prepared according to the specifications of both contestants. Both chose ginseng and astragalus as their primary ingredients, with their auxiliary components differing significantly. For a time, the spectators could not discern who held the upper hand. However, as the two began their alchemical processes, the blood-boosting pills gradually took shape, and a sense of anticipation regarding the outcome began to emerge. Hong Yinrong's blood-boosting pill appeared to be crafted from the fire ginseng pill of the Fire Virtue sect, characterized by its robust vitality and potent medicinal properties, qualifying it as a superior quality pill. In contrast, Huang Qing'er's blood-boosting pill, resembling Longhu Mountain's Tiger Bone Vitality Pill, looked rather unremarkable, with a feeble vitality and insufficient medicinal strength, almost resembling a failed concoction. With a sinister grin, Hong Yinrong felt assured of his victory, dismissing Huang Qing'er as merely a showman lacking substance. Should Huang Qing'er falter, she would be incapable of interceding on Shan Mo's behalf, allowing Hong Yinrong to continue his unscrupulous endeavors for personal gain. Yet, throughout the proceedings, Shin Imo held a divergent perspective. He believed that Huang Qing'er was destined to triumph in this contest. With an extraordinary level of insight, he observed the blood-boosting pill's crafting process and gleaned the remarkable technique known as the Dragon and Tiger Pill method. Previously, Shinamo had attained a foundational understanding of alchemy through various pills, yet lacked the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. This time, by observing the competition between Huang Qing'er and Hong Yinrong, he achieved new insights, culminating in the discovery of the extraordinary alchemical technique known as the Dragon and Tiger Pill method. It is widely acknowledged that Longhu Mountain holds a prestigious reputation in the field of alchemy, with its achievements meticulously recorded in the Longhu Pill Canon. The Dragon and Tiger Pill method is derived from this canon and represents a remarkable skill in pill crafting, capable of producing pills of exceptional quality. With the Dragon and Tiger Pill method empowering him, Shinamo could discern that, While Huang Qiner's blood-boosting pill may appear unremarkable, it had actually harnessed vitality within the pill, preserving its medicinal properties to a remarkable degree, while exhibiting a harmonious balance devoid of side effects. It was undoubtedly of superior quality compared to Hong Yinrong's concoction. As Guda and others grew increasingly concerned about Huang Qiner's potential defeat. Hong Yinrong detected a subtle shift. He abruptly approached Huang Qiner, sniffing the blood-boosting pill before extracting a small amount of powder with his fingernail and inhaling it. His astonishment deepened, and he ultimately consumed the entire pill. Moments later, Hong Yinrong's expression dramatically altered, his eyes widening as he regarded Huang Qiner with newfound appreciation. Remarkable. It is truly ingenious to utilize cold-natured herbs such as purple earth return and big green leaf to neutralize the overpowering characteristics of tiger blood and essence, resulting in a blood-boosting pill with balanced vitality that is easily absorbable. Master Huang, you are indeed an esteemed figure in the realm of alchemy. How could you have improved upon such a wondrous pill? Huang Qiner, with her head held high and arms crossed, proudly declared, "This is not my father's idea. It is my own creation. You conceive this?" Hong Yinrong was momentarily speechless, astonished that Huang Qiner, at such a young age, could devise such an extraordinary formula. "Uncle Hong, you must concede defeat now." "Ha ha ha, I concede. I concede. Huang Feihong has indeed raised a remarkable daughter." Hong Yinrong expressed admiration for Huang Qiner, then turned to Shinamo with a stern expression, stating, "Young man, you are fortunate to have the support of Miss Huang. I shall not make things difficult for you. I will assist you in refining the pills we previously agreed upon." However, Hong Yinrong then cast a pointed look at Huang Qiner. "You must express your gratitude to Miss Huang, lest I become displeased." Shinamo nodded in understanding, fully aware of the favor owed. Firstly, Huang Qiner was genuinely assisting him, allowing Shinamo to witness the chivalrous spirit of a heroine. Secondly, as an observer, Shinamo had gained insights that elevated his alchemical skills beyond those of both Hong Yinrong and Huang Qiner. Lastly, Hong Yinrong had agreed to fulfill his prior commitment to refine the potent herbs for him. In this minor ordeal, Shinamo had expended nothing yet profited immensely, leaving him quite satisfied. With all parties content, Guda promptly stepped forward to propose a celebratory banquet to strengthen their camaraderie. It is worth noting that Guda had his own merits in becoming a local gentry, driven by his desire for progress. He understood that without advancement, one could not extend their lifespan. Guda was keenly aware that Shinamo possessed a unique skill in prolonging life, and the longevity amassed through good deeds by him and his son could scarcely compare to what Shinamo could achieve with a single decisive action. How could Guda not cling to such a benefactor? After the previous events, it was evident that everyone was hungry, and they proceeded to Guda's drunken immortal restaurant for a lavish feast. Celebrating their newfound camaraderie, Shinamo, however, did not intend to mend fences with Hong Yinrong to the extent of becoming inseparable allies. Their relationship was simply one of mutual benefit. After all, Hong Yinrong's change in attitude towards Shinamo stemmed from the reputation of Baozilan and Huang Qiner's remarkable talent in alchemy. Shinamo had merely seized the opportunity to profit. However, with the matter resolved, he chose not to pursue Hong Yinrong's previous rudeness any further. The world of martial arts is not solely about conflict. It is also about human relationships and societal norms. Feeling grateful towards Huang Qiner, Shinamo had initially intended to offer her guidance in both cultivation and alchemical insights, as his advice would be a significant opportunity for her. He sought to resolve the matter with this gesture. Unexpectedly, Huang Qiner approached Shinamo first, her slightly inebriated cheeks flushed, earnestly stating that her actions were driven solely by a sense of righteousness, and she sought no reward, urging Shinamo not to take it to heart. If she truly wished to express her gratitude, she hoped he would assist those in need whenever he encountered injustice in the future. Such passionate words from the 16-year-old Huang Qiner were indeed thought-provoking. Shinamo clasped his hands in acknowledgement, addressing her as Miss Huang, a true heroine. Huang Qiner beamed, downing 3 bowls of rice wine. Had it not been for her mother, Mo Xiaojun, intervening, she might have consumed an entire vat. Huang Qiner had never felt as joyous as she did today. Her father had spoken the truth, and there was indeed great fulfillment in being a champion of justice. Observing Huang Qiner's selflessness, Shinamo developed a deep admiration for her and subsequently removed a jade pendant he carried, placing it in her hands. "Please, I cannot accept this. I, Huang Qiner, conduct myself with integrity and do not seek rewards. How could I accept your jade pendant? Seeing Huang Qiner becoming increasingly tipsy and beginning to stammer, Shinamo gently replied, this pendant is not of great value. I merely wish to present it to the valiant Miss Huang in recognition of your righteousness and integrity. As the saying goes, a precious sword is gifted to a hero, and fine jade is bestowed upon a heroine. Miss Huang, please do accept it. Huang Qiner, slightly dazed, struggled to comprehend his words, yet she clearly understood the phrase. A precious sword is gifted to a hero, and fine jade is bestowed upon a heroine, and felt that the jade pendant Shinamo offered suited her perfectly. Thus, with a silly grin, Huang Qiner accepted the pendant and attempted to don it, but struggled until her mother, Emo Xiaojun, intervened to assist her in fastening it. Emo Xiaojun found herself at a loss regarding her precious daughter. She was utterly unable to restrain her, whether it was preventing her from causing trouble or prohibiting her from drinking. Huang Qiner simply insisted on indulging, even if it was merely rice wine, until she was thoroughly intoxicated. She was remarkably similar to her father in his youth. As for the jade pendant Shinamo gifted Huang Qiner, it was no ordinary piece. The pendant bore an engraving of a protective formation, the 6 ding and 6 jiao rei, crafted by Shinamo using his unique techniques, initially intended as a safeguard for himself. Upon encountering the valiant young heroine, he deemed it fitting to present such a beautiful jade to her. Years later, this incident may transform into a widely celebrated tale. Chapter 58. My Death Willow specializes in monopolies. I'm utterly embarrassed. How could you not stop me, mother? The following day, as Huang Qiner awoke from her drunken stupor, she felt her cheeks burning with shame, reflecting on her behavior at the banquet and wishing for a way to hide from the world. Emo Xiaojun teased her with a smile. I did attempt to advise you, but could I really change your mind? You are just like your father was in his youth, truly cut from the same mold. I will never drink again. All right, hurry and get ready. We must head to the provincial city to meet your father. And what about this jade pendant? Should we return it to Brother Shun, the jade gifted to the female hero? Huang Ziyan, what do you think? Ah, mother, you jest with me. Huang Qiner abandoned her plan to return the jade pendant, earnestly hanging it upon herself, unbeknownst to her that this action not only saved her life, but also spared her parents' lives. Shun, here is the elixir you sought. Take a look. Hong Yinrong, as promised, has concocted the elixir required by Shinamo upon careful examination. Shinamo found it to be of exceptional quality, ample in quantity, with no flaws whatsoever. Hong Yinrong's alchemical prowess truly deserves the title of master. However, his overbearing and rude demeanor makes it quite difficult for one to take an immediate liking to him. Once certain that the elixir posed no issues, Shin Imo expressed his gratitude to Hong Yinrong, who waved his hand dismissively, stating candidly, no need for thanks. If you must express your gratitude, direct it towards Huang Yatu of Bao Zealand. I merely acted out of respect for her. As for you, your cultivation is commendable, yet mingling with mortals ultimately leads to unfavorable outcomes. Should the day come when you can no longer persist, feel free to join my Huata sect or any other sect. Each sect has its own advantages. You should understand the challenges faced by solitary cultivators better than I.O. By the way, isn't Rinjia Town the domain of Maoshan's Linjiu? If you happen to know him, please send my regards and inform him that Hong Yinrong of Huata sect awaits his hospitality. With that, Hong Yinrong turned and strode away with an imposing gait. Watching his departing figure, Shin Imo increasingly understood that the rules of the spirit realm encompass not only combat, but also the intricacies of human relations. Hong Yinrong actually knew Uncle Gio. The spirit realm is indeed a small world. Shin Imo stowed the elixirs, both superior and mundane, into his Mayun bag and utilized his extraordinary technique to ride the wind towards the Ingulli's tomb. Now that the elixirs were secured, it was time to break through to the next realm. He had lingered in the fourth flow of pulse, nourishing realm for quite some time out of course. The initial phase was primarily about recuperation. The actual time spent in the fourth flow was not excessively long. Upon arriving at the tomb, he settled beneath the century-old malevolent willow. Shin Imo sat cross-legged, first circulating the demon lord's sun-devouring technique to optimize his condition, and then retrieved the superior and mundane elixirs from his bag. He had prepared 2 doses of superior elixirs, the illusionary chi pill made from illusionary light flower and the cold chi pill derived from cold light grass, both of which significantly enhanced internal energy, The remaining ones were mundane elixirs, namely the Qi enhancement pills, which, while considerably less effective than the superior elixirs, were abundant in quantity, totaling 36. Without hesitation, Shinamo immediately consumed the illusionary Qi pill. The pill, exuding a faint fragrance of lotus, was swiftly absorbed by the demon lord's sun-devouring technique, transforming into pure sun-devouring internal energy. The internal energy, which had already reached the thickness of a thumb, surged to the thickness of 2 fingers. Shinamo promptly activated the demon lord's sun-devouring technique, directing the sun-devouring internal energy into the 8 extraordinary meridians. For ordinary cultivators, attempting to break through the 8 extraordinary meridians is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, requiring painstaking efforts to continuously impact the meridians and acupoints. A slight misstep could result in meridian damage, leading to recovery times of several months, or worse, an inability to advance. However, for Shinamo, the dragon and tiger thunder prison body endowed him with a physique akin to an innate holy body. The resilience of his flesh, meridians, acupoints, and organs had long surpassed the limits of the acquired realm, reaching the innate stage. Thus, his assault on the meridians and acupoints was a natural progression, facing no hindrance or damage whatsoever. It was merely a matter of infusing the sun-devouring internal energy into the 8 extraordinary meridians. The third flow of the extraordinary meridians was established. The potency of the illusionary Qi pill was swiftly exhausted. Shinamo immediately took the cold Qi pill and tossed it into his mouth, its effects instantly replenishing him, stabilizing his third flow of the extraordinary meridians. After a brief period of consolidation, Shinamo began to push towards the second flow of Ren and do the sun-devouring internal energy, now as thick as 3 fingers, surged towards the Ren and Du meridians, again proceeding without any obstruction. The second flow of Ren and Du was established, however. The potency of the cold Qi pill quickly diminished, and the sun-devouring internal energy within him found it increasingly difficult to flow into the remaining meridians and acupoints. Even showing signs of regressing back to the third flow, Shinamo patted his Mayun bag at his waist, and 36 mundane elixirs were hastily tossed into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The sound of his teeth grinding against the mundane elixirs resonated through the malevolent willow. The demon lord's sun-devouring technique circulated tirelessly, continually converting the elixir's potency into pure internal energy until it once again coalesced to a thickness of 3 fingers, filling the Ren and Du meridians, thus stabilizing the second flow of Ren and Du. The internal flow of sun-devouring energy within the Ren and Du meridians gradually stabilized. Shinamo opened his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly twinkling with starlight. He exhaled a long breath, expelling a surge of energy that manifested as a blade, piercing through a granite stone 5 meters away. With the aid of 2 doses of superior elixirs and 36 mundane elixirs, he ascended directly from the 4th flow of pulse-nourishing realm to the 2nd flow of Ren and Du, commonly referred to as the Little Zhou Tian realm in the spirit realm. His progress was indeed astonishing. Yet, as is often the case, one knows their own circumstances best. Shinmo's rapid breakthrough was entirely due to a culmination of efforts, without a hint of luck, in fact. Had it not been for the insufficiency of superior elixirs, he could have directly attempted to break through to the first flow of Zhou Tian realm, transforming the sun-devouring internal energy into genuine sun-devouring true energy. Alas, the elixirs had run out. This venture had cost him a staggering 20,000 silver dollars for the superior and mundane elixirs, sufficient to construct 2 yin-yang dual residences. The dragon and tiger thunder prison body approached an innate physique. The demon lord's sun-devouring technique, the ageless golden body, and various fortuitous encounters all culminated in today's meteoric rise. It is evident how draining cultivation is on one's finances and resources. It is no wonder that Hong Yinrong urged him to join a sect. One must ask how many country gentry can afford to support a cultivator. Shinmo's breakthrough incurred no costs or accidents. For an ordinary cultivator, any minor mishap would necessitate double or even more resources to compensate. It is likely that the gentry of Ranjia town could hardly gather enough to sustain a first-flow Zhou Tian realm cultivator. And no wonder the sects thrive, for they control the vast majority of the superior elixirs required for cultivation. The 3 major elixir merchants that Gouda contacted included only Baozilan, which had a Shaolin background and possessed spiritual herbs. The others merely offered mundane elixirs in bulk, illustrating the disparity. Maoshan further required exchanges of virtue and offerings to the underworld for spiritual herbs and items. It is indeed as arduous as scaling the heavens for those in the mortal realm who wish to cultivate. Shinamo suddenly rose and turned his gaze towards the lush, century-old malevolent willow. Lu Xiaoyu, I am here. Lu Xiaoyu manifested her form amidst white smoke, gracefully bowing, awaiting Shen Mo's command. Just moments ago, as Shinamo was cultivating and breaking through beneath the century-old malevolent willow, she naturally sensed it. The overwhelming aura emanating from Shinamo caused her soul to tremble, and she dared not move an inch. Being merely a ghostly cultivator, she had never witnessed such might, especially the faintly discernible heavenly thunder, which instilled in her a fear that even a slight touch would lead to her soul's scattering. However, upon calling forth Lu Xiaoyu, Shinamo did not issue any commands. Just as she was puzzled, she witnessed Shinamo point a finger at the century-old malevolent willow. That single gesture, imbued with terrifying heavenly might, sent azure lightning flickering like serpents, infusing catastrophic power into the body of the century-old malevolent willow. The once flourishing, verdant willow rapidly turned black and charred, its aura dwindling to the brink of extinction. Lu Xiaoyu's countenance paled, instinctively seeking refuge behind Shinamo, fearful that the terrifying thunder might extend to her. She was further perplexed, wondering what Shinamo was doing with that single finger. Was he about to personally destroy the malevolent willow? But the century-old malevolent willow was the focal point of the Tomb's formation. It was utterly untouchable. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was engulfed in confusion, Shinamo once again performed a series of intricate hand seals, sending numerous dragon and tiger pill seals, resembling tadpoles, into the body of the malevolent willow. To her astonishment, the charred and blackened willow, ravaged by the thunderous strike, began to emanate emerald glimmers, bursting forth with vibrant life. The century-old malevolent willow, once suppressed by the feng shui formation and unable to transform into a demon, remarkably broke free under the influence of Shen Mo's thunderous finger, releasing faint traces of demonic energy. Thunder Tribulation Transformation. Shinamo was utilizing the initial ninth Thunder Tribulation to assist the century-old malevolent willow in its transformation. With the dragon and tiger thunder prison body, Shinamo had stored quite a bit of initial ninth thunder within the thunder prison. Aside from his own cultivation, he rarely utilized it. Yet now, it transformed into resources for cultivation, aiding the century-old malevolent willow in its metamorphosis. Simultaneously, the extraordinary technique of alchemy, the dragon and tiger pill method, which Shinamo had just comprehended, was also infused into the century-old malevolent willow, helping it consolidate its innate talent. The century-old malevolent willow truly did not disappoint Shinamo. It not only successfully transformed into a demon but also grasped the corresponding innate talent of the dragon and tiger pill scripture. Maternal creation, absorbing in malevolence and the life essence of beings to nurture superior elixirs. Shinamo. So, you monopolize the superior elixirs required for cultivation? Apologies, but my malevolent willow specializes in breaking monopolies. From the charred wood, tender green shoots began to sprout, growing at a visibly rapid pace. Within the span of 2 incense sticks, it grew into a 6-meter-tall, verdant malevolent willow, thick branches swaying in delight, seemingly eager to curry favor with Shinamo good. From this day forth, you shall be known as Pill Willow. You are now responsible for concocting superior elixirs for me, Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu responded promptly. I am here. Feed it. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, fearing that her master intended to sacrifice her to the Pill Willow to be refined into a superior elixir. In an instant, tears welled up in her eyes, heartache engulfing her, yet she took a step forward, prepared to repay her debt of gratitude. Shinamo looked at her in astonishment. What are you thinking? Release your spirit of words. Spirit of words? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly grasped the truth, tears shimmering in her eyes, dissipating like ghostly mist. Without hesitation, she unleashed the binding spirit of servitude. The banana spirit, along with dozens of blood-sucking bats, manifested their forms, all hurled towards the Dan Lu by Lu Xiaoyu. The verdant willow branches, sensing the ominous aura, rejoiced and swiftly entwined the banana spirit and the bats, consuming them whole at that moment. Within a hollow of the Dan Lu's trunk, for spirit fruits, resembling small oranges, were astonishingly nurtured. These were Yinling fruits, known to strengthen the essence of the kidneys and nourish the soul. The Danlu absorbed the Yinslang entities to cultivate these fruits, which would enhance the spirit. Conversely, the fruits formed from the blood and flesh of living beings would affect the physical body. Xiaoyu, go fetch some wild game. Your humble servant obeys. In less than a while, Lu Xiaoyu returned, carrying a pure white rabbit, which, struck by the chilling aura, huddled in fright, its scarlet eyes filled with terror. This rabbit, having spent its life evading wolves and foxes, never anticipated it would ultimately fall prey to a female ghost. It had no regrets in its life. After the Danlu consumed the rabbit's flesh and blood, it did not yield the anticipated spirit fruit within its hollow trunk. Clearly, a single rabbit's flesh was insufficient to produce a spirit fruit. Silently, he performed a spell, causing the soul imprint to ripple. Suddenly, the earth fiend corpse leaped from the nearby coffin, vanishing into the ground. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the earth fiend corpse returned, bringing back a white-eyed tiger and a red fox. The willow branches of the Danlu swept in, devouring the flesh of the tiger and fox, and soon a blood-colored spirit fruit formed within the trunk. Through the feedback from the Danlu's internal dragon and tiger pill technique, he discerned the name and effect of the spirit fruit, blood chi pill, which could enhance vitality and strength. Indeed, as he had surmised, the spirit fruits born of Yinslang entities enhanced the soul, while those born of living beings affected the physical form. Regarding the efficacy of the spirit fruit, he beckoned with his hand, and the Danlu willingly presented the 4 blood chi pills. The blood chi pills felt warm to the touch, resembling dragon fruit, exuding a palpable vitality. As he bit into one, a rich juice filled his mouth. Sweet and delectable. In 3 bites, he consumed a fruit, and a surge of vigorous vitality coursed through him, transforming into pure internal energy under the conversion of the demon lord's sun-swallowing technique. After assessing the effects, he concluded that the blood chi pill's efficacy was equivalent to half that of the illusory chi pill. After all, a tiger and a fox were merely ordinary beasts. The ability to yield blood chi pills was already a testament to the marvels of the dragon and tiger pill technique. Far from the true elixirs crafted from spiritual herbs, naturally, the abundance of such mundane creatures far surpassed that of spiritual herbs, making the blood chi pill considerably easier to procure. He was quite satisfied. With 7 or 8 more blood chi pills, he could ascend to the first-rate Zhou Tian realm, transforming internal energy into true energy and experiencing a dramatic surge in power. Yet, this would plight the wild beasts and feral birds near the gutter gorge, hoping they would be reborn into a better fate and avoid encountering a ruthless figure like him. He urged the earth fiend corpse and the wind wyrm corpse to hunt the wild beasts and birds. While he picked up a Yinling fruit and swallowed it whole, it was refreshingly cool, akin to a chilled watermelon in summer. Simultaneously, his Niwen palace stirred, as if his soul were leaving the body, rendering the surroundings vividly clear. However, this sensation lasted merely a fleeting moment before ebbing away like a receding tide. He sensed his soul had indeed grown somewhat more resilient. Marvelous. After a century of transformation, the malevolent willow, in conjunction with the dragon and tiger pill technique, had birthed such a remarkable entity as the Danlu. This endeavor could be deemed extraordinarily fruitful. He need no longer worry about the issue of elixirs. He could even utilize the Danlu to continuously produce various spirit fruits, fostering his own influence, thereby establishing a foundation for a millennia-old clan. Approximately 2 hours later, the wild beasts and birds within the gutter gorge and a 10-mile radius had been completely depleted. The earth fiend corpse, being a flying corpse with the ability to burrow into the earth, found hunting mundane beasts to be a trivial task. The wind wyrm corpse, already swift and buoyant, hunted with equal alacrity. These 2 refined corpses alleviated many of his burdens, procuring ample flesh from the living beings. The Danlu, having just come into existence, was afforded the utmost treatment. It was insatiable. There was simply too much flesh from living beings for the Danlu to consume. It continued feasting until dawn, finally transforming the last black bear into a spirit fruit. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the 12 blood chi pills presented by the Danlu, facing the rising sun. On the verge of stepping into the great Zhou Tian realm, with a series of soft pops, the blood chi pills transformed into pure vitality, which he absorbed into his body using the demon lord's sun-swallowing technique, converting it into pure internal energy that surged rapidly through his meridians and acupoints. The body forged through the dragon and tiger thunder prison was not only unperturbed by this rapid energy circulation but responded in kind, refining the internal energy to an ever more exquisite quality, gradually evolving into a higher grade. As the first thread of internal energy metamorphosed into true energy, the transformation spread uncontrollably like wildfires engulfing a prairie. The internal energy surged and roiled around him, flowing like a crimson river through his meridians and acupoints. He had indeed reached the first-rate Zhou Tian realm. Simultaneously, this realm seemed to unlock certain restrictions. In his sea of consciousness, the illusory divine intent suddenly radiated with brilliant light, various anomalies flickering in and out of existence. Among them, a Kuanping soared through the heavens, ancient pines stood evergreen, the dragon and tiger thunder prison flickered. The demon lord's sun-swallowing roar echoed through the skies, and the indomitable golden-eyed Vajra radiated eternal golden energy. These myriad anomalies manifested within the illusory divine intent. Each anomaly represented a coveted Tao fruit sought after by cultivators. Through the illusory divine intent, he wielded these Tao fruits to forge his own foundation of freedom. His soul, drawn by the illusory divine intent, separated from his body and ascended into the vision. Witnessing the rapid changes of these anomalies flashing before his soul like fleeting moments, the foundation became clear, and his soul danced with joy. Originally ethereal and insubstantial, the soul gradually solidified through the refinement of the divine intent, ultimately becoming as tangible as a physical form. Buzz. He had attained the innate realm. A thought conjured the Zhou Tian. A thought birthed the innate. His lifespan increased by 200 years. Lifespan. 400 years. Typically, cultivators in the innate realm possess a lifespan of only 150 years, and those who cultivate lifespan increasing methods seldom exceed 300 years. With this advancement into the innate realm, his lifespan soared to 400 years. This demonstrated the extraordinary nature of the unaging techniques under the governance of the illusory divine intent, such as the eternal pine skill, the indomitable Vajra technique, the dragon and tiger thunder prison, and the demon lord's sun-swallowing technique. Yet, in his heart, he felt that 400 years of lifespan, in the grand scheme of immortality, was but a fleeting moment. This was merely the beginning, nothing to be proud of. Moreover, lifespan was not inscribed upon one's face, nor was there a need to flaunt it. He had not anticipated that upon just ascending to the first-rate Zhou Tian realm, without yet experiencing the nuances of the Zhou Tian, he would unexpectedly leap into the innate realm through the miraculous refinement of the illusory divine intent in a single thought. He achieved what countless cultivators in the post-heaven realm yearned for, the transformation from the mundane. If his half-step innate uncle were to learn of Lu Xiaoyu's instantaneous leap into the innate realm, he would likely be consumed by envy, secluding himself for 7 days and nights, lamenting and howling to the heavens, exclaiming, "Why? Why? Why is the gap between people so vast? The heavens are unjust." Lu Xiaoyu could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the illusory divine intent he had comprehended before the grave of Ren Weiyong. With the illusory divine intent, he had traversed the path of cultivation, manifesting numerous extraordinary phenomena, mastering the demon lord's sun-swallowing technique, subduing the eternal pine intent, and merging with the indomitable golden energy. It could be said that he soared like a Kuanping across 90,000 miles, traversing epochs solely for the pursuit of freedom. Great freedom, indeed, should be thus. He was not mistaken in his direct focus on the fundamental visualization of his heart. Lu Xiaoyu immediately began to sense his transformation. The innate soul perceived clarity and lucidity like never before. The innate true energy within him was far more refined than before, entirely on a different level. Simultaneously, the innate true energy could now be projected from his body and moved at will. With a single palm strike, merely invoking the true energy was enough to shatter a boulder as high as a person into dust. Ordinary attacks now carried the effects akin to the great compassionate palm skill. No wonder his uncle had once remarked that below the innate realm, all are mundane. This transformation had already established a chasm between him and the ordinary on a fundamental level of existence. The anomalies brought forth by the innate true energy also influenced many extraordinary skills, techniques, and secret arts. The storage space of the extraordinary skill true 3 immortals returning to the cave doubled, reaching 2 cubic meters, sufficient to easily accommodate an adult. The extraordinary skill listening wind ear was enhanced, with its auditory range extending to 5 miles. The extraordinary skill wind control became increasingly swift and ethereal, resembling a celestial being in its grace. The invocation of the celestial talisman gained immense power, with the potency of a single fire talisman increasing by over threefold, while its consumption decreased by 40%. The Yin-Yang Eye not only discerned ghosts and spirits, but could also pierce through the essence and weaknesses of ghostly entities. The Earth Fiend technique, capable of traversing the mysterious, also gained weight in commanding spirits. The Emu escape light became more resilient, brimming with vitality. Even the blood magic control blood technique and blood revival received a significant enhancement. It was truly an all-encompassing augmentation. Yet, the greatest benefit Lu Xiaoyu gained from ascending to the innate realm lay in his soul. The innate realm soul, possessing numerous remarkable uses, it was once stated by the venerable Jushu that for a first-rate Zhou Tian practitioner to transcend into the innate realm, the key lies in the strength of the soul. At the 4-streamed nurturing pulse stage, Shun Mo's soul strength was already exceedingly close to that of the innate. This time, by utilizing blood chi pills and potent elixirs, he elevated his cultivation to the first-rate Zhou Tian stage, reaching the minimum threshold to challenge the innate realm. Consequently, under the refinement of the carefree divine intent, his soul naturally underwent a transformation, ascending into the innate realm. One of the extraordinary capabilities of the innate realm soul is the ability to introspect oneself. Whether it be the dantian, meridians, acupoints, or the thunder prison of the dragon and tiger, or even the unaging diamond technique, all become transparently visible under the scrutiny of the innate soul. If the cultivation prior to the innate realm was akin to crossing a river by feeling the stones, then the practice within the innate realm is akin to having a perspective-enhancing ability, allowing one to clearly observe the progress and changes in their own cultivation, the benefits of which are self-evident. It significantly enhances Shin Mo's mastery over various extraordinary techniques, secret arts, and skills. Moreover, Shun Mo, already a master of the transformation technique, attained an exquisite level of control over his true chi, meridians, acupoints, and numerous extraordinary techniques and secret arts in just a matter of breaths. With such meticulous control, had he to confront the first-grade Bodhisattva Bomi, a single strike would suffice to suppress Master Bomi on the spot. Another remarkable ability of the innate realm soul is the soul pressure it exerts. This is the innate realm's oppressive sensation over the soul level of the acquired realm. Faced with those who have yet to cultivate inner chi, such as strength and inner fortitude practitioners, the innate soul pressure alone is sufficient to subdue them. Even practitioners who have cultivated inner chi would find themselves daunted, their combat capabilities severely limited. Even first-rate Zhou Tian practitioners, whose inner chi has transformed into true chi, would be affected by the soul pressure if their soul strength is insufficient. This exemplifies the innate realm's overwhelming dominance over the acquired realm souls. Furthermore, the innate realm soul possesses numerous other remarkable uses. Awaiting Shun Mo's exploration and mastery. In summary, Shun Mo's original expectation for this cultivation breakthrough was to ascend to the first-rate Zhou Tian realm. He did not anticipate that he would directly transcend into the innate realm. By a twist of fate, he became an innate realm practitioner. Moreover, combined with his techniques such as the Dragon and Tiger Thunder Prison, Unaging Diamond Technique, and the Demon Lord's Sun-Eating Technique, he stands as one of the most exceptional entities within the innate realm. The sensation of being invincible at the same level, or even overpowering opponents of higher tiers, brings unparalleled delight to Shun Mo simultaneously. It deepens his curiosity and yearning for the Master Realm and even the Grand Master Realm. While the innate realm can contend with a Grand Master, the probability of victory does not exceed 50%, even for an elite innate practitioner like Shun Mo, who has mastered numerous extraordinary techniques. Far from defeating a Grand Master practitioner, the distinction between the Master and innate realms lies in igniting the heavenly lamp. This involves perfecting a technique, secret art, or extraordinary skill to its utmost. Entering the Tao through the art, igniting the heavenly lamp of the art, and shaking the powers of heaven and earth. Shun Mo originally intended to illuminate the heavenly lamp using the fundamental technique of carefree divine intent. seeking to dominate all arts and wonders, aspiring to become the lord of 10,000 arts. Now, as an innate realm practitioner, he has intuitively sensed the method to ignite the heavenly lamp. This necessitates selecting a specific technique and first perfecting it to the realm of great perfection. Using the technique as the lamp, true chi as the oil, and the soul as the fire to light the heavenly lamp, thus stepping into the master realm. This realm allows the heavenly lamp to connect with the universe, harnessing the powers of heaven and earth. After achieving the master realm, to advance into the grand master realm, one must cultivate the power of their heavenly lamp to a level sufficient to manipulate a portion of the cosmic might. With a mere thought, mountains and rivers shift. With a mere thought, rivers and seas move. This is the essence of the Grand Master in the world of the undead. It has been centuries since a Grand Master has emerged. Even masters are as rare as phoenix feathers. Shinamo, at such a young age, stepping into the innate realm and beginning to touch the path of the master, is indeed a unique existence in hundreds of years. Having clarified the path of the master, what Shin Imo must do now is continue to cultivate through the Dan Lu to condense fruit, constantly increasing his true chi and enhancing his soul strength, preparing for the subsequent challenge of the master realm. After all, igniting the heavenly lamp requires true chi as oil and the soul as fire. If there is insufficient true chi and the soul is weak, igniting the heavenly lamp is akin to setting oneself ablaze. For thousands of years, countless innate realm practitioners have perished at these two thresholds while attempting to break into the master realm. As for how to cultivate the carefree divine intent to perfection, Shin Imo already possesses clarity in his heart. He merely needs to visualize the carefree divine intent daily, comprehend the Kuanping's carefree divine intent, and as his soul strength increases, he will naturally be able to perfect it. Naturally, if he has the aid of the fruit that nourishes the soul, the effects will be even better. Thus, the three thresholds of igniting the heavenly lamp, soul threshold, true chi threshold, and technique threshold, are all gradual processes of accumulation for Shinamo. Having just extended his lifespan to 400 years, Shinamo is well equipped for this endeavor. The emergence of Dan Lu is a timely boon for Shinmo's enhancement of true chi and soul nourishment. He swallowed the remaining 4 blood chi pills and 3 yin spirit pills in one go, instantly absorbing the medicinal power into his innate true chi. His true chi increased slightly, and his soul was refined a bit. When Shinamo opened his eyes once more, the sun was already high in the sky. The reason for the prolonged duration was primarily to stabilize his innate realm cultivation. Under the dominion of the carefree divine intent, the stabilization effect proved remarkably effective. Not only was his realm stabilized, but to Shinmo's surprise, as he broke through and stabilized his realm, the previously stagnant thunder prison of the dragon and tiger body experienced a new breakthrough, expanding the 13 thunder prison acupoints to 36, bringing him one step closer to the perfection of the first layer of the thunder prison of the dragon and tiger body. But how many thunder prison acupoints are needed for the first layer to reach perfection? 365. The road ahead is long and arduous, however, with so many corpses to refine. He merely needs to wait for them to break through their realms and attract heavenly thunder for training, eliminating the need to seek thunder strikes everywhere, thus saving time and effort in cultivation. The opening of the 36 thunder prison acupoints has more than doubled Shinmo's physical strength. His physique has grown increasingly robust, the muscles not bulging grotesquely but rather becoming more refined, exuding a sense of aesthetic power, with flashes of lightning visible as he exerts strength. Any practitioner specializing in physical cultivation would undoubtedly drool with envy upon witnessing this, for it is nothing short of an innate perfected body. Had this been in the past, Shinamo could have easily earned a fortune just by showcasing his perfect physique at the gym. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Shinamo stood up with great satisfaction, only to discover that Dan Lu had once again condensed a fruit, the yin sha fruit. Consuming it can increase energy and nourish the soul. This is a fruit condensed from Dan Lu actively absorbing yin and evil energy, greatly beneficial for the cultivation of ghostly beings. Shin Imo raised his hand to summon the yin sha fruit, glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, who was guarding him, smiled, and bestowed the yin sha fruit upon her. From today onward, in addition to teaching the little spirit corpse, I will trouble you to manage Dan Lu as well. Lu Xiaoyu accepted the yin sha pill with abow. It is my honor to relieve my master of worries. Work diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly. This pill is called the Yin Sha pill. It can increase energy and nourish the soul, greatly benefiting your cultivation. Thank you, Master. Lu Xiaoyu's bright eyes sparkled with joy. Go ahead and get busy. Shen Timo watched Lu Xiaoyu vanish into the soul-nurturing branches of Danlu, ensuring there were no oversights before exiting the Yin mansion. Now, as for Danlu transforming into a spirit and awakening the nurturing ability within the dragon and tiger elixir technique, it has not forgotten its original skills of nurturing souls and cultivating evil. On the contrary, its methods of nurturing souls and cultivating evil have become even more formidable than before. This is immensely beneficial for nurturing evil corpses and for Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation in the ghostly path. It also enhances the fortune of the Ren family. Ren Fei's position as the wealthiest in Ren Town is just around the corner. Should Danlu continue to grow, Ren Fei will not only be the wealthiest in Ren Town, but might even aspire to become the wealthiest in the provincial capital, or even the entire nation. Moreover, since Danlu is a spirit creature that Shinimo has enlightened with the power of thunder, it naturally feels an affinity towards Shinimo and beings imbued with his essence, ensuring that it will not harm Lu Xiaoyu, the earthly evil corpse, the wind centipede corpse, or the little spirit corpse. Additionally, with the Yin mansion shrouded in misty illusions and the 18 spirit arrays set up by Jushu, it is exceedingly difficult for external beings to catch sight of Danlu. Thus, Danlu can confidently nurture potent elixirs for Shinimo within the Yin mansion. However, the blood and spirit nourishment required for this nurturing of potent elixirs poses a significant challenge. Nonetheless, Shinimo has already devised a plan. Chapter 60. Ben Borba, Baba Bourbon. In his recent endeavor to refine blood chi pills, Shinimo had thoroughly ravaged the wild beasts and fierce birds in the nearby ravine. To obtain more blood chi pills and Yin spirit pills, he must seek alternative methods. And what better source of blood and flesh than the flesh of demons? Who knows better than Jushu where the most demons and spirits reside in Ren Town? Shinimo exited the Yin mansion and arrived at the Yang mansion, fortuitously arriving just in time for a meal. Lin Daoyu, are you drinking? Shin Daoyu, just in time. I was lamenting the lack of company. Then let us indulge a little. Shinimo flicked his wrist, invoking the true three immortals returning to the cave, as he retrieved a bottle of exquisite Yanghe Daku from his sleeve. This fine liquor was a gift from Gouda. When it comes to the appreciation of wine, Gouda certainly possesses a deeper understanding. Ren Fei's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of wealth. Uncle Jiu had long grown accustomed to the tactics employed by the three immortals returning to the cave and was not particularly surprised. He was merely astonished by Shan Mo's increasingly refined control over his internal energy. Just moments ago, he had executed that maneuver without a trace of internal energy leaking out. Moreover, Shun Mo's aura was as restrained as that of an ordinary person, suggesting he had mastered an exceptional technique of energy concealment. If one overlooked his increasingly towering and robust physique, all that remained was his strikingly handsome appearance. He bore no resemblance to a practitioner. Rather, he looked like a pampered young aristocrat. Little did Uncle Jiu know that Shinimo was embodying a return to simplicity within the innate realm. Were it not for his voluntary release of true energy and spiritual pressure, he would appear no different from an ordinary person. It was no wonder Uncle Jiu had misconstrued the situation. Who could have guessed that Shinimo could transcend the ordinary in a single day? With such a pace of advancement, it would be hard for anyone in Maoshan to believe. In the realm of the spiritual and the ethereal, such news would be considered utterly explosive. Achieving the innate realm is already akin to ascending to the heavens, let alone progressing from the fourth stream pulse nourishing realm to the innate realm in just one day. There exists a school within the realm of the ethereal that is a legacy from the era of the 100 schools of thought, which would not dare to write such tales in their narratives. After indulging in the wine to his satisfaction, Shinimo finally broached the subject at hand. Lin Daoyu, I must say I am somewhat disappointed that during my watch over the righteous tomb, I encountered no significant malevolent spirits. Shun Daoyu. I only just learned that prior to the celestial event of the dog-eating sun, a great benefactor passed away in the provincial city. His virtuous deeds allowed him to ascend to the position of the city god, earning him a coveted role in the Yin-Yang Bureau. As the saying goes, a new official brings 3 fires. The celestial phenomenon provided an opportunity to hunt for merits of virtue. Uncle Jiu felt a pang of guilt. As his original intent was to have Shin Mo hunt for merits of virtue at the righteous tomb, coinciding with the celestial event, which should have yielded abundant rewards. Instead, it was others who reaped the benefits. Shin-emo nodded, understanding that his endeavors had been usurped by the newly appointed Inyang Bureau official from the provincial city. No wonder he had only tasted a mere sip of the broth. Sensing Shin-emo's dissatisfaction with his lack of merits, Uncle Joe continued, "Lin Daoyu, do you think Renjia Town is peaceful?" Shin-emo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Yanghe Dako had proved to be a source of insight. During my time guarding the righteous tomb, Renjia Town has been relatively tranquil, with few calamities. Indeed, Renjia Town is more peaceful than the provincial city, but what lies beyond its borders? Uncle Joe took a swig of strong liquor, seemingly lamenting the dire state of the world and his own limitations. Taoist Simu, who roamed the lands exorcising corpses, would always stop by the righteous tomb whenever he passed through Renjia Town, sharing a wealth of information regarding the outside world with his senior brother, Linjiu. Thus, Linjiu, residing in Renjia Town, remained informed about the broader situation. As the saying goes, during the twilight years of a dynasty, demons roam the lands. The fertile lands of the Central Plains not only suffer from the ravages of war, but are also plagued by malevolent spirits and wicked forces lurking in wait. Villages have fallen victim to the scourge of zombies, with entire communities slaughtered overnight, transformed into fields of corpses. Great demons have surged forth to attack villages, their wrath manifesting as vengeful spirits. Evil cultivators murder the innocent to enhance their power, while malevolent beasts hide in towns, treating humans as mere livestock, in stark contrast to the chaos of the outside world. Renjia Town exists like a paradise. This relative peace is, to some degree, attributable to the efforts of Lin Jiu from Maoshan. Of course, the town's proximity to the provincial city, under the protection of the city god, and the presence of local gentry like Ren Fa and Guda also contribute to this stability. Although figures like Ren Fa exploit the common folk, their existence indeed serves a stabilizing function. Yet, in times of turmoil, such influence becomes increasingly fragile. Often, when war breaks out, it crumbles into chaos. While the provincial city enjoys the city god's protection, Renjia Town is safeguarded by Linjiu from Maoshandai and other places lacking such guardianship. Practitioners must tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Not to mention, just nearby Renjia Town, there are several areas rife with turmoil. To the north of Renjia Town lies a cliff known as Wangyue Cliff, which, like the Inditch, is a mystical location that can channel moonlight. On the cliff resides a fox spirit, an early-stage demon king with 3,000 subordinate fox demons under its command. The blood fox slain by Taoist Simu was a descendant of the northern cliff's fox spirit. Had the blood fox not fallen to the demonic path and been forsaken by its kin, Simu would not have dared to slay it in the realm of the ethereal. Demons are classified into various ranks: spirit creatures, minor demons, demon generals, demon kings, and demon immortals, corresponding to the ranks of wandering souls. Ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost immortals among ghost cultivators. A demon general or ghost generally equates to a first-rate practitioner at the Zhou Tian realm, while the initial, middle, and peak stages of demon kings and ghost kings correspond to the innate, master, and grandmaster realms. The northern cliff's fox spirit, being at the early stage of the demon king realm, is comparable to practitioners in the innate realm. Below the innate realm, all are but mundane. The innate realm is already the pinnacle of existence in the realm of the ethereal. Moreover, demon clans at the same level often outshine human practitioners. Thus, the northern cliff's fox clan dominates its territory, with few daring to provoke it. However, foxes are inherently lascivious. It is common for fox seductresses to stealthily descend from the cliff to siphon the essence of living beings for their cultivation, ultimately succumbing to the demonic path. Should Shin-emo take heed, he could, like Simu, capture one or two to exchange for merits of virtue. Of course, such endeavors require luck, as fox clans are skilled in transformation, making them elusive targets. If Uncle Joe were to closely observe Shin-emo, given his appearance, demeanor, and mastery of energy concealment, he would undoubtedly be regarded as an exceptional bait. If he were to lower his pride and take a stroll around the northern cliff's fox clan, he would surely reap rewards. As Shin-emo faced Uncle Joe's peculiar gaze, his expression grew solemn, sensing that Uncle Joe had ulterior motives. To the north of Renjia Town lies the northern cliff's fox clan, which frequently sends down fox seductresses to wreak havoc, presenting opportunities to hunt for merits of virtue. Shin Imo mentally noted this while continuing to listen to Uncle Jio's informative discourse. What lies to the south of Rinjia town? The southern region is mountainous, with streams flowing deep underground, extending for thousands of miles with an unknown source, known as Nan Mountain Stream. However, in the realm of the ethereal, it is widely acknowledged that the source of Nan Mountain Stream is the infamous Baipa Pond. Though the southern stream is small, it is often frequented by fish spirits, who venture ashore to forage during the full moon when the waters rise, as long as the blood offerings in the mountains are adequate. There is no issue, however, in years of calamity, the fish plague can affect nearby villagers. Uncle Gio recalled a severe drought a decade ago when the southern stream swelled, bringing nearly 100 fish spirits forth to seek sustenance. Had it not been for the collaboration between the city god and Mao Shan to exorcise demons, the area surrounding Nan Mountain Stream would have surely run red with blood, with bones piling high. Should Shinamo wish to accumulate merits of virtue, he could scour the vicinity of Nan Mountain Stream, and he would undoubtedly find ample opportunities, if he timed his search with the full moon's rise. The harvest would be bountiful. Uncle Gio calculated the days, realizing that the next full moon coinciding with the southern stream's rise was indeed approaching. Shun Imo noted the fish spirits in his hunting notebook. His curiosity piqued regarding the source at Baipa Pond. Lin Daoyu, could that Baipa Pond be the same as the one in Journey to the West? Certainly not. Journey to the West is merely a work of fiction by a novelist. However, it is said that the author was also a practitioner, likely drawing inspiration from the legends surrounding Baipa Pond. Shinamo was astonished and inquired further, is it true that there is a dragon in Baipa Pond? Legends speak of it, but as for the present, there surely is none. However, it is a fact that a demon king resides within Baipa Pond, and those fish spirits are indeed its offspring. Fish spirits. Shin Mo's mind involuntarily conjured images of the legendary great demons, Binbo Urba and Babwa Urban. Coupled with the name Baipa Pond, could it be that these fish spirits are their descendants? After a moment of contemplation, Shinamo curiously asked Uncle Jiu, so, they are offspring. Demon kings are quite prolific, aren't they? Uncle Jiu chuckled dryly, explaining, our cultivation is arduous, but the demon clans face even greater challenges. In this age of decline, it is exceedingly difficult for demons to awaken their spirits, compelling them to rely on the method of bloodline inheritance, establishing themselves in mystical locations like Een Ditch, Wangyue Cliff, and Baipa Pond for their cultivation. The wind centipede you hunted, if it were to cultivate for another 100 years and succeed in becoming a demon, would also become a demon king, akin to the Northern Cliff's fox spirit or the Baipa Pond's demon king, claiming its own territory. Shun Imo nodded, envisioning the scene of the wind centipede commanding millions of centipedes, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Just as Uncle Gio had said, the path of demon cultivation is fraught with difficulty, necessitating reliance on such mystical locations for growth, while employing bloodline methods to ensure their offspring possess a degree of spirituality and intelligence, allowing their lineage to endure. Indeed, regardless of how the heavens and earth transform, all beings possess their means of survival. Both the northern and southern regions of Rinjia town harbor demon king powers. But what about the east and west? Could there be demon kings in those directions as well? Uncle Gio shot Shinamo a bemused glance, replying, Dao Yu, do not jest. If there were demon king powers in the east and west, I would have long since. Though Uncle Gio did not finish his sentence, Shinamo could discern the underlying meaning. If there were indeed demon king forces in the east and west, Uncle Gio likely would have already packed his belongings and fled, rather than remaining in Rinjia town, besieged by the 4 major demon kings. Merits of virtue ultimately belong to the underworld, while life has always been one's own.